The female protagonist is extraordinarily powerful, cold, and cunning with a mere smile. She can stir the winds and clouds of the world. She, the sole legitimate daughter of the prince's estate, is known throughout the nation as a useless being. However, when her icy eyes open, she reveals herself as the most perilous assassin of the 21st century. With a flick of her hand, she can command the heavens and the earth. When the frail young lady unveils her brilliance, captivating countless hearts across the realm, he emerges as the enchanting king of the dark night, cold-blooded and merciless. In a world of chaos, their paths intertwine, harmonizing in a duet of guqin and xiao, thus binding their fates together through life and death. If even the heavens conspire to thwart my approach towards him, then I shall defy the heavens. Wherever you are, that is where my heart finds its home. In 2012, Shanghai, China, beneath the cover of night, the Huangpu River flows with vigor, adorned by the radiant lights of both banks, a city that never sleeps, where song and dance thrive. Towering 1,535 feet above the ground, the Oriental Pearl Tower stands magnificent under the starlit sky. At the pinnacle, unseen by all, a young girl clad in a long black trench coat stands, arms crossed, her piercing dark eyes fixed on a luxurious cruise ship gliding smoothly along the Huangpu River. It draws closer. On board this world-class luxury liner, an auction organized by the Kitano Consortium of Japan is underway, featuring countless treasures of immeasurable value. She relishes seizing Japanese possessions. As the cruise ship approaches her position, a subtle smile graces her lips with a delicate leap. Her slender figure ascends, and a pair of enormous black wings unfurl from her back. The crescent moon, partially emerging from behind the gray clouds, casts its light upon the girl, her fiery red hair and pitch-black eyes exuding an eerie yet lethal aura. Her form lingers momentarily in the air before she plunges towards the cruise ship like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, her petite silhouette silently lands on the vessel. Unnoticed by any guards, her wings transform into a fierce eagle, soaring into the night. As a few guards approach, Huang Beiyue moves gracefully, akin to a cat, slipping past them and entering the auction hall. The hall is elegant and opulent, adorned even with small vases of Song Dynasty blue and white porcelain. The previous treasure is sold for a staggering price, an astronomical figure for a crown, which, to Huang Beiyue, seems utterly insane. She would never spend such a fortune if she desires something. She would simply seize it. Esteemed guests, today's pièce de resistance is a mysterious ancient jade from the Far East, known as boundless beasts. The stunning chief auctioneer presents an exquisite emerald plate, the mere value of which amounts to billions. What kind of treasure necessitates such a lavish jade plate for its display? This Inchlong black jade is intricately carved with thousands of animal forms, lifelike and masterfully crafted. Legend has it that this black jade possesses mysterious powers, capable of transcending life and death, reversing time and space. Laughter erupts from the crowd, realizing that this supposedly miraculous black jade is merely a sensationalized relic. Who in this advanced age of technology would believe in such nonsensical tales? Rather than fixating on the obsidian, one ought to behold the exquisite auctioneer, a true paragon of beauty. Her figure, her visaggio, how they captivate. Men are rendered impulsive by her allure, while women find themselves unable to quell their intrigue. Delicate gossamer clings to the contours of her form. Her ample bosom almost spilling forth, she holds a jade platter, bending slightly, enticingly inviting all to gaze upon the enigmatic black gem. Yet at this moment, who could possibly focus on the stone? Eyes are instead transfixed upon the alluring curves of the beauty before them. A longing to seize her overwhelming. What a collection of fools, failing to recognize the value of such a treasure. Huan Beiyue scoffed, sensing the potent allure emanating from the black gem from the instant she entered. Drawing her firearm, she pushed aside those obstructing her path and advanced. What are you pushing for? Do you not know? A gun, cried a haughty woman she had pushed aside, her scream piercing the air upon catching sight of Huan's weapon. The auctioneer, trained for such occurrences, moved swiftly to shield the gem and retreat. Yet, no amount of speed could rival the precision of Huan Beiyue's aim. A single shot rang out, a bullet piercing the crowd, striking the beautiful auctioneer squarely in the forehead, silencing her instantly. With a steady hand, she grasped the black gem, her dark eyes glinting with a cold, proud intensity. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the well-trained bodyguards reacted, Huan Beiyue had already turned imperiously to depart. She deemed the rest of the crowd beneath her notice. Huan Beiyue, indeed, the wild beasts have led you here. A chilling voice called from behind. Beiyue's brow arched slightly. She recognized the voice without turning. It was Lan's, her relentless adversary, who had pursued her from South America for a full 5 years. Did he still not grasp the disparities between them? Her cold expression remained devoid of emotion as she pocketed the gem known as wild beasts. Huan Beiyue, surrender now. Over 200 nations have placed a kill order on you. There is no escape. Lanz regarded her slender silhouette, his voice icy yet tinged with a hint of reluctance. What will your nations do to me if I surrender? Huan Beiyue turned slightly, her eyes reflecting disdain and chill. With your extraordinary talents, the nation would surely utilize you. Lanz seized the opportunity to persuade her. Capturing such a striking and audacious woman for his own purposes would be most advantageous. Preposterous, she retorted, her response as frigid as the winter's breath. Seeing the mockery in her gaze, Lanz could not suppress a sigh. About that incident from years past. Silence. A sudden hatred flickered in Huan Beiyue's obsidian eyes. Her parents had been steadfastly loyal to the organization, risking their lives. Yet what was their reward? Only a fate of annihilation. Even in death, they bore the stigma of traitor. These brutal truths tormented her day and night, and in the depths of night, her own bitterness would awaken her from slumber. Humph. You expect me to serve your nation? After all these years, haven't I already taken enough lives from your people? If I were to pledge my allegiance, would there even be a path for me to escape? With a cold gaze fixed upon Lance, the strikingly handsome Nordic man, she recalled their first encounter had appeared gentle and refined, possessing a wealth of knowledge, like a refreshing spring breeze. Regrettably, they stood on opposing sides. As long as you are willing, I will certainly assist you. I am unwilling. With an air of haughtiness, she lifted her chin defiantly. The auction hall was now encircled by special forces, countless dark gun barrels aimed at her. Unfazed, beneath her flamboyant crimson hair lay a visage of unparalleled beauty. Even in her frigid demeanor, she emanated a captivating allure. A charming smile escaped her lips, and in that fleeting moment, many found themselves entranced. Be careful, Lance shouted, momentarily caught off guard by Huang Beiyue's smile. Yet he quickly regained his composure. But it was too late. Huang Beiyue had already snapped the neck of one of the Special Forces operatives, effortlessly making her way to the deck of the cruise ship. Chapter 4. The strong are respected. Beiyue sighed softly, assuring, "Do not worry. Having taken possession of her daughter's body, I shall not allow her to perish in vain." As her words faded, the radiance from the ancestral tablet gradually diminished. Adjusting her flowing white dress, Huang Beiyue slowly exited the ancestral hall. "How annoying must you be here? There are still others in the hall." A delicate female voice echoed from a shadowy corner of the courtyard. "What is there to fear? What can that ailing wretch do? Did you not say she is a fool, inferior even to a servant? Ailing wretch? Fool? Even less than a servant?" Indeed, the former Huang Beiyue was far too weak. What a stroke of misfortune to encounter such a scenario upon arrival. Huang Beiyue approached slowly, the moonlight gradually illuminating her face. Her pallid complexion, gaunt features, and deeply sunken eyes, a testament to years of frailty and medication, were further exacerbated by having knelt for an entire day and night. Her hair was disheveled, and her white dress billowed gently around her. Unbeknownst to the couple in the corner, a dire peril was stealthily drawing near. The ancestral hall was silent, rendering their voices particularly jarring. The spirit of the Grand Princess resided within, yet these two shamelessly engaged in such scandalous behavior, showing no respect for the deceased. Was it solely because the daughter left behind by the Grand Princess was a frail creature that they felt emboldened to act so recklessly? With a frigid expression, Huang Beiyue stepped forward just as the young woman lifted her head, startled by the sight of her ethereal white attire. "A ghost! A ghost! Where's there a ghost? Only a dead man remains. Quickly, hurry, darling." A muffled sound escaped the man's throat, and with a swift motion, his neck was snapped with a crack. The young woman widened her eyes in terror. "Feel free to scream if you wish to die." With a decisive motion, Huang Beiyue discarded the man's lifeless body to the ground and wiped her hands on the young woman's garment. That loathsome, despicable man, his death was repugnant to her. Had he not dared to insult the late Grand Princess Guqin, she would have scorned the notion of taking his life. How could she sully her hands? Upon hearing her words, the young woman instinctively sealed her lips, trembling uncontrollably. The moonlight shone brightly. Was it not the third Miss kneeling in the ancestral hall? Why was she here? Had she come as the ghost of that ailing third Miss to claim a life? I am not a ghost. Having cleaned her hands, Huang Beiyue's lips curled into a chilling smile. What you have witnessed, should you dare to utter a single word, your fate will mirror his. Do not think of seeking refuge with Aunt Qin. I am no longer the Huang Beiyue of the past. No one would dare gamble with their own life, especially after witnessing her mercilessly snap a man's neck. At that moment, Pei Xiang harbored but one thought. This third Miss was undoubtedly possessed by a vengeful spirit. Just moments ago, she had resembled a reincarnation of a fierce demon. Her ruthlessness and coldness sent shivers down Pei Xiang's spine. Chapter 5. The strong are respected. The once feeble figure no longer resembled the frail being it once was. The third Miss now exuded an air of noble elegance, lofty and untouchable, as if all who stood before her should kneel in deference. Could it be that she was not mistaken? Was this truly the same worthless, sickly, ineffectual individual? Regardless, she now perceived the third Miss as someone she could no longer afford to offend. Third Miss, I was wrong before. I beg you to spare my life. I shall never dare to cross you again. The recollection of past misdeeds, when she joined others in bullying the third Miss, sent a chill racing down Pei Xiang's spine. As a mere maid, possessing a modicum of beauty yet born of humble origins, she harbored deep envy for the true, noble ladies. In her jealousy towards Huang Beiyue, the seemingly weak yet legitimate daughter of the Princess' residence, had spurred her to torment her all the more. She sought to demonstrate that rank held no sway. The young lady was not beyond her reach, and her own status eclipsed that of the legitimate daughter. However, now, even if granted tenfold courage, she would dare not lay a finger upon the third Miss again. To spare your life depends solely on how obedient your tongue proves to be. In truth, she ought to have dealt with this maid as well. For Huang Beiyue's memories were rife with instances of bullying at the hands of Pei Xiang. Yet, considering that she might still serve a purpose, her life was temporarily spared. I shall be obedient, I promise. Dispose of the body. With a calm command, Huang Beiyue strode out of the quiet ancestral hall. It turned out that the rumored waste of the princess's residence was indeed so domineering. A chilling voice, like a gust of wind, suddenly resonated, startling Huang Beiyue. Who could it be? How could someone so stealthily conceal themselves nearby without her notice? As the voice echoed, she instinctively discerned its origin. Raising her gaze, she beheld a flourishing tree within the hall, for which a figure draped in pure white descended gracefully, swaying with the breeze. Long, inky black hair cascaded over the pristine garment, rendering the moonlight a touch ethereal. Huang Beiyue furrowed her brow slightly. The exquisiteness of the visage was breathtaking. The moonlit white attire accentuating the flawless fairness of his skin. His sword-like brows arched slightly, and his pale violet eyes shimmered with an enchanting luster in the night, veering between the realms of the ethereal and the mortal. Beneath a high, noble nose, his delicate pink lips radiated a mesmerizing glimmer akin to that of a devil. As a gentle breeze swept through, a few strands of black hair brushed against his cheek. Each feature was impeccably perfect, devoid of any flaw. Eclipsing all the beauty of the world, yet he exuded no femininity. The sharpness in his demeanor perfectly highlighted his commanding presence. Leaning against a branch, his violet eyes, tinged by the moonlight, bore an alluring yet mischievous charm. Huang Beiyue crossed her arms and gazed at him. This individual did not exist in her memories. He was neither a resident of the princess's residence nor a citizen of the southern wing. His ability to appear so silently in her midst signified that he was indeed no ordinary person. However, regardless of who he may be, it is of no concern to her. Mind her own business, and life will be prolonged. Withdrawing her gaze, Huang Beiyue strode out without a backward glance. What a cold and proud little creature she is. Feng Lianyi smiled faintly, his countenance a captivating blend of the devilish and the divine. An enchanting allure that could ensnare the very soul. Chapter 6. The strong or respected Feng Beiyue could hardly have anticipated that her visit to the princess's residence would yield such unexpected discoveries. When a moment demands ruthlessness, one must not hesitate. When indifference is called for, one must not look back. She found herself suddenly intrigued by that little fellow. "Your Highness." A hushed voice emerged from the shadows. With a flick of the wrist, the white garments fluttered and the ghostly figure vanished into the night. The Beiyue Empire Luoyuan Pavilion, this was the most secluded courtyard of the princess's residence, overgrown with wild grass and adorned with swaying tree shadows. Being alone at night could indeed startle one, as those swaying trees resembled ghostly apparitions. Shortly after the passing of Princess Huiyuan, a physician had declared that she was gravely ill and could potentially spread the illness, prompting her relocation to this long-abandoned courtyard. The courtyard where she once resided, Bichue Courtyard, was now occupied by concubine Qin and the second miss, Xiao. Xiao, a 15-year-old 3-star summoner, was regarded as a rare talent among the younger generation of the Nani Kingdom. Apart from the crown prince, she garnered the most acclaim. Consequently, she was the object of immense adoration within her family, and even concubine Qin, who had given birth to the eldest son, Xiao Zhongqi, dared not provoke her lightly. It seemed that Xiao Yun and her mother, concubine Shui, did not treat Feng Beiyue with undue harshness, unlike concubine Qin, who had subjected her to torment. The proud Xiao Yun had never regarded her feeble sister with any measure of respect. Despite her frail health, it was concubine Shui who brought her medicine and sustenance. No, it was the medicine. Feng Beiyue pushed open the door to Luoyuan Pavilion and swiftly returned to her cold, dark chamber. Lighting a candle, she picked up the medicine jar that concubine Shui typically delivered and took a sniff. Her brow furrowed immediately. Indeed, something was amiss. The jar contained traces of poison. While a single dose would not be fatal, prolonged exposure would render her increasingly weak, ultimately leaving her bedridden for life. How devious! It was no wonder Feng Beiyue's health had been so frail. Even during the princess's lifetime, no physician could remedy her condition. Such subtle poison is hard to detect, and only someone like Feng Beiyue, versed in various toxic substances from modern times, could discern it with a mere whiff. What a cunning concubine Shui! The princess had treated you generously. Without her, you would merely be an unrecognized consort. You lack gratitude and instead resort to such malevolent tactics against her daughter. Feng Beiyue sat down, gradually calming her breath. There was no rush. She would deal with these individuals one by one. Death will be too lenient for them. As dawn approached, Feng Beiyue felt no fatigue. She attempted to meditate on her bed, circulating her energy, yet strangely, each time her vitality sank into her dantian. It vanished completely. Damn, what a truly useless being. To be so frail was one thing, but even the ability to gather energy eluded her. In this martial era, where powerful nations rival one another and wars are incessant, strength is the sole determinant of one's status. No wonder, despite being the legitimate daughter of the princess and bestowed the title of Princess Beiyue, she had become a laughingstock in the Nani Kingdom. The weak invoke no sympathy. Only the strong command respect. Huang Beiyue swiftly summoned information about this world in her mind. The continent of Karta has endured over a century of chaos. Due to the turmoil, culture has declined while martial arts have flourished. The opportunities for conflict have elevated warriors to high esteem in this era. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, they can dominate in any nation. Chapter 7. The strong are respected in the realm of conflict and chaos. Numerous professions have emerged, among which those who cultivate martial arts form the majority, accounting for approximately 4/5 of the total practitioners. The remaining professions, such as summoners, alchemists, and illusionists, impose exceedingly strict demands regarding lineage and talent, resulting in their scarcity. Nonetheless, rarity brings value. Thus, even the slightest achievement in these fields commands great respect across the continent. The Xiao family, which is the family of Huang Beiyue's father and the in-laws of the Grand Princess, is a prestigious clan in the South Wing Kingdom with a rich legacy in martial arts. Deeply rooted in the kingdom, the family has produced numerous martial talents, and the current patriarch is a highly esteemed 7-star summoner, possessing a spirit beast known as the Flame Leopard. However, the son-in-law, xiao, who married the Grand Princess, is rather unremarkable. Although his martial prowess is impressive, he is yet to ascend to the ranks of summoners. Conversely, the second daughter, Xiao, has inherited the patriarch's bloodline and exhibited a remarkable talent for summoning since childhood, earning her a renowned reputation throughout the South Wing Kingdom. The profession of summoner bears a striking resemblance to Huang Biyue's former identity. However, in this era, summoners forge contracts with their summoned beasts, existing in a symbiotic relationship. In contrast, her previous method involved subduing spirit beasts, compelling them to willingly obey her commands. Although both professions involve cooperation with beasts, a discernible hierarchy exists between the two. Given the allure of this vocation, Huang Beiyue need not fret over her frail constitution that hinders her from gathering spiritual energy, for she is a descendant of beast tamers. As dawn's light gently broke, Huang Beiyue stretched languidly and approached a cup of cold tea to drink. Suddenly, the door was flung open with a resounding bang, and a bloodied figure stumbled inside. Mississippi. Huang Beiyue immediately set down her teacup and rushed over to assist the fallen individual, brushing aside her hair to reveal Dong Ling, the maid who had grown up alongside her. In the treacherous environment of the Grand Princess's residence, only Dong Ling remained steadfastly loyal, and memories of their shared struggles flooded back to Huang Beiyue. Dong Ling, what happened? Dong Ling lifted her head, tears streaming down her face as she clung to Huang Beiyue. Miss, I'm so relieved you are unharmed. I feared for your safety and sought Enchanting's help. But who could have known? Observing Dong Ling's body marred with whip marks, Huang Beiyue understood the situation all too well. Enchanting, arrogant and tyrannical, relied on Xiao Yuanqing's favor and her son, Xiao Zhongqi, to position herself as the matriarch, bullying Huang Beiyue for years until her ultimate demise in the cold ancestral hall. With fists clenched tightly, she vowed that today's grievances would be repaid tenfold in the future. Lifting Dong Ling, she gently placed her on the bed. Dong Ling stared in astonishment, regarding Huang Beiyue with a strange expression. Miss, how did you suddenly acquire such strength? You could barely lift a bucket of water before. Moreover, she sensed that today's miss was markedly different from the past. A noble radiance flickered in Huang Beiyue's eyes, as if she bore an innate pride that could gaze down upon the world, rendering her strikingly beautiful. Dong Ling gazed at her in a daze, questioning whether this was merely an illusion or a dream. Miss, is this truly the third miss whom she has served since childhood? You should rest for now and refrain from speaking. I shall step out to procure some medicinal herbs for you. Huang Beiyue spoke lightly, aware of the curiosity glimmering in Dong Ling's eyes. However, this was not the moment for explanations. Chapter 8. The strong are respected. She rummaged through the cabinet and draped a black cloak over her shoulders, pulling the hood low to obscure her face entirely before stepping outside. The Luyan Pavilion was situated in the most secluded corner of the princess's estate, and ordinarily, few would venture there unless to bully Huang Beiyue. Scaling the 3-meter-high wall was effortless for her, although she had lost her internal energy. She had not forgotten the skills she had acquired in the modern world. Even in this era, she could be considered a master of external combat. The capital of the Neniguo, Linhuai, was a grand city steeped in history, bustling with a dense population and thriving industries. As she traversed the streets, the impressive architecture flanking the main thoroughfare captivated her. The wide avenues could accommodate a dozen carriages side by side, with shops lining both sides, bustling with activity. Vendors from various nations filled the streets, many adorned in peculiar attire. Thus the sight of Beiyue cloaked in black drew little attention. To the east lay the Bujir Market, the largest trading hub in Neniguo, where not only herbs, crystals, and treasures were exchanged, but also the mercenary guild was situated there. Daily, hundreds of mercenaries flocked to this place to take on tasks or sell the materials they had acquired. Huang Beiyue had never before set foot in the Bujir Market. Guided by her memory, she finally reached its entrance, where a cacophony of voices resonated and robust mercenaries moved in and out. Several burly, suntan mercenaries passed by her, towering over her diminutive frame, making her height seem laughably inadequate. Little brat, don't come here to play, one mercenary bellowed, their jovial and boisterous nature familiar to her from her modern encounters, did not intimidate her. Nodding at them, she skillfully weaved through the throng. The market was filled with countless stalls, and Beiwe focused her attention on those selling medicinal herbs. She needed supplies to tend to Dongling's injuries and sought specialized herbs to remedy her own chronic weakness and the effects of poison she had ingested. Until she fully transformed into a formidable force, she preferred not to openly procure items from the princess's estate. Without a guaranteed lethal strike, she would not act recklessly. However, after inquiring about the prices, Beiwe could only gasp in dismay. Years of being bullied by those in the estate had left her nearly destitute. The possessions left behind by the princess had been plundered, leaving her with little. She now comprehended the immense importance of money across any era. The pressing matter at hand was to earn some. With that thought, she slowly made her way toward the mercenary guild on the opposite side of the market. After spending 10 copper coins to officially register as a mercenary, she felt a pang of regret. For only 20 or so copper coins and a handful of iron coins remained in her pocket. Earning money. It was imperative to earn money. Approaching the task board at the guild, she beheld a colossal white stone wall plastered with an array of mercenary missions, each varying in difficulty and reward. Huang Beiwe directly disregarded the menial tasks of lower tiers and made her way to the advanced task board. There were fewer individuals gathered around the advanced tasks, yet those present were all formidable in their own right. Upon suddenly catching sight of Huang Beiwe's petite and frail figure, expressions of astonishment washed over their faces. Chapter 9. The strongest prevail. This is a task issued by the eldest son of the Xiao family. Our mercenary group is in need of a warrior skilled in close combat with a short sword. Those interested might consider trying their hand at it. The rewards are exceedingly generous. A man affixed a new task to the advanced task board, calling for individuals to venture to the renowned misty forest on the outskirts of the capital to seek the precious Bailing fruit, known for enhancing one's strength. The Bailing fruit is a rare herb that fortifies vital energy, serving as an invaluable aid during cultivation, yet it bears fruit only once every 3 years, making it exceptionally coveted. Close combat with a short sword. Huang Beiwe smirked. She had already become a formidable expert by the age of 10. Several individuals stepped forward to enlist, and Huang Beiwe squeezed her way through, her petite stature provoking laughter from the taller mercenaries. "Little one, don't disrupt us. We have serious business at hand." One mercenary chuckled heartily. In response, a glint flashed in Huang Beiwe's eyes as she swiftly moved. The mercenary barely registered her motion before her short sword was drawn, poised against his heart. Had the sword been any longer, it would have rested against his neck. Alas, her slender 12-year-old frame proved somewhat inconvenient. The mercenary's face paled, and the surrounding onlookers turned in shock at the scene before them. The diminutive child exhibited such astonishing speed and agility. Her prowess likely matched that of a high-ranking warrior. In this world, strength commands respect. With her brief display of capability, the previously dismissive gazes now brimmed with admiration. She returned the short sword to the mercenary, deliberately lowering her voice to sound slightly hoarse. "I apologize for the offense. Nay, it is I who must apologize, esteemed warrior. Please forgive my earlier rudeness," the mercenary replied, surprisingly unperturbed and bowing deeply in deference to Huang Beiwe. His magnanimous demeanor further improved her impression of mercenaries in this world. "Remarkable. Esteemed warrior, would you consider joining us for this mission?" The man who had posted the task approached with genuine invitation, not merely suggesting she met their qualifications, highlighting the era's profound respect for strength. Huang Beiwe nodded. She would certainly join, for as long as the reward was substantial, the task mattered little. "May I ask the name of the esteemed warrior?" "Guqin." She had registered under this name when becoming a mercenary. This newly formed mercenary group was led by the eldest son of the Xiao family. Initially, she thought their shared surname was mere coincidence, but upon meeting him, she realized how small the world truly is. This eldest son of the Xiao family was none other than Xiao Zhongqi, her half-brother. Xiao Zhongqi was quite capable. 18 years old, a silver warrior of the empire with notable achievements. He was also handsome, the object of many young girls' dreams. In her younger days, he delighted in teasing Huang Beiwe, and as they grew, he often sought to trouble her. In the past, she had been quite intimidated by this older brother, often on the verge of tears at his mere presence. Now, this little rascal had crossed her path. She would surely teach him a lesson. Xiao Fan, is this the advanced warrior you sought? Xiao Zhongqi sat astride a magnificent black steed, adorned in exquisite silver armor, gazing down at the diminutive Huang Beiwei. The man named Xiao Fan had indeed gone to the mercenary guild to recruit mercenaries. Noticing Xiao Zhongqi's tone laden with disdain and skepticism, he swiftly approached and whispered a few words in his ear. Chapter 10. The Stronghold Supremacy. Xiao Zhongqi nodded respectfully, clasping his hands towards Huang Beiwei, and introduced himself. I am Xiao Zhongqi. I beg your pardon. The Xiao family is considered a prominent and powerful clan within the Southern Wing Kingdom. Typically, when one mentions their name, it elicits a wave of astonishment. However, this diminutive figure named Shi Tian showed no reaction at all, merely nodding lightly before mounting the horse assigned to him. His nonchalant demeanor sparked a flicker of admiration in Xiao Zhongqi. True masters possess a certain arrogance. Nonetheless, this little fellow has yet to witness his prowess. Soon, he would reveal his capabilities, leaving Shi Tian utterly astonished. The mercenary group, composed of over 20 individuals, ventured towards the misty forest beyond the city. Midway through their journey, a remarkably grand procession swiftly swept past them along the main road. This entourage featured at least a few summoners of considerable renown. The path they traversed was ablaze with fierce flames intermingled with frigid ice peaks. Furthermore, above the procession soared two summoners accompanied by flying spirit beasts, one trailing behind the other. The spirit beast of the foremost summoner was enveloped in swirling violet flames, its massive form radiating a crimson glow. Intertwining flashes of red light and purple flames creating an imposing spectacle, dimming the very heavens and earth around it. It was the purple flame fire Qilin. The Prince Purple Flame Fire Qilin, one of the five spirits. It was undeniably formidable. The mercenary group halted to gaze in awe, their expressions reflecting admiration and reverence. Summoners, a profession coveted by many, the aspiration to become a summoner is a dream cherished by countless souls. Summoners capable of calling forth spirit beasts are indeed exceptionally powerful, ranking among the elite on the continent. The Prince of the Battlefields, at merely 16 years of age, has already attained the status of a 9-star intermediate summoner. Moreover, his summoned beast is one of the five spirits, the Purple Flame Fire Qilin. He is heralded as the most gifted summoner on the entire Carta continent in a century. The people of the Southern Wing Kingdom, whenever the Battlefield's prince is mentioned, are filled with excitement and reverence. His Highness is the pride of the entire Southern Wing Kingdom. From a distance, Huang Beiwei could sense the audacious aura emanating from the Purple Flame Fire Qilin. As the supreme spirit beast of the fire attribute, it exuded an extraordinary arrogance. Upon its back sat a striking young man clad in black, his innate nobility evoking admiration from those around him. At just 16, a 9-star intermediate summoner, and able to summon one of the five spirits, the Purple Flame Fire Qilin. These pieces of information drifted through Huang Beiwei's mind. He was truly a prodigy, a celestial being among stars. In comparison, the brilliance of Xiao family's second daughter, Xiao Yun, instantly paled, akin to the disparity between dust and the moon. It was incomprehensible how she was regarded as a genius. The splendid procession soon approached, and waves of intense fiery energy rushed towards them. The members of the mercenary group instinctively raised their hands to shield themselves, collectively taking a step back. None could withstand the overwhelming presence emanating from the Purple Flame Fire Qilin. One of the five spirits is indeed the legendary Divine Beast. Among all, only Huang Beiwei, draped in a flowing black cloak, exuded an air of chilling composure. The members of the makeshift mercenary group couldn't help but notice this peculiar, slender figure by the roadside. How could someone possess such formidable poise amidst a band of transient warriors? Chapter 11. The strong are respected amidst the swirling violet flames. The cold and unyielding black-robed youth cast a fleeting glance at Huang Beiwei, a glimmer of sharpness flickering in his dark eyes. "Your Highness!" Xiao Zhongqi suddenly urged his steed forward, brimming with exhilaration. After their separation in the northern lands, he was finally reunited with the prince. The power of the purple flame, fire Qilin, was formidable. Even in its dormant state, none dared to approach. Zhanya's obsidian eyes flicked over Xiao Zhongqi. With Xiao Yuanqing's marriage to Princess Huiwen, the Xiao family had ascended to the ranks of imperial kin, and Xiao Zhongqi himself was no weakling. During the last skirmish against the barbarian tribes in the north, he had not exhibited the timidity typical of aristocratic youths, charging boldly into battle and leaving a commendable impression. "Young Master Xiao, how delightful to see you well. Are you bound for the Misty Forest?" "On my father's command. I seek to buy ling fruit in the Misty Forest." The excitement in Xiao Zhongqi's voice rendered his cheeks flushed. The mercenaries trailing behind him had formed a temporary alliance, each one of considerable skill and brimming with pride. Although he was the eldest son of the Xiao family, in the meritocratic realm of the Kartar continent, status alone held little sway. However, should they witness his connection with the prince, their allegiance would undoubtedly shift in his favor. Huang Zhanyi, the prince of the Southern Wing Kingdom and the most renowned genius summoner on the Kartar continent. His name epitomized strength. Xiao Zhongqi's minor ambitions were not lost on Zhanyi, who wished only for pleasantries before departing. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant misty forest. Roar, roar, roar. The sudden cacophony darkened the previously clear sky. The purple flame, fire Qilin, became agitated, raising its head and releasing a series of furious roars, exuding an aura of unrestrained chaos. "It seems trouble is afoot. Your Highness, you should return to the palace to meet with His Majesty. I will investigate the situation." A middle-aged man riding a spirit eagle approached. 6 gleaming fire patterns adorned his collar, marking him as a 6-star summoner. "It is too early to return. Let's also venture forth." As he spoke, he looked up to see the black-robed figure from the mercenary group galloping toward the misty forest. A frown crossed his brow, a peculiar sensation flashing through his heart, prompting him to urge the purple flame fire Qilin in pursuit. The misty forest, located on the outskirts of the imperial capital, was not vast but bore significant danger due to its proximity to the treacherous Fuguang forest, teeming with magical beasts. Any typical expert would not dare to enter alone. Yet, Huang Beiyue felt no trepidation. Her extensive combat experience from her previous life enabled her to discern the levels of danger with precision. Moreover, in the realm of beasts, she was a sovereign. Upon entering the forest, an intense chill enveloped her, and she discovered that the misty forest had been completely encased in ice, transformed into a realm of frost. The steed beneath her faltered at the icy threshold, prompting Huang Beiyue to dismount and proceed on foot. Her blood surged with primal fervor as she sensed that the source of the thunderous roars was undoubtedly a divine beast of no lesser rank than the purple flame fire Qilin. The fiery purple flame Qilin of Prince Zhan Yi is already pursued and arrived. "Come forth." Zhan Yi extended his hand towards Huang Beiyue, who stood amidst the icy expanse. The forest was laden with frost, and even with the protective embrace of the Qilin's purple flames, he felt waves of chill. His fragile body, it seemed, would scarcely endure the cold. Chapter 12. The strong are respected beneath the black cloak, a pair of eyes subtly lifted, glancing at him before gracefully mounting. The fire Qilin emitted a low, furious growl, and Zhan Yi soothingly patted its back. "Do not come too close. Halt when I command." A hoarse voice resonated from beneath the cloak. Zhan Yi raised an eyebrow. She was the first to encounter such audacity before him. Above the forest, thick clouds began to release snowflakes as a fierce wind swept through, cascading into the silent, icy woodland. The towering ancient trees stood frozen, and those magical beasts that could not escape were also encased in ice, as if everything transpired in an instant. The deeper one ventured, the more unease settled in the heart. "Stop," Huang Beiyue whispered. Zhan Yi obediently halted. Huang Beiyue slid down from the fire Qilin's back, her petite figure standing on the thick layer of ice. Amidst the biting cold wind, her small silhouette exuded an air of noble aloofness. She dared to venture into this frigid forest, whose aura was more terrifying than that of the fire Qilin, exhibiting no signs of fear. Was she a summoner? How many stars did she possess? Had she successfully forged a contract with a spirit beast? At that moment, Zhang Yi felt an intense curiosity towards this enigmatic individual he had just met. Huang Beiwei took a few steps forward when suddenly her heart raced. An overwhelming sense of call surged within her. She immediately employed her technique and dashed ahead. "Hey!" Zhang Yi shouted, but she had already vanished from sight. In the heart of the forest, the once encased trees had transformed into heaps of shattered ice, forming hills of various sizes. The crystalline ice hills reflected the azure sky, shimmering with hues of water. This world seemed to expand infinitely. The girl in the black robe stood proudly, the howling wind billowing her cloak, revealing a pair of translucent, pure black eyes fixated intently on the horizon. "Fierce winds, blizzards, my name is Huang Beiwei." Her voice, clear and chilling, bore an imperious pride that could not be drowned by the roar of the winds. In the face of formidable challenges, she, Huang Beiwei, would never know defeat. She was a sovereign within the realm of beasts. All rules would be shattered upon encountering her. In response to her declaration, a colossal ice phoenix materialized above her. The ice phoenix disregarded the storm, flapping its enormous icy wings, and slowly descended upon the ice hill before Huang Beiwei, emanating an overpowering aura that caused the ice beneath to crack in a radiating pattern. One of the fissures gradually extended to her feet, halting just as it reached her toes. Huang Beiwei remained motionless, her expression unchanged, her gaze clear and serene. The ice phoenix's immense emerald eyes stared intensely at her. "I am the ice spirit illusion bird, little girl. Do you wish to forge a life contract with me?" As the voice of the ice spirit illusion bird echoed, the surrounding air swiftly grew cold, as if rejecting Huang Beiwei. The black cloak draped over her retained its wind-blown shape, now frozen in time. Yet, Huang Beiwei remained unscathed, her hair gently swaying, untouched by the chill of the surrounding air. A flicker of surprise passed through the eyes of the ice spirit illusion bird, a spirit beast of divine caliber, endowed with human-like thoughts and consciousness. This ice spirit illusion bird was renowned among spirit beasts for its aloofness throughout history. There had never been a record of a human forging a bond with one of its kind. Chapter 13. Fiery red hair apart from its aloofness. The ice spirit phantom bird stands as one of the most ferocious magical beasts in existence. In the mind of Huang Beiwei, all information regarding the ice spirit phantom bird in this realm swiftly materialized. A slight smirk appeared at the corners of her lips as she locked eyes with the formidable divine creature amidst the raging blizzard. Forming a life-binding contract? The ice spirit phantom bird has never forged such a pact with humanity. Could it be that it has previously entered into a bond with a beast? "Submit to me, ice spirit phantom bird." With a furious roar, the surrounding ice hills splintered, and immense fissures ravaged the entire frozen forest. How dare a mere human exhibit such audacity? The enraged ice spirit phantom bird unleashed a tremendous pressure, enveloping the entire misty forest, deterring anyone from daring to approach. Amidst the echoing roar, Huang Beiwei deftly traversed the cracked ice surface. With a powerful flap of her icy wings, she soared at lightning speed through the gaps, racing towards the heart of the misty forest, the Moonfall Valley. "Thinking of escaping, little girl?" The ice spirit phantom bird bellowed, pursuing her relentlessly. Escape? The outcome of who would flee remained uncertain. Huang Beiwei maintained her habitual confidence, a smile gracing her lips. The closer she drew to Moonfall Valley, the more intense the compelling force within her heart became. As she approached, she leaped from the precipice, arms outstretched, plunging rapidly without any aid from tools. Above her, the thunderous roar signaled the ice spirit phantom bird's arrival, its wings poised to strike, intending to crush her into a mere puddle of flesh. As if anticipating the creature's actions, Huang Beiwei suddenly grasped a vine upon the cliffside, swinging her body to land securely on the rocky face. With swift steps, she traversed the vertical surface, seizing an object from a crevice in the cliff. Then, she released the vine and allowed herself to plummet. The ice spirit phantom bird, having surged forward, found itself beneath her, its massive form unable to pivot and ascend quickly in the narrow chasm. Huang Beiwei landed firmly atop, the ice spirit phantom bird in the blink of an eye. In the frigid air that seemed to freeze time, she pressed one hand against the enormous bird's head, radiating an aura of extreme cold. Once more, submit to me, ice spirit phantom bird. Countless tendrils of dark energy emanated from her palm, cleaving through the hard ice and penetrating the creature's skull. Roar, roar, roar. The ice spirit phantom bird tilted its head back, howling at the sky, its emerald eyes swiftly tainted by the swirling black mist, which then receded in a flash. The once transparent emerald gaze transformed into a deep, inky green. Seeing this transformation, Huang Beiyue's satisfaction blossomed into a smile. The magical beast she coveted typically faced two fates, to yield to her or to perish. It was evident that this divine-level creature had chosen the former, submission. Unlike the summoners of this era, Huang Beiyue would not easily forge a life-binding contract with magical beasts. For once a contract is established, the fates of the summoner and the beast become irrevocably intertwined. Should a spirit beast encounter a more formidable adversary and perish in battle, the summoner would inevitably find themselves facing a grim fate. Such a precarious venture is one that the esteemed Huang Beiyue would never entertain. Slowly retracting her hand from atop the ice spirit illusory bird, she unveiled her palm, revealing extensive frostbite scars. Nestled within the gruesome wounds lay a piece of black jade, measuring approximately an inch in size. Chapter 14. Fiery red hair, the realm of boundless beasts. Had she not sensed the aura of this vast domain, she would never have dared to subdue such a formidable divine beast. Yet, only through trial could one ascertain the true magnitude of its power. The soul encased within this black jade had remained dormant for ages in her era. Perhaps it too had grown lonely. My master, it spoke, and upon the spirit beast's decision to submit, a mental connection was forged, allowing Huang Beiyue to hear the voice of the ice spirit phantom bird. Had I known my master was such a powerful summoner, I would not have resisted. Please forgive my earlier rudeness. The ice spirit phantom bird reigned in its haughty demeanor and spoke submissively at Huang Beiyue's feet. Once a spirit beast yields to a human, its loyalty is unwavering. Huang Beiyue gently patted its head, and now that she had tamed this divine creature, she no longer concealed her own frail state. I am currently quite weak. I trust you can sense that I possess not a trace of vital energy. Therefore, until I fully recover, I require your protection. The ice spirit phantom bird, having perceived the emptiness within Huang Beiyue, initially assumed she was deliberately concealing her strength. To its surprise, she truly lacked any vital energy. Upon receiving this revelation, the ice spirit phantom bird felt no sense of defeat. To submit to a human devoid of any vital energy was not a disgrace, but rather an alarming phenomenon. A summoner without vital energy could not possibly wield beast control techniques. Her dominion stemmed not from sheer power, but from an extraordinary and terrifying will. What level of mastery must one possess to achieve such a feat? Never in history had it been heard that a divine beast could yield without the invocation of vital energy. Fear not, my master. I vow to protect you with my life. For such a powerful master, what more needed to be said? Naturally, it would pledge its unwavering allegiance. It too yearned to discover the extent of Huang Beiyue's strength upon her restoration. Huang Beiyue nodded and simply instructed for now, conceal yourself and remain unnoticed until I summon you. In this unfamiliar continent, dangers lurked at every corner. She was ever mindful to leave herself an escape route. Lacking the ability to defy the heavens, she must temporarily suppress her brilliance. Yes, my master, let us ascend. The ice wings unfurled, stirring a tempest as amidst the swirling snow. The grand ice spirit phantom bird soared above the frozen forest. With wings like flowing light, it ascended gracefully. Upon the back of the ice spirit phantom bird stood a petite figure clad in a black cloak, the wind lifting the brim of the hood to reveal cascading hair. As fiery as flames, Huang Beiyue was taken aback, having not noticed until now that since acquiring the realm of boundless beasts, her hair had transformed into a striking, vibrant red. Moreover, her visage subtly shifted, increasingly resembling her appearance from the 21st century. This transformation could be controlled. Merely severing the connection from the realm of boundless beasts would revert her to her frail state. Indeed, this seems to be more convenient. Your Highness, is that the ice spirit phoenix, one of the 5 spirits? The 6-star summoner, Shen Yin, gazed in disbelief at the enormous ice phoenix soaring through the sky. Chapter 15. Fiery red hair has summoned beast, the spirit eagle, was compelled by the overwhelming pressure emitted by the ice spirit illusion bird, and it sought refuge within the summoner's spirit beast space, trembling with fear and daring not to emerge. Among the nearby spirit beasts, none dared to show themselves except for the purple flame fire qian of Huangjanya. Such strength! The super divine beast had frozen the entirety of the misty forest. Its power was utterly monstrous. Who would dare to step forth to meet their demise? Huangjanya narrowed his cold eyes and communicated telepathically with the purple flame fire qian, asking, in comparison to him, who is stronger? Oof. The purple flame fire qian snorted proudly. Unless the summoner who has bonded with him is stronger than you, I shall not concede. Once a summoner establishes a life contract with a spirit beast, their fates become irrevocably intertwined, with their abilities closely linked as well. Should the summoner ascend in rank, the spirit beast would similarly advance. This is why some spirit beasts, despite their formidable pride, choose to forge a life contract with a summoner. It allows for mutual cultivation, yielding greater benefits, a significant allure that fosters the bond between summoners and spirit beasts. Huangjanya, upon hearing the words of the purple flame fire qian, lifted his gaze towards the red-haired girl upon the back of the ice spirit illusion bird. Even though he could not discern her features clearly, her slender figure suggested she was at most 11 or 12 years old. Could she truly be a 9-star summoner? It is known that the number of 9-star summoners across the entire Carta continent is exceedingly rare. A 12-year-old 9-star summoner. What an extraordinary level of prowess that would be. Her haughty demeanor mirrored that of her spirit beast. In the heart of the cold youth, something inexplicable stirred. The vibrant red hair, akin to flames, was truly dazzling. Shen Yin turned his head, exclaiming, "Your Highness, the ice spirit beast has appeared. This news must be conveyed to His Majesty at once." Following the successful bond between the fire spirit beast, the purple flame fire qian, and the crown prince, the ice spirit beast, one of the 5 spirits, had also manifested in the South Wing Kingdom. This was monumental news. It signified that the heavenly deities were favoring the South Wing Kingdom. It was imperative to report to the Emperor promptly, beseeching him to use the full might of the nation to ensure that the red-haired girl remained in the South Wing Kingdom. After all, she was the contract holder of the ice spirit illusion bird. Shen Yan's heart soared with elation. Were it not for his spirit eagle's reluctance to emerge, he would have swiftly taken flight back to the palace. "Mr. Shen, you possess vast knowledge. Can you discern her level?" Huangjanya inquired indifferently. Shen Yin furrowed his brow in contemplation, having pondered this very question himself, yet he found no clarity. The red-haired girl seemed to embody an unfathomable ocean, making it impossible to perceive her true strength. Though her power was inscrutable, a 6-star summoner could summon a primary divine beast. The ice spirit illusion bird, being one of the 5 spirits, was on par with the prince's purple flame fire qian. It was likely not less than 9 stars. Shen Yan's assessment was cautious. He refrained from making grand claims. Had he known that Huang Beiyue was not even a 1-star summoner, he might have fainted from shock. Not even a 1-star summoner, yet capable of forming a contract with a divine beast. Across the entirety of the continent of Carta, only an extraordinary individual like Feng Beiyue could achieve such a feat. As the words were spoken, the ice spirit illusion bird had already descended upon the frostbitten expanse riddled with deep fissures. One of its icy wings tilted, allowing Feng Beiyue to gracefully alight upon it and descend slowly. Chapter 16. Fiery red hair, the black cloak was drawn up to conceal her face, and beneath the brim, a few strands of red hair cascaded down. The visage remained hidden, yet her aura of cold elegance and enigma was utterly captivating. Upon witnessing the summoner bound to the ice spirit beast, Shen Yin could not help but feel a profound respect. There was no need for assessments. as the magnificent ice spirit phoenix behind her clearly indicated that her prowess far surpassed his own. Esteemed summoner, is this your first visit to the Southern Wing Kingdom? Xinyan inquired, his tone imbued with reverence. Huang Beiwen nodded slightly, acknowledging it as her inaugural visit, or at least it could be considered so. May I ask, esteemed summoner, your name? Xinyan began, but was abruptly interrupted by a chorus of excited shouts from behind. Lord Shitian! Lord Shitian! Initially, Huang Beiwen did not realize they were calling for her. It was only upon recalling that she had registered under the name Shitian at the mercenary guild that she turned around. Xiao Zhongqi, leading a throng of mercenaries, braved the wind and snow, each face alight with palpable excitement. Lord Shitian, it is a great honor to form a mercenary group with you, Xiao Zhongqi exclaimed, nearly trembling with enthusiasm. The frigid air was biting, and with the ice spirit phoenix present, the temperature felt even more frigid. Yet despite this, Xiao Zhongqi's cheeks flushed with exhilaration, his eyes sparkling. Huang Beiwen nodded indifferently at Xiao Zhongqi, yet inwardly she smirked. If he were to learn that the revered summoner he so respectfully regarded was, in fact, his often bullied, insignificant sister, it would surely amuse her to no end. A summoner possessing an ice spirit phoenix, even if she were unbearably arrogant, would still be forgiven. Thus, Xiao Zhongqi remained undeterred by Huang Beiwen's aloofness, his excitement only growing. Shun Yin, concerned that the young master of the Xiao family might offend this immensely powerful summoner, hastily interjected, Lord Shitian, your presence in the Southern Wing Kingdom is a great honor. If you would not mind, please consider staying here for a while. Our sovereign would extend the warmest welcome to you. I intend to remain in the Southern Wing Kingdom for the time being, Huang Beiwen replied. Until her strength was fully restored, she was reluctant to venture forth, especially with numerous matters awaiting her attention at the princess's residence. Xinyan's eyes brightened at her words. That is splendid news, he exclaimed, casting an eager glance at the usually reticent crown prince. For powerful individuals, every kingdom sought to retain their presence. In times of turmoil, strength equated to everything. The addition of a summoner with an ice spirit phoenix would elevate the combat capabilities of the Southern Wing Kingdom significantly. I am Huang Zhanya, representing the Southern Wing Kingdom. Welcome to our realm, the Crown Prince proclaimed. Having another capable individual of similar strength willing to stay was both a challenge and a tremendous surprise for him. The Southern Wing Kingdom was in dire need of strong allies. Huang Beiwen felt a modicum of appreciation for the Crown Prince. Earlier, in the ice forest, he had shown concern for her well-being by allowing her to ride upon the purple flame fire Qilin. Though it was their first encounter, the attentiveness of this lofty crown prince towards a seemingly inconspicuous person like her was genuinely touching. She is a person who distinguishes clearly between gratitude and enmity. A drop of kindness is repaid with a fountain of generosity, while a single arrow of enmity may lead to the annihilation of one's entire family. I, Shitian, am grateful for His Highness the Prince's recognition. Huang Beiwen slightly clasped her fists in gratitude. It is somewhat surprising that a potential 9-star summoner would so humbly agree to stay, leaving a hint of astonishment in Zhanya's heart. Chapter 17. Fiery red hair upon reflection. He comprehended that this seemingly enigmatic and aloof individual was likely expressing gratitude for the favor he had bestowed upon her by allowing her to ride the fire Qilin. Such an act was merely a trifling gesture, yet the fact that she would hold it in high regard and possess a character that reciprocates kindness endeared her to him immensely. Where do you reside? In the continent of Karda, individuals of equal prowess would respectfully address one another as Your Excellency. I have recently arrived in your esteemed nation and have yet to find lodgings, replied Huang Beiwen. Almost immediately, the exuberant Xiao Zhongqi interjected. If Lord Shitian does not mind, you may stay at my home. My parents would surely welcome you. The prospect of befriending such a formidable figure as Shitian thrilled him, and he imagined how pleased his father would be, while relishing the thought of how infuriated Xiao Yun, that little girl, would become. Huang Beiwen, however, discerned his intentions all too clearly. She mused that this impudent boy harbored a grudge against her. Thus how could she possibly assist him? It would be a stroke of luck if she chose not to reprimand him today. Here, She had assumed the alias of Shitian to conceal her identity, and residing in the princess's mansion was out of the question. Thank you, young Master Xiao. But I cherish solitude and would prefer not to impose, she replied with a casual tone of refusal. Xiao Zhongqi's expression fell, for all these masters seemed to favor tranquility. How splendid it would be if he were a summoner as well. Gazing at the magnificent ice spirit illusory bird, he felt an overwhelming sense of envy and resentment. Zhang Yi had initially contemplated inviting her to stay at his villa outside the palace. Yet upon sensing her distant demeanor towards everyone, he refrained from extending the offer. How shall we contact you, my lord? Shun Yin inquired, concerned about losing touch with this esteemed individual. Once we return to the palace to report to His Majesty, he will undoubtedly host a banquet in your honor, bestowing upon you high offices and rich rewards. Anything you desire, His Majesty will strive to fulfill. Huang Beiyue pondered for a moment before responding, I shall frequent the mercenary guild. Should you require my assistance, simply send a message there, and I will come to find you. In this era, masters often possessed a touch of pride, and it was already a generous gesture for Lord Shitian to provide a means of contact. Shunyin nodded earnestly. Thank you, my lord. As Huang Beiyue observed that the day was growing late and that she needed to procure medicine for Dongling's injuries, she felt a pang of frustration. Without the completion of her mercenary task, from whom could she seek funds? Indeed, money could prove to be a formidable challenge even for a hero. After parting ways with them, she would advise take her to find some medicinal herbs. As she bid farewell to Zhang Yi and the others, she turned towards the ice spirit illusory bird. Lord Shitian, Zhang Yi spoke coldly, then retrieved a palm-sized green vial from his storage ring and tossed it to her. Your hand is injured. Tend to it. Having said that, he summoned the purple flame, fire Qilin, and vanished from their sight in an instant, leaving behind a trail of fervent Qilin fire. Huang Beiyue caught the green vial and was momentarily taken aback. It was the emerald jade liquid. Xiao Zhongqi exclaimed. As the eldest son of the Xiao family, he had encountered numerous healing elixirs. However, this emerald jade liquid was an exceedingly rare potion, unobtainable even with wealth. He had merely caught a glimpse of it, and indeed, it was the crown prince who displayed such generosity upon his first encounter. A 6th-grade spiritual herb is a remarkable rarity on the continent. Chapter 18. Fiery red-haired Shun Yin revealed an expression of envy. As a 6-star summoner, he had received merely a small vial of emerald jade liquid from His Majesty. In contrast, the crown prince generously bestowed a substantial bottle upon the esteemed Master Shitian. Indeed, it seemed the crown prince sought to win over this remarkable individual. Shun Yin felt a sense of relief. Having previously worried that the crown prince's pride might lead him to neglect such an important figure, now he was assured that the crown prince would undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. Huang Beiyue, oblivious to the rarity of the emerald jade liquid, had encountered numerous exquisite treasures in her past life. She was surprised to find that the seemingly cold prince had noticed her injured hand. The youth was not as devoid of empathy as he appeared. He had assisted her on 2 separate occasions. With this miraculous elixir, she would no longer fret about affording the medicinal herbs needed for Dongling's recovery. Please convey my gratitude to Prince Zhang Yi. Huang Beiyue politely requested of Shun Yin before departing. The young 6-star summoner was momentarily taken aback, bowing in response. It was exceedingly rare to encounter such a powerful yet humble individual at such a young age in this continent. Departing on the ice spirit mirage bird, she discreetly made her way to the princess's residence. Currently unable to condense her essence, she lacked the spirit beast space for the ice spirit mirage bird to rest, and had to allow it to find a temporary refuge on its own. Recalling the ring that Zhang Yi had produced to reveal the emerald jade liquid, Huang Beiyue felt an intense longing for such a ring herself. The spatial ring functioned as a separate realm for storing items, wherein time stood still, ensuring that even food would not spoil. Regrettably, the cost of such a ring in the Carta continent was exorbitant. With her current financial situation, it was an unattainable luxury. Money, indeed, held paramount importance, and she resolved to devise a means to acquire some, having been accustomed to extravagance in her modern life. Transitioning to the frugal existence of the ancient world was a considerable adjustment. stealthily infiltrating the princess's residence. She severed her connection with the boundless beasts and transformed back into the frail and ailing 3rd Mississippi. Having left in the morning, it was now midday, and Dongling lay unconscious in bed, covered in whip marks. Huang Beiwei gingerly applied the medicine, and the emerald jade liquid proved to be miraculous. The ice-green substance spread across the wounds, visibly accelerating their healing. She had never encountered such an extraordinary remedy even in the 21st century. Truly, this continent was rife with astonishing phenomena. After tending to her own palm injury, Huang Beiwei contemplated exploring the boundless beast artifact. Since acquiring it, she had not examined its true potential. At that moment, a knock interrupted her thoughts. Furrowing her brows, Huang Beiwen noted that visitors were rare at the Flowing Cloud Pavilion. Who could it be at this hour? Third miss, it is Pei Xiang, came a cautious voice from outside. Pei Xiang? She recalled that this was the maid she had encountered the previous night, engaged in a secret rendezvous with the steward. Huang Beiwen stepped outside to open the door, revealing a strikingly beautiful maid standing at the threshold, her expression a blend of caution and eager servility. Third miss, I am aware that Dongling was injured and could not go to the kitchen to collect her lunch, so I have brought it to you, Pei Xiang said, raising the basket in her hand. Chapter 19. Fiery red hair Huang Beiwei cast a fleeting glance at the basket before opening the door. Please go in. Pei Xiang was overjoyed and hurriedly carried the basket inside. This is the food prepared by the cook for Aunt Sheen. I specifically saved some for you, 3rd Mississippi. Please try it and see if you like it. Pei Xiang began to arrange the dishes on the table, with 3 dishes and a soup. This treatment was nothing short of a 5-star standard compared to before, when even cold steam buns were considered the best meal. Huang Beiwei held her chopsticks, resting her chin on one hand. Aren't you afraid Aunt Sheen will find out that you've taken food out? You jest, 3rd Mississippi. You are the rightful mistress of this household, Pei Xiang replied, hastily kneeling and bowing thrice, her fair forehead reddening from the impact. I was blinded by greed before and offended you. Please forgive me. Mississippi Huang Beiwei took a bite of the food, savoring it slowly. It was her first taste of ancient cuisine, and it was quite delightful. She had no fear of Pei Xiang poisoning her, even if given 10 times the courage. She wouldn't dare. If I were to hold a grudge against you, you would have been dead by now. Yes, yes, I am grateful for your mercy, miss. Pei Xiang continued to bow. Please rise. Huang Beiwei raised her hand. There are a few matters I wish to inquire about. Ask away, 3rd Mississippi. I will speak without reservation. Pei Xiang replied, eager to show her loyalty. After last night's events, she had fully realized that this 3rd miss was no longer the weak and ineffectual girl she once was. A significant transformation was surely on the horizon for the princess's residence. Aunt Sheen and Aunt Shui were merely concubines of the master. Even if they were to be elevated in status, they would never hold sway within the princess's household. When the princess was alive, even the master had no authority to speak. Although the esteemed Princess Huiyuan had passed, she left behind the noble and royal-blooded Princess Beiwei, who held the title of County Princess and was the bearer of the prosperous territory of Qinghe County in the south. Even in the absence of the princess, the Empress Dowager still held the 3rd miss in her thoughts, and Princess Xiao frequently visited the residence, bestowing numerous rewards upon the princess's household during festivals. These honors were not due to the Xiao family's influence, but rather to the legacy of the princess. Had it not been for the 3rd Miss's previous timidity, Aunt Sheen and Aunt Shui would never have dared to act so arrogantly. Now that the Miss was no longer timid, it was only natural to reclaim what was rightfully hers. Remaining with Aunt Sheen meant enduring daily beatings and insults with no hope of advancement, relegated to the status of a mere maid. How much better to align with the 3rd Miss, who would one day manage the princess as household. Then, Pei Xiang would be regarded as a contributor, walking with pride wherever she went, rather than languishing in the role of a subservient maid. With visions of a bright and promising future, Pei Xiang's thoughts were clear, and Huang Beiwei, seasoned in matters of the heart, was not oblivious to her intentions. Yet, she chose not to expose them. Instead, she simply asked, over the past few years, who has been managing the tax revenue from the princess's domain and mine. Indeed, The third miss had begun to inquire about matters of taxation. Pei Xiang's expression brightened, and she quickly shared everything she knew. Princess Wenchang is beloved by the people. Her fiefdom of Milyang characterized by its simple and honest folk who hold deep affection for their long princess. As a result, the populace engages diligently in agriculture, yielding substantial annual tax revenues. Meanwhile, Huang Beiyue stands as the sole princess in the entire southern Wing Kingdom to possess a fief, the affluent Qinghe County in the south, renowned since ancient times as a land of abundant fish and rice. Chapter 20. Fiery red hair upon her birth. The emperor personally decreed that Qinghe County be bestowed as the fief of the princess of Beiyue. At that time, the realm widely proclaimed her as the wealthiest child in Nanyue, even surpassing the crown prince. Following the demise of the grand princess, the tax revenues from both Miang and Qinghe counties were allocated to Huang Beiyue, suggesting she should be quite affluent. Yet, now all that remains of her fortune are merely a few copper and iron coins. In her youth, she was oblivious to the intricacies of ledgers and taxation, thus leaving the management to her husband, the prince consort, Xiao Yuansheng. However, Xiao Yuansheng was a man of martial prowess, lacking any interest in financial matters. After a few whispered temptations from his beautiful concubine, he entrusted the accounts of Miang to Aunt Shui and those of Qinghe to Aunt Qin. Since then, these two women have flourished as the most illustrious concubines in Nanyue, surrounded by admirers wherever they go, displaying extravagant spending that leaves the official wives of many families envious. How dare they flaunt my wealth so brazenly? Huang Beiyue seethed inwardly, unable to afford even a medicinal remedy, while Aunt Qin casually adorned herself with jewelry worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins. In truth, the second young lady's talent was rather mediocre. Her achievements were largely attributed to Aunt Shui's lavish expenditure on spiritual medicines to cultivate her abilities. Consequently, Aunt Shui could not afford to spend as liberally as Aunt Qin. Pei Xiang chattered incessantly, lamenting that Aunt Qin had not borne a son worthy of becoming a summoner. After all, no matter how formidable the eldest young master was in martial arts, he could not compare to a summoner. Becoming a 3-star summoner at the age of 15 was already commendable. Most experts in Nanyue followed this path. Those who achieved such status at 15 or 16 often fared exceptionally well. The individual Huang Beiyue encountered today, Shun Yan, also broke through to 3 stars at 15, and he is now a 6-star summoner, earning respect wherever he goes. Of course, this is contingent upon not crossing paths with someone as extraordinary as Huang Beiyue. The second young lady possesses considerable strength, and both the lord and lady dote on her. If the third young lady wishes to manage the household, it would be prudent to refrain from confronting Aunt Shui for the time being, Pei Xiang sincerely remarked. I merely inquired about the tax situation. I never claimed I intended to manage the household, Huang Beiyue replied with a smile, setting down her chopsticks. Pei Xiang felt a pang of disappointment, but third young lady, not seeking control now does not preclude future intentions. Since you have chosen to follow me, I shall ensure you are well treated in the future. Indeed, I shall remain unwaveringly loyal to the third young lady. Huang Beiyue nodded, suddenly recalling something, and asked, Is the Empress Dowager and Princess Xihe returning on the 15th of this month? Pei Xiang replied with a smile. Yes, once the Empress Dowager and Princess Xihe return, they will surely summon the third young lady to the palace. The Empress Dowager and Princess Xihe are the third young lady's strong supporters. Even the elder master of the Xiao family will be unable to intervene. In truth, Huang Beiyue's inquiry regarding the Empress Dowager's return was not motivated by a desire for assistance in reclaiming her family's estate. Rather, she sought to vindicate the deceased Huang Beiyue. Moreover, she found the demise of Princess Huiyuan rather suspicious. The princess had always enjoyed robust health, possessed a gentle disposition, and was in the prime of her life. Yet she suddenly succumbed to a grave illness. Having taken over Huang Beiyue's body, it was imperative to investigate certain matters thoroughly. Chapter 21. Fiery red hair. After dismissing Pei Xiang, Huang Beiyue entered the inner chamber, only to find Dongling struggling to sit up. She hurried over to restrain her. Do not move. Miss, I heard Pei Xiang's voice. Has she come to bully you again? Dongling, still half asleep, was alarmed by the faint sound of Pei Xiang and instinctively tried to rush out to protect her mistress. Fear not. No one shall bully me again. Are you hungry? Pei Xiang has brought food. Comforting her loyal maid, Huang Beiwei gently felt her pulse. The injuries had healed. Her weakness stemmed from prolonged hunger. Food? Dongling's eyes widened in disbelief. And after a moment's pause, she exclaimed, Did Pei Xiang really bring food? Have you eaten, miss? How can you eat? Dongling was nearly in tears, recalling Pei Xiang's incessant torment, who had never shown kindness. Once, under the guise of benevolence, she had given a piece of meat to the miss, resulting in relentless vomiting. Now, with food delivered, what trick was Pei Xiang up to this time? Huang Beiwei smiled gently. The young girl's concern was sincere, devoid of pretense, and it touched her deeply. Aware of her own shortcomings and the scarcity of genuine kindness in her life, she resolved to cherish and repay every kindness received. Dongling, listen to me. No one will bully us again. I have grown up and learned how to protect myself. Mississippi. Tears glimmered in Dongling's eyes as she suddenly knelt, burying her face in Beiwei's lap, weeping uncontrollably. Was this a dream? She had heard her mistress say such things in dreams before, but upon waking, things were always the same. Huang Beiwei shook her head helplessly, patting her shoulder. Enough! Why are you crying? See if your wounds have healed. Dongling froze, realizing that she felt no pain at all. The injuries that had once been so severe, the whip of Aunt Qin was not to be trifled with. How could there be no trace left? She rolled up her sleeves and examined her skin, astonished to find it not only healed but also smooth and tender, akin to that of a newborn. Her face flushed with excitement. Dongling exclaimed, Miss, what on earth has happened? I am now a summoner, Huang Beiwei replied leisurely. Reclining against her pillow, Dongling's eyes widened and then widened further. A summoner? This must be a dream. How could the miss, who had been unable to condense any energy, possibly become a summoner? Huang Beiwei understood her doubts. If she revealed that she no longer needed to condense energy to command divine beasts, this innocent girl would surely not believe her. Previously, she might have been too young to grasp the essentials, but last night she had begun to sense something. She had already learned the summoning technique. Dongling gazed at her and suddenly leapt up, exclaiming, That's wonderful, miss. As long as you become a summoner, even if merely at the first star level, no one shall dare to wrong you. Ah, the summoner, a vocation of such sanctity. On the continent of Karda, the aspirations of countless souls revolve around the calling of a summoner. Yet stringent lineage and innate talent serve as formidable barriers to this noble profession. To possess the gift of summoning is to earn respect wherever one may tread. Chapter 22. Fiery red hair at merely 12 years of age. The young lady had already ascended to the rank of summoner. With diligent cultivation, she was bound to excel, compelling those who once underestimated her to reevaluate their perceptions. 1 star. Huang Beiwei raised an eyebrow. Though she had summoned the ice spirit phantom bird, her strength barely matched that of Prince Zhangyi, rendering her abilities rather feeble. However, witnessing Dongling's elation, she chose not to elaborate further. Dongling, my current strength is quite lacking. To avoid unnecessary complications, let us not disclose this matter until the Empress Dowager and Princess Shihi return. Shall we? Understood, miss. Dongling promptly agreed. The young lady had indeed transformed. She now considered matters with great foresight and possessed a strong will, so different from the previous version of herself, who was frail, ignorant, and prone to tears at the slightest provocation. How much joy it would have brought the late princess to witness such growth in her. For the next half-day, Huang Beiwei remained indoors, delving into the mysteries of the boundless beasts. She endeavored to probe the depths of the black jade with her mental power, but found herself repeatedly confronted by an insurmountable barrier. Regardless of her concentration, she could not penetrate this wall. A formidable force seemed to surge within the black jade, akin to a stampede of myriad beasts. She pondered with trepidation the cataclysmic devastation that might ensue were this power to be unleashed. Yet, she felt an inkling of anticipation. Although she could not directly investigate the black jade's contents, she had managed to establish a connection with it, as evidenced by her successful summoning of the ice spirit phantom bird today. Moreover, It had altered her hair color and appearance. Perhaps if she could harness her vital energy, she might glean deeper insights into this boundless beast. As dusk approached, Dong Ling hurriedly entered, announcing, "Miss, the master has summoned everyone to the main hall." "What has transpired?" Huang Beiwen inquired, rising and concealing the black jade. Dong Ling shook her head, acknowledging that the servants in the manor were a superficial lot, unwilling to engage with her for fear of misfortune, thus leaving her in the dark about the current events. "Let us go see," she said, keen to confront those who had caused her such distress. Without changing her attire, she simply donned a plain cloak and departed with Dong Ling. After traversing the desolate Lu Yun pavilion for quite some time, they began to hear the hum of voices. The princess's estate was bustling with activity, enriched by its wealth and the influence of the Xiao family, creating a lively atmosphere. The manor was adorned with pavilions and terraces exquisitely crafted, with eaves and roofs gracefully interspersed among the verdant landscapes, exuding a classical, ethereal poetry. As they walked through the long corridor, passing numerous chambers, they soon reached a corner where the sound of conversation caught their attention. "Her hair is as red as fire. It dazzles the eyes. Her summoning beast is the ice spirit phantom bird, one of the 5 spirits." "What? The ice spirit beast has appeared? Who on earth is this remarkable individual capable of forming a contract with the ice spirit phantom bird? They must be an extraordinary person. Moreover, she has resolved to remain in our southern wing nation. I must inform you that our young master is indeed friends with that esteemed individual. Is it truly the case that a summoner who possesses the ice spirit illusion bird is friends with our young master?" Chapter 23. A great humiliation indeed. Today, the young master has invited her to stay at his residence. Yet that esteemed gentleman prefers tranquility. Individuals of his stature typically disdain disturbances. The young master is truly remarkable. We are certainly fortunate to be associated with him. Friends with Xiao Zhongqi? Huang Beiwei scoffed inwardly. "It is sheer luck that you are still alive today. To be friends? What a fanciful dream you are weaving." After successfully subduing the ice spirit illusory bird, she was indeed fatigued and hardly remembered to deal with Xiao Zhongqi. However, next time, his fortune may not be so favorable. At that moment, a group of sycophants surrounded the arrogant Xiao Zhongqi, lavishing him with flattery that made him feel exceedingly pleased with himself, as if he were the one who had become a 9-star summoner. Suddenly, one of them lifted his head, and, upon spotting Huang Beiwei, a mocking expression immediately crossed his face as he exclaimed, "Look, that waste has actually ventured out." Upon hearing this, the crowd encircling Xiao Zhongqi turned to jeer at her in unison. Could she possibly remain indoors? Today is indeed her grand day. "Third sister, how is your health these days? If you are unwell, perhaps it would be wise to avoid the front hall. We wouldn't want you to be provoked to death." "Would we?" Xiao Zhongqi declared, laughing heartily without restraint. Naturally, his entourage joined in the laughter. Truly, a disgrace to the Xiao family. Once again, bringing shame to the master. Living in such a manner would be better off dead. Silence. Dong Ling, impulsive by nature, was incensed by their words, which were even more disrespectful than usual. "How dare you shout at the young master? You wretched girl, have you grown tired of living?" A household servant raised his hand menacingly towards Dong Ling. Huang Beiwei's gaze turned icy. Just as she was about to intervene, Xiao Zhongqi spoke. "Stop." The servant instantly lowered his hand, bowing obsequiously as he smiled at Xiao Zhongqi. "Does the young master have further instructions?" "We have many ways to teach this insolent girl a lesson. Let her be for today. If my third sister were to be provoked to death, someone must be accountable for her remains. Wouldn't you agree?" Xiao Zhongqi sneered at Huang Beiwei, laughing with great satisfaction as he departed with his lackeys. "Miss." Dong Ling looked at her with concern, recalling the young master's earlier words. "Do you think I could be so easily provoked to death?" Huang Beiwei replied, unfazed. In the front hall, upon entering the courtyard, she observed numerous armored guards stationed outside, and from within the hall, a hearty laughter resonated. Steward Zhou, standing at the entrance, noticed Huang Beiwei and immediately approached her. Scolding, "Why are you so slow? Our esteemed guests are waiting for you. Such lack of upbringing brings disgrace to the Xiao family." As he berated her, he pushed Huang Beiwei toward the hall, entirely oblivious to the chilling gaze emanating from her usually meek eyes. Inside the front hall, many had already taken their seats. At the head of the table sat Xiao Yuanshang, alongside a portly middle-aged man. To the left were seated concubine Qin, concubine Shui, second Miss Xiao Yun, first Miss Xiao Ling, and several young masters and misses. On the left side, a group of unfamiliar individuals is seated. Among them, the first occupant is a young gentleman adorned in exquisite attire, possessing striking features and an air of arrogance. 4 resplendent golden flames embellish his collar, signifying his status. Appearing to be no more than 20 years of age, he has already attained the rank of a 4-star summoner. Beneath him, several formidable warriors are seated, exuding an aura of considerable strength. Chapter 24. A deep humiliation. The young man clad in brocade frequently sought the company of the proud and beautiful Xiao Yun, yet she hardly acknowledged him, engrossed in contemplative play with her delicate fingers. Disappointment flickered in his eyes as they wandered, ultimately landing on the figure of Huang Beiyue, who had just arrived at the entrance, draped in pristine white garments that resembled fresh snow, exuding an ethereal grace. Her petite face, though pale, could not conceal the exquisite elegance of her refined features. A jolt of surprise coursed through him as he wondered if this young maiden could indeed be Princess Beiyue. After several years apart, she had blossomed into such beauty. Among the assembled ladies of the Xiao family, each possessed their unique charm, yet none rivaled the 15-year-old Xiao Yun, who was the epitome of beauty. Adorned in a gown of light, rose-hued satin that resembled the delicate magnolia, her hair was styled in an intricate Chaoyan bun, embellished with a golden hairpin set with pearls, while earrings adorned with jade tassels dangled gracefully. Her makeup was subtle, yet complemented by her opulent attire, she radiated brilliance. Her every glance imbued with a captivating allure. Coupled with her renowned prowess as a summoner, she exuded an air of noble pride, embodying the very essence of a goddess in the eyes of men. Huang Beiyue and Xiao Yun represented 2 distinct forms of beauty. One was ethereal and unworldly, while the other was dignified and resplendent. However, Huang Beiyue was deemed a useless talent. Her beauty, no matter how striking, held little value in comparison to a woman of substance like Xiao Yun. The young man had already formed his judgment, and his gaze towards Huang Beiyue carried a hint of mockery. Huang Beiyue paid him no mind and proceeded to take a seat beside the eldest young lady, Xiao Ling, in the main hall, remaining silent as though the entire assembly were non-existent. Xiao Yuansheng's expression darkened momentarily, a flicker of disgust crossing his face. Yet, with esteemed guests present, he refrained from expressing his displeasure and instead offered an apologetic smile to the rotund, middle-aged man beside him. "Please excuse my daughter Beiyue," he said. The guqin, a portly figure with eyes nearly lost in his flesh, widened them to scrutinize Huang Beiyue, chuckling, "Ah, so this is Princess Beiyue. Truly, she is as breathtaking as the former Princess Huiyun." The Duke of An was one of the most powerful figures in the Southern Wing Kingdom, his family having accumulated virtue over generations, ensuring their noble title endured. Despite his corpulence, the Duke possessed a sharp and cunning mind. Since inheriting his title, he had squandered immense wealth to gather talented individuals, now boasting a retinue of skilled practitioners, including a mid-level 9-star summoner, whose prowess could rival that of the Crown Prince, albeit lacking the ability to summon divine beasts. The current heir to the Duke, the brocade-clad young man, at 19 years of age, had achieved a respectable level of 4-star advancement, marking him as a figure of some accomplishment. Upon hearing the Duke's praise for such an inconspicuous waste of potential within his family, concubine Qin chuckled lightly and remarked, "Indeed, she bears the beauty of a princess, yet lacks her talents. What a pity." The Duke laughed heartily, his entire stout form shaking, echoing her sentiment. A pity indeed. If the esteemed Princess Beiyue possessed even a modicum of strength, even if she could not rival Xiao Yun, it would still be quite commendable. After all, she is backed not only by the illustrious name of the Grand Princess, but also by the protection of the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. Perhaps the Grand Princess is still alive. Her shortcomings would not matter. However, with the Grand Princess's passing, what purpose does this inept individual serve? Duke, regarding what was just mentioned, Xiao Yuancheng cast a glance at Huang Beiyue and began to speak slowly. Chapter 25. A great humiliation, what does the prince consort think? A glimmer of keen insight flashed in the eyes of Duke, and Xiao Yuancheng stroked his beard, casting a glance towards the corner where Huang Beiyue sat in silence, her expression devoid of emotion, then shifted his gaze to his elegant daughter, Xiao Yun. These two individuals were indeed worlds apart. In the future, Beiyue would find little prospect ahead, even with the title of princess. No man from an ordinary family would be inclined to wed her, while those from prominent families would likely disdain her frail health. She could only hope to find a reliable commoner willing to join the princess's household. When the late Princess Huiyuan was alive, supported by the empress's backing and the emperor's favor, Beiyue had basked in glory since birth. At that time, the old duke had a cordial relationship with Princess Huiyuan and had arranged a marriage between Huang Beiyue and the duke's heir, Xueche. Initially, Dukin regarded this as a splendid match, one that would surely bring greater honor to his estate. However, he could hardly have anticipated the early demise of the young Princess Huiyuan, leaving behind what he deemed a worthless burden. A frail, ineffective girl, a laughingstock of the Naniag nation. How could she possibly befit the already illustrious duke's heir, a four-star summoner with an illustrious future? Thus, after much contemplation, the duke accompanied Xueche to the Huang residence to annul the engagement. To spare the Xiao family from embarrassment, the duke discreetly conferred with Xiao Yuancheng, suggesting they might seek another daughter from the Xiao clan to unite with the duke's household. The 15-year-old Xiao Yun, already a three-star summoner, caught the duke's eye immediately. This girl was destined to become a radiant star, undoubtedly bringing endless benefits to the duke's estate. Father, the elegantly attired Xueche suddenly rose, smiling charmingly at Xiao Yun before addressing the duke. I am now 19 and wish to make my own decisions regarding marriage. I hope you and Uncle Xiao can understand. His words, without a doubt, exposed the unspoken intentions shared among them. It became clear that Dukin had come specifically to dissolve the engagement with the frail third miss. In an instant, the expressions of the concubines and young ladies in the hall transformed into a spectacle of intrigue. Even Xiao Yun let out a derisive laugh. Her gaze toward Huang Beiyue tinged with a condescending pity. Dong Ling, standing behind Huang Beiyue, felt a surge of anger. Her cheeks flushed and tears welling in her eyes as she clenched her small fists tightly at her sides. Huang Beiyue slightly turned her head to glance at her, her calm, obsidian eyes sparkling with an aristocratic, serene light. That gaze immediately calmed Dong Ling's tumultuous heart. What a farcical duke's heir. Is he blind? The present miss is no longer a worthless being. Should you dare to publicly rescind the engagement today, do not lament in the future. Young master, your current prowess and status, indeed, Beiyue does not match you. Xiao Yuancheng remained wholly indifferent to the feelings of his timid third daughter. He is currently fixated solely on the notion of not losing the connection with the Guqin mansion as a familial alliance. The prospect of a union between the two families would be nothing short of ideal. Marrying off the ineffectual Huang Beiyue serves no purpose. It would be far more advantageous to have Yun'er wed into that family. With Yun'er's intellect and capabilities, she could elevate the Xiao family to even greater heights. Chapter 26. A great humiliation, Uncle Xiao jested, asserting that the esteemed Princess Beiyue was far beyond the reach of Che-er. Rising to pay his respects, Xueche uttered humble words, yet his tone was unmistakably laced with derision. The Duke of guffawed. The Princess Beiyue is but 12 years old, while Che-er has reached the age of marriage. This union is indeed inappropriate. However, I cannot unilaterally dissolve the betrothal arranged by the late Duke and the Grand Princess. If the Xiao family has a suitable daughter of marriageable age, our Duke's residence would gladly send a grand procession to wed her. Aunt Qin interjected eagerly. Our Ling girl is 17 this year and is perfectly matched in age with young Master Che. Upon hearing the Duke's remarks, Xueche had boldly cast his gaze upon the enchanting Xiao Yun, conveying his affections with his eyes. However, Aunt Qin's words caused him to falter. The eldest daughter of the Xiao family, Xiaoling, all eyes in the parlor turned towards Xiaoling, who had deliberately adorned herself for the occasion. With brows like crescent moons and a gaze deep and contemplative, she wore an elegant dress of smoke blue satin that accentuated her slender waist, captivating all who beheld her. Throughout the gathering, she had scarcely spoken, but at Aunt Qin's comment, she timidly raised her head, casting a quick glance at Xiao Yun and Aunt Shui before hastily lowering her gaze. Born of an uncherished concubine, she dared not overshadow Xiao Yun. Aunt Qin was evidently fearful that Xiao Yun would wed the Duke's heir, thereby elevating her status, and was thus pushing Xiao Ling forward. Should this come to pass, Aunt Shui and Xiao Yun would never let her off the hook. Yet, she could not afford to offend Aunt Qin. What was she to do in this predicament? As she hesitated, the youthful voice of Huang Beiyue rang out. Young Master Che, you wish to dissolve our engagement because you believe my inadequacies may bring you shame. If you seek a wife who will enhance your reputation, my second sister would be an excellent choice. At this proclamation, both the Duke and Xiao Yuansheng were momentarily taken aback, astonished that a mere waste had articulated their unspoken thoughts. Huang Beiyue, what nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Yun glared at her, her chest heaving in indignation. The comment made it seem as if she were merely a cabbage in a marketplace, available for selection. Indeed, Shueche was a promising young talent of the Southern Wing Nation, yet Xiao Yun was also celebrated as a genius. How could it be that she was to choose others while none could choose her? Second sister, have I misspoken? You are as beautiful as a flower, and young Master Che is dashing and charming. You two are a match made in heaven, while I am left in your shadow. Huang Beiyue raised her delicate face, her clear eyes sparkling with vivacity, delivering her words so naturally that it left no room for anger. Xiao Yun, still young, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment at such a candid remark. Only a foolish girl, utterly ignorant, would make such statements. Shueche, however, was thoroughly pleased. For Huang Beiyue had voiced precisely what he had been too shy to express. He cast a grateful glance at her, though she was deemed a waste. She occasionally proved to be of some use. Shueche respectfully clasped his hands and said to Xiao Yuansheng, Uncle Xiao, my admiration for Sister Yuner has persisted for quite some time, and I kindly ask for your blessing. Huang Beiyue raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Shueche's audacity. How bold of you, Shueche. Your former fiancé, he still sits here, and the engagement has yet to be formally dissolved. Yet you dare to profess your affections for another woman in my presence. Chapter 27. A great humiliation. Xiao Yuansheng felt a surge of joy within as he cast a glance at Aunt Shui. If Yuner is fond of it, then it would be most splendid, he remarked. Xiao Yun, feeling bashful, averted her gaze and gently tugged at Aunt Shui's sleeve. Aunt Shui responded, I shall heed the master's wishes. How about this? Yuner and young Master Che can attend Lingyang Academy together, allowing them to interact and spar with one another. Once they become more acquainted, we can finalize the marriage arrangement. Xiao Yuansheng turned to Duke-un, inquiring about his thoughts. Wonderful. It is indeed a blessing for Che-er to wed Xiao Yun. Duke-un bellowed with laughter, his rotund belly shaking with mirth. Thank you, Uncle Xiao. Thank you, Father. Shueche exclaimed joyously, bowing deeply to the two esteemed elders, then turning to Aunt Shui to express his gratitude, followed by a heartfelt thank you. Sister Yuner. Xiao Yun cast a playful glance at him, her heart swelling with delight. With one engagement dissolved, another was forged, and the Xiao family, save for concubine Qin, was enveloped in happiness. Dukin signaled, and a guard stationed outside entered, bearing a brocade box, which he opened and placed upon the table. Inside lay a jade lock along with a divorce decree. Upon seeing the stark black ink on white paper, Huang Beiyue's gaze turned icy. While she was indifferent to the dissolution of her engagement with Shueche, she certainly did not wish to be the one cast aside. The jade lock had originally been a token from the late Duke and to the princess, who had also gifted a family heirloom jade pendant to the Duke's family. Now that the engagement was annulled, this lock was being returned, and it was only fitting for the princess to return the jade pendant in kind. Dukin regarded the frail Huang Beiyue with an air of superiority, proclaiming, What does it matter that you are a princess? You are but a 12-year-old waste. Who would dare shield you now? Huang Beiyue approached, clad in a simple white gown, her frail figure and pallid complexion rendering her a pitiful sight. The gazes of the maidservants and attendants shifted from mocking derision to sympathetic concern. She delicately grasped the divorce decree between her thumb and forefinger, raising it before guqin. A divorce decree? Does the princess not recognize characters? If not, I can have Chair read it for you, he jeered. Huang Beiyue shook her head, a slow smile gracing her lips. What right does Che possess to cast aside this princess? Guqin, do not forget, I am the North Moon Princess, bestowed by the emperor himself, of the same rank as you. Your son, Che, is merely a fifth-rank officer. His failure to kneel and pay his respects to me constitutes a grave offense. How dare he attempt to dismiss me? Her words echoed through the hall, plunging it into profound silence. Those who had recently mocked Huang Beiyue now gaped at her in astonishment. Was this third miss overwhelmed by some tremendous shock today? Muddling her wits? How audacious to challenge guqin. Her status as a princess has become little more than a hollow title, and she still dares to wield it as leverage? Should guqin become incensed, she would find herself in dire straits. Beiyue, what nonsense are you spouting? Show some respect and depart at once. Xiao Yuancheng thundered, slamming his hand on the table, poised to unleash his wrath. He has always harbored no affection for this daughter. Her mother, Princess Huiwen, had once forced her into a humiliating marriage, and he harbors a profound hatred for both mother and daughter. Am I speaking nonsense? Which of my words is not the truth? The young girl's voice resonated powerfully, leaving everyone speechless. Chapter 28. A humiliation of great proportions. Is it not enough that you have utterly shamed me? Xiao Yuancheng erupted, his fury palpable. Had it not been for the presence of the Empress Dowager and Princess Xiao behind him, he would have struck down this insolent girl without a second thought. Huang Beiyue felt a chill in her heart. If her own father could treat her thus, why should she afford him any respect? The disgrace you suffer is of your own making, not mine. You were the one who sought to marry the eldest princess, and now you wish for the Duke of an S household to annul the engagement, attempting to forge a union between Che and Xiaoyun. What concern is that of mine? The onlookers gasped in disbelief. This third miss had truly lost her mind. Gazing into Huang Beiyue's cool, indifferent black eyes, Xiao Yuancheng felt a wave of darkness wash over him, trembling as he pointed a finger at her, threatening, I shall make you pay for this. To kill her? What a fantasy! She stood her ground, unfazed, coldly regarding Xiao Yuancheng, awaiting his attempt to strike her down. Yet, he dared not approach. Had he possessed such audacity, he would have done so long ago. This girl vexed him, but her lineage was not to be trifled with. Secretly, he conspired to ensure she would have no peace, which he deemed sufficient retribution. If Huang Beiyue were to perish, how could the Empress Dowager and the Emperor possibly spare the Xiao family? No matter their power, they were still reliant on the imperial favor. Master, please temper your anger. Do not let this wretched girl ruin your health. Concubine Xue hurriedly stepped forward, patting Xiao Yuancheng's back to soothe him, whispering, the Duke of An's household is still present. This girl has gone mad. We shall deal with her once they leave. Indeed, the marriage alliance with the Duke of An remained of utmost importance. Xiao Yuancheng took several deep breaths, gradually regaining his composure. He shot a fierce glare at Huang Beiyue before turning to the Duke, saying, My lord, I apologize for this ill-mannered girl. I regret that you have had to witness such behavior. Both the Duke of An and Che were incensed by Huang Beiyue's words, their faces turning a shade of iron. This girl, so arrogant, would certainly pay for her insolence. Yet, they could not act overtly, for they shared Xiao Yuancheng's concerns. Her protectors were none other than the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. If they could not confront her directly, they would resort to subtler means. Ah, children speak without restraint. The Duke of An replied, a fa of insincere joviality plastered across his corpulent face. We, of course, cannot contend with the esteemed status of Princess Beiyue. However, we are here today to dissolve the engagement. Does the princess not agree? Will she insist upon clinging to our Duke's household? Cling? Huang Beiyue scoffed. Oh, how amusing. Duke, do you truly believe everyone regards your son as a treasure? In my eyes, he is nothing of the sort. Then what reason do you have for withholding the jade pendant? The Duke, despite his usual composure, could no longer contain himself. Before so many witnesses, To be humiliated by a mere 12-year-old girl was too much to bear. His patience evaporated. Huang Beiwei erupted in laughter. The pendant? I have long since forgotten which pawnshop I left it in. According to custom, the party that loses the engagement token effectively forfeits the betrothal. Thus, it is I who have called off the engagement with Shui. With that, she forcefully slammed the decree of annulment onto the table. The sound reverberated throughout the room, causing the hearts of all present to leap in unison. Ah, what a remarkable princess of Beiwei! After a moment of astonishment, Duqin gasped for breath, rising with a cold sneer. To think that the Xiao family boasts such an audacious daughter. I am indeed enlightened. Chapter 29. A great disgrace too flattering. Huang Beiwei replied with a faint smile, her demeanor calm and composed. Arrogant? He had yet to witness her true audacity. Huang Beiwei was indeed audacious, for she possessed the means to be so. Prince Consort, since matters are settled, I shall take my leave, the Duke of Anguo said to Xiao Yuansheng. My daughter is ignorant and has offended. Xiao Yuansheng hurriedly escorted the Duke out. Before departing, Shui cast a glance at Huang Beiwei and, in a lowered voice, remarked, Princess Beiwei, I shall remember today's humiliation. Huang Beiwei scoffed softly. Very well, I will ensure you never forget it. After the Duke of Anguo left, Huang Beiwei ignored everyone and made her way to the Luoyuan Pavilion with Dongling. In the front hall, Xiao Yun wore an expression of fury, muttering resentfully, what has that girl gone mad about today? It's as if she has transformed into someone else. Aunt Qin, who was about to step out, overheard her and smiled slyly. Yin girl, you stole her fiancé. How could she not go mad? What does that have to do with me? Who would want to marry a sickly, good-for-nothing like her? Only someone unfortunate would be betrothed to her. Xiao Yun, born of Aunt Shui, had a poor rapport with Aunt Qin, and her voice alone was enough to infuriate her. Aunt Qin huffed. What a shamelessly opportunistic girl. Aunt Shui patted Xiao Yun's hand, smiling. Yun'er, you will soon be betrothed to the heir of the Duke of Anguo, and in the future, you shall be the legitimate wife of the Duke's household. She emphasized the words legitimate wife, which sent flames of anger into Aunt Qin's eyes, prompting her to stomp away. Xiao Yun proudly declared, she will forever remain just a concubine. Aunt Shui added, Yun'er, do not always bully that sickly child. She is indeed a useless person, and today, you witnessed how she deliberately sought to embarrass me. Thinking back to Huang Beiwei's words from earlier, Xiao Yun felt a surge of anger. Aunt Shui frowned. She was indeed a bit strange today, but that is merely a result of her deep-seated trauma. Do you not know? She used to dream of marrying into the Duke's household to escape her plight, and now that her dream is shattered, she is bound to go mad. Indeed, what dreams could that useless girl possibly have? It is laughable. Xiao Yun chuckled in delight. Aunt Shui continued, for now, we must soothe her a little. The Empress Dowager will return to the palace next month. If we can persuade her to speak on our behalf, to have your father elevate me to the status of the legitimate wife, you will become the legitimate young lady of this household. Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of being the legitimate young lady, a title she had longed for in her dreams. Despite her reputation as a genius, she often felt inferior in the presence of the true, noble young ladies at Lingyang Academy. While no one would openly disdain her, secretly, who did not whisper about her being born of a concubine, her status as a daughter of a concubine rendered her somewhat lesser than others. If her mother could be elevated to the position of the legitimate wife, she too could become the legitimate young lady, and perhaps, just perhaps, she could meet His Highness the Crown Prince. A sudden wave of hope surged within Xiao Yun, her heart racing, her eyes gleaming. I understand, mother. I will make sure to soothe her well, Xiao Yun declared resolutely. Northern Moon Dynasty, miss. Do you think we acted too impulsively just now? That Duke and doesn't seem like a virtuous man. Upon returning to the Luoyuan Pavilion, Dongling remained deeply concerned. The Duke commands a formidable group of skilled individuals. If he were to harbor ill intentions towards you, he could effortlessly strike without leaving a trace, ensuring your demise. Chapter 30. A great humiliation, fear not. For whatever I dare to undertake, I can surely manage. A mere Duke of Anguo, with the most formidable of his subordinates being but a mid-level 9-star summoner and without a divine beast, is hardly a concern. One must understand that the presence of a divine beast distinguishes a summoner of the same rank immensely. With the ice spirit illusory bird at her disposal, she is indeed somewhat affluent in strength. How could she possibly regard such a minor duke with any seriousness? After comforting Dongling, Huang Beiwei observed her diligently engaged in needlework under the dim candlelight, noting the sizable pile accumulating in the bamboo basket. Dongling, merely a year or two her junior, ought to be in the innocent age of youth. Yet, over the past few years, it was Dongling's needlework that had sustained Huang Beiwei's livelihood, a thought that stirred a pang of sorrow within her. Miss, although your engagement with Shueche has been annulled, you are still young and will encounter many more splendid opportunities ahead, Dongling said earnestly, lifting her gaze from her work. Once you become a summoner, numerous young talents will surely come to seek your hand. This girl is concerned that she might be saddened by the dissolution of her engagement with Shueche. How could she possibly feel sorrow? Shueche's withdrawal from their engagement was precisely what she had desired. She feared not the Duke of Anghua's household clinging to her like a persistent fly, which would be far more troublesome. Shueche was never a worthy individual. He was much better suited to Xiao Yun. Dongling, do we truly possess nothing of value? Huang Beiwei sought to divert the conversation from the topic of her engagement. Dongling paused, her expression shifting as she raised her head, the candlelight illuminating her youthful face, which bore an unexpected maturity for her age. There is the jade flute left by the Princess of Chong. She cherished it dearly, and thus I dared not sell it. As she spoke, Dongling rose and approached the cabinet, removing a brick from the wall to retrieve a long box concealed within. How clever of her to hide it in such a place. Otherwise, the cunning servants of the household would have long seized it. Upon opening the box, a pristine white jade flute lay within, radiating an exquisite luster, as if it were crafted from the purest of ice and snow. Huang Beiwei was instantly captivated. How beautiful it was! In her memories, she often recalled the Princess of Huiyuan playing the flute in the courtyard under the moonlight, her solitary figure emanating a profound melancholy, leaving one to ponder for whom she played. Lifting the jade flute, Huang Beiwei, with some understanding of music from her past life, placed it to her lips and softly played a simple melody. Dongling's eyes sparkled with delight. Miss, when did you learn to play the flute? I had no idea. My mother would occasionally teach me. It has been many years since I last played, and I have become quite out of practice. Dongling, lost in a reverie, added, the melodies of the Princess of Chong are forever etched in my memory. Huang Beiwei gently patted her shoulder. This girl was truly loyal. Dongling, I shall step outside to test the sound and will return shortly. Miss, it is quite late. Dongling expressed her concern, following her outside. Huang Beiwei donned a cloak. It is indeed the perfect hour for such a venture. Having spoken, she leapt through the window, her figure flashing before vanishing from sight. Dongling stared in awe, exclaiming, how impressive! How has Miss become so formidable? Could it be that all summoners possess such extraordinary prowess? A wave of envy washed over her. How she wished to become a summoner herself. Chapter 31. The northern prodigy circling the periphery of the misty forest with the ice spirit phantom bird. Huang Beiwei discovered that nearly half of the forest lay ensnared in frost. Ice, how did you arrive here? What has wrought such an impact? Sitting cross-legged upon the back of the ice spirit phantom bird, she gently caressed her jade flute, engaging in a silent dialogue with the creature. I heard a call, it replied, its enormous wings stirring the air with each powerful beat. Even in the stillness of the surroundings, her garments billowed, revealing strands of crimson hair that glimmered strikingly against the night. The call must be from the boundless beasts, she surmised, recognizing that it was the resonance that had drawn her in. Master, the people of the Grand Princess's residence have treated you thus. Shall I deal with them? There's no need for that. I have my own plans. You simply need to remain quietly by my side. Understood. Huang Beiwei slowly raised her jade flute and played a gentle melody. It was as if a breeze from a distant realm had wafted through, momentarily halted by layers of dazzling ice blades. Like a drifting thread of silk, it floated aimlessly beneath the tranquil night sky, dancing unpredictably. The soft, ethereal laughter was akin to a candle's flame, easily extinguished by a mere breath. As they glided beyond the misty forest, they gradually advanced towards Linghuai City. Suddenly, a harmonious sound of the zither emerged, resonating with a captivating clarity. It flowed like delicate apricot blossoms in a light rain, intertwining with the flute's notes, creating a melancholic yet enchanting melody that resonated like a heartfelt lament. In the ephemeral mist of the lake, it lingered between the willows and the breeze, weeping as the orioles sang amidst the greenery, soaring over distant mountains and rivers, yearning for something elusive. The zither and flute played a poignant tune, stirring the winds of change. Huang Beiyue was momentarily taken aback and silently commanded the ice spirit phantom bird to follow the source of the music. Its grand silhouette vanished into the dark sky, unseen by mortal eyes. Silently, they entered the capital, with the ethereal music faintly guiding them forward. Then, the melody abruptly shifted. A note soared, its delicate tone piercing the heavens, only to stop abruptly. What has happened? She wondered, for her flute's sound had yet to cease. Yet the accompanying notes had suddenly fallen silent. A sense of emptiness enveloped her heart, prompting Huang Beiyue to lower her flute and communicate with the ice spirit phantom bird. Can you sense its location? With a powerful flap of its wings, the ice spirit phantom bird flew towards a somewhat desolate area of the city, circling above a dilapidated residence several times. This must be the place, Huang Beiyue mused as she peered down, observing the somber surroundings of the house, seemingly devoid of life. Had that enchanting melody truly emanated from here? The night had grown too late to discern the nature of this place, yet she had committed its location to memory. While she was not particularly familiar with the layout of Linghuai City, she resolved to inquire further come the morrow. The sound of the zither had an ethereal quality, reminiscent of a celestial being, embodying a proud isolation, yet it bore a sense of helplessness. It felt dreamlike, yet real. Who could have played such a melody? Huang Beiyue's heart brimmed with curiosity, and despite her typically aloof demeanor, she found herself inexplicably drawn to the mysterious musician she had yet to meet. She will undoubtedly find this person, regardless of who they may be. She is enchanted by such melodies and the emotions they convey. Upon returning to the flowing cloud pavilion and allowing the ice spirit illusion bird to vanish, Huang Beiyue unexpectedly discovers an individual concealed within the courtyard. In her previous life, she was a genius assassin, a true master in the art of stealth and concealment. Chapter 32. The Prodigy of the North in the Depths of Darkness. One could immediately sense the presence of that individual and pinpoint their exact location. Had the Duke of Dinghua and his son endured such a profound humiliation today that they could not restrain themselves from taking action against her so swiftly? Should they dare to come, she would ensure they would not return. A specter-like figure stealthily approached, their black cloak blending seamlessly into the night. Akin to a harbinger of doom, concealed outside the chamber of Huang Beiyue, a cloaked figure grasped a bamboo tube, piercing the paper covering the window, releasing a cloud of intoxicating smoke within, all the while wearing a lewd grin. The Duke of Anghua had granted him a substantial reward for this endeavor. The legitimate daughter of the Grand Princess, Huang Beiyue, possessed a beauty that rivaled the legendary Huiyuan Grand Princess of yore. Though still young, her innocence was enticing. White smoke billowed through the paper, and the cloaked figure chuckled sinisterly, rubbing his hands together, preparing to climb through the window, blissfully unaware of the silent figure standing behind him. Had he turned at that moment, he would have believed he had encountered a specter, gazing upon the coldly enigmatic figure clad in black. Huang Beiyue pulled the hood of her cloak lower, revealing her exquisite and youthful countenance, then extended her hand to gently pat the shoulder of the black-clad intruder. Startled, he turned to behold the girl, who should have been unconscious within the room, suddenly materializing before him, causing him to instinctively take a step back. Fear not, she is merely a 12-year-old girl, he thought, even without being incapacitated. His prowess as an elite warrior would allow him to easily subdue her. With this notion, the cloaked intruder adjusted his collar and declared, "Princess Beiyue, obey my commands, and perhaps I may spare your life." His pitch-black eyes glimmered with a chilling light akin to the night itself. Huang Beiyue responded with a cold laugh. "Are you aware that today, In Linhuai City, a crimson-haired sorceress has emerged, a 9-star summoner possessing the ice spirit phoenix. The black-clad figure faltered, unsure of the meaning behind her words. Nevertheless, the name of the crimson-haired summoner had already spread throughout Linhuai City and would soon echo across the entire Southern Wind Kingdom. "Of course I've heard," he replied hastily. Before he could finish his sentence, the girl before him smiled eerily, her raven locks gradually transforming into a fiery red hue. The intruder's eyes widened in terror, a chilling sensation creeping from his toes to the very top of his head. You, let me ensure you understand. It is for your own good, lest you perish in ignorance of who brought you to your end. Spare me." The black-clad figure could only emit a trembling, feeble groan from his throat. At that moment, maintaining his composure without fainting was already a testament to his fortitude. To provoke a 9-star summoner, he must have accumulated centuries of ill fortune. An overwhelming chill suddenly enveloped him from all directions. Within the obsidian night, a colossal ice phoenix materialized before him, its gaping maw opening wide to consume him whole. In his final moments, the black-clad figure could only scream inwardly, "Heaven help me! That waste from the Grand Princess's estate is actually a 9-star summoner. Huang Beiwei, she is the crimson-haired sorceress, the contract holder of the ice spirit phoenix." However, these words would forever remain unspoken. How did it taste? The ice spirit illusory bird chewed for a while, as if gnawing on wax, and its voice echoed within, declaring, "Not palatable." Chapter 33. The prodigy of the north fear not. Follow me, and there shall be ample feasts to savor. Who would dare to provoke her? She, Huang Beiwei, devours her enemies without leaving a trace. In the chamber, Dong Ling succumbed to the intoxicating mist, and Huang Beiwei checked her pulse, discovering it to be merely the effects of a common sedative, posing no significant danger. She gently moved Dong Ling to the bed and reclined herself to rest. Grasping the fragment of the boundless beasts, she understood that possessing such an artifact would undoubtedly enhance her strength. However, its enigmatic nature left her in a state of anxiety, for she had yet to grasp its mysteries. A 9-star summoner is regarded as a formidable expert throughout the entire Carta continent, but alas, her prowess was confined to this land alone. The following day marked the birthday celebration of the esteemed matriarch of the Jing'an Wangfu, Xiao Yuansheng, along with concubine Qin and concubine Shui, led the young ladies and gentlemen of the household to the banquet, leaving Huang Beiwei, the legitimate daughter, behind. Previously, a physician had declared her afflicted with a grave illness that could be contagious, prompting Xiao Yuansheng to decree her confinement to the estate. This, in fact, spared her from much trouble. After a modest breakfast, Huang Beiwei donned her black cloak and ventured out once more. At the Bujir market within the mercenary guild, the resonant voice of the red-haired 9-star summoner, Shi Tian, had reverberated throughout the city of Linhuai after yesterday's spectacle. As she entered the market, a multitude gathered, holding their breath in awe. "That is Lord Shi Tian. Wow, the contract holder of the ice spirit beast. His crimson hair is simply breathtaking. Lord Shi Tian is so dashing." Huang Beiwei, petite in stature, was obscured from view, prompting many to speculate that she might be a diminutive elder. Yet, in the Carta continent, where strength reigns supreme, even an elder would command respect if they were powerful enough. Upon entering the mercenary guild, she was promptly greeted. "Lord Shi Tian, welcome. How may we assist you today?" "I seek to earn some coin," Huang Beiwei candidly replied. The attendant was taken aback. Earning money? A 9-star summoner not only symbolized status and power, but also wealth. "I'm in dire need of funds. What missions yield the greatest rewards?" "Assign them to me." "Certainly. Please hold on for a moment." The attendant, not daring to delay, hurried to prepare. After all, whatever a 9-star summoner undertook was bound to have merit. They mere mortals could hardly fathom the intricacies. Better to remain silent and comply. Soon, the young servant returned with a high-level mission scroll. In the heart of Moonfall Valley, there resides a thunderous red spider guarding a crystal fruit. If you can acquire this crystal fruit, a reward of 1 million gold coins awaits. Huang Beiwei's eyes widened at the mention of 1 million gold coins. "I shall return swiftly." With the mission scroll in hand, she dashed outside, her thoughts consumed by the prospect of wealth. 1,000,000 gold coins was not to be delayed, lest someone else seize it first. Upon exiting the mercenary guild, she summoned the ice spirit mirage bird, leaping gracefully onto its back. Her elegant form captivated countless onlookers. Moonfall Valley lay at the center of the misty forest. Descending from the precipice revealed a vast expanse below, teeming with towering flora and prowling beasts. Truly, a different realm within the misty forest. The allure of a reward amounting to 1,000,000 gold coins is simply irresistible, which has drawn not only Huang Beiyue, but also several other formidable mercenary groups who have stealthily taken positions throughout the valley. The location of the red spider is a sunken valley floor, barren of any vegetation, with the ground scorched and faintly glowing red, emanating wisps of black smoke. Chapter 34. The proton of the northern lands flashes of lightning danced around, scorching everything they touched into desolate ruins. At the center of the tempest was the crimson spider, weaving one web after another, adorned with the remains of various spiritual beasts, each one a meal for its insatiable appetite. Many mercenaries watching this scene gulped in awe. How powerful! What tier of spiritual beast could this red spider possibly be? Spiritual beasts, much like summoners, are classified into tiers ranging from 1 to 12. However, extraordinary beings such as the purple flame fire qilin and the ice spirit illusion bird do not conform to these ranks. The 5 spirits represent the mightiest spiritual beasts on the continent, embodying the quintessence of 5 elemental attributes, possessing immense potential for growth, and undergoing transformations that ordinary spiritual beasts can only dream of. Thus, the 5 spirits are not typically assigned tiers. This spider must be at least tier 10. It had the corpse of a tier 10 blue bat hanging from its web. By the heavens, battling a creature of tier 10 or above is tantamount to courting death. Yet, for 1,000,000 gold coins, I am merely here to witness the spectacle. Look, what is that? A mercenary suddenly pointed at a snowy figure in the sky. As it approached, a dazzling brilliance flashed, revealing a stunning array of ice and snow that captivated the eye, with enormous wings unfurling beneath the clear sky. The ice spirit illusion bird. Has the illustrious Master Shitian arrived as well? With gasps of astonishment, the massive shadow descended, the overwhelming aura of the super spiritual beast unleashing a frenzy, engulfing the entire Moonfall Valley in a tempestuous gale. As the ice spirit illusion bird swooped down, the red spider immediately raised its head. Creatures of tier 10 and above are not to be trifled with, and their intellect is remarkably advanced. The spider's body glimmered a fierce red. It opened its maw, unleashing a surge of lightning that shot towards the ice spirit illusion bird. On the back of the bird stood Huang Beiyue, her crimson hair cascading from beneath her hat, billowing in the wind. She raised her right hand, a thick black mist swirling in her palm. Slowly drawing forth an ice feather from the back of the ice spirit illusion bird, wielding it like a sword, she lifted it high and swung down. 2 simple actions yielded a cataclysmic effect. The black mist poured forth from the ice feather sword, forming a tumultuous ribbon that pierced through the lightning emitted by the red spider. In an instant, the lightning erupted, while the black mist, like a battering ram, surged directly into the spider's mouth, rendering the once arrogant creature utterly still. As the red spider became motionless, the surrounding lightning gradually dissipated. Once the lightning faded, it revealed a crystal-clear fruit, shimmering with a radiant glow, nestled among tender green leaves beneath layers of webs. Huang Beiyue leapt from the back of the ice spirit illusion bird and approached the fruit. At that moment, the mercenaries hiding nearby began to comprehend the astonishing turn of events. With a single move, the tier 10 red spider had been vanquished in an instant. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, with hundreds of eyes fixated on the petite figure of Huang Beiyue, cloaked in black. Goodness, such an extraordinary display of power, one designed to incite envy to the very core. As Huang Beiyue was about to pluck the crystalline fruit, having kicked aside the immobile red spider, a voice suddenly echoed, "My lord, it is unwise to seize it so recklessly." A boy, around 13 or 14 years of age, sprang forth just as her hand was about to touch the exquisite fruit, calling out urgently. Chapter 35. Prodigy of the North Huang Beiyue was momentarily taken aback as she turned her head and beheld a charmingly delicate youth with rosy lips and pearly teeth, staring at her with palpable anxiety. Dressed in typical mercenary attire, he was adorned with a precious snow fox fur belt and dawn deer leather boots. In his hand, he clasped a black short dagger, clearly forged from rare dark iron, indicating its extraordinary quality. With his refined appearance, he resembled not a bloodthirsty mercenary, but rather a noble young gentleman ventured out for a hunt. As this lad dashed forward, the mercenaries concealed in the shadows exchanged exasperated glances. Who was this young fool? The adept had their own methods, and what business did he have interjecting? They all believed that a distinguished 9-star summoner, reaching out with her hand to pluck the crystal fruit, must have her reasons, especially since they had just witnessed her formidable prowess, dispatching a spirit beast of tier 10 in a single strike. The young gentleman hurried a few steps closer, pointing at the crystal fruit, his fair countenance flushing with a hint of crimson, eliciting suppressed laughter from mercenaries. "You cannot touch it with your hands," he stammered nervously, his large, clear eyes avoiding contact with Huang Beiyue. In truth, she was unaware that the crystal fruit should not be directly grasped. Her instinct had merely compelled her to reach out, but upon hearing the boy's warning, she withdrew her hand. The youth scampered over, retrieving a piece of fine silk from a pouch at his waist, and offered it to her. "The crystal fruit will dissolve upon contact with human warmth," he whispered. Huang Beiyue was struck with sudden clarity. Had she almost unwittingly destroyed a treasure worth 100,000 gold coins? She was immensely grateful to this youth, accepting the silk and expressing her thanks. Upon hearing her words of gratitude, the boy's delicate face flushed a deeper hue, his heart racing as he found himself at a loss for how to respond. Observing Huang Beiyue gently wrapping the crystal fruit in the silk and carefully plucking it from the branch, he inquired, "Lady Shitian, will you truly remain in the South Wing Kingdom?" Huang Beiyue nodded. This boy had reminded her at a crucial moment, saving her from a significant loss, and she felt a certain fondness for him. "You have aided me. Thus, this crystal fruit is akin to a joint endeavor. When we receive our reward, let's share it," she said calmly, as she had never been one to owe anyone anything. The phrase together struck the youth's mind like lightning, leaving him momentarily dazed and disoriented. Together? Lady Shitian had just implied they had jointly harvested the crystal fruit. Was it truly a shared accomplishment? Overjoyed, he began to leap with excitement, for this marked the first mercenary task he had ever completed. Watching his innocent exuberance, Huang Beiyue felt a sense of lightness in her heart. "Lady Shitian, I do not wish for gold. Rather, the boy stuttered. His cheeks flushed as he cast a glance at the colossal ice spirit illusion bird, which loomed as large as a palace. "May I touch it?" He understood that spirit beasts were notoriously proud, especially superlative creatures like the ice spirit illusion bird, which even summoners often approached with trepidation. Perhaps his request is somewhat excessive. Huang Beiyue's eyes flickered. It was merely a touch, and 1,000,000 gold coins would be entirely hers. Why not seize the opportunity? "No problem," she responded cheerfully, waving her hand. Chapter 36. The Northern Proton. It is widely acknowledged that ice attribute spirit beasts are the most haughty among all creatures, and they are notoriously difficult to form a contract with for summoners. Thus, summoners possessing ice attribute spirit beasts generally command considerable respect. However, the ice spirit phoenix has become quite submissive to Huang Beiyue, especially after witnessing her formidable power earlier, leading it to believe that following her is undoubtedly a wise choice. Therefore, when Huang Beiyue beckoned, it lowered its head, albeit reluctantly, for fulfilling its master's wishes is its obligation. The youth gazed in disbelief as the ice spirit phoenix bowed before him, his eyes widening in joy. The surrounding mercenaries looked on in astonishment, as if they had encountered a ghost. How could that esteemed Lord Shitian be so extraordinary, effortlessly commanding one of the 5 spirits, the ice spirit phoenix, to lower its head with just a wave? What incredible fortune had this young boy encountered, to be able to touch the head of the ice spirit phoenix? He could likely sell that hand for a fortune upon returning home. Thank you. The youth quickly reached out to pat the ice spirit phoenix's head, obeying Huang Beiyue's command. The ice spirit phoenix retracted its frigid aura, preventing any harm to the boy's hand. Nevertheless, having its noble head touched by a mere child provoked a disgruntled huff from the creature. Master, this boy is tender and succulent. He must be quite delicious. The ice spirit phoenix mused internally. She chuckled softly, cautioning in her heart, do not act recklessly. This child may possess significant backing. Lord Shitian, how should we handle this red spider? The youth eagerly inquired, his hand that had touched the ice spirit phoenix raised in anticipation. Huang Beiyue glanced at the red spider. Initially, she had intended to discard it, but since the boy had shown interest, it suggested that the creature still held potential. Do you have any suggestions? The youth nodded vigorously. This red spider still possesses life energy, yet has been defeated by you. It can be tamed as a spirit beast and auctioned off for a considerable sum. Oh, Huang Beiyue's interest peaked at the mention of monetary value. How much? The higher the level of the spirit beast, the more challenging it is to tame. Summoners seeking to enhance their strength must form contracts with spirit beasts of higher star ranks. For instance, a beginner 3-star summoner possessing a 5th-tier spirit beast could potentially elevate their power to a 3-star advanced or even 4-star level. However, high-tier spirit beasts typically do not seek out summoners of lower ranks, with one exception. If a spirit beast is defeated, it may submit to a human. And if the victorious summoner transfers it without forming a life contract, others can also establish such a bond. The youth spoke animatedly, growing increasingly excited. A red spider of tier 10 or above would fetch an astronomical sum. Who would have thought it could be auctioned off? And seems the price would be substantial. However, I do not know anyone in the auction houses. Without connections, one would generally be taken advantage of. Lord Shitian, if you do not mind, you could use my family's auction house. I won't take any commission from you. The youth gazed expectantly at the enigmatic master of the theater, envisioning her ability to auction off a 10th-tier spirit beast. His father would undoubtedly be overjoyed. It turned out that this young man hailed from a family that owned an auction house, which explained his profound understanding of the trade. Having such connections is advantageous, particularly as she is in urgent need of funds. When might the auction take place? Chapter 37. The prodigy of the northern lands you are always welcome to visit. However, to secure a higher price, I suggest we wait until tomorrow for the auction. For today, let us spread the word, as there are countless affluent individuals in the capital eager to purchase spirit beasts. Certainly, the more money, the better. She has no qualms about abundance. The youth retrieved a card that shimmered with golden light from his satchel and handed it to her. Present this card at the auction house tomorrow, and they will inform me. Huang Beiyue glanced down, noting the words Buger Auction House emblazoned on the front and the family crest of a cross-star on the back. The Buger family is renowned across the entire Carta continent, commanding significant respect and prestige in every nation, often referred to as the nobility among nobles. Is this young man a member of the Buger family? Young Master Lolo, how fortunate to find you here. A few individuals suddenly emerged from the mercenary guild, their faces etched with concern, and upon spotting the youth, they rushed over. The boy, who had previously exuded exuberance, instantly appeared deflated, his shoulders slumping. They found me. Without needing further observation, Huang Beiyue could surmise the youth's identity. It is not uncommon for the scions of affluent families to discreetly venture out to hone their skills alongside mercenary groups in the Carta continent. As aspiring to become a formidable warrior is a dream shared by many in this era. Please keep this red spider safe. I shall visit the auction house tomorrow. Wishing to avoid further entanglements with the Buger family, Huang Beiyue leapt onto the back of the ice spirit phoenix and swiftly departed. The youth gazed longingly at the ice spirit phoenix soaring higher and higher, almost in disbelief, as he touched his right hand, questioning whether he had just experienced a dream. Young Master Lolo, the group rushed over, each warrior no less than a high-ranking fighter. You have worried us greatly. The master is furious about your disappearance. Please return with us. Lolo Buger raised his handsome face and suddenly burst into laughter. Surely, father will commend me this time. The warriors exchanged glances. but their expressions turned to astonishment upon seeing the red spider on the ground. Young Master Lolo, this is the spirit beast left by the legendary Sir Shitian, prepared for our auction, Lolo declared proudly. At the mention of Sir Shitian, the warriors immediately displayed expressions of reverence, exclaiming, "Young Master, you truly possess remarkable talents. No wonder you are the pinnacle genius of our Buger family." Ha ha ha, the Northern Moon Dynasty, after completing a task at the Mercenary Guild, I received 1 million gold coins. In the Carta continent, the circulating currencies include gold coins, silver coins, copper coins, and iron coins. The conversion rates are as follows. 1,000 iron coins equal 100 copper coins, 10 silver coins equal 1 gold coin. Given the multitude of currencies, one may opt to deposit 10 gold coins into a lamb card, allowing for storage of funds, which can be withdrawn as needed. The functionality of the lamb card is quite similar to that of the ring. However, the lamb card is exclusively designed for the storage of currency and is relatively more affordable, with a cost of merely 10 gold coins. In stark contrast, the price of a ring is considerably higher. Currently, as funds are somewhat limited, Huang Beiwei has no immediate intention of purchasing the ring. Instead, she meanders through the bustling market of Bugle, familiarizing herself with the various medicinal herbs of this world. Chapter 38. The Prodigy of the Northern Realm. O esteemed lord. A figure approached, breathless and earnest, presenting a gilded invitation. At last, I have found you. This is a message from His Highness the Crown Prince, who is currently in the Floating Light Forest and cannot attend personally. He extends his sincerest apologies. The invitation bore the royal seal, its embossed gold shimmering with an aura of vitality. A banquet at the palace, perhaps? Huang Beiwei mused, recalling her frequent visits to the palace prior to the late Princess Huiwen's passing. However, due to her timid disposition, she was seldom favored by the Empress. This forthcoming banquet, hosted by the Empress herself, although merely a customary gathering, was evidently of significant stature, attracting many prominent figures from the capital. The Duke's residence would undoubtedly receive an invitation as well, yet with the Empress Dowager absent from court, Huang Beiwei could easily feign illness to avoid attendance, as she had in previous years. It is the Empress's banquet, and you are regarded as an esteemed guest. Thank you, Huang Beiwei replied coolly, accepting the invitation and nodding before departing. She deliberately chose the street from last night, the one where she had pursued the enchanting melodies with the ice spirit phoenix. The area was relatively deserted, yet before a certain residence stood numerous guards, vigilantly patrolling the vicinity. How curious that such an unremarkable place would be so heavily guarded. Huang Beiwei pondered. As she drew closer, a patrolling soldier noticed her. Recognizing her in her peculiar black robe, slight of build, yet exuding an air of elegance and mystery, he refrained from underestimating her. This is a restricted area. You must leave at once. A warrior approached, his tone surprisingly courteous. Huang Beiwei cast a glance at the weathered wooden door, unwilling to engage further. Just as she turned to leave, a carriage approached from across the street, flanked by several soldiers. They did not appear to be protectors, but rather watchers. Narrowing her eyes, Huang Beiwei retreated into a shadowy corner to observe silently. The carriage halted at the entrance, and the soldier who had earlier addressed her strode forward with a resolute expression. "The prince has returned. Please disembark for a search." Must we be searched upon returning home? How peculiar this world is. The soldier had scarcely finished speaking when the carriage curtain lifted, revealing an irate visage. His Highness is unwell. What purpose does a search serve? Well, have we ever concealed anything? This is an order from our emperor. We merely act on his command. Please, extend your understanding, Sir Yuan. Very well. A feeble voice floated from within the carriage, ethereal and low, as if it might dissipate in the breeze. A pale hand emerged, requesting assistance to alight from the carriage. Upon hearing this voice, the previously stern soldier's expression softened somewhat, tinged with a hint of respect. "Princey, I apologize for the offense. It is of no consequence. It was my fault for being discourteous." His tone was gentle and unassuming, imbued with an intangible strength that brought a sense of comfort to the heart. "Princey?" Huang Beiwei searched her memories, recalling the princes from various nations. "Ah, Could it be that 10 years ago, during the conflict between Beiyao Kingdom and Nanning Kingdom, a truce was reached, resulting in the exchange of hostages? The Beiyao Kingdom sent forth the young ninth prince, Feng Liani, who was merely 6 years old at the time. I remember that year vividly. It was none other than Princess Huiyuan, the esteemed Grand Princess, who personally led a contingent outside the city to greet the youthful ninth prince. Chapter 39. The Proton of the Northern Kingdom. A decade has passed, and the once tender child has now matured. Regrettably, he continues to lead the life of a hostage in the enemy's land, as the Northern Yao Kingdom appears disinclined to retrieve its ninth prince, while the Southern Wing Kingdom shows no interest in returning him to his homeland. Historically, numerous imperial heirs sent to enemy territories as hostages on the continent of Carta seldom find their way back. Many succumb to despair, perish under the torturous conditions of their captivity, or meet their demise through the cruelty of war. What fate awaits this wing prince? The young man named Yuan turned and cautiously lifted the carriage curtain, assisting the winged prince as he descended. The first sight to greet the eyes was the pristine hem of his garments, followed by long hair as dark as obsidian. Bowing his head, he stepped down from the carriage, his exquisite profile causing one's breath to catch. His slender figure seemed somewhat frail, yet upon disembarking, he unfastened his cloak. Raising a hand with a voice tinged with hoarseness, "Search." A gentle breeze caressed his face. The essence of spring flowers and autumn moons could not diminish his elegant demeanor. With his back turned, she could not discern his features, but she squinted slightly, coldly observing the slender figure whose temperate aura resembled that of a celestial being. The warrior merely glanced at his cuff, then waved his hand to permit passage. "Thank you." With an air of refined nobility, he expressed his gratitude and, with Yuan's assistance, slowly stepped forward, his gait somewhat unsteady. Once the door closed, tranquility returned to the Proton residence, with patrolling soldiers moving about with meticulous precision. Finding nothing of interest, Huang Beiyue turned to leave, her curiosity piqued by the musician from the previous night. However, she reasoned that the treatment afforded to this hostage in the Southern Wing Kingdom would hardly be favorable. Thus, it was better not to complicate his circumstances. The haunting duet of the guqin and xiao from last night lingered in her memory, encapsulating a spirit of solitary pride. If fate allowed, she longed for the opportunity to perform alongside him once more. Inside the closed doors of the Proton residence, Feng Liani advanced a few steps before abruptly halting, turning back to cast a glance at the shut door. His previously gentle and reserved eyes now emanated an icy coldness, glimmering with an undercurrent of wickedness. "Your Highness, what troubles you?" Yuan, unlike his impulsive demeanor before the warriors outside, exhibited a calm and composed presence, exuding the aura of a great general. "It is nothing," Feng Liani replied, shaking his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips, soft and tender. Yuan felt a momentary shock. When alone, the prince rarely smiled, and such gentleness only served to send a chill through him. Feng Liani averted his gaze and continued forward. "Tomorrow, a banquet will be held in the palace. As is customary, the invitations have been sent. Will your Highness attend?" Despite being a hostage, invitations to various gatherings still reached him in the Southern Wing Kingdom. The nobles held great admiration for the winged prince's character and talents. Thus, over the course of his decade-long captivity, he had made numerous acquaintances. He would occasionally attend gatherings at the palace or among the nobility. It is merely that, in recent days, His Highness has suffered a slight chill and is feeling unwell, so he may likely decline. I have heard that in the Southern Wing Kingdom, there has emerged a 9-star summoner whose prowess is on par with that of Crown Prince Zhangyi, commanding a summoned beast that is one of the 5 spirits, the ice spirit illusionary bird. Such a master, I too wish to behold. Chapter 40. The prodigy of the Northern Kingdom. Upon the mention of the red-haired summoner, Yuan couldn't help but let out a cold snort. One could only wonder what fortune the Southern Wing Kingdom had stumbled upon, as 9-star summoners seemed to arrive one after another. First, it was Prince Zhangyi, and now, an enigmatic red-haired sorceress. Moreover, both possessed extraordinary spiritual beasts. Among the 5 spirits, 2 had already manifested in the Southern Wing Kingdom, a display of power that was undeniably infuriating. There are realms beyond realms. Have you forgotten? Feng Lian, he shook his head, accustomed to portraying a frivolous demeanor. He observed that Yuandi's temperament was increasingly restless. With a smile, Yuandi replied, "Your Highness speaks wisely. No matter how formidable a 9-star summoner may be, they are insignificant in the face of Shura City." Feng Lian merely smiled in silence, a faint purple glow shimmering in his eyes. This evening's palace banquet was evidently organized to court that 9-star summoner, Yuandi remarked. "A mysterious summoner of unknown origin. Your Highness, should I send someone to investigate?" "There is no need. Let us allow events to unfold naturally. We shall merely observe." The Northern Moon Dynasty later that night. Huang Beiwei studied the herbs within her chamber. On the continent of Karda, aside from the enviable profession of summoner, there existed an even more revered vocation, that of the alchemist and blacksmith. Generally, those skilled in alchemy and crafting were rare geniuses, for apart from the inheritance of bloodlines, the significance of materials was paramount. In every kingdom, those who controlled the materials were powerful factions and esteemed families. Thus, for those without connections, aspiring to be an alchemist was exceedingly arduous, unless one encountered extraordinary fortune. Consequently, alchemy and forging became known as skills reserved for the nobility. Today, she had spent several thousand gold coins on a mere pouch of low-grade herbs from the bugle market, and Huang Beiwei grasped the reason behind the scarcity of such noble professions. Without wealth, the pursuit of cultivation was virtually impossible. Becoming an alchemist was pivotal for enhancing her own strength. As she currently lacked the ability to coalesce vital energy and her body remained frail, she needed to recuperate. Otherwise, all her aspirations would be mere illusions. That night, the moonlight shone particularly bright as Huang Beiwei sat by the window, attempting to draw a thread of vital energy from the heavens into her body, gently infusing it into the black jade. The subtle vital energy flowed through the black jade, which, though small, possessed an expansive internal space, limitless and vast, yet shrouded in darkness, obscuring all vision. Through her sense of vital energy, she perceived an impenetrable darkness, one that thwarted both sight and awareness. As the vital energy could not coalesce within her body, it swiftly dissipated into the black jade. "Damn it!" Huang Beiwei slammed her palm onto the table in frustration. "What is this nonsense? Why can't I gather vital energy?" Her body felt perfectly fine, even if weak. It should not have been incapable of retaining vital energy. Wait, had it been absorbed? A sudden spark of realization illuminated her mind. She hastily endeavored to absorb more vital energy, allowing it to gently settle into her body. Gradually, slowly, the vital energy circulating through the meridians was being siphoned away by an unseen force, not dissipating, but rather drawn away. A mix of astonishment and joy flickered across her face. This revelation instantaneously overturned years of doubt. It turned out that she was not incapable of gathering vital energy. She could indeed do so. Ha ha! After all these years, you have finally uncovered this secret. A peculiar voice suddenly resonated in the air. Chapter 41. In the name of genius in the stillness of the night, a bizarre sound pierced through the silence, startling even divine beings, let alone mere mortals. Huang Beiwei abruptly rose to her feet, her cold gaze sweeping the surroundings. Who is there? Yet no one appeared. She sensed no presence. "You need not look. You cannot see me." "Who are you?" she demanded, her discomfort with being watched palpable. Others could observe her, comprehend her, while she remained entirely in the dark about them. "You may call me Yen. I did not inquire about your name. Show yourself," Huang Beiwei retorted coldly, an aura of lethal intent emanating from her. Yen seemed momentarily taken aback, then slowly responded, "If only I could appear." Her icy eyes narrowed slightly. "What do you mean?" "Close your eyes, and I shall reveal myself to you." Without hesitation, Huang Beiwei shut her eyes, unperturbed by fear. Even with her eyes closed, her other senses were acutely attuned. The moment she closed her eyes, her body felt as though it were plummeting. She instantly opened them. A solitary lamp cast a faint glow upon an expanse of seemingly endless darkness. Her feet were submerged in a pool of murky water, which flowed gently. producing a barely audible sound as it moved in one direction. She surveyed her surroundings, devoid of fear, yet filled with curiosity. Was this the place where Yin intended to reveal himself? She followed the water's current, progressing slowly. After approximately a minute, the solitary lamp appeared to be perpetually distant, no matter how she advanced. Eventually, a grand and imposing prison loomed before her. 49 copper pillars stood tall, each requiring 4 or 5 people to encircle. Adorning the tops of these pillars were countless bizarre symbols painted in dark gold. The surrounding aura of vitality flowed languidly, and those symbols intermittently flashed with blinding light. She raised her gaze, unable to discern the true height of the pillars, as they seemed to stretch into another realm. This vast and expansive space, shrouded in darkness, was surely a rarity even on the continent. Huang Beiwei approached, placing her hand upon a copper pillar. A flash of golden light erupted, and a tremendous force repelled her hand. Simultaneously, 2 murky eyes, each the size of a house, materialized behind the pillars, observing her with an eerie intensity. Huang Beiwei lifted her head, her petite figure standing resolutely, her serene visage betraying no fear as her gaze scrutinized the enormous eyes. "What manner of creature are you?" came a voice, proud and arrogant. The colossal eyes inched closer, and gradually, a red, beastly visage emerged before her. It halted just shy of the 49 copper pillars. "I am Yin. I am aware of your name. I am asking, what kind of being are you?" A hint of astonishment flickered in Yan's immense eyes. The human girl before him showed no sign of fear. Rather, she spoke to him with audacity. Truly, she is the one chosen by that individual." Yin smiled meaningfully, yet her laughter was laced with an enduring bitterness. Huang Beiwei crossed her arms and let out a cold snort, declaring, "Stop with the trivialities. If you don't speak soon, I shall take my leave." "Huang Beiwei, are you not the least bit curious about me?" The calm demeanor on the girl's face slightly wounded Yin's proud sense of self-worth. Chapter 42. The name of genius, what a joke. "You are merely a beast in my eyes. There is no creature I cannot subdue." Yin took a deep breath, the black water beneath roiling incessantly. "So, do you not wish to know where you currently find yourself?" "I will know if I wish to, you ancient monster. Spare me your theatrics." She had piloted an aircraft carrier in her past life. What pretense could this bizarre creature maintain before her? Huang Beiwei turned to leave, arms crossed, while Yin watched her retreating figure and growled softly. "Huang Beiwei, this is the black water prison. You cannot escape. Even if this is hell, I shall carve a hole to escape." As she spoke, she began to summon the ice spirit illusory bird within her mind. However, Yin burst into raucous laughter. "Carve a hole? Huang Beiwei, that is within your own body." Huang Beiwei abruptly turned around. "What did you say?" Seeing her calm demeanor finally shattered, Yin cackled. "I have been sealed within your body for 12 years. Now you understand why you cannot condense your essence? The energy you gather is used to reinforce the curse of this black water prison." The roaring voice stirred up a massive wave. The black water beneath began to bubble violently, resembling boiling water. In the silent, dark space, a sudden wind arose, tousling Huang Beiwei's hair, yet the solitary lamp remained steadfast. The raucous laughter echoed throughout the dark expanse. Huang Beiwei's vision darkened, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself back in the flowing cloud pavilion. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on her forehead, and her already pale complexion appeared even more ghastly. "Yin, come forth," she commanded in a furious tone. "Third miss, Our Lady has come to see you," a voice suddenly called from outside, knocking at the door. Huang Beiwei lifted her gaze and saw several maidservants holding lanterns, guiding Aunt Shui as she entered the courtyard. The palace banquet had concluded, and the Xiao family had returned. Raucous noises began to emanate from the front courtyard. What business could Aunt Shui have at this late hour? Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Huang Beiwei wiped the sweat from her forehead and stood to open the door. Upon seeing Huang Beiwei as the one to answer, Aunt Shui was taken aback. "Third miss, where's that girl Dongling? Why did she not come to open the door?" "Dongling is unwell," Huang Beiwei replied, her voice contrasting sharply with her earlier icy fury. "Now frail and weak. Aunt Shui smirked inwardly, noting how this ailing girl appeared even more feeble today. Her face was as pale as a corpse. Surely, she had been deeply affected by the news of the Duke of Anghua's son calling off their engagement. It seemed her days were numbered, so it would be easy to placate her for the time being. "Oh dear, third miss, what troubles you? Is your health still poor?" Aunt Shui entered the hall, and her maid promptly spread a soft brocade cushion on a chair for her to sit. "My health remains as it always has," Huang Beiwei replied, putting on a show of coughing lightly, her face etched with melancholy and sorrow. Madame Shui chuckled. "Do not hold your second sister accountable for yesterday's events. We were completely unaware of the Shui family's decision." She understood that Huang Beiwei possessed a naive disposition, easily swayed by gentle words, believing everything that was said to her. Chapter 43. The name of genius for all these years. Has she not felt a surge of gratitude for even the slightest gesture of kindness toward her? Indeed, upon hearing this, Huang Beiwei immediately exclaimed, "How could I possibly blame my second sister, who in the kingdom of Nanning does not know that she is a paragon among the younger generation, not only renowned for her prodigious talents, but also possessing a beauty akin to that of a celestial being? Her noble status is surely worthy of a prince." Upon hearing her words, Aunt Shui's eyes sparkled with delight. Never had she imagined that this so-called fool could articulate such enchanting sentiments. Her daughter, of course, was fit to accompany a prince, and even to be matched with the crown prince would be entirely appropriate. It was a pity, however, that being a concubine had robbed Yun'er of so many splendid opportunities. "Third miss, how can you say such things? You are well aware of your sister's status. How could a concubine ever be worthy of a prince?" TSK, how utterly disingenuous. Huang Beiwei scoffed internally, yet her countenance remained one of navet. "How can a Shui speak so? With your grace and virtue, coupled with my second sister's talents and beauty, surely father should have elevated you to the principal wife long ago." Aunt Shui's face blossomed with unrestrained joy. This fool was indeed easy to please, and all her efforts over the years had not been in vain. She struggled to mask her elation while feigning trepidation. "Oh, third miss, please do not jest about Aunt Shui. How could I ever presume to rival the position of the eldest princess?" You certainly cannot rival the position of the eldest princess, but indulging in a little fantasy is permissible. It had been many years since her mother had passed, and the household could not be without a matriarch. At long last, this girl had begun to loosen her tongue. It seemed the blow from yesterday had been too great, shattering her last glimmer of hope. Without the prospect of marrying into the Duke of An's household, she would have no choice but to rely on her. Aunt Shui was filled with pride. Fortune had been smiling upon her of late. Once she became the head of the household, and Yun'er the legitimate daughter of the princess's residence, that Shui Che might not even be worthy of their attention. Yet, while reveling in her thoughts, she donned a mask of concern. "Alas, your father favors that lowly Qin woman, and with her bearing a son, it is likely that he will soon elevate her to the status of principal wife." As Aunt Shui spoke, she began to feign tears. "It matters little for your second sister and me. We can endure some hardship. But for you, third miss, without a mother to rely upon, and with that Qin woman constantly mistreating you, Aunt Shui feels such sorrow. What will become of you if she takes charge of the household?" Huang Beiwei furrowed her brow in contemplation, pondering for a moment before responding. Years ago, when Aunt Qin seduced father during the palace banquet, the Empress Dowager was most displeased and held her in disdain. If father were to elevate her to principal wife, the Empress Dowager might not consent. Is it truly the case that the Empress Dowager despises that woman? Aunt Shui suddenly appeared to seize upon a lifeline, her spirits lifting. Huang Beiwei nodded. When father first took her into his household, the Empress Dowager, upon learning of it, ordered the emperor to penalize father with a year's worth of withheld salary. Yes. Aunt Shui's joy was palpable. This incident had indeed circulated widely, though they had all been too afraid to speak of it. Lady Qin, a concubine of the prime minister's residence, was born of humble origins, lacking any significant status. It was during a grand banquet at the palace that she brazenly seduced the imperial son-in-law, which ultimately led him to take her into his household as a concubine. Yet, It seems that no one dares to speak of that incident from years past anymore. As Huang Beiwei observed the delight radiating from her, she realized that Lady Shui was gradually stepping into her carefully laid trap. Chapter 44. The name of genius years have passed, yet one cannot ascertain whether the Empress Dowager still remembers. If she has forgotten, it would be unthinkable for her to forget. The glint in Aunt Shui's eyes shimmered with a malevolent brilliance. Moreover, the entire capital must be made aware. Huang Beiwei smiled inwardly. Indeed, this was the way. However, Aunt Shui soon wavered. That wretched woman had flourished over the past 2 years and gained a modicum of status within the Prime Minister's residence, receiving the Prime Minister's favor. If she were to discover my machinations, would it not? Aunt Shui hailed from a humble family in Miang, having fallen upon dire straits back in the day. It was Princess Huiwen who came to her family's aid, taking her under her wing. The hope was that she would receive proper upbringing and eventually marry into a respectable family. Little did anyone know, she clandestinely entangled herself with Xiao Yuansheng, who had yet to become the prince consort. Her reputation was tarnished, and Princess Huiwen had no choice but to arrange for her to marry Xiao Yuansheng as a secondary wife. Initially, Aunt Shui enjoyed the favor of her husband, but lacking status and connections, her position began to wane when concubine Qin entered the household. Furthermore, as concubine Qin soon bore Xiao Yuansheng a son, his affection for her only deepened. Eventually, several of Xiao Yuansheng's concubines bore children, while Aunt Shui only had Xiao Yun after considerable time. Had Xiao Yun not displayed her innate talent as a summoner at the age of 5, Aunt Shui would likely have found herself in a precarious position. Over the years, with Xiao Yun as her support, Aunt Shui and concubine Qin could contend equally. However, when it came to family background, Aunt Shui was left far behind. Concubine Qin, being the illegitimate daughter of the Prime Minister, served as a formidable pillar of support. Thus, Aunt Shui was wary of the influence of concubine Qin's family. If the Prime Minister were to learn of her schemes against his daughter, she would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Huang Beiwei had certainly considered this aspect as well. Her traps were crafted with utmost care, ensuring that one would willingly and joyfully leap into them. Clearing her throat softly, she spoke in a delicate tone. Aunt Shui, she has the support of the Prime Minister, but I too have the Empress Dowager on my side. I have endured her torment for far too long. If you treat me well, I shall stand by you. Should any trouble arise, you need only claim it was my instigation. Aunt Shui nearly burst into laughter. She had awaited this very declaration. After all these years of ignorance, the girl had finally come to her senses. Rest assured, third young miss, once I secure my position as the principal wife, I shall treat you as my own daughter. Aunt Shui feigned sincerity. Throughout these years, I have been grateful for your care, Huang Beiwei replied. Aunt Shui took the medicine pot from a maid, pouring its contents into a bowl with glee, exclaiming, Now I only wish for your swift recovery. Together, we shall rid ourselves of concubine Qin, and you shall no longer suffer. Aunt Shui was indeed no fool. Even in such a moment, she did not forget to offer her a bowl of poison, displaying a keen mind. Not a weak character at all. Huang Beiwei accepted the bowl of medicine, lamenting, Were it not for Aunt Shui's daily provision of medicine, my health would have long since deteriorated. Having spoken, she truly consumed a bowl of poison. Aunt Shui was exceedingly astute in this matter, insisting on witnessing her take the medicine before she would depart. It was only right. The third young lady was surely destined for a fortunate future. Aunt Shui smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 45. The name of genius your fortune shall be savored in hell. Alongside your deceased mother, after consuming this potion, I feel an overwhelming desire to slumber. Aunt Shui, I shall not rise to bid you farewell. Very well, rest easy. I shall visit you again tomorrow. Once Aunt Shui and her entourage departed, a sudden brilliance ignited in the dim depths of Huang Beiwei's eyes. Foolish woman. She raised her finger, dark toxins oozing drop by drop from her middle finger, cascading into the potted plant below. After all these years, I have underestimated you. Little girl. The eerie voice of Yin echoed once more. Huang Beiwei now understood that he resided within her body. Thus, this voice was audible only to her, allowing for unspoken communication within her mind. As the clam and the crane vie, the fisherman benefits. I have no desire to engage directly with those two women. Such malice at such a tender age is quite concerning, Yin lamented. You have yet to witness greater venom. I am a person of clear grievances. Those who provoke me shall find their ancestors restless for generations. Her cold gaze shifted, and that certainly includes you. A tremor ran through Yin. Had he been absent from this realm for too long that the world had changed so? A mere 12-year-old girl displayed such audacity. I am sealed within your body. The formidable aura of this host is nearly beyond my endurance. I have languished in the Blackwater prison for far too long. Who is the one that sealed you? I cannot reveal his name, but I can inform you that he is profoundly connected to your piece of black jade. You know my black jade? Huang Beiyue was taken aback. The existence of that black jade was likely unknown even to the ice spirit illusory bird. The boundless beast brought her here. She understood that the black jade concealed countless secrets and boundless power, perhaps the most precious asset for her survival in ancient times. Thus, she must guard it with utmost vigilance, revealing it to no one lightly. How did this creature come to know of it? Yin spoke slowly. Had it not been for that black jade, I would not have awakened from my seal. I sensed the approach of that person's power. I believed he had returned, only to discover it was you. Do you know the purpose of this black jade? She was eager to comprehend its function without delay. Yin pondered for a moment before responding. He sealed his entire life's cultivation within this black jade. If you can unlock the seal, little girl, you will become akin to him. A seal? Such ancient sorcery is seldom mentioned even by my master. The sealing technique is a form of talismanic magic. Talismans draw vital energy into their forms, resonating with the laws of heaven and earth through incantations, establishing principles, and manifesting various supernatural abilities. Yet, this technique has not been spoken of for millennia. That individual is the sole person in existence who comprehends the practical application of talismanic magic. He once looked down upon the world. When the Shura city and the Radiant Palace united to besiege him, over 300 celestial summoners perished at his hands. That was a battle of unparalleled magnitude. Yin spoke with great fervor, yet Huang Beiyue found herself somewhat bewildered. A celestial-level summoner? What a jest! Throughout the entire Carta continent, there has been no mention of the existence of such a being. The ranks of summoners typically range from 1 star to 9 stars, with each star further divided into low, medium, and high tiers. Chapter 46. The name of genius, those who surpass the 9 stars will enter the legendary realm of heaven and earth. Upon reaching 9 stars, it becomes exceedingly difficult to break through. Some remain stagnant for centuries, never advancing further. Over the millennia, only a handful of summoners at the Xian level have been reported, and now, the Prince of the Southern Wing Kingdom, Zhang Yi, stands as the most promising super genius poised to surpass the 9 stars. However, the existence of a heavenly level is truly unheard of. Could this old monster be merely boasting to her? Such a formidable individual. How did they meet their demise? Upon hearing Huang Beiyue's inquiry, Yin suddenly let out a sinister laugh that sent chills down her spine. It was for the purpose of sealing me that he perished. You? Huang Beiyue scoffed. It appears your prolonged confinement has diminished your strength considerably. When she had encountered Yin in the Blackwater prison earlier, his aura had rivaled that of the ice spirit illusory bird, but during his maniacal laughter, she had felt an overwhelming pressure. Yet, such power pales in comparison to that of a heavenly level summoner. How dare he claim that the mysterious predecessor who single-handedly vanquished 300 heavenly level masters died to seal him? If it weren't for that poisonous snow Annie incessantly tormenting you, how could you possibly be so weak? Yin ground his teeth in frustration. Huang Beiyue nearly burst into laughter. That snow auntie, by sheer happenstance, had inadvertently done a good deed. However, if you wish to break free from your seal now, I suspect it will be even more challenging, as I am rather disinclined towards your monstrous demeanor. Yin retorted, we could strike a deal. Assist me in lifting the seal, and I shall aid you in becoming a superior alchemist. How's that sound? A superior alchemist? The proposition was undeniably tempting. Alchemists are highly esteemed on the Carta continent. However, old monster, do you think I acquired all those medicinal materials merely to admire them? Do you presume that I would? Do you realize that I have grown up bearing the title of super genius? Although the alchemical practices of this era differ slightly from those of my time, for me, it is merely a matter of time. She merely wished to experiment, hence her purchase of some low-grade materials. One cannot commence experiments with only the finest ingredients. Yin huffed in exasperation, sounding immensely irate. How could this woman be so absurd? Such a sacred profession on the continent. And she speaks of it as though it were as simple as chopping vegetables. Then, what do you desire in exchange for your assistance? Yin, finding himself at a disadvantage, was compelled to acquiesce. The sealing technique was too potent. The 49 copper pillars were heavily restricted, continuously siphoning Huang Bei's essence to reinforce the seal. If this continued, he would be eternally imprisoned within the Blackwater prison. Huang Bei produced a piece of black jade, glancing at it under the moonlight, a beguiling smile gracing her lips. I require the techniques from the Boundless Beast tome. Tell me how to access it, and I shall consider aiding you. How could I possibly know that? The nightmare is about to erupt. He is sworn enemies with that individual. How could he possibly comprehend the belongings of the foe? Well, my apologies, but if you cannot devise a solution, then depart. Just wait until my health gradually improves and my ability to absorb vital energy strengthens. I shall certainly seal you. You ancient monster. Chapter 47. In the name of genius, Huang Bei spoke fiercely, questioning the purpose of retaining something devoid of any utilitarian value. This creature was no benevolent being, and neither was she inclined toward kindness. If it proved useful, she would keep it. If not, she would contemplate how to thoroughly eliminate it. Otherwise, the notion of having a monster sealed within her being would always leave her feeling profoundly uneasy. Huang Bei, if you utter another word, I shall grant you no opportunities. Return and devise a plan, she declared sternly. This woman was a person of her word, resolute and merciless. Her threats should never be dismissed as mere idle talk. Yuan, seething with indignation, could only retreat quietly into the shadows. Once she had dismissed Yuan, Huang Bei began to experiment with the medicinal herbs she had procured. In her previous life, her master had been an extraordinary recluse, proficient in various arcane arts, including beast taming and alchemy. During that era, spiritual beasts had become exceedingly rare, and precious materials were even scarcer, severely hindering her ability to unleash her talents. However, on the continent of Carda, resources were abundant, and humans coexisted with spiritual beasts. In the distant luminescent forest, high-tier spiritual beasts roamed freely, and advanced materials were not uncommon. Each year, numerous mercenary bands and adventurers ventured into these woods, and with a stroke of luck, they could unearth extraordinarily rare materials. The herbs she had purchased today were merely commonplace, low-tier specimens, obtainable without peril through a few days of trekking in the hills. From her cloth bag, she extracted a small earthen alchemical furnace, a rather shabby item that had cost her over 50 gold coins. The furnace featured 5 distinct openings, each serving as a conduit for different attributes. Both alchemy and artifact forging require the amalgamation of various materials through heat, vital energy, and principles. By employing the essential techniques of alchemy, one could yield spiritual medicines of varying grades. An alchemist must possess formidable spiritual perception and pure foundational vital energy to consistently sense and control the alchemical process. Taking a deep breath, Huang Bei introduced a snow lily herb with ice attributes into the corresponding aperture of the furnace, immediately absorbing vital energy, which began to whirl in her palm. Forming a diminutive vortex, she promptly placed a low-tier fire crystal, typically used by novice alchemists to ignite flames, into the vortex, and a small crimson flame ignited. The flame and vital energy converged, gradually infusing through the furnace's fire channel. Flickering light began to emerge within the earthen vessel, and as the snow lily herb succumbed to the alchemist's fiery embrace, it began to melt slowly. It appeared that the principles of alchemy from ancient to modern times were not significantly different. At least the rules remained consistent, and the techniques she had mastered were equally applicable to the materials of this era. In the name of genius, she was determined to live up to the title. As she observed the melting snowgrass, Huang Beiyue intended to place a wind, a tribute green luminous herb, into the cauldron. However, at that moment, a slight fissure unexpectedly appeared on the surface of the medicinal furnace. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Huang Beiyue swiftly retracted her vital energy, leapt away, and covered her head with a quilt. A resounding bang echoed through the air as the cauldron exploded into countless fragments, and a shard of debris struck Huang Beiyue's thigh, causing her to wince in pain as tears welled up in her eyes. Chapter 48. The name of genius. A faint scent of scorched herbs wafted through the room as Huang Beiyue lifted her head, staring blankly at the shards scattered about. After a moment, she erupted in a cry. Damn those unscrupulous merchants. I spent 50 gold coins on that. It was her first attempt at alchemy, and it had ended in failure. Anger flushed her face a deep green, for the snow mushroom was the most precious ingredient among her supplies. Valued at over 2,000 gold coins, now obliterated in an instant. For someone like her, who was not financially affluent, it felt as though a piece of her flesh had been severed. Your innate energy is remarkably potent. How could such a shoddy alchemical furnace withstand it? You ought to purchase a higher grade one. The voice of Yin echoed in her mind, tinged with a hint of mischief. Huang Beiyue scoffed coldly. Easier said than done. Are high-grade furnaces just lying around for the taking? The pure lotus flame cauldron from the Duke of An's estate is quite exceptional. It is a treasure of the estate. Yin remarked leisurely. Where is this pure lotus flame cauldron? The Duke of An's estate. Huang Beiyue's eyes narrowed, and a sly smile crept onto her face. Not bad, not bad. The Duke of An's possessions are surely to my taste. But that is their estate's treasure. Even if it is, I fancy it all the more. What good does that do? Even with your 9-star summoner prowess, the Duke of An would never part with the pure lotus flame cauldron. Huang Beiyue laughed heartily. Who needs him to give it? What he offers, I would not covet. What I desire, I shall seize for myself. Yin was utterly speechless at her audacity. To covet what one desires, and to seize it. What a bold character she possessed. The Beiyue Empire the following afternoon, the illustrious 9-star summoner, Lord Shitian, arrived at the Bugle Auction House, clad in a flowing black cloak. Before she could present the golden card bestowed by young Master Luluo, the onlookers recognized her peculiar attire and promptly ushered her inside with great respect. Please wait a moment, Lord Shitian. Young Master Luluo will arrive shortly, one lovely maid announced. Offering tea and pastries while casting furtive glances at her, her cheeks flushed with admiration. Thank you. Huang Beiyue delicately lifted the fragrant tea and took a sip, her petite figure radiating an indescribable noble elegance, leaving the maid in awe. Before long, Luo arrived, breathless. I apologize for keeping you waiting, he said, a faint blush gracing his handsome features. Not all, Huang Beiyue replied coolly. Are there many participants for the auction? Indeed, quite a multitude, Luo exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face. Our appraisers have confirmed that the red spider is an 11th grade spirit beast. Once the news spread, the nobility of the imperial capital flocked here. The auction house is now filled to capacity. Under her cloak, Huang Beiyue felt a surge of delight as she nodded slightly and stood. Shall we begin the auction? Almost. Let us proceed to the VIP room. Lolo guided Huang Beiyue outside, where the auction venue sprawled grandly, illuminated by dazzling lights. At this moment, every seat was occupied, and the air buzzed with animated conversations, each individual seemingly brimming with determination. A Tier 11 spirit beast. Acquiring such a creature could elevate one's strength by at least 70 to 80%. Perhaps even a mid-tier 3 summoner could ascend to a 4-star rank in an instant. Chapter 49. The auction event, as Master Luo of the auction house personally guided Huang Beiyue towards the VIP room. The attendees cast reverent glances at the enigmatic 9-star summoner. It was akin to witnessing a military parade as they passed by the front rows. Luo, merely 13, and Huang Beiyue, at the tender age of 12, were both diminutive in stature, yet one hailed from the illustrious Bugle family, while the other was a 9-star summoner. Together, these two youths overshadowed all others present in the auction hall. Huang Beiyue, accustomed to the attention of countless gazes from her past life, strode forward with poise. exuding an air of noble arrogance that unwittingly revealed the demeanor of a formidable individual. Approaching the VIP room, a group emerged from a different direction. It was none other than the Crown Prince. The crowd in the seats immediately stirred with excitement. In the hearts of the people of the South Wing Kingdom, Prince Xiao stood as a symbol of pride and faith. He was destined to inherit the throne and lead the citizens towards an even more glorious future. Such was the sentiment of nearly every citizen of the South Wing Kingdom. Even the sixth princess had arrived. Is it true? I've heard that her strength is nearing the 3-star level. No wonder she is the beloved sister of the Crown Prince. Entering under the guidance of Seth Bugle, the current head of the Bugle family, was the stern-faced Prince Zhang. "Brother, this place is truly vast," exclaimed a graceful young girl alongside Zhang, her bright black and white eyes curiously surveying the auction hall. "Your Highness, please forgive my humble family," Seth replied modestly, adorned with a smile befitting an elder. The Bugle family commands great respect across the Carta continent. No royal family would ever regard them as mere commoners. Yet, the spirited Princess Yingyi, somewhat spoiled by the Empress, interjected with a huff. "The Bugle family holds riches rivaling nations. I dare not jest. I have heard that even the royal family does not intimidate you." Prince Zhang's brow furrowed slightly at her words, while Seth chuckled. "Not at all. I am merely a merchant, granted a modicum of respect by various royal families." Under Zhang's icy gaze, Princess Yingyi chose to shift the topic, recalling the purpose of their visit. "I have taken a great liking to that 11-tier red spider. With so many competitors, won't it put me at a disadvantage? The red spider possesses lightning attributes. It would serve you little purpose," Zhang replied coolly, his tone tinged with irritation. This spoiled sister of his had been overly pampered by the Empress, to the point of being oblivious to her own limitations. "But I like it. Does my preference not entitle me to acquire it for my enjoyment?" Princess Yingyi retorted defiantly. Seth maintained a serene smile. Recognizing that there was little need to engage in conflict with a 14-year-old girl, especially one of royal descent, he then turned to Zhang. "Today, Lord Xian has also graced us with his presence, arranged in the 3rd VIP room." Zhang's heart stirred. A fleeting image of fiery red hair crossed his mind. He nodded, his expression remaining impassive as he made his way towards the 3rd VIP room. "Father," before stepping into the VIP lounge. Luo heard the sound and took the initiative to approach. Behind him stood Huang Beiyue, clad in a black robe, showing no intention of stepping forward to pay his respects. Princess Yingyi raised her slender brows, tilting her head haughtily as she proclaimed, "You are the newly arrived 9-star summoner, Xiqian." Chapter 50. The auction gathering before the battlefield. A figure swiftly approached Huang Beiyue, their almond-shaped eyes scanning the rather ordinary black cloak draped over her. The auction hall was now filled to capacity, with all eyes directed toward this scene, beads of sweat forming on many foreheads. Princess Yingyi, indeed, had been sheltered in the depths of the palace since childhood, unaware of the decorum expected when addressing a 9-star summoner. The clash between a royal princess and a 9-star summoner promised to be quite the spectacle. Seth, the cunning old fox, stood off to the side, arms crossed, wearing a silent smile. However, the youthful Luo promptly interjected, "Your Highness, today we are auctioning the red spider, which was tamed by Lord Xian. I am well aware that she tamed it." The willful princess huffed, "I have a fondness for that red spider. Why not forego the auction and sell it directly to me? I shall offer you a generous price." Using money to assert dominance, this princess displayed a distinct lack of manners. Luo's handsome face tightened, and he replied firmly, "The red spider has already been entrusted to our Bugle auction house for sale. If your Highness is interested, please adhere to the standard auction procedures." Ever since their brief exchange in Moonset Valley, and having personally witnessed and touched her ice spirit illusory bird, Luo held Huang Beiyue in high esteem, unwilling to allow anyone to insult her. "I am a princess. I say shall not be auctioned," Princess Yingyi declared with a haughty glare directed at Huang Beiyue. "What say you? Will you comply?" The figure in the black cloak remained silent, exuding an aura of cold indifference. "Hey, I'm addressing you." With no response, Princess Yingyi stomped her foot and charged forward. Behind her, Zhang Yi stepped up, grasping her shoulder firmly, declaring with gravity, "Enough. Brother, this person completely disregards me." Princess Ingye fumed, pointing at Huang Beiyue, furious that someone dared to ignore her inquiry for the first time in her life. The crowd, whose attention had been firmly locked on this confrontation, suddenly stirred. Lord Shitian was making a move. Huang Beiyue circumvented Princess Ingye and strode directly into the third VIP room, as if the esteemed princess before her was utterly invisible. Indeed, it seemed she was not deemed worthy of attention. A smile of admiration graced Luo's face. How magnificent! Lord Shitian's presence was elevated, exuding both elegance and authority, rivaling that of any royal. Princess Ingye's fury twisted her features, and had it not been for her brother's restraint, she would have rushed forward to confront that individual. Lord Shitian, as Huang Beiyue approached the VIP room, Zhang Yi finally spoke. Princess Ingye is still young and inexperienced. I hope you will not take offense. As for the pampered Ingye, even her father could do little to curb her impetuousness. Huang Beiyue paused, tilting her head slightly, her tone unperturbed. I do not concern myself with two types of individuals. One is the weak, and the other is. Her gaze beneath the cloak seemed to flicker toward Princess Ingye, a fool. Princess Ingye was taken aback, and even Luo and Elder Seth were momentarily stunned. Those standing closest could clearly hear Huang Beiyue's words, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Only after a moment of astonishment did Zhang Yi's stern lips curl slightly upwards. This theatrical figure, seemingly cold and enigmatic, unexpectedly possessed such a sharp tongue, and with such venomous remarks. In front of so many onlookers, Ingye must have felt utterly humiliated, and surely would seek more ways to exact her revenge. Future troubles were surely on the horizon. Chapter 51. The auction gala. The auction hall fell silent for a brief 2 to 3 seconds, before laughter began to ripple through the crowd. Though everyone made a conscious effort to lower their voices, the collective mirth was too potent to be contained, and it reached the ears of Princess Sakura Knight. Her delicate face twisted in indignation, her silver teeth nearly grinding to dust. Shiqian, I shall remember this. Sakura, do not be willful. I may not take you out next time. Zhang Yi admonished with a fa-ade of sternness, suppressing a chuckle. But it was she who bullied me. Princess Sakura Knight pouted, her voice tinged with grievance. The VIP room was lavishly adorned, boasting a grand window that overlooked the auction stage, allowing esteemed guests to observe the proceedings and bid at their leisure. Within the auction hall, there were over 20 such VIP rooms, and at this moment, the occupants were gathered by the windows, peering towards room 3. Inside was the illustrious Lord Shitian, rumored to have tamed an 11th-tier spirit beast, and all were eager to catch a glimpse of him. Huang Beiyue glanced down from the window, initially intending to see if the Xiao family had arrived, but instead, her gaze caught a glimpse of a striking figure in white from the opposite VIP room. It was Feng Lianyi, the 9th prince of Beiyao Kingdom. However, she could only see his back as he sat with his face turned away from the window, opposite a dapper young gentleman garbed in splendid attire, elegantly fanning himself. The gentleman exuded charm and grace. His demeanor was gentle and refined. Whatever Feng Lianyi had said elicited a smile from him, reminiscent of a spring breeze carrying 10 miles of warmth. That was the carefree king, Song Mi Luo. Noticing Huang Beiyue's gaze linger on the VIP room, hastily remarked, the figure turned away from the white-clad gentleman is the 9th prince of Beiyao Kingdom, Feng Lianyi, who is currently a hostage in Nani. Huang Beiyue nodded faintly, recalling that the carefree king was a reclusive master, the foremost alchemist in Nani. Throughout the entire Kartar continent, he was of the highest caliber. This man, proud of his talents and lofty in his aspirations, seldom engaged with others. Even the royal family might not sway him. The few elixirs he occasionally crafted ignited frenzied bidding among the powerful and elite of various nations, for alchemists were exceedingly rare, and those like Songmi, who had attained the 6th-tier level, were even scarcer. It was unexpected that he could converse so amiably with a prince of an enemy nation. Huang Beiyue merely cast a cursory glance at the pair before returning to her seat, leisurely sipping her tea. The auction was on the verge of commencing when suddenly, someone entered the room and whispered a few words into Luo Luo's ear. Luo Luo furrowed her brow and replied softly, Lord Shitian likely will not receive guests. Please return to Dukongwa. Dukongwa? Huang Beiyue raised her head, a sly smile forming at the corners of her mouth. How fortuitous! Luo Luo, please invite Dukongwa in, she commanded. Yes. Luo Luo scratched her head, wondering how her faint voice had reached her ears. Before long, Lord Ngwa entered with an expression of unbridled joy, accompanied by his cherished son, Xueche. Upon glancing at the figure draped in a black cloak by the window, casually leaning against the sill, one could discern a diminutive form that nonetheless exuded an aura of mastery. The brilliance in his eyes seemed almost palpable. Sui Yang. Am fortunate to have made the acquaintance of the esteemed Lord Shitian. Lord Ngwa approached with courteous demeanor, bowing slightly with clasped fists, his ample figure quivering with every movement. Chapter 52. The auction conference. Now, I humbly refer to myself as this humble one, whereas back then, within the princess's residence, I would address her as this lord with every utterance. With a voice both cool and hoarse, Huang Beiyue remarked, Lord Ngwa need not be so courteous. The esteemed Lord Shitian, unlike other summoners, did not possess an air of arrogance, which greatly alleviated Lord Ngwa's tension. He eagerly introduced his son, Xueche, saying, This is my son, Xueche, who holds great admiration for you. He wishes to pay his respects. Cheer, come forth and greet Lord Shitian. From the moment he entered, Xueche was overwhelmed with joy, for he could glimpse the scene unfolding in the adjacent luxurious chambers. The very notion of conversing with Lord Shitian in the same chamber would surely spread throughout the entire city of Linghuai by the following day. Iae Mixuike, honored to meet Lord Shitian. Xueche nearly executed a 90-degree bow, filled with utmost reverence. The woman who had been cast aside by him the previous day now stood as the object of his veneration. Had Xueche known that the figure cloaked in black before him was Huang Beiyue, he would have undoubtedly been consumed with rage. This was a 9-star summoner, the possessor of an ice spirit beast. Had he not cast her aside, their household would have boasted a formidable 9-star summoner. His wife would have been this revered figure. Lord Shitian, alas, a mere decree of divorce had severed all ties. A cold smile lingered at the corners of Huang Beiyue's lips, unseen by the father and son of the Ngwa household. The essence of energy you possess, young Master Shui, is of the lightning attribute, is it not? Xueche was momentarily stunned, his excitement escalating further. Without the need for him to showcase his abilities, a single glance was sufficient for her to ascertain the nature of his energy attribute. Just what level of mastery did this Lord Shitian possess? Yes, indeed, Xuik is stammered, nearly at a loss for words. That red spider is also of the lightning attribute. Should young Master Shui acquire it, it may elevate your prowess by an entire star. Elation washed over Xueche's face as he secretly mused. Lord Shitian is hinting at something. Furthermore, she is concerned for my strength. A summoner of such exalted rank, a 9-star, actually showed interest in a mere 4-star summoner he had just met. Could it be that Lord Shitian had discerned something unique about him? Yes, surely, there was something remarkable about him that had caught her attention. In his self-satisfied thoughts, Xueche contemplated what could possibly be unique about him that Huang Beiyue had noticed. Indeed, there was one aspect, his inherent foolishness, that radiated so naturally. With her subtle suggestion, Lord Ngwa would undoubtedly exert every effort to bid for that red spider, determined to win it at all costs, even if the final price reached an astonishing height. As a consequence of having provoked her, he would first allow them to incur some financial loss. Thank you, Lord Shitian, for your reminder. I shall certainly secure that red spider, Xueche declared with conviction. Once Lord Ngwa and his son departed, Luo Luo, somewhat perplexed, quietly inquired, Lord Shitian, that Xueche has always been domineering, often bullying those of lesser strength at the academy. Should he acquire that red spider and enhance his abilities, he may become even more arrogant. In his mind, Master Shitian is a figure of divine sanctity, one who would never conspire with someone as despicable as Xueche. Therefore, Master Shitian's warning to Xueche must be rooted in a significant reason. Huang Beiwei raised an elegant eyebrow and remarked calmly, "If you harbor disdain for someone, elevate them first, allowing them to glimpse hope, and then let them fall. That is the true path to their destruction." Chapter 53. The auction event. Luo blinked her eyes and suddenly understood, her heart filled with joy. It turned out that Lord Shi Tian did not wish to assist Xueche, but rather aimed to utterly dismantle his arrogant demeanor. However, speaking of which, had Lord Shi Tian just arrived in Hawaii? How had Xueche offended her, and why was she targeting him? As if perceiving Luo's inner thoughts, "Huang Bei," you said softly, "a friend of mine has been bullied by him." "Oh, that makes sense." Luo exclaimed in indignation. "That Xueche is too arrogant. He even dares to bully Lord Shi Tian's friend. He deserves it." The auction hall, which had been slightly noisy, suddenly fell silent as the auction commenced. A young and stunning female auctioneer stepped onto the stage, while an assistant pushed a large golden cage forward, which had been reinforced with a chi restraint to contain the violent 11-tier red spider. Before a formal contract was established with the summoner, the tamed spirit beast still posed a certain degree of danger, necessitating its confinement within such a specialized cage, further secured by a chi restraint. As the silk covering of the cage was unveiled, within the cage, pulsating with chi, the red spider glared with ferocious eyes, its vivid crimson body dazzling and radiant, emanating a formidable surge of lightning attribute chi. This was a spirit beast of the 11th tier, exuding an aura of menace even when tamed. Many in the auction house clutched their racing hearts, having never before encountered such a high-tier spirit beast, their eyes gleaming with avarice. If only they could possess it. Forming a life contract with the red spider would allow even the weakest of them to stand against summoners of 5 stars or ordinary high-level warriors. This would effectively compensate for any inherent deficiencies in talent, allowing one to leap from mediocrity to strength. Moreover, forging a life contract with the 11th-tier red spider meant that as the spider cultivated and grew, its master would also progress alongside it, leading to exponential growth in their training. In the VIP room above, Xueche's eyes sparkled as he fixed his gaze upon the red spider, his hands clenched tightly, trembling with excitement. "Father, if I can obtain it, I will surely become even stronger." Guqin stroked his chin, nodding in agreement, his small eyes glinting with calculation. "Indeed, we must acquire this red spider, regardless of the cost." Father and son exchanged resolute gazes filled with determination. Meanwhile, in another VIP room, Princess Ingyi leaned against the windowsill, her beautiful apricot eyes fixed intently on the red spider within the cage. Tilting her head, she spoke to the Prince Zhanyi behind her. "Brother, did that Lord Shi Tian truly defeat the 11th-tier red spider with just one move? Those mercenaries wouldn't deceive us, would they?" Even from such a distance, one could sense the overwhelming lightning attribute chi emanating from the red spider. To vanquish such a powerful spirit beast in a single strike is truly terrifying. Lord Shi Tian possesses formidable strength. "You should show her some respect," Zhanyi remarked, casting a glance at the red spider, his eyes betraying a hint of surprise. "How could I know that the renowned Shi Tian appeared so diminutive?" Princess Ingyi pouted, having already been reprimanded by her royal brother upon entering the VIP room. "If you dare to utter such words in her presence, I shall certainly never take you out of the palace again," Zhanyi said coldly. Chapter 54. The auction gathering understood. Princess Sakura glanced at the crimson spider and inquired, "Brother, if it were you, could you defeat an 11th-tier crimson spider in a single strike?" Warfield slightly pursed his lips, furrowing his brow for a fleeting moment, and replied, "Killing it is not particularly difficult. However, taming it would likely pose a challenge. If spirit beasts were so easily tamed, the profession of summoner would not be so rare throughout history. Spirit beasts are inherently proud, preferring death over submission. Unless there exists a mutual cooperation between the summoner and the spirit beast, it is arduous to compel the latter to willingly yield. In the heat of battle, precise control of force is nearly impossible. One can only inflict severe wounds upon the spirit beast while instilling an overwhelming sense of fear, leaving it feeling cornered and unwilling to perish. Yet, apart from submission, there appears no alternative. To make an 11th-tier crimson spider submit, the strength of that master of mischief must be utterly unfathomable. Sakura discreetly stuck out her tongue. Was that master of mischief truly that formidable? The enchanting auctioneer on stage elucidated to the audience the crimson spider's tier, strength, and origins, an 11th-tier spirit beast that had once dominated the Moonfall Valley for several years, causing countless mercenary groups and adventurers considerable distress. Now, it could become an obedient spirit beast, even more useful than a summoned creature. This tremendous temptation left everyone entranced. As she spoke of the individual capable of taming the crimson spider, the beautiful auctioneer turned towards the third VIP room, her hands crossed gracefully over her chest, bowing respectfully to the mysterious figure seated within. With a charming smile, she proclaimed, "Lady Relis is honored to auction this high-level spirit beast for the esteemed master of mischief." "Thank you." A faint voice emerged from beneath the black cloak. Relis then stood up, officially commencing the auction. Amidst the multitude of reverent, yearning, and greedy gazes, her beguiling voice resonated. The 11th-tier Crimson Spider. Acquiring it will elevate a low-tier summoner by 1 star, allowing warriors or ordinary individuals to possess a spirit beast. There is but this one, a rare find, with an opening bid of 8 million gold coins. I invite bids from all. 8 million. In the VIP room, Huang Beiyue touched her nose, realizing that the price exceeded her initial expectations. She had believed that the Crimson Spider's price could not possibly reach that of a crystal fruit. If the promotion had been well executed, she would have been pleased to secure it for 1 or 2 million. Yet, she did not anticipate the Bugle family to be so audacious, starting with a staggering 8 million. At this rate, she envisioned a golden path to prosperity unfolding before her. Master of Mischief, are you satisfied with this opening bid? Luo looked at her, his handsome face adorned with a hint of adorable anticipation, concealing his expression from her view. Quite satisfied indeed, Huang Beiyue mused inwardly, smiling as she thought, "Master Luo, how shall I express my gratitude to you after the auction?" She had always been one to repay kindness, disliking the notion of being indebted to others. Luo, flustered and flailing his hands, replied, "No, you needn't. My father says that your presence at our auction house is already a tremendous favor. We should be the ones expressing gratitude." Huang Beiyue chose not to elaborate further. She would remember this favor in her heart and ensure she repaid it when the opportunity arose. In less than a minute, the prices soared to an astonishing 15 million gold coins, with bids continuing to rise incessantly. The auction house is abuzz with excitement, as those capable of placing high bids engage in fervent competition, while those unable to participate can only watch with envy and resentment. Chapter 55. The auction. The Duke of Angua and his son had yet to place a bid. The cunning Duke understood that if he engaged in the bidding from the outset, it would reveal his profound interest in the Crimson Spider, thus risking being maliciously outbid. Hence, he chose to wait, biding his time until the number of bidders diminished and the price began to stabilize, at which point he would strike decisively. 20 million gold coins. 20 million gold coins, not too shabby. 22 million gold coins. A clear and proud voice rang out from the adjacent VIP room. Upon hearing this voice, her eyebrows arched slightly in surprise. Xiaoyun? TSK. Even Xiaoyun has come to join the fray. She recalled that Xiaoyun's elemental affinity was ice. The combination of ice and lightning would not yield significant effects, though it could enhance lethality. However, spending excessively on a lightning attribute spirit beast would not greatly benefit her. Yet, it was evident that Aunt Shui was willing to invest such a considerable sum for her to participate in the auction, indicating that the mother and daughter were living quite lavishly off the taxes of Qinghe County. 25 million gold coins. Following Xiaoyun's bid, Princess Yingye's voice chimed in immediately. It seemed she had also noticed the individuals in the VIP room. With a smile, Princess Yingye remarked, "So, is the illegitimate daughter of the Grand Princess's household, Xiaoyun. Do you fancy the spirit beast as well? Then let us compete in the bidding, shall we?" The term illegitimate daughter pierced Xiaoyun's pride deeply, causing her face to flush with a mix of colors. However, In the presence of a princess, she could do little but force a smile. Please show mercy, Your Highness. I have no intention of showing mercy. If I were to lose to an illegitimate daughter, I would be the subject of ridicule at the academy tomorrow. Huang Beiyue found amusement in this, realizing that Princess Ingye was inherently ostentatious, delighting in belittling others with her sharp words, each one striking at Xiaoyun's vulnerabilities. It was truly entertaining to imagine the splendid expression on Xiaoyun's face, who was accustomed to pride and self-importance. Xiaoyun managed a strained smile, and at that moment, Aunt Qin's voice interjected. I must say, second miss, how do you expect to outbid Her Highness? If you, an illegitimate daughter, cause Her Highness to lose face, beware of her informing the Emperor. Should the Emperor be displeased, your father will find it difficult in the court. How could that be? It's merely a childish game. Shui Auntie hastily replied. Oh, a game, you say? Princess Ingye is the Emperor's cherished jewel. Surely, Sister Shui, you're aware of this, Aunt Qin retorted, her voice soft yet biting. Isn't that right, my lord? Xiao Yuancheng replied with a serious tone. Yinner, cease your bidding. You possess the ice attribute. What need have you for a lightning attribute spirit beast? Although it was a pity, Xiaoyun's talent would greatly benefit from the Crimson Spider. Competing against Princess Ingye was ill-advised. Father, Xiaoyun whined, you promised. That Crimson Spider must be mine. Yinner, do not pester your father. It is merely a Crimson Spider. Your father loves you and will surely have other fine treasures in mind for you. Aunt Shui wisely advised, knowing when to withdraw. Madame Qin's words struck at the very core of Xiao Yuancheng's pain. Ever since the passing of the Grand Princess, the Emperor's demeanor towards Xiao Yuancheng has seemingly grown increasingly indifferent. Chapter 56. The Auction with Aspirations for the Future. It is imperative not to engage in any actions that might displease the Emperor. Listening to the commotion from afar, Huang Beiyue felt a surge of joy. It turned out that Xiao Yuancheng and his companions had also arrived. Had she known, she would have devised a scheme against them. A sudden spark of inspiration struck her, and she beckoned to Luo, whose handsome face flushed crimson as he lowered his head, allowing Huang Beiyue to whisper a few words in his ear. He caught a faint, enchanting fragrance, an essence uniquely feminine, mingled with a hint of medicinal aroma. A wave of realization washed over him. The illustrious Master Shitian was indeed a woman. Although rumors of the red-haired enchantress, a 9-star summoner, had long circulated in Linghuai City, Luo had never dared to believe that such a formidable figure could truly be female. Moreover, she seemed to possess the delicate scent of a young maiden. As the term maiden invaded his thoughts, Luo's entire face turned a deep shade of red. Is everything all right? Huang Beiyue inquired, noticing his flushed visage. Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Luo stammered, hastily bowing his head in a flustered manner. I shall attend to it at once. He dashed out in a flurry, stumbling several times and nearly losing his footing, causing Huang Beiyue to feel a twinge of anxiety for him. What had come over this child? Turning her gaze back to the auction, the bidding had reached an intense climax. Fewer participants were vying for the items, and the increments were becoming increasingly modest. 60 million gold coins. The melodious voice of Princess Ingye resonated, silencing the auction hall for a moment. No one dared to oppose the princess. Yet, the allure of the spirit beast was simply too enticing. It was a dilemma indeed. The Duke of Anghua let out a sinister chuckle, slowly raising his paddle from the VIP box. 65 million gold coins. A captivating smile adorned the lovely face of Lilia, capable of rendering men utterly spellbound. The Duke of Anghua bids 65 million gold coins. Is there anyone else willing to bid? A sudden leap of 5 million gold coins, a move befitting the Duke of Anghua. Princess Ingye, undeterred by his boldness, countered 70 million gold coins. The Duke's brows twitched, yet he remained remarkably composed as he raised his paddle. 72 million gold coins. 75 million gold coins. Princess Ingye refused to back down. Internally, the Duke of Anghua began to curse under his breath. What did this spoiled princess know about the necessity of a thunder attribute spirit beast? She was merely here to stir up trouble. However, a bid of 75 million gold coins was inconsequential for the Duke's household. Money was not their concern. What they sought was power, greater strength indeed. The Duke's heart was rife with unease, a restless ambition stirring within him. 78 million gold coins, he declared, raising his paddle once more. At that moment, a young servant hurried into the VIP box where Princess Yue was seated, respectfully conveying a few words to Prince Zhangyi. He lifted his gaze and glanced in Huang Beiwei's direction. She subtly raised her teacup in acknowledgement, and Zhangyi nodded before seizing the opportunity to restrain the princess, who was about to place another bid. This subtle gesture of hers was observed by Xueqie, who was vigilantly watching the VIP room number 3. An exhilarating rush surged within him. Indeed, the Divine Master Drama was aiding him. A 9-star summoner placed such significance on him. He must acquire this crimson spider. Princess Yue, after receiving a few words from Zhangyi, pouted and sat sullenly to the side, yet she refrained from participating in the bidding. Chapter 57. The auction at this juncture. Only Duke Ongwa and a few other formidable and affluent competitors remained. However, Duke Ongwa's substantial wealth allowed him to outbid his rivals by tens of thousands of gold coins, rendering them helpless. As the number of bidders dwindled, the price settled at 99 million gold coins. Although this figure slightly exceeded Duke Ongwa's expectations, it remained within an acceptable range. Is there anyone who wishes to bid more than 99 million gold coins? Laylis purred, her enchanting gaze fixed upon the stage, where beads of sweat began to form on the brows of several bidders. 99 million gold coins represented a considerable sum, sufficient to procure some high-grade materials, enabling her to conduct repeated experiments without the worry of financial strain. From an initial price of 8 million, the auction had surged to 99 million, leaving her exceedingly satisfied. Awaiting the final hammer strike from the captivating auctioneer, Laylis, Duke Ongwa wore a relaxed smile, leisurely sipping his tea. The 11th-tier red spider is finally within my grasp. Xueqie murmured, rising to his feet, his eyes fixed upon the red spider that was about to become his possession. At that moment, a suave voice unexpectedly wafted through the air, 100 million gold coins. Duke Ongwa spluttered his tea, his bulging eyes wide with shock as he turned to identify the speaker. Who is it? Laylis's delightful voice brimmed with excitement. The Wandering King bids 100 million gold coins. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? A seductive blush gradually adorned her mature and alluring visage, as she gazed with admiration at the man clad in a jade-colored brocade robe within the 16th VIP room. Holding a folding fan, he elegantly waved it, a few strands of dark hair brushing against his warm, spring-like eyes. A faint smile blossomed on his lips, an air of nonchalance and grace that rendered the plum blossoms depicted by the window seemingly devoid of elegance. His gaze, both playful and indifferent, swept across the crowd before finally resting upon Duke Ongwa's plump countenance. Thank you, Duke Ongwa, for your concession. That smile momentarily rendered Huang Beiwei, who had encountered countless nobles and aristocrats in her past life, utterly entranced. The title of the Wandering King was indeed not a mere faade. His elegant demeanor, standing by the window and gazing down upon the world, was a true embodiment of carefree sophistication. Behind him, Feng Lianwings appeared even more composed, seemingly detached from the auction as he studied the chess pieces on a board that had materialized in the VIP room, oblivious to the happenings of the auction. Duke Ongwa's rotund face contorted into an unflattering grimace as he coldly remarked, "As an alchemist, I wonder what the Wandering King intends to do with this red spider." The Wandering King replied with a faint smile, "I have heard that even those who are not summoners can form a bond with the red spider. As a mere alchemist, my skills are lacking. I hope this red spider can ensure my safety." What a farce! Duke Ongwa's face twitched in disbelief. Being one of the top alchemists on the continent of Carta, he attracted countless skilled individuals eager to serve him. How could he possibly be in any danger? That wretched brat named Song was clearly intent on opposing him. How could he allow the coveted red spider to fall into someone else's hands? Chapter 58. The auction 110 million. The Duke of Ongwa exuded an imposing presence, snorting in disdain. Who in the entire Southern Wing Kingdom could casually produce such a sum? Yet in his fury, the Duke seemed to overlook that alchemists were among the wealthiest professions on the continent of Carta. The leisurely king remained composed, gently fanning himself. 120 million. 130 million. The Duke of Angua, unwilling to yield, continued to raise his bid. The onlookers gasped in awe. Truly, he was a man of immense wealth, increasing his bid by 10 million at a time. No matter how gritted his teeth were, the leisurely king would invariably follow suit, outbidding him, until the duke's face contorted in frustration. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he thought to himself that he could not possibly outmaneuver that cunning Songmi. Just as he contemplated conceding, Xueche leaned in and whispered, "Father, this red spider shares my lightning affinity. Acquiring it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger, elevating our power to a new echelon." The duke swallowed hard, yet the current situation left him apprehensive about continuing the contest with Songmi. The price was nearing 200 million gold coins, a staggering sum. Although the duke's estate was affluent, he feared that persisting in bidding might render the acquisition impossible. Observing the leisurely king still unfazed, his brow unwrinkled, the duke's irritation grew. "Your Highness, it is time for us to depart," murmured the guard Yuan, who stood beside Feng Lianyi. Songmi smiled, returning to the chessboard, swiftly making his move before resuming his position by the window to continue the bidding. The duke, witnessing this, was incensed, his beard bristling with fury. What was the leisurely king's intention? Was he toying with him? If he wished to play games, the duke would not be outdone. 250 million gold coins, he declared suddenly, reveling in his triumph as he glared at the leisurely king. "Go ahead, keep raising the price. I can forego this red spider, but I shall ensure you pay dearly." The auction hall erupted into a flurry of chatter. 250 million gold coins. The duke was indeed extravagant. All eyes turned to him, then shifted to the leisurely king, whose expression remained impassive. As an alchemist, countless individuals approached him each year with mountains of gold, seeking his expertise. His wealth was immeasurable. To him, this 250 million was likely mere pocket change. The audience, already prepared for the possibility, eagerly awaited the leisurely king's response. No one would be surprised if a record-breaking price were to be set today. Huang Beiyue also regarded the leisurely king, noting that he did not seem particularly eager for the red spider. This exorbitant price appeared to be a mere ploy to ensnare the duke. A ploy? Huang Beiyue suddenly began to smile, finding the situation quite amusing. The Duke of Angua truly displays remarkable generosity, investing 250 million gold coins. TSK, it matters not. I have always been one for frugality, and such extravagant spirit beasts are beyond my means. Suddenly, the carefree prince unfurled his folding fan with an air of elegance, casting a graceful smile towards the Duke of Angua. "Congratulations, Duke of Angua, on acquiring such a rare treasure at a high price. Henceforth, the Southern Wing Kingdom shall boast yet another formidable master." Chapter 59. A deceptive trick. Upon hearing these words, Duke Angua immediately realized that he had been outwitted by the carefree king. Fury surged within him, nearly choking him to death. What was initially a sum of 100 million gold coins had now ballooned to an additional 150 million due to this despicable trickery. 150 million gold coins. That was more than half a year's worth of income for the Duke's household. However, the Duke, a figure of considerable stature, did not succumb to rage despite the blow he had received, revealing the depths of his composure. Rising to his feet, he clasped his hands in respect towards the carefree king, saying, "Your Majesty, I concede. Do not mention it." The carefree king replied with a slight smile, embodying the essence of one who profits while feigning modesty. Observing that no one else had made a bid, he decisively proclaimed, "Congratulations, Duke Angua, on acquiring this 11th-tier spirit beast. Once the payment is settled, Lord Shi Tian will assist you in forging a contract with the spirit beast." It was essential for the tamer to be present when forming a bond with the spirit beast. Otherwise, the creature might rebel. Despite the unexpected increase in costs, the Duke and his son felt a modicum of solace in acquiring this 11th-tier spirit beast. Xueche, brimming with excitement, stood up, eager to forge a contract with the red spider. However, at that moment, another enchanting beauty approached the auction stage, carrying a tray. Layli's eyes sparkled as she accepted the tray, announcing, Today, we have a most unexpected surprise. As you all know, Lord Xiao's spirit beast is the ice spirit mirage bird, and just yesterday, he subdued the red spider using a single ice feather from this very bird. Upon hearing that yet another item related to Lord Xiao and the ice spirit mirage bird was up for auction, the audience's interest peaked, their eyes gleaming in anticipation as they focused on the tray. What treasure could this be? Laylis had no intention of prolonging the suspense. With one hand, she unveiled the red silk covering the tray, revealing a dazzling display of icy hues that shimmered brilliantly. A radiant aquamarine light reflected in the eyes of everyone present, creating an aura of pure, crystalline blue. An ice feather. It was indeed an ice feather. Could it belong to the ice spirit mirage bird? Many gasped in astonishment, overwhelmed with excitement. This ice feather, plucked from the ice spirit mirage bird, emanated a vigorous flow of energy and the majestic aura of a supreme spirit beast. The 5 spirits are an immensely rare class of spirit beasts. Currently, on the entire continent, only 4 exist. The purple flame fire qilin of Prince Zhang from the southern wing, Lord Xiao's ice spirit mirage bird, and one from both Dongli and Shirong nations, with one yet to be revealed. Across the vast Karta continent, although spirit beasts abound, only these 4 are deemed sacred and inviolable. Summoners possessing the 5 spirits are held in the highest esteem across nations, rendering any auction of their belongings unnecessary. Thus, the appearance of this ice feather instantly stirred waves of excitement throughout the auction hall. The alluring auctioneer, Laylis, seductively proclaimed, "This ice feather is the very one used to subdue the red spider yesterday. Not only rare and precious, but also of significant meaning. Father, that ice feather belongs to the ice spirit mirage bird. It possesses the ice attribute, just like me. With such a feather as my weapon, my strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights." In the adjacent VIP room, Xiao Yun whispered softly, while Huang Beiyue here curled her lips in satisfaction. Indeed, a summoner with ice attributes possessing a high-level weapon would experience a remarkable enhancement in strength. This is precisely why alchemists and blacksmiths are so highly sought after across the continent. Chapter 60. A subtle deception. Typically, a proficient alchemist is also an exceptional blacksmith. With quality materials, an adept craftsman can forge weapons of superior rank. In the realm of combat, weaponry is paramount. A 3-star summoner wielding a high-grade weapon can hold their own against a 4-star summoner lacking such armament. However, it is essential to master the soul embedded within the high-grade weapon. He chuckled softly, pondering whether you would dare to sell that ice feather to your sister. The voice of Yin echoed within. "Is that not permissible?" Yin replied with a chilling laugh, warning that if she mishandles the soul within the ice feather, the consequences could be dire. "What does that concern me? She is selling the item. The quality is assured, and how it is utilized is entirely Xiao Yun's affair. Moreover, it is uncertain whether Xiao Yun possesses the means to bid for the ice feather at all. After all, we are sisters." "Sisters, you say? Does she truly deserve that?" Huang Beiyue scoffed, clearly discerning those who treated her well from those who did not. Yin sighed with delight, thoroughly enjoying the spirit and demeanor of this young girl. Her icy pride, laced with a touch of malevolence, resonated closely with his own essence. Indeed, they seemed destined to be together. The individual who sealed him within Huang Beiyue's body intended to suppress his malevolence, yet could never have anticipated that the one they personally chose possessed a soul akin to his own. As Yin reveled in his dark amusement, the auctioneer Lilith had commenced announcing the starting bid. "Lord Xiao has decided to auction this ice feather with an opening bid of a single gold coin. Let the bidding begin." "A single gold coin? Just 1 gold coin for the ice feather of the ice spirit phantom bird? This is akin to a windfall from the heavens. Lord Xiao, truly a master of the craft, inspires admiration from all present." After expressing their respect and gratitude towards Huang Beiyue, the crowd fervently engaged in the bidding war. Each individual, fearing the loss of the coveted ice feather to another, raised their bids with great fervor, creating a chaotic frenzy. Initially, the increments were in the hundreds of gold coins, but soon escalated to tens of thousands. When the prodigious young lady Xiao Yun from the VIP room boldly declared a bid of 1 million gold coins, the price surged dramatically. Huang Beiyue listened to the escalating figures, her smile widening to an almost comical degree. Were it not for the concealment of her black cloak, Master Luo would surely be astonished to witness her expression. Who would have imagined that your fur is worth such a fortune? Ice? It seems I shall never again worry about finances. Ha ha. Though the ice spirit phantom bird was not present, Huang Beiyue could still communicate with it through their soul bond. Naturally, her words reached him. My master, there are countless medicinal stones and herbs worth far more than my fur. Next time, I can take you to find them. The ice spirit phantom bird hastily interjected. The thought of facing the risk of being plucked sent shivers down its spine, as though the end of the world was nigh. He certainly does not wish to transform into a featherless bird. Feng Beiyue chuckled mischievously. The medicinal crystal stones are valuable, and your feathers hold worth as well. The ice spirit illusory bird exclaimed. Father, you must capture this ice feather for me. Next door, Xiao, hearing the rising chorus of bids, could not help but feel anxious. Chapter 61. A subtle trick. Xiao Yuancheng observed that Princess Yingye in the opposite VIP room appeared disinterested in contending for the ice feather, languidly seated and unwilling to bid. Since the princess showed no intention of competing, he felt emboldened to bid freely. Xiao Yun was his most cherished daughter, the pride of the Xiao family, and their greatest hope. It was her innate talent that garnered him a modicum of attention from the elder. Thus, he was determined to fulfill any of Xiao Yun's wishes. No matter the cost, father will acquire it for you, Xiao Yuancheng proclaimed with grand generosity. Xiao Yun immediately beamed with joy, continuing to bid extravagantly, astonishing everyone present. Concubine Qin huffed in displeasure. Huang Beiyue, with her remarkable hearing, could discern even the faintest sounds due to her formidable mental prowess, making her acutely aware of the happenings next door. A cold smile crept upon her lips, for while both were biological daughters, their treatment was worlds apart. Throughout her upbringing, aside from a few years when the eldest princess was alive, Xiao Yuancheng had only afforded her the barest semblance of courtesy. After the eldest princess's passing, his indifference had been more pronounced than that of a mere passerby. He had never even gifted her a single iron coin. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun was revered, held in the palm of his hand, indulged in every desire. Xiao Yuancheng, one day I shall make you pay for your past actions. 50 million gold coins, Xiao Yun declared with conviction, immediately silencing the entire room. She stood proudly by the window, akin to a princess, feeling the weight of attention from the gathered nobility. The inferiority stemming from her status as a concubine's daughter receded slightly in that moment. The attendees exchanged glances, aware that although the ice feather from the ice spirit phantom bird was remarkably rare, it held little practical value for those whose elemental affinity was not ice. For high-ranking summoners, its significance paled. Perhaps only those below 6 stars could truly harness its power. The fervor was merely due to the rarity of the ice spirit phantom bird, with a single feather serving as a treasured heirloom. Yet, to spend 50 million gold coins on a bid seemed somewhat irrational. However, Xiao Yun was indeed the most talented genius the Xiao family had seen in a century. And with her affinity for ice, acquiring the ice feather would undoubtedly enhance her abilities significantly. Such a hefty investment was justified. After the bid of 50 million gold coins, no one dared to bid further. Xiao Yun, brimming with pride, watched as Lalies struck the gavel, declaring the ice feather hers. Congratulations, Miss Xiao Yun, on winning the ice feather, Lalies said with a radiant smile. As the auction concluded, Huang Beiyue rose and made her way to the lounge behind the auction hall to assist Xue Che and Hong Zhu in forming their soul contracts. In the lounge, the Duke of Un and his son awaited with eager expressions, accompanied by Seth, the head of the Bugle family, the beautiful auctioneer Lalies, as well as Prince Zhangyi and Princess Yingye. The crimson spider was confined within its cage, its body shimmering with a menacing glow, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Its furious, glaring eyes bore a hostile glare towards those surrounding it. The 8 legs, armed with sharp, menacing spines, writhed menacingly, conjuring arcs of lightning that enveloped its form in a protective sphere. Merely gazing upon it reveals the formidable prowess of this fearsome arachnid. Chapter 62. A devious trick. Xueche's face was alight with unparalleled excitement. How formidable, truly formidable. He could already envision that before long, this crimson spider would be utterly subjugated beneath his feet, ready to obey his every command. This was even more audacious than forming a contract with a high-level spirit beast. For a contract with a spirit beast involves mutual utility. The summoner must, at times, exercise caution towards the beast. However, this crimson spider had already been subdued by Lord Xiqian. Once he formed a contract with it, it would not be a matter of mutual assistance, but rather the spider bowing in submission to him. The spider seemed to sense that Xueche was destined to be its master, its body crackling with electric light, its eyes alight with a fierce brilliance, glaring at him with palpable menace. Its front legs relentlessly pounded against the cage, as if eager to burst forth and rend him to pieces. The fury of this 11th-tier spirit beast was no trifling matter. Xueche swallowed hard, a tremor of apprehension coursing through him. At that moment, young Master Luo pushed open the door, followed by a mysterious figure cloaked in a cool demeanor. Although petite in stature, an air of elegant yet chilling strength radiated from her. Upon her entrance, the once unruly crimson spider immediately fell silent, as if sensing her presence. Its eyes flickered towards Huang Beiyue and then retreated warily, displaying a protective stance with its 8 legs, clearly intimidated by this individual. From arrogance to timidity, all because of one person's arrival, Zhang Yi couldn't help but cast a longer glance at Huang Beiyue, silently acknowledging, this Xiqian is indeed formidable. Only beasts subdued by her truly comprehend the extent of her power. Lord Xiqian, Xueche exclaimed, his eyes widening as he approached her with enthusiasm. Thank you so much. Huang Beiyue merely nodded indifferently, her gaze sweeping past the prominent figures in the lounge without a hint of interest. Such haughty aloofness, yet it did not incite displeasure. The pride of a strong individual is often met with respect. She strode directly to the cage, her voice calm and resolute. Let us commence. With that, she opened the cage, fortified with high-level energy protection, a move that startled everyone in the lounge. Princess Ingye called out, hey, watch out for its lightning. After witnessing the contest between Princess Ingye and Xiao Yun at the auction, Huang Beiyue's impression of the princess had improved somewhat. Moreover, although the princess's outcry was somewhat discourteous, it stemmed from genuine concern over her safety from the spider's electrical discharge. It is of no concern, Huang Beiyue replied. Her tone markedly softened compared to when she had previously referred to Princess Ingye as foolish outside the VIP room. The princess blinked in surprise, her mouth closing as she pondered. This person is truly peculiar. How has her demeanor changed so drastically? As the cage opened, the crimson spider, fearful of the oppressive aura emanating from Huang Beiyue, dared not make a move. The mere recollection of her tremendous power from the previous day ensured that it would never again challenge the strength of this formidable being. She extended her hand, pressing it upon the back of the crimson spider. Beneath the shroud of her black cloak, only a delicate segment of her fair, petite fingers emerged, starkly contrasting against the spider's vibrant, scarlet shell. Unbeknownst to him, the eyes of the battlefield were captivated by the mere glimpse of her finger. Indeed, she was a young woman, and remarkably youthful at that. From whence did she originate? Such tender years, yet her prowess was formidable. Chapter 63. A subtle trick without the support of a prominent family and lacking the guidance of a master is nearly impossible to cultivate to this level. Come here. Huang Beiyue lifted her gaze toward Xueche. A shiver ran through Xueche's heart. The lethality of an 11th-tier scarlet spider was immense, and if he approached carelessly, he could be obliterated in an instant. However, to exhibit cowardice at this moment would surely disappoint Lord Xiqian, potentially shattering his bright prospects. Gritting his teeth, Xueche summoned his courage and advanced. Let us commence the bonding, he said. After swallowing hard, he nodded and cautiously extended his hand, gently placing it on the back of the scarlet spider. After a moment, confirming no immediate danger, he began reciting the contract, forging a fateful bond with the creature. A faint golden light seeped from his palm, blossoming briefly before retreating. Simultaneously, the once boisterous scarlet spider finally surrendered to calmness. Unbeknownst to all, as the golden light flickered in Xueche's palm, a trace of dark energy flowed from Huang Beiwei's hand into the body of the scarlet spider. Follow my command, and see if you can defy me. Success. Xueche could now feel the essence of the scarlet spider within him. He tentatively called out, receiving a response in kind. He had become the master of an 11th tier spirit beast, instantly elevating his status among the elite of the Southern Wing Kingdom. Beaming with pride, Xueche immediately bowed deeply to Huang Beiwei, exclaiming, "Thank you, Lord Shitian." "No need for thanks. Congratulations to young Master Xue," Huang Beiwei replied coolly. Her naturally aloof disposition shunned the bustling crowds, and with a slight nod, she departed, still as haughty as when she arrived. "Lord Shitian," Luo rushed out, presenting her with a lamb card emblazoned with the Bugle family crest. "This is the total amount from the recent auction, without any commission deducted. 300 million gold coins." Huang Beiwei held the lamb card, feeling a surge of satisfaction. 300 million gold coins earned in a single day liberated her for financial woes. All of this was thanks to this young man. Without his suggestions and assistance in the auction, she might have faced prolonged monetary struggles. Lost in thought, she patted Luo's shoulder, saying thank you. Luo's handsome face flushed crimson, akin to a boiled shrimp, as he softly replied, "No need for thanks. I am delighted to serve you." Before Huang Beiwei could respond, the voice of Prince Zhan Yi called from behind, "Lord Shitian, I look forward to your presence at tonight's palace banquet. I shall attend. Thank you for your gracious invitation, Your Highness." To this cold prince, Huang Beiwei held no ill feelings. He possessed formidable strength, yet exuded no arrogance. She detested individuals like Xueche and Xiao Yun, whose lackluster abilities were overshadowed by their flaunting demeanor. "Lord Shitian, you cannot wear such a dark ensemble to the palace banquet," Princess Yingyi remarked, eyeing Huang Beiwei's black cloak. "It is truly perplexing how a powerful 9-star summoner would drape themselves in such a lackluster garment." Upon hearing Princess Yingyi's words, Huang Beiwei felt a twinge of embarrassment. Attending the palace banquet is a formal occasion. No matter how arrogant she may be, she should at least show some respect to the host. At the very least, her attire must be appropriate. Chapter 64. A subtle manipulation. She nodded faintly, turning away with a hint of coldness. Luo, somewhat displeased, remarked, "Lord Shitian looks splendid in that attire. What is there to critique? I wasn't speaking to you." Princess Sakura shot a glare at the boy, her head held high as she exited. Infuriated, Luo's handsome face flushed red, and he began to jump around. A commanding voice resonated from behind. Seth, the patriarch of the Bugle family, approached and patted Luo on the shoulder. "You performed admirably this time." Luo's face instantly brightened, seizing the moment to negotiate. "Then let me become a mercenary, father." Seth shook his head, fully aware of Luo's capabilities. The boy was impulsive, brimming with adventurous spirit and a desire to be in the limelight. Yet should he truly encounter peril, his life could be at stake. The life of a mercenary was fraught with danger, and his son, still young and naive, would only come to understand a father's concerns with age. We shall discuss the mercenary matter later. For now, I have a task for you. Upon hearing the first part, Luo's smile faded, but the latter half piqued his interest. "What task?" "That esteemed Lord Shitian possesses a formidable strength. I hope you can engage with her. If you can win her over, it would be splendid." Engaging with her. A thought crossed Luo's mind, causing his cheeks to flush with an awkward redness. "What's wrong?" "Oh, it's nothing." Luo quickly shook his head. "Rest assured, I will befriend Lord Shitian." Befriend? Seth couldn't help but smile bitterly. How could a powerful 9-star summoner easily befriend a mere child who wasn't even a summoner? His son, while wonderful in many respects, was tragically naive. Huang Beiwei exited the Bugle Market, pondering where to procure a few decent outfits when a carriage suddenly halted beside her. A lithe and strikingly beautiful girl, Xiao Yun, leaped down. "Lord Shitian, where do you reside? Allow me to escort you home," Xiao Yun offered with great enthusiasm. "I reside at the princess's estate. Do you dare to take me there?" Huang Beiwei glanced at her and replied in a husky voice, "No need." "Lord Shitian, Today Yun had the honor of capturing your ice feather. We are immensely privileged and wish to invite you to a meal, if you would graciously accept. The elegant Lady Shui also descended from the carriage, warmly extending the invitation. I have matters to attend to, Huang Beiyue coldly retorted, dismissing them with a few terse words as she bypassed them. Your face? What worth does it hold? Watching her retreating figure, Xiao Yun felt a mix of envy and jealousy. Mother, when will I become a 9-star summoner? Once she achieved that status, even as a daughter of lesser birth, she would command the respect of all. Rest assured, Mother will make your dreams come true. Madame Shui whispered, today Prince Xiaoyao has also arrived. Mother has already sent someone to prepare a grand gift for him, requesting that he concoct a cleansing elixir for you. A cleansing elixir? Xiao Yun exclaimed, both astonished and elated. Mother, is what you say truly the case? The cleansing elixir is an exceptionally rare potion among elixirs, and its concoction is exceedingly challenging. Even for a 6th-grade alchemist, the success rate hovers around a mere 30%. Chapter 65. A deceptive scheme. The creation of this elixir demands an abundance of rare medicinal herbs and must be conducted during the most auspicious moments when the celestial energies of heaven and earth are at their zenith, particularly during the transitions of the seasons and the cycles of day and night. It is fair to say that there exists but a single opportunity each year to concoct such a potion, although the process does not pose any harm to the alchemist. Its intricate nature and the meager chances of success have led to only a handful of triumphs over the years. However, the benefits of success are truly remarkable. The essence cleansing pill can rectify innate deficiencies. Even those of mediocre talent may ascend to the ranks of geniuses upon ingestion. With Xiao Yun's current aptitude, the aid of the essence cleansing pill would undoubtedly elevate her to the realm of a 9-star summoner within a decade. At that point, she would become the first female 9-star summoner of the Southern Wing Kingdom. Yet, my dear Yun, the carefree prince is not one to readily assist others in alchemical endeavors. Even if the emperor were to beseech him, he may not acquiesce. What shall we do then? Xiao Yun's distress was palpable. Aunt Shui wore a sly grin. Without assurance, how could I dare to send gifts? Xiao Yun's spirits lifted. Mother, do you have a plan? Aunt Shui, wary of prying ears in the crowded vicinity, ushered Xiao Yun into the carriage and lowered her voice. During the lifetime of the Grand Princess, she had bestowed favors upon the carefree prince, who once vowed that he would brave fire and water at her behest. Xiao Yun's eyes widened. Mother, how do you know so much? Aunt Shui smirked coldly. I spent many years by that wretched Huiwen's side. She did not hide much from me. But alas, the Grand Princess has passed away. True, but she has a daughter still. The carefree prince is a man of deep loyalty. Should Huang Beiyue speak, he will undoubtedly respond favorably. You want me to seek out that worthless girl? Just seeing her stirs my ire. How infuriating it is that a mere incompetent occupies the status of a legitimate daughter. Thoughts of Huang Beiyue's position ignited a flame of resentment within Xiao Yun. Aunt Shui patted her shoulder, offering comfort. Yunner, endure this moment of indignation, for it shall pave the way for your grand ambitions. Xiao Yun huffed in response. Aunt Shui continued. Once I ascertain the whereabouts of the carefree prince, we shall find an opportune moment for you to bring that worthless girl along. Should you encounter the carefree prince, you must leave him with a favorable impression. Mother, the carefree prince is wealthy and influential. His status as an alchemist far surpasses that of Shui Che. Does it not? Xiao Yun suddenly blushed with shyness. Aunt Shui regarded her for a moment, then playfully pinched her delicate cheek. My dear child has blossomed. Mother, you tease me. Xiao Yun pouted. Aunt Shui smiled with affection. I am not teasing you. I am delighted by your aspirations. If you were to marry the carefree prince, I would no longer need to tread carefully within the Xiao family. Your father is easily swayed. A few words from that woman, and he is all ears. After all these years, I have nearly lost hope in your father. Now, I place my hopes solely upon you. Mother, rest assured, I will surely win the carefree prince's favor. Xiao Yun vowed earnestly. With the support of Prince Xiaoyao, even my father must heed their wishes. Aunt Shui said cheerfully, however, do not abandon your pursuit of Shui Che just yet. After all, the influence of the Duke of Anghua's household is considerable. Mother, I understand. With my allure, I shall undoubtedly make Che utterly devoted, and Prince Xiao shall not be a suitor I can refuse. Chapter 66. A deceptive encounter, Xiao Yun possessed an unwavering confidence in her appearance. At merely 16 years of age, she was already regarded as one of the most exquisite beauties in Linghuai City. Coupled with her prowess as a 3-star summoner, countless men found themselves utterly captivated by her charm. The suave and refined Prince Xiao appeared approachable, yet the true embodiment of coldness was Prince Zhang Yi, whom she dared not approach. Unbeknownst to both Aunt Shui and Xiao Yun, every word they uttered was keenly overheard by Huang Beiyue. The icy feathers of the ice spirit illusory bird, which Xiao Yun possessed, enabled the bird to perceive everything in proximity through its spiritual awareness. This was one of the extraordinary abilities of a super spirit beast, known as the soul division technique. Within that icy feather resided a pulse of his vital energy, allowing for mutual reflection. However, only he, as the primary entity, could grasp the information of the divided entity. Through that feather, no trace of his essence could be sensed. The machinations of women are most formidable. In just 2 days, Huang Beiyue discerned that. Compared to the overt malice exhibited by Aunt Qin, the true threat lay in the duplicitous nature of Aunt Shui, the proverbial smiling tiger. Though proud and aloof, she never underestimated her adversaries, having witnessed countless instances of misfortune befalling the overconfident. Women are among the most fearsome beings in existence. She herself embodied that terror. Thus, when contending with the equally cunning Aunt Shui, she resolved to employ subtle stratagems, exchanging a single icy feather for 50 million gold coins, which would enable her to monitor the movements of this mother-daughter duo at any time. She deemed it a worthwhile investment. Foolish woman, seeking to exploit me? Let us see how I can turn the tables. With a cold snort, Huang Beiyue entered a clothing shop. A cloak was an essential part of her ensemble. How could one exude mystery without it? Therefore, she deliberately selected 2 oversized black cloaks, capable of concealing her form entirely. Additionally, she procured 2 exquisite black robes. The attire of this era did not quite align with her aesthetic preferences, prompting a sudden inspiration to summon the shop owner. The entire city was abuzz with rumors of a remarkably powerful 9-star summoner, clad in a black cloak, shrouded in mystery. Upon Huang Beiyue's entrance, the owner and the attendant grew anxious, and the other patrons fell silent, holding their breath and fixating their gazes upon her. Hearing Huang Beiyue's call, the owner hurried over, cautiously inquiring, "Esteemed one, how may I assist you? Can your establishment create garments according to my designs?" "Indeed, we can. Even if we couldn't, we would make it happen for you, my lady." "Excellent. I shall sketch 2 designs for you. Please expedite the crafting process." Huang Beiyue approached the counter, took a charcoal pencil, and swiftly sketched 2 designs on white paper before handing them to the owner, along with a pouch of gold coins. The owner, cradling the sketches, was utterly mesmerized. It was his first encounter with such peculiar attire. "How long will it take to complete?" 2 days, 2 days at most. For your esteemed request. We typically would require only a day, but as these designs are unprecedented, we need an additional day for thorough study. Huang Beiyue nodded. 2 days was indeed a remarkably swift pace, and she was not in any particular haste. Expressing her gratitude to the proprietor, she departed with her newly acquired attire. Subsequently, she wandered to the bugle market, where she purchased a low-tier ring, which astonishingly cost over 10 million gold coins. Chapter 67. The court banquet. The exquisite storage ring was beyond her imagination in its value, and suddenly she felt that possessing 300 million gold coins rendered her a mere pauper. After purchasing numerous items, she stored them all within the ring before returning to the princess's residence. Stealthily entering the Luoyuan pavilion, she went unnoticed as she meandered from the backyard to the front courtyard, where she spotted Dongling pacing anxiously. Just in time, she had also bought something for Dongling, and with some time remaining before the palace banquet commenced, she decided to show it to her. "Dongling, I have something for you, miss." Dongling turned upon seeing her, her face lighting up as if she had encountered a savior. "You have finally returned. What has happened?" Huang Beiyue's expression darkened. Her first thought was that someone had come to trouble Dongling again. She had privately instructed Pei Xiong to reign in the household servants and prevent any disturbances at Luyan Pavilion. Did Pei Xiang lack even this basic capability? Anyone could be bullied, but not Dongling. Who dares to bully you? I shall teach them a lesson. With my strength, eliminating someone without a trace is easier than squashing an ant. Dongling was taken aback and quickly shook her head. No one has bullied me these past few days. No one has dared to come, and the people in the residence no longer target me as they used to. What's going on then? It is good that no one is causing trouble. She often ventured out and could not always keep an eye on Dongling. This young girl, kind-hearted and loyal, had stood by her through the years, and she could not bear to see her suffer any longer. Dongling pulled her into the room, speaking as they walked. Just now, the second miss sent someone over with these items. Huang Beiwei was puzzled. Would Xiao Yun truly send her gifts? It seemed as though the sun had risen from the west. On the bed in the room lay 2 sets of new garments and several exquisite pieces of jewelry. Indeed, she has sent Huang Beiwei picked up a piece of clothing, admiring the fine materials, cloud silk and satin, the kind that only daughters of affluent families could afford. As she contemplated Xiao Yun's intentions, perhaps to curry favor with her in preparation for meeting the carefree prince, Dongling anxiously interjected. The second miss insists that you must dress up nicely. We are to attend the palace banquet tonight. What? Huang Beiwei's eyes widened in shock. Hadn't they stated that she was afflicted with a serious illness and contagious, thus forbidding her from going out? That is what I relayed, she replied. But the second miss insisted that regardless, you must attend the banquet tonight. Huang Beiwei pondered the predicament. No matter how powerful she was, she could not be in 2 places at once. She had to enter the palace as Huang Beiwei alongside Aunt Shui, and also as Shi Tian. It seemed she could not evade either obligation. If she were to refuse Xiao Yun, that capricious young lady would undoubtedly object. With such kindness in sending her garments and inviting her to the banquet, Huang Beiwei recognized their ulterior motives. Whether she could attend was hardly a decision she could make. If a rift were to arise between me and Xiao Yun at this moment, it would undoubtedly disrupt her plans. Should matters escalate, she would have no choice but to reveal her true identity as the celestial performer. This cannot be allowed. Exposing her identity would be too lenient a fate for Xiao Yun and the Snow Concubine. The grievances they previously inflicted upon Huang Beiwei, along with the vendetta against the princess, demand a retribution of tenfold. Chapter 68. The court banquet. As thoughts began to formulate in her mind, Huang Beiwei retrieved the items she had purchased that day from her spatial ring, causing Dongling's eyes to widen in astonishment. Miss, is that a spatial ring? Dongling rubbed her eyes repeatedly, unable to believe the sight before her. She was well aware of the value of such a ring and their financial circumstances. After all, it was merely a low-tier spatial ring. At this point, Dongling, I can no longer keep it from you. I shall be attending the court banquet today, and you must accompany me. Dongling nodded earnestly. I will serve you, miss, and will ensure that you do not suffer any embarrassment. Attending a court banquet would inevitably mean encountering numerous noble young ladies and gentlemen. The pampered daughters of the Long Princess had throngs of maidservants attending them. If the esteemed Princess Beiwei, as the legitimate daughter of the Long Princess, appeared without a single maid by her side, it would be utterly disgraceful. From a young age, the Long Princess had instilled in her the importance of etiquette and palace rules, even teaching her some self-defense skills. With her by her side, no one would dare to bully the miss. Huang Beiwei picked up a newly acquired black robe and turned to Dongling with a smile. I do not require you to serve me. Ah, then what am I to do? Dongling was perplexed. As a maidservant, what else could she do if not attend to her mistress? Let us discuss that later. For now, try on this outfit and see if it fits. Dongling was a year or 2 older than her, yet over the past 2 years of following Huang Beiwei, she had endured great hardship, always sacrificing her share of food for Huang Beiwei, subsisting on dry bread. Due to prolonged malnutrition during her growth years, she appeared to be of a similar age to her mistress. As per her mistress's instructions, Dongling never dared to question further. After donning the clothes, she frowned and said, Miss, this is a men's outfit. I assent it? Huang Beiwei nodded. Indeed, it was male attire. The women's garments were vibrant and colorful, but she had never been fond of flamboyance. Those who dwelled in the shadows tended to avoid all things bright and beautiful. She preferred black, a color akin to the night, appearing cold and devoid of hope. It suits you rather well, Huang Beiwei observed. The fit was perfect, and clad in the all-black male attire, Dongling bore an air of vigor, a testament to her childhood training in martial arts. Huang Beiwei then retrieved a new black cloak and draped it over Dongling, pulling the hood down to shield her face. After examining her from various angles, she remarked, "Yes, quite fitting, though it lacks a certain ferocity. What on earth do you intend to do, miss?" Dongling was thoroughly baffled. In such peculiar attire, should someone see her, they would surely think her mad. "I want you to wear this outfit to the court banquet." "How could that be possible?" Dongling lifted the hood in irritation. "Miss, please. This attire would never be accepted in the palace. Today, her mistress must be contemplating some absurd notion again." The Long Princess had warned that the outside world was chaotic and had advised her to refrain from foolish escapades. Yet in recent days, Dongling had been unable to keep her mistress in check, and now Huang Beiwei had returned transformed. Huang Beiwei raised her clear black eyes, gazing intently at Dongling, a confident smile gracing her lips. With this, entry is undoubtedly assured. From beneath the pillow, she retrieved the splendid gilded invitation that Prince Zhangyi had sent her yesterday. The resplendent golden card instantly infused their modest room with an aura of radiant brilliance. Chapter 69. The Court Night Banquet. Dongling's eyes widened in astonishment. Having grown up in the residence of the Grand Princess, she possessed a modicum of discernment. Such color and specification of the invitation could only be utilized within the palace. This was indeed an invitation to a royal banquet. "Miss, how did you come by this? Was it sent by the Empress Dowager, or perhaps by Princess Xiao?" Dongling cautiously accepted the invitation. It had been many years since she had seen such gilded invitations since the passing of the Grand Princess, and as her fingers grazed its surface, she felt a profound sense of reverence. For a fleeting moment, it was as if the Grand Princess had not departed, and they still resided in the most resplendent mansion of Linghuai City. The Empress Dowager and Princess Xiao are not in the capital. How could they have sent me an invitation? Huang Beiwei chuckled. Indeed, Dongling agreed, carefully unfolding the invitation. When she saw the name of the invitee was Lord Xiqian, she thought she must be imagining things. Lord Xiqian? The name was somewhat familiar, yet oddly strange. They certainly did not know this person. Upon realizing that the name was not Princess Beiwei, Dongling's heart suddenly felt heavy, and the glimmer of hope in her eyes vanished instantaneously. Huang Beiwei, observing the subtle shift in her expression, shook her head and said, "Dongling, this invitation was neither found nor stolen. It is indeed for me. But the name, it is clearly not the Mrs." Dongling protested. "Xiqian is me, Dongling. This invitation is addressed to me. No one knows that Xiqian is Princess Beiwei. Understand?" Dongling nodded, acknowledging that this was the Mrs. alias in the outside world. "Yes," Huang Beiwei affirmed, "I intend to enter the palace with Xiaoyan, and you shall proceed as Xiqian. Remember, no matter what, do not remove your hood. Do not let anyone see your face, nor engage in conversation." Dongling's heart raced at the thought of impersonating someone to enter the palace. If the emperor were to discover this, it could lead to a death sentence. "Miss, the palace is an incredibly strict place. It is impossible not to remove the hood. Trust me, as long as you possess this invitation, no one will dare to stop you." Huang Beiwei reassured her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. Dongling's hands trembled as she clutched tightly, her petite frame quaking with anxiety. Huang Beiwei's dark eyes deepened with intensity as she seized Dongling's hand, a fierce determination flashing in her gaze. "Dongling, once you don this attire, you must not be afraid." Dongling shuddered and, with a forlorn expression, replied, "Miss, perhaps it would be better to reconsider. I do not even know who this Lord Xiqian is. How can I impersonate him in the palace? What if I am discovered? What is there to fear with me by your side?" Huang Beiwei sighed, realizing that in that moment, she could not alter Dongling's perception of themselves as the weaker party. After years of living in trepidation, navigating life in the shadows, it would likely overwhelm her to learn that her mistress might now be the most formidable individual in the entire capital. However, time was of the essence. They could rouse her after she fainted, Noticing Dongling's hesitance and anxiety, Huang Beiyue suddenly whispered, "Bing, come forth." "Bing? Who is Bing?" Dongling glanced around, clearly alone. Yet who could the lady be calling? However, in the next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment, larger than that of a copper bell. For within their chamber, an enormous creature suddenly manifested, an ice phoenix, radiating an aura of frigid, glacial energy. It was a spirit beast, a creature of the ice element. Chapter 70. The court banquet enveloped in ice and snow. This creature is undoubtedly a high-ranking spirit beast. It is said that even an 11th tier ice attribute spirit beast does not exhibit such a complete icy form. Just how powerful must this spirit beast be? "Miss, we must flee," Dongling shouted in terror, her foremost thought being to protect her mistress. It must be that they offended guqin yesterday, prompting him to send skilled assassins to take the miss's life. With Dongling spreading her arms protectively behind her, urging the anxious Huang Beiyue to escape. Both exchanged glances with the ice spirit phoenix, feeling an overwhelming sense of absurdity. The ice spirit phoenix, of such a high caliber, can freely control its size. In its normal state, it is as large as a palace, yet now it has shrunk to fit within the confines of the room. For the first time, Huang Beiyue noticed how remarkably beautiful the ice spirit phoenix was. Previously, its immense size only allowed her to perceive it in parts, making it seem like a rough, colossal entity. Its large head and face left her with no specific impression, only that it was an extraordinarily large visage. However, upon closer inspection, she saw its entire body glistening in pristine white, shimmering with a delicate ice blue hue. Each feather was composed of pure, flawless ice and snow, devoid of any imperfections, save for its deep green eyes that sparkled with life. It resembled the phoenix of ancient Chinese mythology, its long, ornate tail, feathers, and arrogant, languid posture accentuated by 3 elegantly curved ice feathers on its forehead, truly a sight to behold. At that moment, the ice spirit phoenix held its head high, lazily glancing at Dongling with an air of regal dominance. "Dongling, this is Bing, my spirit beast," Huang Beiyue declared as she stood up and approached the ice spirit phoenix, gently patting its magnificent ice wings. Dongling swallowed hard, plopping down onto the bed, her mouth agape, rendered speechless for a while. "Master, I seem to have frightened her," the ice spirit phoenix remarked, feeling a sense of pride in the awe it had instilled in a mere mortal. "Do not worry, she will recover soon," Huang Beiyue sighed. Noticing Dongling still in a daze, she proceeded to change her attire. Although the garments sent by xiao were of exquisite quality, their style was rather ordinary, and the colors quite dull, rendering even the most beautiful woman somewhat lackluster in comparison. However, with Huang Beiyue's fair complexion and delicate features, she would appear graceful even in rags. Today, she aimed to maintain a low profile, thus avoiding vibrant reds and greens. Ever since the passing of the eldest princess, she had refrained from donning anything too flamboyant. This visit to the palace was different from her usual life at home. She could not simply wear plain white. Therefore, she casually donned the attire sent by Xiao. Seated before the mirror, she gazed at the reflection of the young girl in the bronze mirror. Her unadorned face was refreshingly pure, her vibrant spirit evident in her expressive eyes. Her long, dark hair framed her cheeks, accentuating her bright, dark eyes and rosy lips, exuding an indescribable allure. Though still very young at merely 12 years of age, traces of her past life were discernible in her picturesque features. With a gentle tug at her hair, Huang Beiyue felt a tinge of helplessness. She was adept at donning her attire, yet the art of hairstyling eluded her. For the past few days, she had merely gathered her hair haphazardly before stepping out, confident that her cloak would conceal any imperfections. However, as she anticipated her impending visit to the palace, it was imperative that she present herself with a semblance of elegance. Just as she grappled with her predicament, a pair of icy little hands took the comb from her grasp. Chapter 71. The court night banquet in the midst of her distress. A pair of icy little hands gently took the comb from her grasp, silently tending to her lustrous black tresses. Today marked the happiest day of Dongling's life after all these years. The voice of the girl behind her trembled with emotion, tears streaming down her cheeks. At last, the time had come to avenge the princess's wrongs. Fong Beiyue furrowed her brow and turned her head to inquire. Vengeance? Dongling's hand stiffened, and she instantly knelt before her, eyes brimming with tears as she cried out. Miss, the princess did not succumb to illness. She was in fact murdered, just as she had surmised. Fong Beiyue clenched her fists, a tide of emotions surging forth. Recollections of the gentle and beautiful Princess Huiwen flooded her mind, who had showered her with care and affection. Despite being perceived as a useless and timid girl, the princess had always cherished her. Beiyue, with a mother like me, no one shall bully you. The tender and loving voice echoed in her ears. Yet who could have anticipated the cruel twists of fate? The young princess, unable to wait for her fragile daughter to mature, had tragically closed her eyes forever. How regretful and worried she must have been, and how frightened and lost little Fong Beiyue must have felt. A torrent of fierce emotions crashed into her heart. Clenching her fists tightly, she queried, Dongling, what do you know? Dongling, weeping, clung to her legs. The princess was poisoned by the medicine sent by concubine Shui and died. Yet the master did not pursue the matter. At that time, the war was raging, and neither the emperor nor the empress dowager could intervene. The master hastily arranged for the princess's burial. You were too young, miss. I dare not speak of it, hoping to tell you when you grew up. I am to blame. No, Fong Beiyue shook her head. You acted rightly. Had you revealed the truth back then, with your gentle and naive disposition, you would have either been driven to despair or alerted concubine Shui, who could have eradicated all traces. Dongling was also quite young. Yet she understood Fong Beiyue's nature and had kept such a grave secret for years, waiting for her to grow stronger or marry before divulging it. Her meticulous thoughts and steady demeanor signaled a promising future if nurtured properly. Dongling, I have already guessed much of what you shared. I shall investigate the cause of my mother's death thoroughly, and I will ensure they all pay the price. Do you understand? Dongling nodded vigorously through her tears. I understand. A swift death would be too merciful. To conspire against the princess is a grave offense. Their misdeeds must be made known to the world, and all must be made to punish them. Fong Beiyue nodded with satisfaction, touched that this young girl could comprehend her plight. A swift end for concubine Shui and her daughter would leave the princess's death shrouded in mystery. Who would seek justice for the suffering Fong Beiyue endured all these years? That is well. Now, do you know what must be done tonight? Dongling nodded firmly, her heart brimming with joy, for she understood that her mistress had already devised a plan. She would gladly partake in the palace banquet under a false identity. And even if it meant ascending a treacherous mountain of blades, she would not hesitate. Her mistress, so astute and meticulous in her endeavors, would undoubtedly rise above the ordinary in the future. Chapter 72. The court banquet. Dongling, with her deft hands, styled a dignified cross bun for her, adorned with a simple purple glass bead flower, subtle and understated, ensuring she would not overshadow the other noble ladies. Was this not precisely the effect that Aunt Shui desired? Clad in exquisite garments and jewelry, yet remaining inconspicuous, she aimed to prevent others from seizing upon the grievances of Princess Bei, being subjected to harsh treatment, while simultaneously allowing her to accentuate Xiao Yun's beauty and nobility. What a clever scheme. Why not indulge you? Let you soar with a smile, only to be unceremoniously cast down from the gates of paradise, yet not meet your demise. Huang Beiyue twirled around, her first glance at her traditional attire filling her with a sense of novelty. The sky was darkening, and Aunt Shui had already dispatched a maid to hasten her. Huang Beiyue casually draped a delicate green cloak over her shoulders and instructed Dongling, remember to maintain a calm demeanor in conversations, responding minimally. Hold your head high. Even before the emperor, a mere subtle reply will suffice. Dongling nodded, imprinting these words firmly in her mind. Though her palms still perspired slightly, her fear had dissipated. Huang Beiyue smiled reassuringly. There is nothing to worry about. I will be present at the banquet and will keep a watchful eye on you. Should any issues arise, I shall assist you. Having given her instructions, she proceeded to the front courtyard, where an impatient maid awaited her. The palace banquet today had invited all from the princess's residence, yet due to the lower status of concubine Qin and concubine Shui, they were not permitted to enter the palace without a royal decree. Thus, only Xiao Yuan Cheng, accompanied by several young masters and misses from the household, would attend. Naturally, Xiao Zhongqi and Xiao Yun were among those expected to go, alongside the fourth miss, Xiao Rou, born of concubine Qin, the second young master Xiao Zhonglei, born of concubine Shui, and the eldest miss Xiao Ling, born of concubine Feng. Xiao Yuan Cheng, youthful and handsome, exuded charisma and stature. The offspring of his concubines were equally remarkable, with the males being dashing and the females strikingly beautiful. As the carriage halted in the courtyard, the young masters and misses had gathered, yet Huang Beiyu arrived fashionably late. Upon seeing her, Xiao Yuan Cheng's expression darkened, his face paling with displeasure as he cast a disdainful glance her way, before mounting his horse and departing the residence with Xiao Zhongqi. Huang Beiyu regarded the swiftly departing horses with a placid expression on her pale, frail face, betraying no excess emotion. This left Xiao Ling, who longed for a spectacle, feeling thoroughly disappointed. Huang Beiyu, as the legitimate daughter, was the object of envy among them all. Why are you not resting at home, plagued by illness, instead of attending this court banquet? Xiao Ling blurted out, glaring at Huang Beiyu with disdain. The eldest lady. The third lady is indeed the legitimate daughter of this household. What audacity is this? Aunt Shui interjected, approaching Huang Beiyu with feigned warmth, inquiring about her health with a concerned demeanor. Xiao Ling's face shifted through shades of red and blue. Though she dared to insult the sickly Huang Beiyu, she did not possess the boldness to act similarly toward the cunning Aunt Shui. With a huff, she muttered softly, "It is true. The doctor has warned that her illness is contagious. What if she infects Her Highness the Princess upon entering the palace? To further her ambitions of elevating her mother to the position of the principal wife, as well as to solicit the care of the carefree prince for the concoction of a cleansing elixir." Xiao Yun's demeanor towards Huang Beiyu softened slightly. "Big sister. The third sister has recovered, albeit her constitution remains fragile. Please refrain from making such remarks in public. What contagion are you insinuating? We share the same courtyard. If there were an infectious disease, wouldn't we also be susceptible?" Xiao Yun's words were incisive and cutting. Xiao Ling could hardly fathom that the typically haughty Xiao Yun would come to Huang Beiyu's defense. It was as if the sun had risen from the west. Xiao Yun was particularly favored by the elder, and even their father held her in high regard, leaving Xiao Ling wary of offending her. "Second sister, you jest. I merely spoke carelessly. I would never spread such rumors," she retorted, internally seething with resentment toward Xiao Yun. Like Huang Beiyu, Xiao Yun was born under fortunate circumstances. Huang Beiyu was the offspring of the Grand Princess, a true daughter by birthright, while this loathsome creature had the audacity to possess the bloodline of a summoner. How detestable! Despite being of the Xiao family, she was merely a concubine's illegitimate child, devoid of any martial prowess, let alone the gifts of summoner. Spoken carelessly? I perceive you are prone to utter nonsense. Perhaps you ought to stay home instead of causing a commotion at the palace banquet. Xiao Yun's words carried weight at home, bolstered by the support of the elder, leaving Xiao Ling pale with trepidation at her admonition. "Do not take offense, young lady. The banquet is approaching. We must hasten to our carriage and not delay any further," interjected Aunt Qin, casting a sharp glare at Xiao Ling. "You, lacking in awareness. Cannot you see how Xiao Yun and her mother are courting Huang Beiyu? Your reckless behavior could ruin everything. Were it not for the tender age of the fourth young lady, Xiao Rou, I would not have sought to align with that insipid Xiao Ling." Aunt Qin required Xiao Ling to forge connections with a powerful young noble at the banquet to further her own ambitions. Time was of the essence. Xiao Yun was on the brink of an engagement with the heir of the guqin, and if that came to pass, Aunt Shui could very well ascend to the position of matriarch. If only Xiao Ling could also connect with a scion from a prominent family. I would adopt her into my household, and she would become my daughter, allowing me to wield power through her. With Aunt Qin interrupting, Xiao Yun could say little more and boarded the same carriage as Huang Beiyu. Inside the opulent vehicle, she cast a disdainful glance at Huang Beiyu. The person she despised most in this life was Huang Beiyu, yet she was compelled to feign civility. The carefree prince would also attend today's banquet, leaving her no choice but to accompany this ailing waste of space. However, a waste is a waste, adorned in brocade and jewels. She would still pale in comparison to herself. This useless individual would merely serve as an ornament, to be discarded once her utility was exhausted. Huang Beiyue reclined comfortably against the soft cushions of the carriage, her pallid complexion rendering her appearance particularly frail, as though she might succumb to slumber at any moment. There is little to discuss with Xiao Yun, and the journey to the palace is quite lengthy. She decided to rest her eyes, half closed, for a while. Once darkness falls, Dong Ling will disguise herself as a performer to attend the palace banquet. Given Dong Ling's frail abilities, it is imperative that she take some protective measures. In her heart, she silently calls upon the ice spirit phantom bird to safeguard Dong Ling, urging it to act at the slightest hint of danger, ensuring she remains unharmed. Master, what of you? Generally, spirit beasts do not abandon their masters to protect another. Chapter 74. The court night banquet, however. The ice spirit illusionary bird had not formed a life contract with Huang Beiyue. It merely obeyed her commands, allowing her to wield it at will. For the time being, there was no need for protection. Given Huang Beiyue's status, she was unlikely to encounter any danger. Moreover, her skills were formidable, and she would not necessarily regard the martial artists of this era with high esteem. Although Ice Spirit Illusionary Bird had only been acquainted with Huang Beiyue for a day or two, it had garnered some understanding of her character. Her assertion of needing no protection was a testament to her unwavering confidence. Thus, Ice Spirit Illusionary Bird quietly slipped back to the princess's residence from the shadows. The carriage jolted slightly, and Huang Beiyue, with half-closed eyes, suddenly caught sight of a shimmering, flowing ice feather at Xiao Yun's waist. Summoners typically stored their weapons in spatial rings and would not carry them around casually. During battles, weapons were crucial for victory, and an unfamiliar weapon would prevent opponents from deciphering one's tactics. Only those unable to afford a spatial ring would display their weapons openly. Clearly, Xiao Yun was not one of those. She possessed a high-grade spatial ring with ample space, equivalent to the size of a city. With such an extraordinary spatial ring, not placing the ice feather within was an obvious attempt to showcase it. Across the entire Carta continent, it was likely that only she wielded a feather from A5 spirit beast as a weapon, a blatant display of pride. Xiao Yun held her ice feather in high regard, and as Huang Beiyue's gaze fell upon it, she beamed with delight. She took the feather from her waist, toyed with it in her hands, and glanced at Huang Beiyue. Smiling, Beiyue, what do you think of my ice feather? Isn't it beautiful? Huang Beiyue was genuinely amazed. After all, it was a feather she had plucked herself. Not only is it beautiful, but do you know from which spirit beast this ice feather originates? Huang Beiyue feigned ignorance, shaking her head. Xiao Yun, brimming with pride, declared, "You must know about the 5 spirit beasts, right? Just like His Highness's purple flame fire qilin, this ice feather comes from the ice spirit beast, the supreme among the 5 spirits, the feather of the ice spirit illusionary bird." Xiao Yun employed several grandiose terms to describe it, leaving Huang Beiyue feeling somewhat overwhelmed. How impressive! Even if she possessed the complete ice spirit illusionary bird, she had to flatter Xiao Yun, who merely owned a single feather. Xiao Yun's face radiated pride. Beiyue, while you may hold a noble status, it is unfortunate that you lack strength. In Carta, having status without strength amounts to nothing. Having no strength. This was the first time Huang Beiyue had ever heard someone voice such a sentiment about her. If she had no strength, then surely there were no strong individuals in the world. Do you know about the recent figure, Lord Shitian? Seeing Huang Beiyue remain silent, Xiao Yun assumed she felt inferior. Making Huang Beiyue feel inadequate was one of Xiao Yun's favorite pastimes. As a 9-star summoner, the ice feather was her own trophy. My grandfather has already sent someone to win over Lord Shitian. If all goes well, he will be my master in the future. Huang Beiyue, with her half-closed eyes, suddenly opened them wide, tilting her head in astonishment. Master? Upon witnessing her expression of surprise, Xiao Yun felt an increased sense of pride. Of course, I am the female prodigy of the Southern Wing Kingdom. Lord Shitian must hold me in high esteem. A prodigy? Achieving the strength of a 3-star summoner at the age of 16 is considered a prodigy? Chapter 75. The court banquet. She pondered. At what age would she attain the strength of a 3-star summoner in accordance with the customs of this era? 5 years old? A 16-year-old 3-star summoner, expecting her admiration? What a fantasy! If her second sister could become a disciple of the renowned Master Xiao, her future would undoubtedly be boundless. She spoke of if, of course. With a hint of disdain, Xiao Yun glanced at Huang Beiyue and remarked, "Third sister, even if there are benefits, second sister will not forget you. And you must not forget her either." Indeed, Huang Beiyue nodded earnestly, vowing not to forget. As the carriage entered the palace and underwent several inspections, they disembarked and proceeded alongside the palace attendants toward the Shiguang Hall, where the banquet was to be held. Along the way, numerous young ladies from prominent families in the capital had already gathered. The officials and young masters had gone ahead to pay their respects to the emperor, while the womenfolk made their way to Shiguang Hall to greet the empress. Upon seeing a few familiar young ladies, Xiao Yun approached them for conversation, while Huang Beiyue trailed behind the attendants, observing her surroundings. The sight was indeed one of opulence, with ladies adorned in exquisite garments, each vying for attention in their vibrant attire. Huang Beiyue was momentarily dazzled, quickly diverting her gaze to the sky above. Upon reaching Shiguang Hall, they witnessed the empress and several concubines emerging in splendid regalia, prompting the noble ladies to kneel in reverence. Huang Beiyue, adhering to her principle of kneeling only for her parents and the heavens, merely cast a cursory glance before standing at the entrance. When the empress called out and shared laughter with the noble ladies, Huang Beiyue stepped inside. The banquet had been set, and the palace attendants guided the ladies to their seats based on their ranks. The position of the princess was equivalent to that of a noble lord, naturally placing her close to the emperor and empress. Xiao Yun confidently took her seat at the table designated for the legitimate daughter of the princess, displaying no sense of impropriety as she had done so in the past. The others said nothing in protest. Huang Beiyue raised an eyebrow but remained indifferent, sitting down with a calm expression. Just as she settled in, she noticed that Princess Yingye's seat was adjacent. Upon turning her head and spotting Xiao Yun, Princess Yingye frowned slightly but said nothing. However, her gaze lingered on Huang Beiyue for a moment. Then, Princess Yingye stood from her seat and strode towards them, drawing the attention of the assembly. Xiao Yun had yet to react when Princess Yingye's petulant voice rang out. "Is this where you were meant to sit?" Xiao Yun was taken aback, and Huang Beiyue was momentarily stunned as well. How dare a mere illegitimate daughter presume to overshadow the esteemed Princess Beiyue? What are you even worth? Princess Yingye's voice was loud enough for nearly everyone in Shiguang Hall to hear. Humiliated in front of the crowd, Xiao Yun's face paled, and with a forced smile, she stood up to relinquish her seat. I must have accidentally sat in the wrong place." Though she uttered those words, her heart seethed with resentment. Curse the Huang Beiyue. Had she known, she would never have brought her along, allowing herself to endure such humiliation. The commotion here has drawn the attention of the queen, who, radiant and dignified, declared, "Yingye, do not act recklessly." To which Princess Yingye responded, her voice clear and lively. "Mother, I'm not being reckless. The people of the Grand Princess's residence lack understanding of the rules, and I merely seek to enlighten her." Chapter 76. The court banquet. Upon hearing the title princess, the queen, with her exquisite phoenix eyes, cast a fleeting gaze towards Huang Beiyue. Noticing her expression turned somewhat intricate before she offered a subtle nod. Today's banquet was rather informal, lacking in rigid protocols. Huang Beiyue lifted her head, meeting the queen's gaze without flinching. In her recollection, the queen had harbored a distinct aversion towards her since the demise of the late princess. She had not encountered the queen again, and it seemed that sentiment had not changed. The queen's glance was merely a cursory sweep before she turned her attention elsewhere. Her cool demeanor devoid of any discernible emotion, neither fear nor hostility, only a semblance of respect. To Huang Beiyue, the queen was merely a stranger. Although the queen disdained her, she had never sought to cause her harm. The queen found herself slightly taken aback by Huang Beiyue's unassuming gaze, pondering if she had misjudged. How could the once frail Huang Beiwei exhibit such fortitude? Glancing back at Huang Beiwei, the queen observed that she appeared much the same, fragile and seemingly on the verge of collapse with the slightest gust of wind. Perhaps her perception had been clouded. With the commotion stirred by Princess Ingye, the attention of those in the Shihuang Hall shifted to Huang Beiwei. Whispers circulated among the crowd, punctuated by gestures of curiosity. It appeared that this was indeed the long-anticipated Princess Beiwei. After all these years, it was the first encounter. She did not seem utterly inept. Upon closer inspection, she bore a resemblance to the late Princess Huiyuan, a beauty in her own right. Yet, what use is beauty when one is beset by illness? The vast estate of the late princess would likely be relinquished to others. How pitiable it is that one unable to practice martial arts is reduced to mere ridicule. The notion that the Princess Beiwei of the late princess's household was a failure had become an unspoken truth in Linhuai City. The late princess had once shone brilliantly, yet her daughter seemed to cast a shadow upon that legacy. Amidst the hushed murmurs, Huang Beiwei felt a twinge of indignation. How could the renowned assassin of the 21st century be dismissed as a failure in this realm? Before she could turn her head to glare at the onlookers, an announcement heralding the arrival of the emperor resounded. Instantly, the assembly in the Shihuang Hall rose, collectively preparing to kneel in reverence. The emperor entered with a hearty laughter, raising his hand as he proclaimed, "There is no need for formalities today. You may all rise." The ladies present expressed their gratitude. Seizing the moment, Huang Beiwei dared to glance at the emperor. The difference between memory and reality was stark. After a brief absence of a few years, the emperor of the Southern Wing Kingdom no longer exuded the youthful vigor she recalled. The passage of time had etched lines of diligence at the corners of his eyes. Yet his visage remained handsome, tall, and commanding, stirring a gust of authority with each stride. In his wake followed the dashing and aloof crown Prince Zhang Yi, alongside several princes and high-ranking ministers. Huang Beiwei's keen eyes quickly spotted Prince Xiao Songmi, clad in azure, moving gracefully, a faint smile playing upon his lips. The arrival of the crown prince and the carefree king stirred a subtle excitement among many noble young ladies within the Shiguang Hall, including Xiaoyun. The emperor, exuding an air of majesty, strode confidently to the dragon throne and, with a sweeping motion of his grand sleeves, inquired, "Have all esteemed guests arrived?" At once, a young eunuch replied in a high-pitched voice, "Your Majesty, Lord Shitian, and the 9th Prince of Beiyao have yet to arrive." Chapter 77. The Provocation of the Strong. The emperor squinted slightly, his expression inscrutable. As expected of a sovereign, his emotions remained concealed. The king of leisure stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the 9th Prince has been afflicted by a grave illness of late and is unable to attend on time. I implore you not to hold it against him." It was well known throughout the Southern Wing Kingdom that the king of leisure shared a close friendship with Feng Liani. Given the king's esteemed position, the emperor could not disregard his plea and smiled. "No matter, there is still time. I shall wait with all my esteemed ministers for our distinguished guest." The court echoed with shouts of "Long live the emperor," and he granted them seats. Xiao Yuanshang, accompanied by Xiao Zhongqi and Xiao Zhonglei, took their places. Upon catching sight of Huang Beiwei's position, he snorted coldly. Observing Xiao Yun's distressed expression ignited his anger, and he inquired, "Yuner, what troubles you?" Xiao Yun, feeling aggrieved, whispered, "I am aware of my status as a concubine-born daughter. I inadvertently occupied the second sister's seat, and to my surprise, I was chastised by the princess. Father, it was truly an accident." Xiao Yuansheng's simmering resentment towards Huang Beiwei intensified upon hearing this, and he glared fiercely at her. Huang Beiwei, toying with the wine cup in her hand, cast him a cold glance and said, "Prince Consort, we are currently in the palace, a place that upholds decorum. Our positions differ greatly. Such disrespect towards me may catch the attention of the censors, who could report you tomorrow." Xiao Yuansheng was instantly consumed by rage, unable to fathom that this once timid wretch dared to speak to him in such a manner. After all, he was her father. How could she presume to assert her status over him? Preposterous. Huang Beiwei's cold gaze shifted towards him, her lips curling into a hint of scornful amusement. Xiao Yuansheng was so enraged that he nearly spat blood. In the presence of the emperor and empress, he dared not act recklessly. Beside him, Xiao Yun felt a pang of anxiety as she witnessed her father's humiliation, an inexplicable unease welling up within her. Meanwhile, Huang Beiwei, seeing that Xiao Yuansheng dared not retaliate, smirked and continued to play with her wine cup. Their conversation was deliberately subdued, thus none around them perceived any irregularity. The crown prince, Zhan Yi, settled beside Princess Yingyi. She immediately remarked, "Your Highness, this is Beiwei from our royal aunt's family. Do you remember her?" Huang Beiwei lifted her head, noticing Princess Yingyi pointing at her as she spoke to Zhan Yi. The crown prince turned his gaze towards her, appearing indifferent, as if she stirred no significant reaction within him. Huang Beiwei, having always been perceived as a weakling, was entirely unlike his robust disposition. Thus, he seldom paid her any mind. Years had passed, and seeing her again, she still bore the pallid and frail appearance, though her strikingly clear black and white eyes seemed to shine with newfound clarity. Out of courtesy and respect for the deceased grand princess, Zhan Yi remarked, "I have heard of your ill health. Are you feeling better?" The youth's concern was cool and detached, yet sincere, reflective of his naturally aloof character. Huang Beiwei felt a slight warmth in her heart and nodded, "I am much improved. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness." The voice was soft and gentle, yet it carried an air of familiarity. Zhan Yi could not help but cast a lingering glance at her. In that moment, he suddenly realized that the young girl before him possessed a delicate beauty, her skin as smooth as jade, eyes enchanting, lips a shade of crimson, with a petite and exquisite figure. Her demeanor was cool and ethereal, strikingly different from the impression he had of Huang Beiwei in the past. Chapter 78. The provocation of the strong in the past, when the princess brought her into the palace. The little girl would gaze at him with a mixture of fear and shyness. Even a slight display of anger from him could reduce her to tears. However, now, Huang Beiwei dares to lift her clear eyes to meet his gaze, shedding the timidity of her former self. It is often said that a girl transforms significantly by the age of 18. It seems that after the passing of the princess, she has gradually matured and evolved. Strangely, a sense of joy swells within Zhan Yi's heart. "Beiwei, now that you have recovered, do visit the palace more often. You have not come here in years, and your grandmother has missed you dearly," Princess Yingyi sincerely expressed. Huang Beiwei's impression of Princess Yingyi has improved significantly since their initial encounter. Although Yingyi is headstrong and willful, her straightforward nature and sense of justice are commendable. Huang Beiwei deeply appreciates a woman of genuine character. Just as she nodded in agreement, a young eunuch hurried in to report, "Your Majesty, Prince Yi has arrived, as has Lord Shitian." The hall fell silent for a moment, and the emperor, filled with joy, rose and strode down to personally welcome them. It is evident that various nations value skilled talents, and this is no mere pretense. Huang Beiwei noticed that opposite her, several elders dressed in splendid garments, seated among the princes and nobles, immediately exhibited keen interest, sitting upright with an air of solemnity. She could distinctly sense the aura of masters. Although they did not exude killing intent, their profound and restrained demeanor was unmistakable. It appears these individuals are formidable figures from the Southern Wing Nation, each likely possessing strength exceeding 8 stars. She heard Xiao Yuansheng quietly say to Xiao Yun, "Yun'er, your grandfather is over there. Do pay your respects to him shortly." "Understood, father," Xiao Yun promptly replied. Xiao Yuansheng, filled with pride, remarked, "Your grandfather will be attending the palace banquet. It seems he has already broken through to the 8-star summoner level. His summoned beast is the fire leopard, a 12th-tier spirit beast. With his current strength, he could likely engage in a fierce contest with even a 9-star summoner." Xiao Yuanqing nodded, his face adorned with a smugness that suggested he himself had achieved the rank of a 9-star summoner. Huang Beiwei did not hold a strong impression of the elderly patriarch of the Xiao family, who had disapproved of Xiao Yuansheng marrying the princess, viewing it as a loss of face for the Xiao family. Consequently, he also harbored little fondness for Huang Beiwei. The patriarch resided in the Xiao family South Main estate. And over the years, Huang Beiwei had only visited a few times, each occasion fraught with trepidation at his imposing presence, preventing her from truly seeing him. Thus, she was unaware of what the patriarch looked like. As her gaze swept across the group of masters, she noticed an elder with long white hair and beard casting a glance in their direction. Upon seemingly recognizing Xiao Yun, his expression softened slightly, eliciting a smile from Xiao Yun. It appears that the white-haired elder is indeed the patriarch of the Xiao family, Xiao Qiyuan. Xiao Qiyuan, along with the other masters, turned his attention towards the entrance of the hall, awaiting the arrival of the legendary Lord Shitian, who is said to possess one of the 5 spirits, the ice spirit illusory bird. As the emperor approached the entrance, several princes and ministers naturally followed suit. A few young eunuchs carried lanterns to light the way. Gradually, a petite figure shrouded in a black cloak emerged into view, elegant, mysterious, and exuding an air of proud aloofness. Indeed, it was as rumored. Your Grace, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Chapter 79. The Provocation of the Strong, Your Excellency, the Master of the Heavens. I have awaited your arrival for an extended period. The sovereign of the nation, a figure of grandeur, performed a respectful bow, showcasing his appreciation for talent. The royal family and the esteemed officials behind him, upon witnessing the emperor's gesture, followed suit, inclining their bodies in deference. Yet, the enigmatic master of the heavens merely acknowledged them with a slight nod, exhibiting an air of haughty pride. The emperor, undeterred, welcomed his excellency with a countenance full of joy, granting him a seat beside the crown prince and princess Sakura. Huang Beiwei exhaled a sigh of relief. Her earlier concern about Dongling's performance dissipated for the moment. Following Dongling's entrance was Feng Liani, the hostage from the northern Yao kingdom. 2 eunuchs lit the way ahead. As he donned a dignified crescent white robe, adorned with silver-edged, auspicious cloud patterns at the collar and cuffs, secured at the waist with a broad azure silk sash. His dark hair was elegantly tied back, crowned with a silver tiara embedded with precious gems. The luminous white attire, akin to the moon's glow, accentuated his strikingly handsome and refined demeanor. The instant Huang Beiwei laid eyes on him, she was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he the mysterious man who had appeared at the Grand Princess's ancestral hall that day? A master of stealth, undetectable to her senses. Yet upon this encounter, he bore a strikingly different aura. The man she had seen previously was not only handsome, but exuded an alluring, sinister charm, his countenance rife with a fierce, lethal energy, truly a dangerous individual. In contrast, today he presented himself as a paragon of gentility, exuding warmth and elegance. It appeared that she was not the only one wearing a mask. As Feng Liani arrived, several nobles from the southern wing kingdom rose to greet him, clearly possessing a commendable reputation. He approached the seat beside the carefree prince with a smile, and the 2 distinguished gentlemen exchanged knowing glances before taking their places. I thought you wouldn't come, the carefree prince murmured, upon hearing news of the ice spirit beast's appearance. How could I resist the temptation to see for myself? Feng Liani replied with a gentle smile, his gaze shifting toward Huang Beiwei. However, he did not direct his attention to the mysterious figure concealed beneath a cloak, but rather focused his lavender eyes intently on her, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Huang Beiwei regarded him with icy indifference, separated by a stretch of empty space. Amidst the brilliant lights, the 2 masked individuals scrutinized one another. Though silent, their gazes conveyed a mutual understanding. Princess Beiwei, it is a pleasure to see you again, Feng Liani remarked. Mind your own business, and your life will be prolonged, she retorted, delivering an unequivocal warning. She was far from naïve like the nobles of the southern wing kingdom, who might mistake him for a refined, ethereal envoy from a rival nation. From her first encounter, she had recognized him as a formidable adversary. However, he had not interfered with her affairs at that time. Hence, she had chosen to overlook him. Should he provoke her, she would show no mercy. Feng Liani raised an eyebrow, the same threatening demeanor as before. This cold, heartless little creature was indeed intriguing. A glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes, yet he was astute enough to shift his gaze to the center of attention, the master of the heavens. The figure concealed beneath the dark cloak exuded an air of extraordinary arrogance, seemingly indifferent to the gazes of those around her, entirely absorbed in her own world. The Crown Prince Jean Yi cast a glance in her direction, recognizing her proud demeanor and her aversion to conversation. He merely inclined his head in a subtle gesture of acknowledgement. However, Princess Yi could not restrain herself and huffed, pouting as she remarked, "What are you trying to be so mysterious for? Draped in a cloak within the palace, as if you have something to hide." Chapter 80. The provocation of the strong. Beneath the cloak, a pair of eyes seemed to glance at her, yet no words were uttered. Huang Beiwa looked at Dongling with satisfaction. Indeed, this was the way to proceed. Maintain an aloof demeanor. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring yet another formidable ally. Our Southern Wing Kingdom shall surely unify the world in the future. Long live our Emperor." The officials rose to toast. The Emperor, overjoyed, raised his cup and drank heartily, then gestured for the attendants to refill his glass, turning to Dongling. "It is with great honor that I receive your assistance. This toast is for you." Dongling stood, her hand beneath the cloak lifting the cup, her face concealed by her sleeve, and she downed the drink, prompting immediate praise from the courtiers. "Excellent. Master Shitian has a remarkable capacity for liquor." Having consumed but a single cup, the flattery from the scholars was palpable. The chorus of admiration caused the expressions of the skilled individuals seated on the opposite side to darken considerably. Xiao Qiyuan stroked his beard with a disdainful grunt, and the man beside him remarked, "Old Xiao, I have heard you have recently been in seclusion, presumably achieving the rank of an 8-star summoner. Why not challenge the Shitian and test her mettle?" Xiao Qiyuan, a cunning old fox, was not easily swayed. He chuckled, "I am too advanced in years to quarrel with the younger generation. The prowess of this Shitian is well known in Linghuai City. Possessing a super spirit beast, like the ice spirit illusion bird, she can eliminate an 11-star spirit beast with a single strike. Such power, I would not dare provoke lightly." "Humph, are you perhaps afraid, Old Xiao?" "A mere child, yet she has garnered such awe that even cunning old foxes like you are filled with trepidation." Another man, his face flushed and appearing to be in his 60s, yet resembling someone in their 30s, scoffed. "Those who have cultivated summoning arts to a certain level can maintain eternal youth." And the vast disparity between this man's appearance and age indicated he was likely nearing the pinnacle of 9-star proficiency. "Brother Sima, if you are so confident, then perhaps you should give it a try," Xiao Qiyuan remarked leisurely. "The one who stands out is often the target. My training extends beyond mere physical prowess. Intellect must also be honed." Sima Guqin was indeed one of the foremost experts in the Southern Wing Kingdom, second only to the prince's mentor. Regrettably, he was impulsive and lacked patience, often regarding many skilled individuals with disdain. This recent sensation, Shi Qian, had captured the spotlight, even prompting the emperor to host a banquet to win her favor. Sima Guqin would not easily relent. "Humph, I shall confront her," Sima Guqin declared, seizing a jug of wine, taking a hearty swig, wiping his mouth roughly, and rising with a flourish. His imposing presence immediately attracted numerous gazes, including that of the delighted emperor. "What business does Sima Qing have?" the emperor inquired with a beaming smile. Sima Guqin was one of his most capable experts, deserving of a cordial demeanor. Even if he occasionally acted with disrespect, the emperor could overlook such behavior. In these times, strength held undeniable sway. Sima Guqin stepped forward confidently, clasping his fists with both hands, and spoke in a robust manner. "Your Majesty, today's banquet is a rare occasion of joy, and I wish to enliven the festivities." Upon hearing the proud summoner's willingness to contribute to the merriment of the banquet, the emperor's face brightened with delight. "How do you intend to entertain us, Sima Qing?" Sima Guqin pointed decisively towards Dongling and declared in a solemn tone, "I wish to challenge her." Chapter 81. The provocation of the strong. As the words were spoken, an immediate hush fell over the Hall of Radiance, with all eyes turning towards Sima Guqin. This ostentatious figure was indeed challenging the newly arrived Lord Shitian. Over the past few years, whenever a formidable expert visited the Southern Wing Kingdom, Sima Guqin seized the opportunity to issue a challenge. and his prowess was undeniable. He had scarcely tasted defeat. He was famously known as the unbeaten general of the Southern Wing Kingdom. His renown had reached even Huang Beiyue during her time at the Bugle Market, where she had heard whispers of his impending ascent to the 9-star realm. Poised to become the first yellow-tier expert in 50 years within the Southern Wing Kingdom. His raw strength was formidable, his innate attribute being thunder. And he commanded an 11-tier thunder attribute spirit beast, the furious 7-tailed dragon. In the Southern Wing Kingdom, he had always walked with an air of dominance. Although the furious 7-tailed dragon was not one of the 5 spirits, the dragon clan was historically the mightiest among spirit beasts. Few spirit beasts dared to stand against the purple flame fire qilin of Prince Zhangyi, with Sima Guqin's furious 9-tailed dragon being one of the rare exceptions. With such terrifying strength, Huang Beiyue could not be certain of victory, and it was even more difficult to predict Dongling's chances. Huang Beiyue furrowed her brow. Sima Guqin was indeed a formidable adversary. The emperor hesitated, secretly curious to gauge Lord Shitian's true capabilities. However, he was still unfamiliar with Shitian's temperament, making it somewhat perilous to proceed. Should Sima Guqin act recklessly and provoke Shitian, leading her to leave the Southern Wing Kingdom in a fit of anger, it would undoubtedly be a significant loss. What should be done? The crowd below had begun to murmur quietly. The duel between Lord Guqin and Lord Shitian would surely be a spectacle to behold. Who among them would prevail? Lord Shitian commanded the ice spirit illusion bird. Yet Lord Guqin was on the verge of reaching the yellow tier, and the furious 9-tailed dragon was not to be trifled with. Indeed, this evening promised to be unforgettable. Listening to the surrounding chatter, the emperor realized that this contest was likely unavoidable. He inwardly lamented Sima Guqin's reckless behavior. However, now that the situation had escalated, refusing to acquiesce would only displease Sima Guqin, who was of great importance to the Southern Wing Kingdom. The challenge from Sima, Qing the emperor, stroked his beard thoughtfully, casting a slow glance at Dongling, pondering whether Lord Shitian would accept. If Shitian declined, Sima Guqin would be left without recourse. In the Kartar continent, when one party issued a challenge, the other could not be compelled to engage. This was a time-honored rule that had never been broken. Yet, a refusal might invite ridicule. Beneath the black cloak, an eerie calm prevailed. The enigmatic Lord Shitian remained aloof, leaving one to wonder if she would acquiesce. In truth, no one could see that beneath the cloak, Dongling's hands were tightly clenched together, her anxiety rendering her uncertain of how to proceed. After all, Sima Guqin was the most renowned unbeaten general of the Southern Wing Kingdom. How could she dare accept such a challenge? Isn't that a deliberate path to destruction? What shall we do, my lady? My lady, please devise a plan swiftly. Dongling can only hope that Huang Beiyue finds a way to resolve the past. For her own strength is far too feeble. She lacks the bloodline of summoner and is merely average in martial arts. Chapter 82. The provocation of the strong. It was permissible for her to feign the role of Shitian, yet it was utterly inconceivable for her to engage in combat. At that moment, the murmurs surrounding them transformed predominantly into support for Shitian to accept the challenge. The prominent families in the royal court of Guizhou all yearned to witness the prowess of this esteemed figure, Shitian. Even the carefree king, fanning himself, turned to Feng Lianyi and asked, "Who do you believe is more formidable?" Feng Lianyi, sipping his wine, merely smiled faintly in response. That is difficult to ascertain. When did you become so indecisive? Let us wager. If I win, you shall play 20 more games of chess with me. What does that sound? With a smile, Feng Lianyi replied, "And if I emerge victorious? Should you win, I will assist you in one endeavor, whatever it may be. Agreed?" "Very well." Feng Lianyi paused before stating, "I wager on Shitian." "Ha ha!" The carefree king laughed heartily, closing his fan. "Then I shall bet on our nation's invincible general, Sima Guqin." Upon placing their bets, others soon followed suit. Princess Ingya clapped her hands in excitement. "Brother, who do you believe will triumph?" Crown Prince Zhan Yi gazed at Shitian, his voice steady. Shitian has yet to respond to the challenge. Given her aloof demeanor, will she accept? Sima Guqin was indeed powerful. Even his mentor had remarked on his formidable nature. He was a force to be reckoned with across the entire Karta continent. Zhang Yi harbored a subtle concern for Shi Tian. For Sima Guqin's tempestuous seven-tailed dragon was known for its ferocity, and should one be careless, the consequences could be dire. Shi Tian, you need not accept this challenge. Zhang Yi murmured. Brother, if she declines, it will be quite shameful. You wouldn't want to see Shi Tian humiliated, would you? Everyone is eager to witness her contest with Lord Guqin. Princess Yingye exclaimed. Her curiosity piqued about the extent of Shi Tian's strength. To heighten her anticipation, Princess Yingye seized Huang Beiyue's hand and asked, Beiyue, do you wish to see? Huang Beiyue glanced at Dongling, a faint smile gracing her lips, of course. I am very eager to witness the competition between Shi Tian and Lord Guqin. It promises to be exhilarating. Dongling's body trembled slightly. What did the young lady's words imply? Was she suggesting that she accept the challenge? But how could she possibly compete with Sima Guqin? Although Lord Guqin's dragon was formidable, Shi Tian's ice spirit illusory bird was one of the 5 spirits. Huang Beiyue tilted her head. Do not fear, just go forth. I will be here. Knowing that her lady had considered all possible contingencies before suggesting Dongling impersonate Shi Tian, she was not one to act rashly or without strategy. Hearing her words, Dongling felt reassured, acknowledging that her lady must have a plan, and without further hesitation, she stood up, cloaked in a black mantle, exuding an air of coldness and determination. Upon seeing her rise, Sima Guqin's eyes sparkled with delight as he laughed heartily. Shi Tian indeed proves to be a person of forthright nature. The emperor smiled with satisfaction and remarked, for today's contest, it suffices to merely touch upon matter. The willingness of Shi Tian to engage in battle demonstrates her true prowess. Both individuals are indispensable talents of the Southern Wing Kingdom, and the emperor wishes to see neither side harmed. The palace attendants promptly emerged to clear a substantial area beneath the guest seating, preparing it as the arena for the 2 masters to showcase their skills. Chapter 83. The provocation of the strong Sima Guqin laughed heartily as he descended the lofty steps, taking his place upon the arena. Dongling, catching a glimpse of Huang Beiyue in the dim light beneath her black cloak, felt a wave of reassurance wash over her as she noticed the slight curve of Huang Beiyue's lips. With a composed demeanor, she followed suit down the steps. Yin, you know what to do, right? In her heart, Huang Beiyue summoned Yin from the confines of the Blackwater prison. A heavy breath escaped, and Yin's voice, imbued with a sinister charm, responded, Humph, if you wish for my assistance, you must honor the terms I proposed before. I shall consider it, but you best hurry, otherwise, should I take to the arena myself, I would not even entertain the thought of your proposition. Humph, cunning girl. With a huff, Yin retreated slowly, fading into the shadows. A deep, resonant voice echoed from the darkness. I require your black jade. Infuse it with all the essence you possess. Huang Beiyue offered a faint smile, gripping the black jade tightly as she poured her meager essence into it. Within the boundless space of the jade, as her essence flowed in, a colossal vortex formed amidst the darkness, swirling and expanding ever larger. Huang Beiyue's soul could distinctly sense something being drawn into that immense whirlpool, following the current of her essence. Yin's maniacal laughter filled her mind. What ecstasy! After all these years, I can finally breathe the air of freedom. Huang Beiyue retorted with a cold smile. What are you so pleased about? Until the seal is broken, you will still return. A moment of freedom is still freedom. Those who have never been imprisoned in darkness cannot comprehend the warmth of light. Yin's laughter gradually faded into the distance within her mind. Unbeknownst to anyone but Huang Beiyue, a wisp of black mist slipped from beneath Dongling's cloak. In the arena, Sima Guqin eyed the petite figure across from him, declaring with a haughty air, If I cause you pain, do not weep. A hoarse voice emerged from beneath the cloak. Enough of your prattle. Ha ha! Sima Guqin bellowed with exuberance. Raging seven-tailed dragon. My friend, arise. At his command, the tranquil sky erupted with thunder, a blinding flash illuminating the scene as a colossal dragon, enveloped in crackling electricity, materialized from a storm. This dragon bore 2 small black wings that trembled, unleashing waves of lightning with each flap. Unlike ordinary dragons, it possessed 7 tails, each crackling with brilliant electricity, resembling elongated whips that exploded with flashes of lightning upon striking the air. The formidable dragon soared low, reaching Sima Guqin, who leaped onto the back of the raging seven-tailed dragon. As its master, he remained unharmed by the electrical discharges. Impressive, Dongling thought, her fists clenched tightly. I cannot bring shame upon my lady. I must not falter in spirit. A sudden wave of frigid air surged from behind. As a colossal ice spirit phantom bird descended from the heavens, its form entirely composed of glistening snow and ice. With its wings of frost unfurled, a tempest erupted around it. The haughty ice spirit phantom bird lifted its head proudly, its sweeping tail feathers nearly brushing against the furious dragon soaring low, almost toppling it from the sky. Howling, it beckoned for the battle to commence. Chapter 84. The provocation of the strong, the clash of thunder and frost erupted violently in the air, as icy tendrils surged forth, sharp ice spikes piercing through the lightning, aimed at the furious seven-tailed dragon's abdomen. However, the enraged creature was not so easily subdued. With a swift turn of its colossal form, it soared into the sky. Dongling, undeterred, cast a glance at the imposing figure of the ice spirit phoenix, closed her eyes, and adeptly flipped herself upward. In her youth, the princess had enlisted the help of instructors to teach her martial arts, acquiring some self-defense skills that had enabled her to safeguard Huang Beiyue all these years. Yet, the frigid aura emanating from the ice spirit phoenix was exceedingly chilling. The moment her hand made contact, she was instantly frostbitten. Gritting her teeth, she endured the pain. With a powerful flap of its icy wings, the massive ice phoenix ascended once more, pursuing the enraged seven-tailed dragon in the skies. Good, Princess Ingye exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. Indeed, this was a remarkably thrilling contest. However, Huang Beiyue felt a pang of concern as she recalled her first encounter with the ice spirit phoenix, when the extreme cold had caused her palm to fester. Surely, Dongling was also suffering. This battle needed to be concluded swiftly. Yuan, do not hesitate. Teach him a lesson. Isn't that easy? Just a mere 9-star summoner, accompanied by an 11th tier spirit beast. Just as the words left her lips, Prince Zhanya suddenly stood up, prompting gasps from the crowd. Huang Beiyue abruptly looked up to see Sima Guqin atop the seven-tailed dragon, her hands forming seals with astonishing speed. Truly, she was a master of the Southern Wing Kingdom. The combination of a formidable expert and a powerful spirit beast typically unleashed immense strength. What could a super spirit beast do without a formidable summoner? They would still be unable to withstand their might. Heavenly Net, arise! Sima Guqin shouted, her hands sweeping swiftly, casting forth a dazzling array of lightning alongside the seven-tailed dragon. The intertwining bolts of lightning wove together to form a net, illuminating the night with a brilliant glow. The two nets, one above and one below, immediately enveloped the massive form of the ice spirit phoenix. Huang Beiyue's heart raced. Indeed, the formidable synergy between the summoner and spirit beast wielded tremendous power. If it were solely the ice spirit phoenix confronting the seven-tailed dragon, it could easily bring him crashing down from the skies. The heavens were its domain. Yet, with the summoner's presence, that strength was beyond comparison. The collaboration between the summoner and spirit beast seemed almost fated. Is this the esteemed Lord Guqin's ultimate technique, the heavenly net? Princess Ingye whispered, clearly impressed. Indeed, it's remarkable. No wonder he is known as the unbeaten general of our Southern Wing Kingdom. As for Shi Tian, he appeared somewhat inexperienced, having just recently formed a pact with the Ice Spirit Phoenix, and thus lacked the battle experience to rival Lord Guqin. Nonetheless, the fact that he had forced Lord Guqin to deploy the heavenly net so quickly indicated that he and the Ice Spirit Phoenix were quite powerful as well. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. Huang Beiyue cast a cold glance, a smirk playing on her lips. The outcome of this battle was still uncertain. The cold smile that played upon her lips carried a hint of exquisite aloofness, perfectly capturing the attention of Feng Liani, who had been observing her intently. He found himself momentarily taken aback. She was truly beautiful. How could he perceive such captivating beauty in a mere 12-year-old girl? a beauty that could stir the very soul. It seems you're destined to lose. Those 20 games of chess are inescapable for you. Chapter 85. The provocation of a strong ing. It appears you are destined to lose. Those 20 games of chess are inescapable, remarked the carefree king as he observed the scene unfolding in the sky, where countless flashes of lightning danced, and the ice spirit phoenix let out a furious cry. Feng Lianyi smiled faintly, not necessarily. His demeanor exuded an air of assuredness. The carefree king raised an eyebrow. You seem rather confident in that, Shitian, do you not? He has yet to make a move. Throughout the encounter, it was the ice spirit phoenix that engaged in battle, while Shitian merely sat upon its back, doing nothing. The carefree king's brow furrowed as he rhythmically tapped his fan against his palm, suddenly exclaiming, "This is dire. It seems I have lost." Before he could finish his thought, a wisp of black mist emerged from the heavenly net woven with lightning by Sima Guqin. The black mist expanded at an alarming rate, swiftly enveloping the flickering lightning. "What?" Sima Guqin exclaimed in disbelief, his expression shifting dramatically. The black mist continued to rise, prompting Sima Guqin to bellow, "Retreat." The furious seven-tailed dragon sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from the black mist, causing the hearts of even the 11th-tier spirit beasts to tremble. Retreat? It was far from simple. Under such immense pressure, they found themselves utterly immobilized. Sima Guqin's complexion drained of color, leaving those below confused as to why the usually wrathful seven-tailed dragon had suddenly become motionless. Was victory assured? Only Sima Guqin understood the truth. He was likely facing the strongest opponent of his life. As the black mist dissipated, the lightning was consumed bit by bit, and the heavenly net was shattered in an instant. Then, a storm of icy blades mixed with black mist surged forth. Sima Guqin's heart sank. His face turned pale as he realized the peril he faced, forcing him to muster every ounce of strength to command the furious seven-tailed dragon to dodge. Yet, the dragon had long lost its combat capability under the oppressive force. As it attempted to evade, its massive form tumbled through the air, plummeting to the ground. Directly below lay the Radiant Hall, a gathering place for esteemed guests. As onlookers beheld the lightning-infused seven-tailed dragon plummeting, panic ensued, and they scrambled for safety. A mere touch from that lightning would likely reduce an ordinary person to ash. The descent of the seven-tailed dragon was swift and direct, heading straight toward the princess's seat. Huang Beiyue looked up, her heart sinking as she muttered a curse under her breath. What in the world is happening? The timid Xiao Ling and Xiao Rou screamed in terror. "Master, I shall save you," cried the ice spirit phoenix urgently within their minds. The massive ice phoenix then turned in the sky, desperately rushing forth, its icy wings creating a tempest that wreaked havoc in the Radiant Hall. Simultaneously, a cold voice commanded, "Yan, come forth." Just as Huang Beiyue resigned herself to leaving, confident in her speed, she was unexpectedly ensnared by a pair of strong arms, lifting her into the air. "Tianxue cat, emerge!" With a gentle exclamation, Xiao Yun summoned her ice attribute spirit beast. A snow-white feline materialized, its large tail sweeping behind it, sending the members of the Xiao family sprawling. Subsequently, the colossal and furious seven-tailed dragon crashed down heavily onto the ground. Chapter 86. The provocation of the strong then. The immense fury of the seven-tailed dragon crashed heavily to the ground, causing Sima Guqin to be thrown into a daze. Rising unsteadily, he hastily dissipated the lightning enveloping the dragon to prevent any harm to those nearby. The ice spirit illusion bird, descending to rescue Huang Beiyue, found her already saved by Prince Zhang Yi and gracefully soared back into the sky. This false alarm resulted in no casualties. However, the emperor, shaken, immediately inquired, "Sima Qing, are you unharmed?" His tone betrayed profound astonishment. None could have anticipated that the undefeated general of the Southern Wing Kingdom, Sima Guqin, could suffer such a humiliating defeat. Both he and his beast were struck down from the heavens. Kneeling on one knee, Sima Guqin bowed his head, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, an involuntary response to the overwhelming pressure emanating from that dark aura. "I am fine," he replied, despondently shaking his head. After a moment, he lifted his gaze towards the figure clad in black atop the ice spirit illusion bird and admitted, "I have lost." The cloaked individual remained silent, casually waving a hand and, without a word, elegantly commanded the ice spirit illusion bird to depart. Lord of the theater, the emperor wished to retain him, but the bird soared away with remarkable speed, and before he could utter another word, the pristine figure had vanished from sight, leaving the emperor feeling a wave of disappointment wash over him. Huang Beiwei harbored quiet concern. The rapid departure of Dong Ling suggested that the frigid energy from the ice spirit illusion bird might inflict considerable damage upon her. This time, Zhang Yi's intervention had taken her by surprise. In her memory, the prince and Huang Beiwei had scarcely shared any close rapport. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Yi's actions were instinctive. Upon seeing her frail form nearly struck by the descending dragon, he had summoned the purple flame fire Qilin to save her without a moment's hesitation. Perhaps, he reasoned, it was because she was the only child left by the late Princess Huiyuan. Nonetheless, his actions drew the attention of many within the Shiguang Palace, particularly the members of the Xiao family. Xiao Ling, infuriated, stamped her foot. At the moment of crisis, she had been beside Huang Beiwei, yet the prince had chosen to save her instead, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Ling's presence. Xiao Yun let out a cold snort, suddenly wishing that the furious seven-tailed dragon had indeed crushed Huang Beiwei to her demise. Why would the prince solely rescue this worthless girl? Surely, only the prince himself could fathom the answer. As the purple flame fire Qilin alighted, Zhang Yi softly uttered, "I beg your pardon." He then wrapped an arm around her waist and leapt down together with her, landing steadily before releasing her. A warm sensation flowed into her heart. Huang Beiwei understood that Prince Zhang Yi had summoned the purple flame fire Qilin to save her, believing she lacked martial prowess and was in a weakened state. Whether it stemmed from familial affection towards the late Princess Huiyuan or mere sympathy, she felt a profound admiration for the cold yet handsome youth. The youngest 9-star summoner in the Carta continent, the esteemed prince of the Southern Wing Kingdom. This young man, with his strength, appearance, and inner qualities, garnered immense admiration. After he set down Huang Beiwei, he said nothing and walked toward the emperor and empress. She gazed at his retreating figure, a faint smile playing upon her lips. "The crown prince merely rescued you because he was nearby. Do not read too much into it," Xiao Yun remarked, a hint of bitterness in her voice. Chapter 87. Lingyang Academy. Huang Beiwei offered a faint smile, her gaze sweeping dismissively over the beautiful yet detestable face of Xiao Yun. "You are not the one who was rescued, so why do you trouble yourself?" Xiao Yun was rendered speechless, unable to respond to the audacity of Huang Beiwei, who had never dared to speak to her in such a manner before. This impudent girl had become increasingly brazen of late. Though she had intended to take advantage of the chaos to teach Huang Beiwei a lesson, her peripheral vision caught sight of the carefree Wang and the 9th prince of Beiyao approaching. Quickly, she composed herself, standing tall, her hand gripping the luminescent ice feather, accompanied by her pristine white 4th-tier spirit beast, the Tianxue cat. The striking duo attracted the envious glances of several noble women. Remembering the instructions from her aunt, Xiao Yun believed the carefree Wang would assist her for the sake of the eldest princess, and thus she seized Huang Beiwei's hand, her tone soft and concerned. "My third sister, were you frightened just now? Are you hurt anywhere?" Huang Beiwei, with her haughty disposition and aversion to contact, felt an immediate repulsion at Xiao Yun's sudden gesture. With a sharp motion, she flung her away. The force of the action caught Xiao Yun off guard, causing her to stumble and fall, but the timely intervention of the carefree Wang prevented her from landing awkwardly in front of the crowd. This act of defiance from Huang Beiwei astonished everyone. No one had anticipated that the supposedly useless daughter of the eldest princess would be so fierce, not only disregarding her sister's concern, but also callously pushing her away. Xiao Yuanshang, seething with suppressed anger towards Huang Beiwei, seized a moment to explode. "Beiwei, your second sister cares for you. What is this attitude?" Huang Beiwei, indifferent to the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, responded with a cold laugh, her voice still soft and innocent. "I nearly met my demise at the hands of a dragon. If my father does not show concern, Why should he be enraged at me for merely pushing away my second sister? Calling him father was a nod to their blood relation. Moreover, with so many witnesses present, if he would not grant her dignity, then he ought to keep his own face hidden as well. Her words struck with the weight of a feather that could shift mountains, redirecting the sympathy that had been aimed at Xiao Yun back towards Xiao Yuansheng. Whispers began to circulate among the onlookers. They had long heard tales of Princess Bu's miserable existence in the eldest princess's residence, and now it was evident. The prince consort had the least affection for this daughter. After the passing of the eldest princess, leaving behind such a neglected, sickly child without a father's love was indeed tragic. Xiao Yuansheng's expression darkened as he absorbed the murmurs around him. For once, he felt a twinge of guilt. He was all too aware of Huang Bu's plight over the years. No, it could be said that everything had transpired with his tacit approval, as he had never regarded her as his daughter. Fury coursed through him, his blood boiling, and in a fit of rage, he raised his hand and struck her publicly. Huang Bu's eyes turned icy, and with swift reflexes, she seized his wrist before the slap could land. "Prince Consort, this is the palace," she said, her youthful voice imbued with a chilling severity. Feng Lian's cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Yuansheng, her gaze shimmering yet imbued with an inherent coldness and lethal intensity. Xiao Yuansheng felt a sudden chill run down his spine. The ninth prince of Beiyao, renowned for his vast knowledge and refined demeanor, now bore an expression reminiscent of a hellish demon. Chapter 88. Lingyang Academy. He suddenly jolted awake, his mind clearing in a moment of stark realization. This was the palace. Should he have actually struck Huang Bu, the emperor would undoubtedly learn of it, and the consequences would be dire. Xiao Yuansheng felt his legs weaken with fear. There was a distinct difference between being at home and in the palace. Observing his trembling hands and unsteady legs, Feng Lian released his grip, stepping back with a serene smile directed at Huang Bu. The esteemed Princess Bu must have been startled earlier, causing her to inadvertently push the second young lady. Huang Bu watched his every move. In the case of another, she might have felt a flicker of gratitude, but towards this ninth prince of Beiyao, no such sentiment arose. Had he not intervened, Xiao Yuansheng would never have dared to lay a hand on her. She recognized Feng Lian's intention to assist her, offering a way to gracefully extricate herself from the situation. The sympathy of those present had already aligned with her. Xiao Yuansheng, a mere brutish man, had recklessly approached her with threats and aggression. She was the legitimate daughter of the Grand Princess, yet her father remained uncaring for her well-being, resorting instead to both scolding and striking her, an event witnessed by all. If she were to concede that she had merely been overwhelmed by fear when she pushed Xiao Yun, henceforth, Princess Bu would garner the sympathy of the Southern Wing Kingdom. In her past life, Huang Bu might have sought such compassion, but now, she was resolute. She had no need for pity. Gazing into Feng Lian's dreamlike lavender eyes, she coldly replied, "I simply dislike being touched by others." Feng Lian raised an eyebrow, the smile at the corner of his lips deepening. Indeed, she was a child of immense pride, utterly unwilling to allow anyone's sympathy to tarnish her inherent dignity. This proud and icy young lady piqued his interest more than ever. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun, upon hearing Huang Bu's words, felt a surge of delight within her. What a fool! She failed to seize the moment. She deserved to remain a useless wretch for all eternity. With that thought, Xiao Yun began to feign distress, having been supported by the carefree king moments before, which allowed her to lean into his embrace, adopting a demeanor of a delicate bird seeking comfort. "Third sister, no matter what, your elder sister cares for you deeply. As long as you are unhurt, I shall be at ease." Huang Bu cast a sidelong glance at her, her lips twitching in disdain. The pair, one a mindless simpleton and the other a pretentious actress, were never-ending in their antics. She had no desire to engage further, turning to leave when a melodious voice called out to her. "Yua." The carefree king gently pushed Xiao Yun away. His initial gesture of kindness did not imply that he would offer a free embrace for her to lean upon and confide in. Opening his folding fan, he disregarded Xiao Yun's theatrical display of tears and approached Huang Bu instead. Are you quite familiar with him?" Huang Bu turned to face him, inquiring what guidance he had to offer. Guidance? The carefree king chuckled softly. When you were but a child, your mother mentioned an intention to betroth you to me. However, upon my return from the Western Rhone Kingdom, I found you engaged to that lad from the Shui family. Alas, this has caused me such sorrow. Huang Beiyue's lips twitched in confusion. What utter nonsense is this? In her recollections, her encounters with the Wandering King were few and far between. During her tender youth, the Wandering King had roamed the world extensively, returning only once, which was for the funeral of the Grand Princess. Chapter 89. Lingyang Academy. At that time, Huang Beiyue was too young, timid, and weak, only capable of crying, oblivious to what the Prince of Freedom had said to her. However, one thing was certain. Huang Beiyue was not acquainted with him. Her expression remained perpetually aloof, showing neither surprise nor anger at his teasing, nor the shyness expected of a young girl. The Prince of Freedom could not help but feel disheartened. Had he truly become so devoid of charm? My dear, your health is poor, likely due to a lack of exercise since childhood. I believe you have reached the age to attend an academy this year. Would you be willing to go to Lingyang Academy? Lingyang Academy? This name was not unfamiliar to Huang Beiyue in the Southern Wing Kingdom. It was regarded as the highest institution of learning. Individuals of talent and ability from all corners of the nation could enter the academy to pursue their studies. The academy offered specialized courses for summoners, warriors, alchemists, illusionists, and others. Generally, as long as one passed the academy's assessments, admission to Lingyang Academy was assured. The status of Lingyang Academy in the Southern Wing Kingdom was second only to the royal family, surpassing all prominent families. It was a place teeming with experts, serving as a vital source of talent for the nation. Each year, the government allocated substantial funds for its operation, and during enrollment assessments, students from across the country would flock there. Those who gained admission typically need not spend any money, and they could look forward to prosperous careers, possibly even a path in governance. It was truly a cradle of dreams for every young person. What? Huang Beiyue is a useless person. How could she possibly enter Lingyang Academy? Suddenly, Xiaoling pointed at Huang Beiyue and shouted, her face betraying unmasked disdain. What qualifications does that waste have to enter Lingyang Academy? Only those with talent can gain entry. Xiao Yun and Xiao Zhongqi were both students there, and this year, Xiao Zhonglei and Xiao Rou would also be entering Lingyang Academy as warriors. Yet, Xiao Ling could not gain admission, as she lacked even the ability of a warrior. Much like Huang Beiyue, she had always felt that with Huang Beiyue beneath her, she could hardly be deemed useless. However, now that this waste had the opportunity to enter Lingyang Academy, she felt an overwhelming sense of imbalance. Lingye, Xiao Yuancheng admonished sternly, be quiet. After being halted by Feng Lianyi for making a mistake, his mind had become clear, and now it was even clearer. Who was the Prince of Freedom? He was one of the continent's foremost alchemists. His status was esteemed in any nation he visited. Offending him was more terrifying than incurring the wrath of the emperor. Xiao Ling, with her impulsive nature, dared to question the prince's decision loudly. She was courting disaster. Father, it's just how it is. I'm not even qualified to enter Lingyang Academy. Xiao Ling still could not accept it, glaring fiercely at Huang Beiyue. Qualified? The typically gentle Prince of Freedom suddenly scoffed coldly, his previously smiling face darkening. She lacks qualifications. Do you possess any? Who raised you to be so ignorant of decorum? Forgive me, Your Highness. Xiao Yuancheng's forehead broke out in beads of sweat, his face paling in fear as he hurriedly knelt beside Xiao Ling. The little girl is willful and lacks manners. It is my failure in upbringing. Xiao Yuancheng, the prince consort, holds the military rank of a commander. Yet his status is diminished by half in the presence of the carefree king. How well Xiao, the prince consort, has taught his daughter. The carefree king deliberately spoke slowly, his tone laced with sarcasm. Chapter 91. Lingyang Academy. The emperor was momentarily taken aback. No wonder the carefree prince sought his approval. It was indeed a trivial matter to admit an ordinary person into Lingyang Academy. The academy had a specialized institution for the offspring of royalty and aristocracy, where they were taught poetry, literature, etiquette, military tactics, and archery. Thus, it would be appropriate to place her in the Imperial Academy. Thank you, Your Majesty. The carefree prince replied, his face alight with joy. The emperor stroked his beard and smiled. I wonder which young gentleman or lady the carefree prince wishes to recommend. The prince chuckled. This one, Your Majesty, you must surely recognize. He turned, gazing at Huang Beiwei with a smile. Beiwei, come forth and pay your respects to the emperor. Huang Beiwei lifted her gaze to him, bemused by the excessive enthusiasm of this man. He had not even inquired if she consented to attend Lingyang Academy. Nevertheless, she was genuinely curious about the academy, having heard it was a gathering place for the nation's foremost talents, with powerful instructors and countless precious tomes. For her current self, the enhancement of her abilities was of paramount importance. Unraveling the secrets of the Black Jade was something she yearned for eagerly. She desperately needed a repository of ancient texts where she could glean information about the Black Jade. Since Yen had mentioned that that person was connected to the ancient Jade, it was certain that this era retained knowledge regarding that individual and the Black Jade. Attending Lingyang Academy was indeed the best course of action, especially since the renowned Seven Towers housed innumerable ancient texts she had longed to explore. Alas, the academy was heavily guarded and filled with experts, making it difficult for her to infiltrate. Becoming a student there would grant her the privilege to enter freely. Thanks to the carefree prince, she could smoothly gain access. Thus, she did not hesitate when he suggested she express her gratitude, approaching with an air of grace. Beiwei. Upon hearing this name, the emperor's smile vanished in an instant. His expression shifted to one of excitement as he looked intently at Huang Beiwei, his once formidable presence suddenly appearing weary and aged. Huang Beiwei was taken aback as the emperor swiftly approached, grasping her shoulders with fervor, exclaiming, "You are Beiwei." She nodded, recalling that Princess Huiyuan was the emperor's full-blooded sister, making him her uncle. Vaguely, she remembered the emperor's kindness towards her in her childhood. He had showered her with affection, bestowing the title of Princess Beiwei upon her at birth, along with the prosperous Qinghe County as her fief, ensuring her lifelong comfort. However, ever since the passing of Princess Huiyuan, she had rarely entered the palace, and later, when the royal physician diagnosed her illness as contagious, Huang Beiwei was confined to the princess's residence. Each year, the emperor bestowed generous rewards, yet they were secretly hoarded and divided by concubine Shui and concubine Xin. Due to the abundance of memories, Huang Beiwei held a fairly positive impression of the emperor. Upon noticing her frail and sickly demeanor, the emperor's anger suddenly surged. He turned abruptly, delivering a kick that sent Xiao Yuansheng, who was kneeling on the ground, sprawling. "Scoundrel!" the emperor bellowed, pointing at Xiao Yuansheng. "What have you told me? Every time I inquire about Beiwei's well-being, you respond that she's doing splendidly. I instructed you to bring her to the palace for me to see, and you claim she was unwilling to enter. Very well. I commanded you to take good care of her. Yet how have you fulfilled that duty?" At the emperor's furious outburst, the civil and military officials in the Xiaoguang Hall immediately knelt down in unison, pleading, "Your Majesty, please quell your anger." Chapter 92. Lingyang Academy. Xiao Yuansheng rolled on the ground and, trembling like a leaf, stood up to address the emperor. "Your Majesty, Beiwei has been frail since childhood. Despite my efforts to seek renowned physicians, I remain powerless. I have failed your expectations. I know my crime." Sweat cascaded down his forehead like rain, and the members of the Xiao family knelt in trepidation and anxiety. "How dare you deceive me?" the emperor thundered. "If you had cared for Beiwei properly, how could she have become so emaciated?" The empress gently attempted to intervene from behind, but was brusquely pushed aside by the emperor. Princess Ingye, witnessing her father's fury for the first time, could only cower behind Zhang Yi, her heart racing with apprehension. Xiao Yuanqing's resolve crumbled. He had specifically instructed concubine Shui to send the finest silks and jewels to Huang Beiwei, allowing her to dress elegantly for her audience in the palace. However, he never anticipated that the emperor's concern for Huang Beiwei would extend to such meticulous detail. The pallor and emaciation of her delicate face starkly contrasted with his usual assurances of Princess Beiwei is well. How could she be well when she looked so frail? The crime of deceiving the emperor was grave indeed. He could never forget how deeply the emperor cherished this child during the lifetime of Princess Wewen, treating her like a precious gem. If the emperor were to discover the hardships she had endured all these years, it would be no surprise if the Xiao family faced annihilation. Initially, he had thought that Biyue's frailty would not allow her to live long, and that her demise would bring an end to the troubles. Now, however, he found himself in a state of utter panic, consumed by thoughts of the emperor's wrath and the potential downfall of the Xiao family. Xiao Yun, quick-witted, recognized the gravity of the situation and knelt, approaching with urgency. "Your Majesty, my father truly cares for Princess Biyue. She has been weak since childhood, and the physicians have been at a loss. My father ensures that the kitchen provides her with nourishing meals daily, yet her condition has only worsened. The doctors feared she could not withstand the nourishment, which is why they ceased. Nonetheless, my father remains concerned and has my mother prepare medicine for her daily. I dare not lie, Princess. You must speak on behalf of my father. After all, blood is thicker than water. Your filial piety would not allow you to witness your father's distress, would it?" Xiao Yun's eloquence was remarkable, skillfully weaving a narrative that both shielded Xiao Yuancheng and left Huang Biyue with little to counter. Indeed, the doctors had mentioned that her frail constitution could not bear nourishment, and concubine Shui did personally deliver medicine to her daily. The bond of father and daughter, the sentiment of blood being thicker than water, such words held a sweet resonance. Even Huang Biyue felt a twinge of emotion. How could she bear to see such a loving father in distress? The emperor gazed at her tenderly, saying, "Biyue, speak the truth to me. Has Xiao Yuanqing treated you well? With me here, you need not fear. Should he dare treat you poorly, I shall have him executed immediately." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuancheng trembled, drenched in cold sweat, struggling to maintain his kneeling position, nearly collapsing to the ground. All that occupied her mind was the thought of doom. This time, it was undoubtedly the end. For so many years, what kind of life had Huang Biyue led within the confines of the manor? If the emperor were to compel her to speak, her words would surely herald the annihilation of the Xiao family. Chapter 93. Lingyang Academy. Xiao Yun's exquisite visage had turned utterly pale. At this moment, a single utterance from Huang Biyue could determine their fates. Never had she felt that this worthless individual could be so invaluable, nor had she ever harbored such deep regret. Had she known, she would have treated her a tad better over the years, thus sparing herself from this constant trepidation. "Prince Xiaoyao, Songmi," observed Huang Biyue, having gleaned from Xiaoling's recent words a glimpse into the life she had endured for so long. Now, he felt a measure of relief, for the emperor had vindicated her, allowing him to bear a lighter burden of guilt henceforth. Feng Lianyi regarded Huang Biyue's serene and composed countenance with a slight smile, sensing that this proud little creature would not readily accept assistance from others. Huang Biyue calmly surveyed the trembling Xiao family members kneeling before her. Her heart tinged with a bittersweet sensation. Had Huang Biyue been present, perhaps she would not have had to suffer so greatly. If only she could endure a few more days, just a few, then she could attain a tranquil and carefree existence. Alas, she had not persevered. Having been driven to a solitary demise before the spirit tablet of the Grand Princess by the Xiao clan mere days ago, observing their quaking figures filled with fear, she felt a flicker of relief for Huang Biyue, yet her heart blazed with indignation. These people would not be easily forgiven. Nevertheless, a subtle smile graced her lips. Her father, sister, brothers, and even the concubines had treated her with utmost kindness. Xiao Yuancheng, upon hearing her speak, initially believed she was about to lodge a complaint and nearly fainted. However, upon hearing her subsequent words, he was taken aback, incredulity washing over him as he lifted his gaze. Huang Biyue regarded him with a faint smile, one imbued with an enigmatic quality that sent chills down Xiao Yuancheng's spine. Prince Xiaoyao furrowed his brow, unable to restrain himself from saying, "Biyue, you need not fear. I am not afraid. They have indeed treated me well." Huang Biyue replied, her voice melodious and clear, her eyes sparkling with sincerity, devoid of any trace of fear or deceit. Prince Xiaoyao's heart sank. Could he have misjudged the situation? He sensed that matters were more intricate than they appeared, and was about to speak further when Feng Lianyi tugged at his sleeve. Turning to his confidant, he saw a gentle smile accompanied by a subtle shake of the head, as Feng Lianyi whispered, "She knows her own mind. Trust her." Somewhat astonished, Prince Xiao noted that Lianyi seemed to understand Beiyue remarkably well. With Feng Lianyi's assurance, he resolved to observe the unfolding events. The emperor's wrath had subsided slightly, though a trace of doubt lingered. Then why, after all these years, have you not entered the palace? A flicker of melancholy crossed Huang Beiyue's eyes as she lowered her head slightly. The palace is rife with memories of my mother. Each thought of her brings unbearable pain, and thus I have refrained from entering, causing you to worry. This is my fault. Ah, I see, the emperor murmured. I too find it hard to believe in my elder sister's passing. Even now, it remains unfathomable. As the emperor's fury dissipated, the courtiers collectively exhaled in relief, their regard for the esteemed Princess Beiyue deepening significantly. Originally, it was believed that the princess had passed away, and as an orphan left without support, she would likely have fallen into a state of utter desolation. However, to one's surprise, the emperor still harbored such concern for her. It appears that one should not underestimate the noble lady of Beiyue in the future. The empress cast a renewed gaze upon Huang Beiyue, her thoughts stirring. Chapter 94. Lingyang Academy. The queen scrutinized Huang Beiyue anew, her thoughts in a whirl. The nightmare from 4 years ago seemed to be resurfacing, Your Majesty. It is getting late, and Miss Beiyue is in delicate health. Perhaps it would be best to allow her to return and rest, the queen suggested softly, approaching with grace, though beneath her resplendent facade, her complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Indeed, it is late, and I am concerned for Beiyue's safety if she travels alone, the emperor replied, his gaze sweeping the room until it landed on the crown prince. Zhangyi, Your Majesty, the prince of leisure interjected suddenly, interrupting the emperor's reckless inclination. How could the esteemed crown prince be permitted to escort Miss Beiyue home? Such an act would undoubtedly incite criticism in the court, suggesting that she disregarded social hierarchies. Moreover, the queen and the crown prince might harbor discontent towards Huang Beiyue, and he did not wish for her to offend so many influential figures at such a tender age. I too must depart the palace. Allow me to escort Miss Beiyue back to her residence, the prince of leisure proposed. The emperor, recognizing the impropriety of sending the crown prince, readily acquiesced to this offer. Huang Beiyue expressed her gratitude, sighing with relief. The emperor's actions had nearly frightened her to death. However, perhaps due to their blood connection, this emperor uncle of hers gave her a rather pleasant impression. From her childhood memories, it was evident that he genuinely cherished Huang Beiyue. For such a person, she would certainly endeavor to repay his kindness in the future. Once they left the palace, she shared a carriage with Xiao Yun, much like their arrival, yet this time, Xiao Yun was no longer as arrogant, ceasing her earlier display of superiority. The atmosphere in the carriage was profoundly tranquil. Huang Beiyue closed her eyes to rest. Xiao Yun, observing her, was filled with a simmering resentment, wishing to eliminate her, yet the emperor's fury from earlier instilled a sense of trepidation. Third sister, are you asleep? Xiao Yun ventured cautiously. Today, she had refrained from complaining to the emperor, which left Xiao Yun perplexed. Could she truly be so foolish? This was unlike the current Huang Beiyue, who bore no resemblance to the timid simpleton she once was. A vague sense of unease crept in her heart, though she could not pinpoint its source. No, Huang Beiyue replied coolly, her eyes remaining closed. After today's events, she had discerned that Xiao Yun had not only inherited the summoner's bloodline from the Xiao patriarch, but likely also his intelligence. The words she spoke today had truly astonished Huang Beiyue, revealing a depth of thought and composure in a crisis that she had not anticipated. At that moment, Xiao Zhongqi must have been as terrified as Xiao Yuancheng, while Xiao Ling had been rendered utterly motionless. Xiao Yun forced a smile and said, in a few days, Lingyang Academy will commence its term. If you enroll in the Great Academy, you will be exempt from any assessments, but you will still need to procure some supplies for your studies. I will arrange for my mother to send them to you. Her intentions were clear. She was seeking to curry favor with Huang Beiyue, likely in hopes of securing the Prince of Leisure's assistance in crafting a cleansing elixir, especially after the Emperor's earlier display of displeasure served as a stark warning. Very well, Huang Beiwei responded, not declining the offer. After all, it was her own money being utilized. Why refuse? Accepting did not imply any indebtedness to them, nor did it indicate that she would assist Xiao Yun in any manner. Upon witnessing her acceptance, Xiao Yun felt a sense of relief wash over her. It seemed that Huang Beiwei was genuinely appreciative of her mother's daily efforts in delivering medicine. Within the entire Princess Chang's residence, only her mother occasionally displayed a semblance of indifference towards her. It would indeed be strange if she were not grateful to them. With this thought, Xiao Yun's worries dissipated entirely. Chapter 95. Lingyang Academy. The carriage came to a halt outside the residence of the Grand Princess, and the attendants promptly emerged to tether the horses and lift the curtain. Huang Beiwei was the first to disembark, while those within the estate, unaware of the events that had transpired at the palace banquet, still regarded her as the same useless young lady of yore. A maidservant of Xiao Yun coldly remarked, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry down. Do you expect the young lady to wait for you?" Huang Beiwei glanced at her, yet before she could utter a word, a whip came crashing down, sending the maidservant sprawling, her face a mangled mess of blood. Xiao Yuancheng bellowed, "You ignorant wretch! Do you address the princess in such a manner?" The crack of the whip immediately silenced those who had previously tormented Huang Beiwei, rendering them as motionless as statues. Prince Xiaoyao observed the scene, and Xiao Yuancheng, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, dared not command Huang Beiwei as he usually did. He swiftly ordered, "Assist the princess in alighting from the carriage." Pei Xiang, who had come to receive Xiao Rou, displayed remarkable intelligence upon witnessing Xiao Yuancheng's fierce display. She approached respectfully and helped Huang Beiwei down from the carriage. "Princess, be cautious of your footing." Seeing this considerate maid, Xiao Yuancheng's expression softened slightly as he dismounted and respectfully addressed Prince Xiaoyao, saying, "Thank you for your gracious escort, Your Highness." Prince Xiaoyao returned his gaze and dismounted as well, guiding Huang Beiwei's side. In a hushed tone, he asked, do you harbor any grievances? Share them with me. I shall ensure no one dares to bully you." A warmth enveloped Huang Beiwei's heart. Her past as an assassin had caused her to forget the essence of warmth. After years of wandering, apart from the solace provided by her master, only a woman named En had ever allowed her to feel at ease. Individuals like her were fated to be entwined with darkness, solitude, and bloodshed. She had once accepted this reality, yet since arriving here, the diverse array of people she encountered had shown her kindness, moved her, and earned her trust. She lifted her head and smiled faintly at Prince Xiaoyao. "Your Highness, gaze deeply into my eyes. You will find absolute sincerity within them. I may deceive others, but I shall never deceive myself." Her resolute voice resounded with conviction, and the subtle smile gracing her lips exuded an air of dignified arrogance that compelled others to believe in her. "I may deceive others, but I shall never deceive myself." Such courageous words could not be spoken lightly by a timid child, and Prince Xiaoyao felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. You truly surprise me. However, you are still quite young. Should you encounter matters beyond your resolve, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I promised your mother I would look after you. Fear not. The issues I cannot resolve are likely beyond your reach as well, Huang Beiwei replied with a confident smile. She was not one to relish in indebtedness or seek favors. For individuals like her held a profound aversion to dependency, an utterly fatal flaw. Even if her soul trembled, her heart remained steadfast, and the sword in her hand would never waver. The carefree Wang Jian raised his brows slightly and bestowed upon her a gentle smile, though he uttered not a word. Huang Beiwei could discern the glimmer of trust radiating from his eyes. From her vantage point behind him, she could see Feng Lianyi peering from the carriage, lifting the curtain to gaze in their direction. In those captivating violet eyes, a spark of amusement flickered. Chapter 97. The Arena Tournament. Humph. Xiao Yuancheng let out a heavy snort, his face contorted with disdain. After all these years, I have indeed underestimated her. Reflecting on the recent actions of Huang Beiwei, Xiao Yuancheng finally comprehended that this daughter was no longer the same. In the past, she would endure insults in silence, yet now, her words could bring him embarrassment and nearly endanger the entire family. Concubine Shui quickly interjected, "My lord, you worry too much. No matter how formidable she becomes, she is still merely a 12-year-old girl. What great wave can she possibly stir? Indeed, she could not create great turbulence herself. But those behind her, namely the emperor and the empress dowager, were formidable. Today, for some unknown reason, even the wandering prince was defending her. The wandering prince had once shared a bond with the eldest princess. Perhaps that was why he chose to protect that girl. Speaking of the wandering prince, a glimmer of ambition flickered in concubine Shui's eyes. If the wandering prince were to learn of the events that transpired over the years, the Xiao family would be doomed. Xiao Yuancheng was engulfed in anxiety. Concubine Shui remarked, "How could the wandering prince possibly know? Did not the third miss remain silent today? Ultimately, we are all family. Blood is thicker than water. Her silence today does not imply that others are oblivious. The household is filled with gossip, and I cannot rest easy." "What do you intend to do, my lord?" Concubine Shui inquired. She was now relying on Huang Beiyue to ingratiate herself with the wandering prince. This matter was of greater significance to her than her position within the Xiao family. At present, she felt utterly disillusioned with Xiao Yuansheng and no longer expected him to elevate her status. She placed all her hopes on Xiao Yun. As long as Xiao Yun thrived, she would too. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Xiao Yuansheng's distorted face. "I absolutely cannot tolerate her." Concubine Shui shuddered internally, her gaze toward Xiao Yuansheng growing complex. The saying goes that even a tiger does not eat its own cubs. He resented the eldest princess for the humiliation she had brought upon him. Yet Huang Beiyue was his own flesh and blood, and he could still bear to be so cruel. This revealed the depths of his callousness. After all these years of devotion, she had given up her rightful share of a simple, happy life, only to find it all a farce in the end. However, at this point, it was too late for regrets. The die had been cast. She could only placate him slowly, solidify her position so that Xiao Yun could rise above, ensuring her own carefree existence in her later years. "What does my lord intend to do?" Concubine Shui asked softly. Her health was already frail, and should she suddenly pass away, it would not be unexpected. We cannot allow her to meet with misfortune within the estate. Otherwise, how could the emperor possibly spare the Xiao family? "My lord's intention is..." Concubine Shui felt a chilling wave sweep through her heart. A sinister glint flashed in Xiao Yuanqing's eyes. Years of humiliation seemed to erupt at that moment. "Let her meet an unexpected demise outside. No one can blame us." Concubine Shui's heart raced at this thought, recalling the matter concerning the wandering prince, and hastily asked, "When does my lord plan to take action?" "Of course, the sooner, the better. However, the plan must be meticulously arranged to ensure its flawless execution. It will require some time. In truth, eliminating Huang Beiyue would be quite simple. She is but a worthless being, surrounded by no one of significance, making her an exceedingly easy target. However, to ensure that the deed is executed flawlessly, so that both the emperor and the wandering king believe her demise to be an unfortunate accident, meticulous planning is imperative. My lord, this matter necessitates careful strategizing. We must avoid any missteps at all costs. Chapter 98. The Arena Contest. My lord, this matter requires meticulous planning. We must ensure that no errors occur, Snow Concubine remarked. She did not wish for Huang Beiyue to meet her demise so swiftly. Without her, how could they court Prince Xiaoyao? Snow, you understand me best. Throughout these years, I have confided in you regarding all my affairs, Xiao Yuanchang said, turning to gaze upon the still enchanting Snow Concubine. As he vented his frustrations, feelings of desire stirred within him, prompting him to embrace her and pull her down onto the couch. My dear, your understanding of me is unparalleled. It is no wonder that you remain my favorite after all these years, he declared, his hands exploring beneath her garments, caressing her fervently. Snow Concubine let out a few soft sighs, playfully rolling her eyes at him. You only know how to sweet-talk me. Yet in her heart she scoffed. If he truly cherished her, he would not have allowed that wretched musician to overshadow her all these years. Like a fish drinking water, one knows their own warmth and chill. After years of familial strife, Snow Concubine had long since shed her navet, Relying on a man was ever unreliable. Only oneself could be trusted. Northern Moon Dynasty Xiao Yuansheng dispatched individuals multiple times to urge Huang Beiyue to relocate to Rongyue Pavilion, as it was more presentable. However, she consistently declined. The secluded Luoyuan Pavilion was her preferred haven, free from the bustling interruptions that allowed her to conduct her affairs. In desperation, Xiao Yuansheng resorted to substantial expenditures to renovate Luoyuan Pavilion extravagantly, ensuring it surpassed any courtyard within the Princess Chang's estate in grandeur. This action not only incensed Qin concubine, who wore a displeased expression for several days, but also infuriated Huang Beiyue to the point of spitting blood. She did not wish to move to Rongyue Pavilion precisely to avoid disturbances, yet Xiao Yuansheng's fear of the emperor's ire at the banquet drove him to such lengths. As craftsmen labored tirelessly day and night, Huang Beiyue found herself unable to concentrate on her studies of the Black Jade, instead awaiting the commencement of Lingyang Academy with bated breath. In the past few days, Snow Concubine had made numerous attempts to persuade Huang Beiyue to visit the Prince Xiaoyao's residence to express gratitude for his escort on that day. Fearing Huang Beiyue's timidity, she even arranged for Xiao Yun to accompany her. A token of appreciation was to be prepared for the occasion. Each time, Huang Beiyue cited her ill health as an excuse to decline, further displeasing both Snow Concubine and Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, eager for medicine, found her resentment towards Huang Beiyue growing with each refusal. 2 days later marked the beginning of Lingyang Academy. Early that morning, Dong Ling rose at dawn to prepare her study materials and other essentials, and together they walked from Luoyuan Pavilion to the front courtyard. This year, both Xiao Zhonglei and Xiao Rou were also admitted to Lingyang Academy, prompting the Xiao family to gather and send them off. Xiao Ling stood silently at the back with a grim expression, filled with resentment as she witnessed everyone being admitted to Lingyang Academy, even the useless Huang Beiyue, while she herself was left behind. After the events of the imperial banquet, Xiao Yuansheng outwardly displayed a remarkably cordial demeanor towards her, as if genuinely grateful for her discretion in refraining from reporting him to the emperor that day. However, Huang Beiyue discerned the true nature of Xiao Yuansheng's attitude. She recognized his feigned paternal affection and chose not to expose him. She responded to his every word with unwavering formality. Chapter 99. The Arena Competition Beiyu. As you enter the Imperial Academy, which is filled with royal offspring, you must exercise utmost caution and avoid offending anyone, he cautioned. Huang Beiyue cast him a fleeting glance and, after allowing Dong Ling to assist her into the carriage, lifted the curtain and remarked, "This is the residence of the Grand Princess. As a county princess, I am well aware of how to uphold the dignity of this household. My father need not worry." With that, she lowered the curtain and calmly commanded, "Let us depart." Xiao Yuansheng's expression darkened. Huang Beiyue's words seemed to serve as a reminder that he was merely a son-in-law within the Grand Princess's residence. Even in her absence, he held no authority here. The presence of numerous individuals within the household today left everyone astonished at Huang Beiyue's bold remarks. Has the third miss been possessed by some spirit lately? How can she speak so astonishingly? As several carriages departed from the Grand Princess's residence, Xiao Yuansheng also made his way to court. Once the various concubines had dispersed, the servants quietly gathered to discuss matters. It was rumored that during the recent palace banquet, the emperor had severely reprimanded the master for being harsh with the third miss, inciting the emperor's wrath to the point where he nearly executed him. Indeed, the very next day, rewards were bestowed from the palace, indicating that the emperor has not forgotten the third Mississippi. What shall we do? Do you think the third miss, with the emperor backing her, will seek retribution against us? Have we not all faced her wrath at some point? I certainly did not lay a hand on her. I merely exchanged a few words. Is mere conversation not sufficient to warrant your punishment? Look at Lyre, who was beaten for only speaking to the third miss that night. She is now confined in the woodshed, deprived of food and water for days, and is nearing her end. Then those of us who laid hands on her are in for an even worse fate. If we are to suffer, let us all suffer together. I believe the third miss is not one to hold grudges. Otherwise, she would have voiced her grievances in the palace long ago. I concur. The third miss possesses a temperament akin to that of the Grand Princess, gentle, kind-hearted, and benevolent. Indeed, like mother, like daughter. As the group chattered animatedly, Pei Xiang, passing by, overheard their conversation and hid behind a door, letting out a cold laugh. Gentle and kind-hearted? One cannot be so certain. However, it is clear that the third miss shall no longer be an ordinary person from this day forth. As spring transitioned into summer, it was time for the Lingyang Academy to commence its new term. New students would be assigned to faculties based on their assessments, while returning students would be evaluated for their ranks. Presently, Lingyang Academy offered 4 principal courses: martial arts, summoning, alchemy, and illusion, attracting talents from across the nation. When Huang Beiyue arrived at the entrance of Lingyang Academy, numerous carriages were already stationed outside, having brought the young masters and mistresses from the capital to the institution. The grand entrance of Lingyang Academy exuded an air of magnificence, with hundreds of steps leading upward. The imposing archway before it radiated an aura of authority, with rich primordial energy flowing through it. This served as one of the protective barriers of Lingyang Academy, should any foreign threats attempt to invade. The energy from the archway would manifest a colossal barrier, impenetrable to anyone lacking an 8-star cultivation level or higher. The deep, pure blackness of the archway further enhanced its solemnity, evoking a sense of reverence in all who approached. Huang Beiyue alighted from the carriage, and just as she ascended the stairs, a resounding shout echoed from behind. The carriage of the Duke of Anghua has arrived. Make way. The vitality infused in that call rendered it particularly resounding, and the previously bustling entrance fell silent in an instant, with all eyes turning towards the swiftly approaching carriage. Chapter 100. The arena competition. The newcomers from distant lands were taken aback upon their first encounter with the members of the Anghua Duke's residence. Beneath the Emperor's domain, it was astonishing to witness such audacity. It had long been rumored that the Anghua Duke's household held considerable influence within the Southern Wing nation, boasting thousands of retainers and an abundance of skilled practitioners. Coupled with their immense financial resources and the cunning nature of the Duke himself, the current generation of the Anghua Duke's residence was undoubtedly at the zenith of its power. Many noble families within the capital sought to curry favor with them, making their prominence unparalleled among all great clans. Such a formidable force prompted few to dare impede their path. Several carriage drivers prudently cleared their vehicles, allowing the Anghua Duke's carriage to advance unabated, exuding an air of arrogance as it came to a halt before Lingyang Academy. Servants and maids disembarked from the carriage, lifting the curtains to assist their young masters and mistresses. At first glance, Huang Beiyue spotted the familiar figure of Xueqie, having acquired an 11th tier spirit beast. The Crimson Spider, Xueqie appeared markedly different, seemingly attired in an extravagant ensemble of vibrant red to complement his spirit beast. His demeanor exuded a certain pomp, drawing the attention of several young women who blushed at the sight. Xiao Zhongqi, equally a young master from a prominent family, felt a pang of dissatisfaction at Xueqie's ostentation. Not being a summoner, his status was inherently lower, and his proud nature bred resentment. With her keen observational skills, Huang Beiyue noticed the flicker of emotions on his face, stirring her curiosity. Previously, she had assumed that the two scions of noble families shared a cordial relationship, but it seemed otherwise. Suppressing a smile, she chose to disregard the Xue family and proceeded up the steps alongside Dongling. At that moment, Xueqie turned and gracefully assisted a beautiful young girl of around 14 or 15 from the carriage. Clad in a fresh green gown and wielding a long sword adorned with jewels, she exhibited an air of spirited elegance, deftly descending the carriage with Xueqie's aid. Upon seeing the girl alight, Xiao Yun approached with a radiant smile, exclaiming, "Ming'er, when did you return to the capital?" Xue Meng looked up to see Xiao Yun, her face beaming with joy. She playfully winked at Xueqie and approached, saying, "I just got back, and already I've heard that you and I may have a deeper bond now. You mischievous girl, I'm ignoring you." Xiao Yun blushed upon hearing this, stamping her foot in feigned annoyance before turning to leave. Xue Ming laughed as she caught up, pulling her back. All right, I won't tease you anymore. When did you become so thin-skinned?" Xiao shot her a sidelong glance, while Meng smiled and winked. Glancing upwards, she noticed Huang Beiyue ascending the steps, her brows furrowing slightly as she raised her chin. Is this the Princess Beiyue that my brother has cast aside? Huang Beiyue, who was steadily climbing the stairs, paused momentarily. Her keen hearing allowed her to catch Meng's words. Recognizing that Xiao Yun intended to leverage her relationship with Huang Beiyue, she swiftly tugged at Meng's sleeve, whispering, "Let us not speak of that. Instead, share with me any amusing tales from your recent adventures." Che, overhearing this diversion, was taken aback. "I never imagined even you would fear her. My father expressed his disdain for that worthless individual who dared to publicly humiliate my brother. I have heard that she has also entered Lingyang Academy, and I have come specifically to see what manner of woman possesses such audacity. There are certain matters I shall discuss with you later, Ming." Chapter 101. The arena competition. Xiao Yun was acutely aware of Meng's temperament as the pampered daughter of Duqin. Her arrogance was well-founded. If she were to provoke Huang Beiyue, it was likely that this fierce young lady would cause serious trouble. At this moment, Xiao Yun did not wish for Huang Beiyue to meet her demise. Firmly grasping Meng, she prevented her from confronting Huang Beiyue, and the group proceeded from another direction. Huang Beiyue ascended slowly, delving into her memories. Meng was the legitimate daughter of the Duke's household, the younger sister of Che. Both shared a similar haughty disposition, bullying the weak. With Che having recently acquired an 11th-tier red spider, his arrogance was likely to escalate. In the Taishui, the majority of students hailed from royal lineage or noble families within the capital. Those lacking talent typically attended Taishui to study literature, etiquette, governance, and military strategy. The instructors at Taishui were mostly esteemed scholars of the realm. Since it was Huang Beiyue's first visit and she had the recommendation of the Wandering King, she was guided to meet several teachers. The instructor of musical arts, Scholar Shun, was unwell and had been temporarily replaced by another teacher. "Your Highness, please enter," the man said, bowing slightly as he led her into a garden lush with flora. The sounds of zither strings resonated, indicating someone was testing the instrument. "That will suffice. Please put it away," a gentle voice stated. Huang Beiyue found the voice somewhat familiar, but thought little of it. As she turned around a cluster of wisteria, a young man, clad in snowy white, with ink-black hair, turned to face her. Amidst the cascading wisteria, his light purple eyes seemed to eclipse all worldly charm. Huang Beiyue was momentarily captivated until she heard him smile and say, "Princess Beiyue has arrived." "Greetings, esteemed sir," Huang Beiyue replied politely, her demeanor notably aloof. Feng Liani regarded her, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossing his features before he smiled again. "Please proceed to your class." Huang Beiyue nodded, saying little more, and turned to leave. Dong Ling followed closely, whispering, "Miss seems to harbor a dislike for this man. He is not as simple and kind as he appears. Be cautious when encountering him in the future." The echoes of that evening's zither lingered in her ears, yet she could not overlook the aura of violence that surrounded him. Her impression of him had never been favorable. Dong Ling nodded, now holding deep admiration and respect for Huang Beiyue. Every word she uttered was regarded as truth, never to be doubted. The curriculum at Taishui encompassed 10 subjects: music, chess, calligraphy, painting, mathematics, military strategy, etiquette, archery, literature, and medicine. Students were not required to study every subject, but could select 3 to 4 of their preference. Huang Beiyue chose archery, military strategy, medicine, and literature, subjects predominantly favored by male students. Even among males, not all would opt for these 4 challenging disciplines, often selecting from music, chess, calligraphy, or painting instead. After making her selections and acquiring the course schedule, Huang Beiyue departed, paying no heed to the old man who seemed poised to speak. These 4 courses are more to her liking. Pursuits such as music, chess, calligraphy, and painting hold no practical utility for her, as she has no intention of becoming a demure lady or an exemplary wife. Her lofty ambitions soar in the vast and boundless sky. Today's first lesson is equestrian archery. Huang Beiyue donned a set of lightweight riding attire, her hair elegantly tied up, exuding a spirited demeanor as she set off for class. Chapter 102. The arena competition in this era, nations are steeped in martial pursuits. Those endowed with talent have flocked to the eastern courtyard of the Lingyang Academy, while those lacking such gifts, yet yearning to acquire skills, have predominantly chosen archery and horseback riding. This discipline stands as the most esteemed among the 10 courses offered. From a distance, at the equestrian field, one could behold a cluster of noble young lords and ladies, adorned in an array of splendid and exquisite riding attire, engaging in light-hearted banter, their laughter and fragrance wafting through the air. Instead of a mere horseback riding venue, it resembled an open-air gala. Huang Beiyue couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Had she known better, she would not have selected archery and riding, a mere foundational skill of little use to her. She had initially chosen it, believing her frail body required some physical conditioning. Little did she anticipate. Beiyue, a melodious voice called out from behind. A throng of young aristocrats turned in unison, bowing respectfully. We pay our respects to Her Highness the Princess. At ease, Princess Ingye waved her hand casually, her smile radiant as she approached and grasped Huang Beiyue's hand. Dressed in a vibrant red riding outfit, she exuded vitality, her lovely face glowing with color. I heard about the courses you chose, and I can hardly believe it. With your frail health, you ought to have opted for something more leisurely, like the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, or painting. I've been cooped up at home for too long and wish to learn something different. Huang Beiyue quickly fabricated an excuse to deflect. Class is about to start. Let's proceed. On this inaugural day, many new students had arrived. Scholar Guo, tasked with teaching archery and horseback riding, intended to take this batch of newcomers to the eastern courtyard to witness the prowess of seasoned experts, thereby igniting their competitive spirit. The students instantly perked up, brimming with enthusiasm as they followed Scholar Guo to the eastern courtyard. Within the Martial Arts Academy, a commendable cohort of students had enrolled this year, and the coaches were instructing them on fundamental techniques, while several senior students observed and offered guidance. Scholar Guo, how fortuitous to see you here. This batch of students is exceptionally talented. Scholar Lei of the Martial Arts Academy approached with a hearty laugh, pride evident on his face. Scholar Guo's expression shifted slightly, though he maintained a smile as he replied, Scholar Lei, I did not expect to find you here today. Had he known that a member of the Lei family would be present, he might have refrained from attending. After all, while they both taught in the Martial Arts Academy, Scholar Lei could genuinely impart martial arts, whereas he was merely instructing a group of noble offspring in archery and horseback riding. How splendid! With the arrival of new students today, Scholar Guo, would you be interested in a friendly competition? A competition against the practitioners from the Martial Arts Academy? The noble young lords and ladies immediately felt a wave of trepidation, exchanging apprehensive glances. Although they often carried an air of arrogance, they possessed a modicum of self-awareness. Scholar Guo interjected, there is no need for a competition. Perhaps guidance would suffice. Scholar Lei, merely jesting, was well aware of the abilities of these noble children. With a hearty laugh, he gestured Ming'er, why don't you step forward and guide them? Amidst a throng of youthful talents gathered around her like stars encircling the moon, Xuan Ming emerged, exuding the pride of a princess. As academician Lei's eyes shifted, he was taken aback upon noticing Princess Ingye standing behind him, and promptly offered his respects, exclaiming, It is indeed your highness, the princess, who graces us with her presence. Princess Ingye, possessing a commendable aptitude for martial arts, had already ascended to the status of a senior student. However, due to the queen's considerations, she seldom frequented the Martial Arts Academy, devoting most of her time to the study of poetry, literature, and etiquette at the Imperial Academy. With a dignified nod, Princess Ingye exuded an air of grace and nobility, embodying the essence of a true princess. Chapter 103. The arena competition. Princess Sakura nodded gracefully, embodying the essence of true nobility. I am merely an observer. Do not mind me, she remarked. It was then that Professor Lei turned to Xuanming and said, demonstrate a few techniques for them, if you please. Xuanming nodded, approached the center of the training ground, and, with a captivating smile, bowed to Princess Sakura before showcasing several movements. Clad in a delicate green dress, her sleeves danced and her waist swayed, exuding an undeniable charm. The young men, who had previously dared only to lower their gazes before Princess Sakura, now watched her with fervent admiration, applauding her performance. Professor Lei stroked his short beard in approval. Indeed, Xuanmeng was one of his proudest students. After her demonstration, Xuanmeng addressed the assembly of students at the academy with a courteous gesture. These techniques are quite simple. Is there anyone willing to practice alongside me? Xuanmeng's reputation for her prowess had spread throughout Lingyang Academy. She and her brother shared a notorious reputation for their disdainful arrogance, delighting in undermining the self-esteem and confidence of newcomers. It was rumored that a new female student, exceptionally beautiful and gifted, had been reduced to a state of disarray by Xuanmeng and her companions on the very first day of enrollment, forcing her to return home in disgrace. Despite the murmurs of discontent among the crowd, few dared to confront her, as her strength and formidable background, coupled with her beauty, commanded respect and fear. After all, even the instructors seemed to shield her from reproach. With a bewitching smile, she surveyed the crowd, and the noble scions, wary of her attention, lowered their heads, their gazes averted. Yet, Xuanmeng had no interest in anyone else. Her eyes had already locked on a Huang Beiwei. She had long wished to teach this girl, who had audaciously insulted her esteemed father and brother, a lesson. Today presented the perfect opportunity to make her rue the day and vindicate her family. Princess Beiwei, Xuanmeng called out, feigning cordiality, I have heard of your keen intellect and agility. Surely, you can master these few simple moves. Why not join me for a practice session? In the entirety of Linghuai City, who was unaware that Princess Beiwei of the Chang'an Palace was regarded as a feeble and incompetent wretch. Such praise was merely Xuanmeng's ploy to humiliate her further. However, a compliment would ensure she did not appear to be seeking an easy opponent. As she spoke, all eyes turned to Huang Beiwei, a mixture of sympathy and schadenfreude evident in their expressions. Alas, Xuanmeng has set her sights on her. She is in for a difficult time. Princess Sakura's brows furrowed, and her penetrating gaze fell upon Xuanmeng. Beiwei is unwell. Seek another partner. When the princess herself intervened, who would dare defy her? Xuanmeng gritted her teeth in frustration. What chaos was this headstrong and willful princess stirring? At the last auction, she had also clashed with her father, which was utterly exasperating. Just as Xuanmeng contemplated shifting her focus, Huang Beiwei, with a thoughtful expression, inquired earnestly, Do you truly wish to practice with me? Let us not if Princess Beiwei is unwell. I would not want anyone to think I am taking advantage, Xuanmeng replied, her tone lacking enthusiasm. Huang Beiwei, deep in contemplation, countered, I do not believe I am unwell. Just now, I am uncertain how many of those moves I can remember. It would be better to practice a bit. Xuanmeng felt a surge of joy in her heart. This fool was indeed as Xiao Yun had described, utterly lacking in wit. She had even contemplated letting her off the hook, yet the fool insisted on colliding with her. Very well. When the time comes, and she suffers a loss, everyone will bear witness. It was she who chose to compete with me. Chapter 104. The arena duel. Princess Xingye cast a worried glance at Huang Beiwei. Beiwei, it is merely a practice. There is no need for concern. Your Highness. Her tone was remarkably naive, a quintessential reflection of an innocent young girl unacquainted with the world's harsh realities. With that, Huang Beiwei stepped forward and addressed Xuanmeng. It is difficult to see from here. Let us ascend to the arena. She raised her hand, gesturing towards the platform within the training grounds. The spectators were taken aback by her proclamation. Xuanmeng stared at her with a strange expression. You wish to compete with me up there? What a fool! Does she not comprehend the nature of that platform? It is a place where one can be gravely injured or even killed without consequence. Life and death are of no concern. Princess Xingye had already risen and was approaching, while even Academician Gua and Academician Lei joined in to dissuade her. No, the arena is not a venue for friendly exchanges. Yet, Huang Beiwei paid them no heed and strode boldly toward the arena. What? Are you afraid? She whispered as she passed by Xuanmeng, ensuring only the two of them could hear. This was the first time in her life that Xuanmeng had been so brazenly challenged. Did she dare ask if she was afraid? A mere waste dared to speak to her in such a manner. Once up there, regardless of injuries sustained. Do not come crying to me for help. Xueming followed closely behind, her determination evident. Beiwe, Princess Inya shouted. This arena duel, once agreed upon by both parties, could not be interfered with by outsiders. Although not codified law, it had been a long-standing tradition. For upon the arena, there existed only the two combatants, devoid of any external presence. What should be done? If anything were to happen to Beiwe, her father would surely be heartbroken, and their deceased royal aunt would be equally distressed. She immediately instructed her attendant, hasten to inform my elder brother. He must come at once and swiftly. The attendant, recognizing the gravity of the situation, did not hesitate and departed immediately. On the arena, Huang Beiwe and Xueming had already ascended, taking their respective positions and locking eyes, surrounded by a throng of spectators harboring a myriad of sentiments. That Princess Beiwe is truly a fool, daring to challenge Xueming in the arena. Alas, she is bound to suffer. Let us hope Xueming shows mercy. How could that be? Everyone knows the Shui siblings' reputation. Meanwhile, standing on the platform and listening to the murmurs, Xueming raised an eyebrow. Huang Beiwe, is it too late to concede now? Simply plead with me, and I shall let this duel be forgotten. Concede? Why should I concede? Huang Beiwe crossed her arms, her expression unyielding. Had Xueming not sought her out first, she would have preferred not to confront her so soon. However, if her adversary dared to tread upon her, she would not yield. Stubbornness will only lead to your tears, Xueming scoffed, adopting a ready stance. Let's begin. Huang Beiwe mirrored her stance, having observed the moves Xueming had just demonstrated. Not bad, Xueming remarked disdainfully as she initiated an attack using the techniques she had just showcased. As her hand inched closer to Huang Beiwe, she swiftly executed a spin, effortlessly evading her strike. Xueming was momentarily taken aback. Was her movement too sluggish? This seemingly inept individual possessed quite the agility. Do not revel in your triumph. Soon, you shall face the consequences. Chapter 105. The arena duel, when confronting a mere incompetent, failing to achieve a swift victory, would be a tremendous embarrassment. Thus, after her initial strike proved futile, Xueming immediately accelerated her pace. With rapid, decisive movements, she demonstrated her prowess, showcasing the advantages inherent to a master. Huang Beiwe countered with the same technique. Though her actions were not as fierce or swift as Xueming's, they flowed like a gentle stream. To the untrained eye, her movements appeared soft and lacking aggression. Yet only Xueming, immersed in the battle, comprehended that even exerting 70% of her strength, she could not graze a corner of Huang Beiwe's garment. This infuriated the prideful Xueming. Enduring such humiliation in the presence of a master was intolerable, let alone against a supposed failure. Huang Beiwe, do you realize that on the arena, injuries and fatalities are of no consequence? With yet another missed attempt at Huang Beiwe, Xueming's beautiful visage twisted in frustration. Of no consequence? Huang Beiwe raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of cold amusement flickering in her eyes. Of no consequence? Xueming hissed, abruptly altering her offensive strategy, abandoning the previously demonstrated techniques. Each strike became ruthless and rapid, targeting her opponent's most vulnerable points. The spectators collectively gasped, bewildered by Xueming's sudden change in demeanor. Wasn't this merely a practice session? Why did it seem as though she were intent on taking a life? Scholar Gua, your student is rather aggressive, remarked Scholar Lei, his face flushed with embarrassment. Today is Princess Beiwe's first visit to the academy, and she is yet to engage with martial arts. Is this how your students conduct themselves? Scholar Lei felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. Having failed to gain the upper hand against someone unfamiliar with martial arts was already disheartening. Now, with Xueming employing deadly techniques, it was as if their martial arts academy's dignity was being stripped away. Moreover, with Princess Inya observing the match, her displeasure was palpable. Stepping forward, Scholar Lei declared, "Ming'er, that is enough." However, Xueming, fully ignited by her anger towards Huang Beiwe, paid no heed to his admonition. With her lofty ambitions and disdain for Huang Beiwe, She was determined to make her opponent kneel and plead for mercy. Huang Beiyue swiftly pivoted, evading Xue Meng's forceful palm strike. Using the momentum from her evasion, she maneuvered behind Xue Meng and executed a spinning kick, reminiscent of her earlier demonstration. Though only 12, Huang Beiyue's height was a head shorter than Xue Meng's. Yet, her leg rose impressively high. Xue Meng, taken aback, turned just in time to receive a kick to the face, stumbling back in disbelief. How could it be that her most cherished feature had been struck? The force was not overwhelming, but the mere reality of being hit by an incompetent was unbearable. This was impossible. The humiliation was profound, an affront to her very being. Below the arena, the murmurs that had once filled the air fell into a stunned silence, as onlookers stared wide-eyed, sharing Xue Meng's disbelief. No one could have anticipated that Huang Beiyue, such a seemingly inept individual, would execute several fundamental movements with such finesse, even managing to deliver a kick to Xue Meng's face. Xue Meng was on the verge of entering the ranks of intermediate warriors. Was that useless girl truly as incapable as she seemed? In the hushed training grounds, Princess Sakura clapped her hands and exclaimed with a smile, "Excellent." Chapter 106. The Arena Duel. Academician Guo chuckled. "Old Lei, your martial arts academy seems to be faltering more and more lately." Haha. Academician Lei's face turned a shade of iron, and he had initially intended to intervene and stop Xue Meng, but now he refrained. A mere noble lady from the academy, utterly incapable of harming a chicken. She merely had a stroke of luck earlier. He cannot believe she would continue to be so fortunate. If this princess of Beiyue were to triumph today, what face would they, the martial arts academy, have left to show in the future? Xue Meng, slowly coming to her senses, covered her face and fixed a fierce glare upon Huang Beiyue, her eyes brimming with malice, as if she desired to devour her whole. Her mind buzzed, and she repeatedly reassured herself. It was an accident. It must have been an accident. Under her piercing gaze, Huang Beiyue stood poised in her riding attire, her petite figure exuding an air of true aristocracy. Noble, proud, untouchable. She curled her lip at Xue Meng, extending a finger in a beckoning gesture. "Continue. I will kill you." A flash of murderous intent flickered in Xue Meng's eyes. Daring to humiliate her, this time she would show no mercy. Poor Xue Meng, still convinced that she had not exerted her full strength, which had allowed Huang Beiyue to humiliate her so profoundly. Had she known who this girl before her truly was, she would have sought her own demise. With a leap, she lunged forward, her light green gown billowing in the air, the flowing sleeves and ribbons imparting a soft beauty to her combat stance. Yet to Huang Beiyue, who had undergone rigorous training since childhood, every part of Xue Meng's form was riddled with flaws. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed in Huang Beiyue's eyes. Beneath Xue Meng's long sleeves, she had stealthily grasped a dagger. Huang Beiyue swiftly sidestepped, deliberately allowing Xue Meng's attack to graze her neck with the blade. A collective gasp arose from the spectators below, followed by disdainful glances cast toward Xue Meng. How despicable of her! The opponent could only execute basic demonstration moves. Yet she resorted to weaponry in an attempt to endanger her life. Everyone was well aware of Xue Meng's character. She relished in oppressing the weak with her formidable strength and robust family background. Indeed, this princess of Beiyue was in for a misfortune. "Xue Meng, how dare you harm someone?" Princess Ingye's voice rang out, striding towards the arena to intervene. Academicians Lei and Guo also moved forward. Xue Meng had clearly crossed a line, failing to recognize whom she was dealing with. Was the princess of Beiyue someone to be trifled with? However, the scene on the stage suddenly took a dramatic turn. After the dagger had brushed against Huang Beiyue's neck, she coldly smirked at Xue Meng, then, with one foot, stepped upon the hem of Xue Meng's long skirt, reaching out with one hand to grasp the flowing ribbon on her sleeve. The same demonstration move was employed once more, yet when she executed it, an inexplicable and chilling air of lethal intent enveloped the arena. She dodged and turned, the fluttering ribbon encircling Xue Meng's neck, while her sleeve was torn apart, revealing the sharp dagger clutched in her hand to the gaze of all present. A fleeting look of terror flashed in Xue Meng's eyes, But it was too late. Just as the ribbon drifted around her neck, the segment connected to her cuff yanked her hand forward. Chapter 107. Framing an accusation. As the ribbon floated and wrapped around her neck, the segment connected to the cuff tugged her hand forward. She could not comprehend how Huang Beiwei exerted such force. All she knew was that just as she wished to scream, the dagger had already grazed her throat. Blood erupted violently, staining her wide-open eyes crimson. The training ground was enveloped in an eerie silence, as if it had descended into an apocalyptic realm. Despite the brilliance of the sunshine outside, there was no warmth within the training ground, which felt as if a chilling wave had swept through, raising the hairs on everyone's skin. Huang Beiwei maintained her grip on the ribbon, while Xueming's neck had been severed. Her own hand clutched the dagger, so sharp that it had cleaved her throat in half. A self-inflicted calamity, she thought coldly, as a smirk tugged at her lips. Releasing her grip, Xueming's body plummeted to the ground like a discarded puppet. With a thud, her green dress fluttered down, creating a pool of blood that quickly spread from her lifeless form. Everyone took a collective step back, stunned into silence for 3 eternal seconds, unable to process what had transpired. The figure on the platform gracefully approached the edge, silhouetted against the light, her expression shrouded in darkness, obscured from view. Only her black eyes glimmered with a chilling luster. Outside the training ground, Xueqie, having heard of Xueming's challenge against Huang Beiwei, arrived with the group, laughing and eager to witness the spectacle. The humiliation he suffered at Huang Beiwei's hands in the princess's residence had somehow circulated, subjecting him to ridicule among the noble youths for days. How could he swallow such indignation? His dear sister, who understood him best, would surely avenge him this time. Upon entering the training ground, he was met not with the expected uproar, but with an unsettling silence. No one spoke. An air of disquieting coldness enveloped the atmosphere. Xueqie's heart inexplicably raced, and he quickly turned his gaze to the platform, only to witness Huang Beiwei standing behind his sister, gripping a ribbon attached to Xueming's sleeve. To his horror, he saw that Xueming's throat had been severed. As Huang Beiwei released her hold, Xueming's body crashed heavily to the ground below the platform. A profound stillness ensued. Stunned, Xueqie was engulfed by a wave of anguish and fury. His sister, the one he cherished most since childhood, had been murdered. "You wretched girl, you shall pay with your life." Consumed by rage, his eyes ablaze and face contorted, he summoned his 11th-tier spirit beast, the red spider. The massive form of the red spider materialized within the training ground, its colossal body nearly breaking through the roof. 8 legs writhed menacingly, glinting with lethal sharpness and venom. Its enormous eyes blazed with fury, emitting a low, ominous growl. This was a martial arts arena, where only those with innate talent could aspire to such heights. None could reach the level of a summoner. Even academician Lei was merely a warrior. Upon encountering the colossal crimson spider, he was immediately taken aback and urgently shouted for his students to retreat. "Leave this place. Hurry. Your Highness, please depart at once." Academician Guo swiftly shielded the group of noble children as they hastily made their exit. "Xueqie, you are being outrageous," Princess Yingyi exclaimed, directing her ire towards Xueqie. Chapter 108. Framing an accusation. "Xueqie, you are outrageous," Princess Yingyi shouted at Xueqie, but in his fury, he was oblivious to her voice. The enormous crimson spider, under his command, surged menacingly towards Huang Beiwei, its body crackling with flashes of lightning, sending everyone into a panic-stricken flight. Huang Beiwei remained motionless on the arena, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Xueqie, do you seek death as well? If I were to eliminate 2 members of the Ongwa Gongfu in one fell swoop, I wonder how that old fat Ongwa would react." Having failed in his previous attempt to harm me at the Grand Princess's residence, he is surely seeking another opportunity to strike, at the very least to assert his dominance. Today's actions by Xueming undoubtedly received the tacit approval of the Ongwa Gong. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But should they provoke me, I shall eradicate them without mercy. Perhaps it would be prudent to present a grand gift to the Ongwa Gong. Standing resolutely, she observed as the colossal crimson spider approached with alarming speed. Just as she prepared to summon the ice spirit illusion bird, a sudden gasp erupted from the crowd. Accompanying this cry, a window in the training ground shattered, and a blinding, searing red light burst forth, filling the space with an overwhelming sense of danger. The dark red flames roared like a furious dragon, surging forth and sending the arrogant crimson spider flying far away. The spider's furious roar echoed as two of its massive legs were nearly reduced to ashes. Xiao, his expression one of terror, tumbled from the spider's back. Half of his garments charred away. "Royal brother!" Princess Inya exclaimed with joy, relief washing over her. Thankfully, her brother had arrived just in time. Unlike Xuemeng, Xiao was a summoner, commanding an 11th-tier spirit beast, the Crimson Spider, making him a formidable adversary within the Lingyang Academy. It was nearly impossible for Beiyue to gain an upper hand against him. The vermilion flame Qilin descended onto the arena, its overwhelming presence forcing the Crimson Spider to retreat. Daunted by its might, "Your Highness," Xiao trembled as he lifted his gaze. Even with his 11th-tier spider, he dared not provoke the Crown Prince. Yet, his sister had met a tragic end. "Your Highness, please seek justice for my sister. Princess Beiyue has committed murder, an act intolerable by heaven's decree." He cried out hoarsely from the spider's back. Perched atop the vermilion flame Qilin, Crown Prince Zhang Ye's countenance was frigid, his eyes reflecting the eternal chill of ancient ice, stern, noble and imposing. His dark attire billowed amidst the swirling purple flames, his obsidian eyes glimmering like morning stars. In this contest of the arena, life and death held no significance. Xiao's face turned ashen, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. "She did it on purpose. Huang Beiyue, you vile girl. You orchestrated my sister's demise." Huang Beiyue regarded him with cold disdain, turning her face away in contempt. "And if I did? In the arena, life and death are irrelevant. That is the law of Kartar continent. Once you step onto the arena, you must forget about death. Orchestrate. Look clearly. She brought about her own demise." Huang Beiyue's gaze cast down upon the bloodied corpse of Xuemeng, lying beneath the arena. The dagger remained firmly grasped in Xuemeng's hand. The evidence was irrefutable. Why should she be blamed? Upon seeing the dagger, Xiao felt as though his heart were being mercilessly twisted, his entire body trembling. "What has happened to me? I am merely a freshman, newly enrolled this year at the academy. Xuemeng is an intermediate warrior. She practiced moves with me and wielded a weapon. Ultimately, she reaped what she sowed. Who else can be held accountable?" Chapter 109. Framing and blame. This statement instantly evoked vivid memories among the crowd. The esteemed princess of Beiyue had employed the very techniques demonstrated by Xuemeng from the beginning to the end, while Xuemeng unleashed her true prowess as an intermediate warrior, executing each move with ruthless precision, culminating in her wielding a weapon with the intent to kill. Such behavior was beneath contempt. After all, her opponent was merely an ordinary girl. Xuemeng, being older and more powerful than Huang Beiyue, should have shown restraint. Yet she not only failed to do so, but escalated her aggression. Can her demise be attributed to anyone but herself? The onlookers nodded in agreement with Huang Beiyue's words, murmuring amongst themselves about Xuemeng's cruel tactics, her bullying of the weak, and her overbearing nature. Xiao, upon hearing this, felt a surge of blood rising in his throat, his face turning crimson. So, his sister's death meant that Huang Beiyue bore no responsibility, and instead, she was lauded for her cleverness and agility. Surrounded by disparaging gazes, even the friends who accompanied him displayed expressions of disdain. In the Karta continent, martial prowess was revered, and great respect was afforded to the skilled. However, if a master used their abilities to oppress the vulnerable, they would undoubtedly be scorned by all. The Shui siblings, notorious for their arrogance and bullying at Lingyang Academy, had long been resented by many. Now, as they faced the consequences of their actions, the crowd could only revel in their misfortune. With Prince Zhang Yi and numerous individuals from Lingyang Academy present, Xiao could only suppress his anger and pride. "Huang Beiyue, for the death of my sister, you shall pay dearly," he viciously threatened before leaping down from the back of the Crimson Spider. Cradling Xuemeng's lifeless body as he departed for home, Huang Beiyue coldly smiled to herself, utterly underestimating her own capabilities. Her intent was clear, having slain Xuanmeng. She ensured that the Duke of Nguo's household could find no fault with her, leaving them merely to glare in frustration. Princess Ing Yi rushed onto the arena, grasping her hand with concern. "Are you all right? Did you get frightened?" Huang Beiyue shook her head. She was confident that even without Prince Zhang Ye's timely appearance, the Crimson Spider would not have dared to attack her. After all, that creature was her tamed beast. Had she not deliberately suppressed her aura, no matter how fervently Shui summoned it, the spider would have remained hidden. She gazed up at the figure of the young man atop the purple flame fire Qilin, reflecting on how this was the third time he had come to her aid, whether as the whimsical Tian or as Huang Beiyue. She had witnessed the gentle side of this seemingly cold youth. Was she perhaps particularly fortunate? Zhang Yi turned to glance at her, his handsome face betraying no change in expression, as was customary. Do not act so recklessly in the future. The arena is a place where life and death hang in the balance. You are fortunate this time, but what of next time? You cannot rely on luck alone. My royal brother, this time it was not Beiyue's fault. It was Xuanmeng who initiated the challenge. If she had refused to fight, it would have brought shame upon our royal family. In the heart of Princess Sakura Yoru, there exists an unwavering commitment to the preservation of the royal lineage. She believes that Huang Beiyue is the flesh and blood of Princess Huiwen, sharing the same noble bloodline, which is why she regards her as a beloved sister. Her character is marked by simplicity and candor. Once she has determined her affections, she wholeheartedly dedicates herself to the well-being of that individual. Chapter 110. Framing and blame Zhang Ye's expression darkened slightly. A challenge should not be issued on the arena. Princess Ingye shrank her neck, and Huang Beiyue playfully stuck out her tongue, suddenly feeling a surge of childlike innocence. As though she were truly a 12-year-old girl being chastised by an elder brother for her misdeeds. This long-lost familial affection made its first appearance in this era. The news of the duel between the Princess of Beiyue and the legitimate daughter of the Shui family swiftly spread throughout Lingyang Academy. The sinister methods of Xuanmeng, who concealed deadly weapons with the intent to kill, only to reap the consequences of her own actions, became a hot topic, garnering much approval from the students. In contrast, Huang Beiyue earned a reputation for her cleverness and wit. As the rumors circulated rapidly, upon hearing that Xuanmeng had been killed by Huang Beiyue, both Xiao Yun and Xiao Zhongqi's expressions changed dramatically, and they hurried to find Huang Beiyue. On the very first day of the school term, such a significant incident had unfolded. The martial arts arena had been partially destroyed by the red spider and the purple flame fire Qilin, prompting the academy to decide to release the students early. By the time Xiao Yun and Xiao Zhongqi arrived at the academy, Huang Beiyue had already returned home. The two could only rush back. Upon entering their home, a servant greeted them with urgency. "Young master, miss, there is trouble. The third miss has killed a lady from the Duke of An's residence, and master is in a fit of rage." Both felt a wave of headache wash over them. Xiao Zhongqi was relatively unfazed, but for Xiao Yun, who was on the verge of finalizing her engagement with Shui, this incident jeopardized her prospects with the Duke of An's family. "Damn Huang Beiyue!" Xiao Yun cursed angrily, striding inside. In the front hall of the princess's residence, Xiao Yuansheng, suppressing his fury, said to Huang Beiyue, "You must personally go to the Duke of An's residence to apologize. The Duke expects you to serve him like a beast of burden." Huang Beiyue coldly raised her eyes, her calm and unyielding gaze meeting his, as she asked softly, "Why? Why? You have caused such a debacle, enraging the Duke of An. How can the Xiao family establish a foothold in the imperial capital henceforth?" Xiao Yuansheng was nearly apoplectic with rage. The more he observed Huang Beiyue's composure, the more his fury intensified. This wretched girl was no longer the weak and easily bullied child she once was. He sensed that she was akin to a fierce beast that had yet to reveal its fangs. The Xiao family? Huang Beiyue arched an eyebrow, having been seated peacefully. She suddenly stood, raising her hand and pointing towards the entrance. "I distinctly recall that the plaque on the outer gate bears the emperor's own inscription of princess's residence. What does this have to do with the Xiao family? Your Highness, have you perhaps misunderstood? Xiao Yuanqing's eyes widened, his face flushed, trembling with rage, unable to utter a single word. Huang Beiwei sneered, with mother absent. The affairs of the princess's residence will be handled by me. The consequences of offending the duke of them will be borne solely by me, and have nothing to do with the Xiao family. You may rest easy. Suddenly, Aunt Qin stood up, her voice piercing as she exclaimed, Princess Beiwei, what is this talk of the Grand Princess's mansion and the Xiao family? We are all one family here, sharing both fortune and misfortune. Following closely behind Princess Huang Beiwei, Dongling chuckled and remarked, Aunt, your statement is misguided. Our miss bears the imperial surname and possesses royal blood, while the master and the other young lords and ladies, though residing in this household, hold a vastly different status, sharing the Xiao surname. As for you, Aunt, Chapter 111, Framing and maligning Dongling paused, eyeing the contorted face of Aunt Qin, which was twisted in anger. After all, concubines are not officially recognized wives, and therefore do not bear the Xiao surname in the family tree. Thus, it is difficult to consider us as one family. You insolent girl, you have no right to speak here. Aunt Qin, struck by the painful truth, immediately swung her hand in retaliation. She still believed that the current Huang Beiwei and Dongling were the same useless master and servant from before. However, Dongling had trained in martial arts since childhood, having been taught by a tutor hired by the princess. Her previous forbearance was solely to protect her mistress, but now that was no longer necessary. With a swift motion, Dongling seized Aunt Qin's wrist firmly, causing the latter's face to contort in pain as she cried out. Aunt Shui watched gleefully from the side, reveling in the punishment being meted out to Aunt Qin, which brought her immense joy. Xiao Yuansheng, witnessing the scene, was taken aback and was about to erupt in anger when an indignant voice rang out from outside. You insolent girl, how dare you act so recklessly? A whirlwind of a figure rushed in. Huang Beiwen knew that Xiao Zhongqi possessed considerable strength and was not to be underestimated. She quickly pulled Dongling behind her. You insolent girl! Xiao Zhongqi was not about to back down. He had never witnessed his mother being treated in such a manner. He had always considered himself the esteemed eldest son of the household, looking down upon Huang Beiwei. How could he allow her maid to raise a hand against his mother? Big brother, what do you intend to do? Huang Beiwei shielded Dongling behind her, lifting her head to gaze at Xiao Zhongqi, who was advancing with a clenched fist. If you cannot discipline this maid, let me assist you in teaching her a lesson. With a calm demeanor, Huang Beiwei smiled and replied, You hold the esteemed position of a senior warrior, favored by the crown prince, with significant achievements in the military. The emperor may yet bestow honors upon you. If you were to strike a defenseless maid, what would that reflect upon you in the military, in the ears of the crown prince or the emperor? Xiao Zhongqi's strides came to an abrupt halt, uncertainty flashing across his face. Aunt Qin, not being foolish, understood the importance of her son's future and interjected, Zhongqi, your status is too elevated to stoop to quarreling with a mere maid. Her words provided Xiao Zhongqi with an escape route, and he begrudgingly returned to Aunt Qin's side, shaking his hand in indignation. Xiao Yun entered and remarked, Huang Beiwei, are you not afraid of retaliation from the Duke of Ingua for your actions today? The death of her friend, Shui Ming, brought her sorrow, yet her primary concern lay in the ramifications of that demise on her own relationship with Shui Che. Though there was still the Prince of Leisure, she could not resign herself to such an outcome. I have already taken a life. What is there left to fear? Huang Beiwei's gaze swept across the faces of those in the hall. My hands are stained with blood. I shall fearlessly pursue whatever I desire henceforth. Upon hearing these words, the more timid Aunt Qin instinctively shrank back behind Xiao Zhongqi. These noble women had never witnessed bloodshed or violence. Huang Beiwei cast a cold glance at them before departing with Dongling. As soon as she left, Xiao Yuansheng slammed his fist down on the table with great force. Aunt Qin anxiously exclaimed, Master, what shall we do? The power of the Duke of Angua's estate is something we cannot contend with. Although the Xiao family has the esteemed elder Xiao, he has always refrained from interfering in matters concerning the princess's residence. Chapter 112, Framing and Deceit, Xiao Yuansheng. filled with fury, found himself momentarily at a loss for a solution, left only with his frustration. "My lord, perhaps we should send someone to visit Steward Qian of the Angwa Duke's residence, bringing some gifts to express our condolences for Miss Xue's death and to convey that the murder was the doing of Huang Beiwei, and that we have no connection to it. We should ask him to speak favorably of us in front of the Duke, ensuring that any reckoning falls upon Huang Beiwei, as it is not our affair." Aunt Xue, always perceptive and shrewd, had earned Xiao Yuanqing's trust in certain matters. Upon hearing her suggestion, he nodded in agreement and immediately instructed someone to prepare gifts for a visit to the Angwa Duke's residence. Meanwhile, upon returning to Luyun Pavilion, Huang Beiwei absorbed every word, a thoughtful smile gracing her lips. Was it truly so simple to remain an outsider? She donned a black robe and cloak, cautioning Dongling to be vigilant at home before stealthily slipping away. She took a stroll through the Bugir market, particularly attentive to the taverns frequented by mercenaries. "Do you truly believe that Xue Che would come to such a place?" she inquired, frowning. The haunts of mercenaries were typically raucous and chaotic, and she harbored doubts about whether a noble like Xue Che would venture there. The presence of that black jade essence within the red spider can be sensed nearby. Yin replied lazily. Since that day he had been unleashed, he felt invigorated, appearing to be in a rather pleasant mood these past few days. Huang Beiwei pushed open the door to a tavern and entered, scanning the room until her gaze landed upon a familiar figure on the second floor, causing her eyes to narrow as she strode purposefully upward. The tavern, previously filled with raucous noise, fell silent at her arrival. The burly mercenaries who had been drinking and playing games abruptly turning to stare at her. One man, his mouth agape, spilled his drink in shock. To behold the legendary figure in such proximity left them all astonished. The tale of Lord Shitian defeating the invincible General Sima Geyin of the Nanyigo during the celestial banquet had spread throughout the nation. The name Shitian had become synonymous with strength, destined to echo across the Karta continent. "Lord Shitian, how may we serve you?" A waiter rushed forward, visibly excited. The tavern was packed to capacity, with no empty seats available. She casually chose a spot opposite one with an available seat and replied coolly, "A bottle of purple grape wine." The purple grape wine was a common concoction among the folk of Nanyigo, renowned for its potent kick and rich flavor. Though it could not compare to the exquisite liquors favored by the nobility, its affordability made it widely appreciated. "I told you not to bother me. Get lost." A man at the opposite table suddenly slammed his hand on the surface, slurred words escaping his lips. His shout drew the attention of those around, their gazes tinged with sympathy. Huang Beiwei, concealed beneath her cloak, replied coldly, "Oh, is this seat not vacant?" I said. The man abruptly lifted his head, his drunken visage freezing upon seeing her mysterious black cloak. He struggled to articulate a response, his throat caught in disbelief. "Apologies for the disturbance." Huang Beiwei rose to her feet, feigning an intention to depart. "Oh, dear Lord Shitian." In an instant, the inebriated mind of Xue Che became lucid. He hurriedly stepped forward, bowing respectfully as he implored, "Please do have a seat. Do take a seat." Chapter 113. Framing and Blaming. "Thank you," Huang Beiwei said as she settled back down. Noticing Xue Che standing nearby, "Please take a seat, young Master Xue. This is originally your place." Her tone was calm, devoid of any aloofness characteristic of a superlative warrior, which immediately eased Xue Che's tension. He slowly approached and sat down, feeling exhilarated at the unexpected fortune of sharing a table with the esteemed Master Shitian for a drink, his hands somewhat unsure of where to rest. Beneath her cloak, Huang Beiwei couldn't help but smile subtly as the waiter delivered a jug of purple grape wine. She poured herself a glass, and the rich aroma of the grapes wafted through the air, intoxicatingly delightful. Xue Che gazed at her, momentarily entranced. It seemed that not all masters indulged in extravagant wines. Even a figure as formidable as Master Shitian settled for purple grape wine. Though inexpensive, when served in the transparent glass and held in her graceful hands, it exuded an air of nobility and elegance, as if she were cradling a purple gem. With a hint of reverence in his gaze, Xueche nervously fidgeted with his own glass. Huang Beiyue took a delicate sip and, upon noticing Xueche's hesitant demeanor, inquired, "Do you have something to say, young Master Xue?" Startled, Xueche hurriedly knelt before her, proclaiming, "Master Shitian, I implore you to accept me as your disciple." Huang Beiyue nearly burst into laughter beneath her cloak. If only young Master Xue knew that it was I, Huang Beiyue, he was beseeching, would he not be mortified enough to collide with a pillar outside? In a gravelly voice, she replied slowly, "I do not take on disciples." Despair washed over Xueche's face. If he could not be mentored by a powerhouse like Master Shitian, then he would never stand a chance against Prince Zhangyi. He felt a surge of hatred for Zhangyi, who favored that wretched Huang Beiyue. He resented his own princely status, which was both immensely revered and exalted. Not to mention that he was a prodigy of the South Wing Kingdom, a 9-star summoner at merely 16. If he were stronger than Prince Zhangyi, it would be a significant boon to his father's grand ambitions, and he could ruthlessly exact vengeance upon that girl Huang Beiyue. However, even Master Shitian did not accept disciples. Huang Beiyue regarded him with a steady gaze and remarked nonchalantly, "While I do not take on disciples, I enjoy making friends." Xueche's eyes brightened. Did Master Shitian mean that they could be friends? "Thank you, Master Shitian," he exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, and he bowed deeply to the ground before rising and retaking a seat. "What brings you here to drink, Master Shitian?" he asked eagerly. "I came to the market to seek some medicinal herbs," Huang Beiyue replied coolly. "Medicinal herbs?" Xueche wondered. Typically, summoners did not purchase herbs, but sought out pills crafted by alchemists. Could it be that Master Shitian possessed knowledge of alchemy? That seemed impossible. The strength of a 9-star summoner was already formidable enough, and to also be an alchemist will be nothing short of extraordinary. Thus, Xueche inquired, "May I ask what herbs Lord Shitian is seeking? Perhaps I could be of assistance." "No need," replied Huang Beiyue, taking a sip of the great brew, her demeanor cool and composed. "I've already gathered the herbs. Shortly, I shall take a stroll to see if there are any better quality alchemical furnaces available." Upon hearing this, Xueche almost instantly solidified his thoughts within. Chapter 114. Framing and Betrayal. Upon hearing this, Xueche almost immediately solidified the thoughts swirling in his mind. A medicinal furnace. If one could not ascertain the purchase of medicinal herbs, then there existed but one profession on the continent that would seek out a medicinal furnace. "Lord Shitian, do you practice alchemy?" Xueche stammered, his astonishment rendering him nearly dizzy. Huang Beiyue nodded slightly, modestly replying, "I know a bit." Xueche swallowed hard, the admiration in his gaze nearly palpable. Truly, one could be consumed by envy, while others might toil for a lifetime to achieve the status of a summoner. The title of alchemist seemed a dream too lofty to entertain. Yet, this individual was not only a formidable 9-star summoner, but also an alchemist. What a combination of talent and power to incite such jealousy. Such a prodigy must surely be courted by the Duke of An's residence. Their future accomplishments would undoubtedly hinge upon the support of such experts. Currently, the Duke of An's estate lacked even a single alchemist, and even low-tier alchemists were a rarity across the continent. If they were to possess an alchemist, their strength would undoubtedly soar. The profession of alchemist on the continent of Carta is one that is sought yet seldom found. They're already scarce, and those who do practice tend to be exceedingly low-key, leading reclusive lives, holding themselves in high esteem while also possessing considerable wealth, making them notoriously difficult to engage. Now that Xueche had encountered one, he had quietly resolved to recruit this esteemed Lord Shitian into his own ranks, come what may. If Lord Shitian sought a medicinal furnace, that should not pose a challenge. The Duke of an S estate, if nothing else, possesses the town's treasured pure lotus flame cauldron, which would indeed be a tremendous temptation for any alchemist. As for medicinal furnaces, our estate has a few fine examples, if Lord Shitian does not mind. "You are welcome to visit," Xueche said earnestly. "How could that be? Your esteemed residence's private collections should not be shown to outsiders." Huang Beiyue replied with a playful smirk. "What does it matter? We do not have an alchemist in our midst. Those furnaces are merely collected by my father." He often says that even the most precious treasures must have individuals worthy of them. Xueche replied confidently, his face flushed with drink, swaying slightly, his demeanor oddly comical. Huang Beiyue set down her cup and remarked, "The Duke of An truly embodies noble virtue. I would indeed like to pay my respects." Strategize. Seeing. While I cannot presume to invite you, Lord Shi Tian, your visit would undoubtedly bring great joy to my father. However, just as he spoke, the joyous expression on Xueche's face suddenly darkened. "What troubles you?" Huang Beiyue inquired, feigning ignorance. Xueche slammed his fist on the table, speaking with bitterness. Huang Beiyue. His sharp tone caused Huang Beiyue to raise an eyebrow, inwardly scoffing. "What good would it do to call my name? Who's to blame for your misfortunes? Today at Lingyang Academy, I wonder if you have heard the news? That Huang Beiyue, with her malevolent heart, orchestrated the tragic death of my sister. My father, aged and heartbroken, is now bedridden, and he may not be able to personally entertain you." Huang Beiyue coldly responded, "Is it not just and proper that one pays for murder with their life?" Xueche indignantly exclaimed, "This is precisely the cunning nature of Huang Beiyue. She orchestrated for my sister to step onto the stage, and as a result, what is even more infuriating is that even His Highness the Crown Prince shields her. I am left with no avenue for revenge." Huang Beiyue had long anticipated that Xueche would embellish the truth in a desperate attempt to elicit sympathy. Chapter 115. Framing and Accusations. Huang Beiyue had long anticipated that Xueche would exaggerate and fabricate tales to elicit sympathy. Thus she smiled faintly and remarked, "In light of this, it seems Huang Beiyue is truly despicable. Oof, I shall remember this grudge. I will not let her off easily." Xueche's eyes gleamed with malice. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. It would be wise for young Master Xue to contemplate his strategy carefully. Upon hearing that Lord Shitian stood by his side, Xueche's confidence soared, and he clasped his hands in admiration, stating, "Lord Shitian possesses profound wisdom. I truly admire individuals of your caliber." Huang Beiyue waved her hand dismissively. "You flatter me, young Master Xue." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Xueche felt an instant camaraderie with the esteemed Lord Shitian, admiring her prowess while also appreciating her approachable demeanor. It is a common trait among the adept that pride accompanies their skill. A 9-star summoner would hardly deign to converse or drink with those of lesser rank. For instance, Prince Zhang Yi, with his lofty arrogance, looks down upon everyone. After a brief respite at the tavern, Xueche suggested they visit the renowned pure lotus flame cauldron at the Duke of An's residence. As they exited the bustling Buji market, Xueche summoned a horse, and the two rode side by side. Although slightly inebriated, his mind remained somewhat lucid, and he cheerfully recounted the various streets of the capital, engaging in light-hearted banter. Upon reaching an intersection, a squadron of cavalry approached, clad in black armor, their faces obscured by dark iron masks, each wielding a long sword and mounted on sleek black steeds, exuding an air of solemnity. At the forefront rode a youthful figure in an exquisite black robe, strikingly handsome, yet coldly aloof. As the black cavalry passed, pedestrians hurriedly stepped aside. This formidable unit comprised warriors of silver rank and above, tasked with maintaining the security of the imperial capital and safeguarding the palace. Xueche let out a soft grunt, guiding his horse to the side. Huang Beiyue lifted her gaze to the black-robed youth, who, with his perpetually icy demeanor, cast a fleeting glance at her before briefly acknowledging Xueche. The sight of the illustrious Lord Shitian alongside the heir of the Duke of An stirred speculation among onlookers. The Duke's influence was substantial, and the current Duke harbored certain ambitions, of which the Emperor was acutely aware. Zhang Yi merely regarded him with indifference before continuing on, perhaps harboring his own thoughts. Yet this stoic youth was known for his reticent nature. Any thoughts he might possess would remain unexpressed. Or perhaps he was simply honoring her autonomy. She was free, unbound by any faction, and her allegiance could not be swayed by others. Each served their own master. Huang Beiyue felt a slight headache. She intended to leverage Xueche, yet she did not wish to create the illusion that she had aligned herself with the Duke of An's side. The addition of a 9-star summoner would undoubtedly bolster the Duke's power, likely prompting other onlookers of skill to join ranks. She had no intention of becoming their living advertisement for talent recruitment. However, at this moment, the crowd was too dense, making it inconvenient for Huang Beiyue to converse with Zhang Yi. Thus, her indifferent gaze remained unmoved as she guided her horse to Xueche's side. Upon witnessing her action, Xueche felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He had instinctively interpreted this gesture from the esteemed Lord Shitian as an indication of her joining their esteemed and guqin residents. Chapter 116. Framing and blame. The crown Prince Zhang Yi, ambitious and proud, could not tolerate anyone surpassing him, despite his reputation as a genius. As the black cavalry gradually receded from view, Xueche quietly remarked that tarnishing the crown prince's image in the eyes of Lord Shitian was essential for securing his alliance. Moreover, the crown prince was indeed arrogant and cold, making it difficult for anyone to endure his presence. Huang Beiyue listened intently, fully aware of Xueche's intentions, but chose not to voice her disagreement, tacitly accepting his views. Xueche's heart swelled with joy at her silence. In the residence of the Duke of An, the sudden tragic death of the eldest daughter, Xueming, cast a pall over the estate. It was well known that the Duke's favored child was the exceptionally gifted martial artist, Xueming, whose charm endeared her to him, making her his precious jewel. Following her demise, the Duke fell into profound sorrow, succumbing to illness, while the Duchess, in her grief, also fell ill. The eldest son, overwhelmed with despair, sought solace in drink. Within the Duke's residence, only the steward and a few adult sons managed the affairs, while the inner courtyard was overseen by the concubines. The estate was draped in somber white, with all vibrant colors concealed, presenting a scene of desolation. The morning hall was set in the back courtyard, leaving the front yard undisturbed. Upon seeing Xueche return, the steward promptly approached, exclaiming, "Young master, you have returned." Xueche waved his hand dismissively, replying, "I have esteemed guests. We shall talk later." He then led the enigmatic Huang Beiyue, cloaked in a peculiar black cape, toward the back courtyard, asking the steward to summon his father, informing him that Lord Shitian had arrived. The steward cast a wary glance at Huang Beiyue, feeling an inexplicable chill from her dark attire, and hurried to comply. In the Duke's study, countless rare treasures adorned the space, splendidly displayed and overwhelming to behold. The ostentatious display of such treasures spoke volumes of the Duke's confidence in the security of his estate. Huang Beiyue, however, showed little interest in the treasures, merely casting a casual glance before standing nonchalantly before a painting. Before long, a hearty laugh echoed from the study's entrance. Huang Beiyue turned, hands clasped behind her back, to see the Duke's portly figure entering, his ample flesh jiggling as he moved. His face was so contorted with joy that his features were obscured, and his eyes narrowed into slits. She wondered if he could even see her. Lord Shitian's presence elevates this humble abode, Huang Beiyue remarked with a faint smile. The Duke's collection of rare treasures is truly magnificent. How could it be deemed humble? Her casual yet amiable words lightened the mood, momentarily brightening the Duke's spirits despite his recent loss. Though he mourned the loss of his cherished daughter, he still had many offspring and felt less despondent. The prospect of receiving assistance from Lord Shitian was of utmost importance to him. "Father, Lord Shitian is also an alchemist," Xueche added with a smile. The radiant smiles adorning the faces of the father and son left Huang Beiyue questioning whether she had indeed misjudged the situation on the arena today. Wasn't Xueming the biological offspring of the Duke of An? Why was there no trace of sorrow evident in his demeanor? The eyes of the Duke of An, momentarily squeezed together, widened just a fraction, sparkling with a glimmer of light. Chapter 117. Framing and blame. The eyes of the Duke of Anghua, who had been cornered, widened momentarily, sparkling with brilliance. Truly, Master Shitian is a prodigious talent. Too much praise. I merely possess a modest understanding, replied Huang Beiyue, displaying remarkable humility. In truth, she had yet to fully grasp the intricacies of alchemy in this era, and indeed only understood it superficially. The Duke assumed this was a display of modesty from a master, They had witnessed Shi Tian's prowess firsthand, and it was indisputable. The art of alchemy is profoundly complex, and even a cursory understanding is commendable. The father and son exchanged a knowing glance, seasoned in their covert dealings, instinctively aware of the appropriate course of action. The Duke approached a series of calligraphy and paintings, and by some unseen mechanism, the wall adorned with these artworks began to part, revealing a vast chamber. Guqin, holding a lantern, gestured to Huang Beiyue, saying, "Master Shi Tian, within lies the treasured alchemical furnace of our Duke's era. Please step inside and take a look." Huang Beiyue discreetly assessed the entrance from beneath her cloak. The Duke was quite rotund, his massive form obstructing her view of the mechanism he had activated. However, now that she was aware of the hidden door's location, that was sufficient. She followed closely behind Shui as they entered the secret passage. Initially narrow, the path sloped downward, but soon it opened up into a spacious chamber, likely excavated from the earth to create this treasure vault. The Duke and his son appeared remarkably confident in the security of this underground repository, boldly bringing her inside, suggesting they had no fear of untoward incidents, perhaps beyond their desire to win her favor. Within the vault, all four walls were hollowed out into numerous compartments, filled with countless treasures. At the center stood a white jade pedestal, where a gentle blue aura swirled about, and a trickle of water flowed over it, casting a shimmering golden glow upon the shallow surface. The Duke chuckled, turning to retrieve an exquisitely crafted alchemical furnace made of purple gold from one wall. This furnace was indeed a rare gem. Purple gold is an exceptionally scarce material. In the marketplace, even a small piece of purple gold can fetch astronomical prices. This furnace, known as the Purple Refinement Furnace, was crafted from 66 pieces of purple gold, a rarity in the world. I feel a kinship with Master Shi Tian. And since you previously tamed the red spider for Chair, allow me to present this Purple Refinement Furnace as a token of my esteem, he declared. The Purple Refinement Furnace is an exceedingly valuable piece. Crafted from 66 pieces of purple gold, its raw materials alone are extraordinarily costly, not to mention the skill required to forge it. The Duke is indeed generous. Accepting such a lavish gift obliges one to reciprocate in the future. Huang Beiyue thought with a slight smile as she carefully examined the furnace, her hands itching with anticipation. Surely, using this furnace would prevent a repeat of the last explosive incident. The specter within her heart suddenly remarked, "This medicinal furnace is indeed commendable. Yet when compared to the pure lotus flame cauldron, it pales considerably. Patience is key. That pure lotus flame cauldron is something I must acquire." The Duke of N and his son, witnessing her swift capitulation to the purple quenching gold furnace, breathed a sigh of relief, feeling an immense sense of ease. Chapter 118. Framing and Blame Generally. High-ranking summoners possess not only formidable strength, but also a substantial accumulation of wealth, making bribery a challenging endeavor. In this world, anyone who can be swayed by monetary influence is relatively easy to handle. The most formidable are those who exhibit no interest in riches. Lord Anghua chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "Lord Shi Tian is indeed a person of forthrightness." Huang Beiyue replied, "I simply enjoy making friends." Indeed, making friends. Lord Anghua understood this sentiment, which further eased his mind. After examining the Ziqui golden furnace, Huang Beiyue suddenly lifted her head, exclaiming, "I have heard that there is a precious cauldron in the Anghua residence. Might I borrow it for a moment?" The pure lotus flame cauldron is the prized treasure of the Anghua household, a rare and exquisite artifact known far and wide. With many eager to behold the legendary cauldron, Lord Anghua took great pride in his possession of the pure lotus flame cauldron, maintaining an air of mystery while occasionally revealing tidbits to evoke envy. While he might not readily present it upon request, the prospect of pleasing Lord Shi Tian, a 9-star summoner and an exceptional alchemist, was too alluring to resist. Thus, without hesitation, Lord Anghua responded with enthusiasm. "If Lord Shi Tian wishes to see it, I shall gladly oblige." He approached the jade platform, his plump hand dipping into the gently flowing water, slowly pressing downwards, as a radiant yet gentle golden light began to rise. Huang Beiyue observed his rhythmic movements with keen attention, committing every detail to memory. As the golden light broke the surface, a cauldron the size of a watermelon gradually emerged. The cauldron, resplendent in golden brilliance, was adorned with dark cloud patterns depicting large, blooming lotus flowers, giving the impression that the blossoms were poised to burst forth from the cauldron, vividly lifelike. Even Huang Beiyue, accustomed to rare treasures, could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. This cauldron was unlike any ordinary one. It was a legendary artifact, rumored to be the elixir furnace of immortals, imbued with an ethereal aura. A thrill coursed through Huang Beiyue as she felt the black jade pendant nestled within her garments pulse faintly, akin to a heartbeat. This was it, Yin whispered, her voice tinged with an inexplicable nostalgia. After all these years, I have finally seen it again. The pure lotus flame cauldron. Have you seen it before? Huang Beiyue inquired silently, her gaze steady as she internally questioned Yin. Yin responded softly. This is an exquisite artifact personally forged by that individual. There are no more than 3 artifacts of comparable caliber in existence. Huang Beiyue was momentarily taken aback, and Yin continued, with your abilities, it would pose no challenge to take the pure lotus flame cauldron, would it? Naturally, but I do not wish to claim it just yet. A glimmer of calculation flashed in Huang Beiyue's eyes beneath her black cloak. Indeed, it is a treasure. Huang Beiyue stood gracefully and composed at a slight distance from the Bayou platform, refraining from approaching for closer inspection. This brought a measure of relief to Guqin. After all, any master of the world would be tempted upon sighting such exquisite treasures. With the formidable power of Xiao, if he were to be stirred by desire, there would be no way to thwart him. Chapter 119. Framing and slander. The Duke of Anghua turned and remarked, the pure lotus flame cauldron is indeed a treasure. Even when used for refining the cleansing essence pill, the success rate would surpass that of an ordinary alchemical furnace by 10%. What is this fat fool now? If that person from years past had utilized the pure lotus flame cauldron to concoct the cleansing essence pill, it would have been an assured success. Yin scoffed. Huang Beiyue gasped. A 100% success rate for refining the cleansing essence pill? Was that person truly that formidable? She then inquired, has this pure lotus flame cauldron recognized its master? If it has, that could pose a significant complication. If it has indeed acknowledged its master through blood, then unless the master perishes, they will always sense its presence, and it cannot be used by anyone else. The Duke of Anghua chuckled, his jowls quivering. Only alchemists can have the cauldron recognize them as its master, and our family has yet to produce an alchemist. He secretly contemplated that if Xiao could become his loyal subordinate, it would be acceptable for her to wield this pure lotus flame cauldron in the future. With this treasure, coupled with her identity as an alchemist and a 9-star summoner, it would undoubtedly bolster the Duke of Anghua's estate significantly. Upon hearing that it had not recognized a master, Huang Beiyue felt somewhat reassured. She glanced at the radiant cauldron and enigmatically remarked, if it hasn't recognized a master, what if it gets stolen? Xueche chuckled lightly. Rest assured, my lord, this secret chamber is fraught with traps. Even a 9-star summoner may find it challenging to infiltrate. Even if they succeed, the water on the white jade platform is infused with a vitality restriction, attuned solely to my father's essence. I see, Huang Beiyue mused quietly to herself. This was indeed a modern trap-laden chamber, even equipped with a password, though it was evidently inferior to contemporary high-tech devices. Very well, Huang Beiyue nodded lightly, casting another glance at the pure lotus flame cauldron before adding, today has truly been enlightening. My gratitude to the Duke of Anghua. The Duke of Anghua stowed away the pure lotus flame cauldron, dried his hands, and approached her, saying, it is rare to find such a rapport with Lord Xiao. I have instructed my servants to prepare food and drink. Let us retire to the garden pavilion and converse further. Thank you, Huang Beiyue replied with a cold smile. Recognizing that to pilfer this rotund man's possessions, she must engage in a charade of civility. After sharing a few drinks at the Duke of Anghua's estate, Huang Beiyue, who typically maintained an aloof demeanor, displayed remarkable patience in listening to their discourse. Whatever the father and son duo discussed, she would respond with a word or two, truly fostering a convivial atmosphere. The Duke of Angua became increasingly pleased with Shi Tian, especially seeing her genuine earnestness, which delighted him even further. As night fell and the Duke's household continued their morning rites, Huang Beiyue took her leave. On her journey home, she had already devised a plan to steal the pure lotus flame cauldron. However, mere theft would not suffice. She would need to employ some subtle tactics. The Xiao family, fearing the Duke of Angua's wrath, was hastily sending gifts to distance themselves from him. Thus, she would ensure they became even more embroiled in enmity. Though the writing may be slow, rest assured, this tale will not falter. Please continue to read with confidence. As I pen these thoughts, I invite everyone to share their expectations regarding the unfolding narrative. Rest assured, I shall peruse your messages daily. Is the character of Huang Beiyue perhaps sculpted with excessive severity? Can you, dear readers, embrace a female protagonist so fiercely formidable? Chapter 120. Framing and Blame upon returning to the Luoyuan Pavilion. Huang Beiyue retrieved the exquisite garment she had ordered from the tailor days prior. The finely crafted attire, composed of black fabric adorned with subtle floral embroidery, was tailored perfectly according to her design, fitting her form impeccably and enhancing her allure. Dongling gazed in awe, exclaiming, "Miss, from which nation is this exquisite outfit? I have never seen anything like it." "It hails from a remote country," Huang Beiyue replied nonchalantly, not wishing to delve into explanations Dongling would find incomprehensible. She neatly arranged the clothing and inquired, "Have you prepared the items I requested?" "Yes, it's ready." Dongling swiftly turned to rummage through a small cloth pouch in the wardrobe, revealing a jade pendant belonging to the eldest young master, said to be never far from his side. Huang Beiyue blinked, taking the pendant in hand. During her return from Lingyang Academy, she had instructed Dongling to procure anything belonging to either Xiao Zhongqi or Xiao Yuancheng. Yet she was astounded that Dongling had managed to acquire Xiao Zhongqi's personal jade pendant. "How did you come by this?" Huang Beiyue questioned. Aware of Xiao Zhongqi's formidable skills, the prowess of an imperial silver warrior was not to be underestimated. Dongling blushed, her voice hesitant as she recounted. "I was in the back garden and saw the eldest young master teasing the maidservants in Aunt Shue's quarters. Cependant, it fell onto the grass, so I picked it up. Being young, Dongling found herself embarrassed to discuss such matters of intimacy. Her head bowed, and her cheeks flushed like a ripe tomato. Huang Beiyue, however, was unfazed. Having witnessed much in the 21st century, she remained composed throughout the incident, her expression unchanging, devoid of any blush. She tucked the pendant away, nodding resolutely. "This time, the Xiao family will surely suffer." With that, she stealthily slipped out once more. Dongling watched her with concern. Each time Miss ventured out alone, her worry grew. Although Miss S.'s strength had flourished to a point where she need not fret, the possibility of encountering a stronger adversary lingered in her mind. In the pitch-black night, thick fog enveloped the surroundings, concealing the stars. A petite figure stealthily emerged from the princess's residence, gliding through the streets like a wraith, swift and graceful. The elegant black robe billowed in the night, exuding a chilling aura. In mere moments, she arrived outside the study of the Duke of Angua, having not disturbed even the keenest cat lurking in the courtyard. The light within the study was aglow as she quietly approached, settling into a corner to listen intently to the faint voices emanating from the window. "Congratulations, father, on acquiring such a formidable ally. Ascending the throne is merely a matter of time." Xueche's unabashedly arrogant voice rang out in laughter. The Duke of Angua chuckled in response. "I never imagined that Shi Tian would be so astute. Truly, the heavens favor us. Father, with Shi Tian's assistance, I could have eliminated the crown prince this morning," Xueche declared vehemently. A glint of sharpness flickered in the Duke's eyes as he replied, "Humph! He dares to defend the murderer of your sister. We shall not let him escape unscathed. However, the theatrical genius has only just crossed paths with us. It is not yet the opportune moment for him to confront the crown prince. My father is correct. I have not thought this through adequately." Xueche gritted his teeth. Yet Menger must not have perished in vain. That Huang Beiyue must be eliminated. Chapter 121. Framing an entrapment. The Duke of Nguyen nodded, narrowing his cunning old eyes as he remarked, "The last time we dispatched Shweta, he has not returned for days. Surely he is squandered with money in some brothel, indulging in hedonistic pleasures. What a useless fellow." Shwe curled his neck in frustration, muttering bitterly, "That good-for-nothing. Once I catch him, I shall give him a thorough beating." He intended for Huang Beiyue to pay the price for her humiliation, thus sending the rather skilled yet lecherous Shwe to first tarnish the girl, then eliminate her. However, to his astonishment, days had passed without any news from Shweta. This time, we shall send someone reliable. That girl is too ignorant of the world. It is time she learn a lesson. We should dispatch several individuals to ensure no evidence is left behind. Let her perish within the princess's estate, and it shall not fall upon us. Understood, father. It is getting late, and you have suffered greatly today. You should return to rest, Shwe advised, though appearing unfazed. He knew how dearly his father cherished Menga. Her demise would undoubtedly grieve him. Alas, the Duke sighed, "My poor Menga. Father, do not be sorrowful. I shall avenge Meng." As the study door creaked open, Shwe assisted the Duke in exiting. He locked the door behind him before departing. Huang Beiyue emerged from the shadows, her ethereal figure clad in black, melding seamlessly with the night. She fiddled with the lock, shook her head, and with a piece of wire, deftly opened it. Stealthily entering, she closed the door, relying on the memory of her previous visit. She navigated the darkness effortlessly without the need for light. Every minute detail from her recollections remained vivid in her mind. It was as if the entire scene was laid out before her without the need for sight. Standing where the Duke once stood, she swiftly calculated the width of his corpulent form and the arc of his arm as it had been raised, accordingly adjusting her own posture and movements. No, it was not on the wall. A flash of insight crossed her mind. She tapped her toes on the floor twice. This was indeed the spot. Yet after several attempts, there was no response. Regaining her composure, she exerted force underfoot and stamped down hard. A faint sound of shifting from the wall resonated, and Huang Beiyue smirked. What a cunning fox, this Duke of Nguyen. He even schemed to ensnare me. Ordinary individuals would assume the mechanism lay within the wall, focusing their attention on his upper body. Little did they know, the true trap was ingeniously concealed beneath his feet. Naturally, a common person would find nothing amiss when stepping on that floorboard. Even a robust man would likely remain unaware. However, the Duke, being a hefty figure, exerted a force unlike any other. This trap was indeed crafted with remarkable ingenuity. Yet against her, Huang Beiyue, what use was it? She was a genius with an exceptionally high intellect, her observational skills honed from a young age, far exceeding that of an average person. No subtle movement could escape her keen perception. From the ring, a luminous stone was retrieved, a gem capable of emitting a radiance akin to moonlight in the darkness of night. Its price is modest, making it a coveted item among mercenaries. The long corridor within the secret chamber is laden with traps. Any step taken would trigger a mechanism. However, it is likely that Duke had deactivated these traps upon entry, allowing them to proceed safely within. Chapter 122. Framing an accusation. However, she had no intention of shutting down the mechanism. If her methods were too sophisticated, it would hardly resemble the actions of the incompetent Xiao Zhongqi. With this thought, Huang Beiyue's figure darted in like a flash of lightning, her agile form akin to that of a nimble feline, swiftly traversing halfway through the passage. At that moment, the triggered mechanisms began to activate. Traps on the ground, sharp swords shooting forth, colossal stones plummeting from above, and the stone door blocking her path, all imbued with formidable vital energy. Even a slight contact could prove perilous. Nevertheless, the distance to the 9-star summoner mentioned by Shwe was still far too great. With a swift motion and an intimate understanding of the mechanisms, overcoming them was hardly a challenge. If modern high-tech contraptions could not hinder her, how could these outdated methods? They were far too slow. With a light whistle, she had effortlessly navigated through the treacherous passage and arrived in the treasure chamber. Within the treasure chamber, an array of rare and exotic treasures shimmered brilliantly, easily visible even without the aid of luminous stones. The white jade platform glowed with a soft radiance, and gentle, vital energy floated up from the clear water, illuminating her bright eyes with a dazzling brilliance. Huang Beiwei smiled, retrieving several strands of hair from her storage ring, pinching them between her fingers and tossing them into the gently flowing water. After spending such an extensive time drinking with the old Duke of today, it was not without purpose. She had inadvertently collected quite a few strands of hair imbued with his essence. Fortunately, Shuai had mentioned that the white jade platform required the Duke's essence to unlock. Otherwise, she would have had to resort to brute force to open it. The white jade platform functioned similarly to modern high-tech fingerprint and iris scanners, yet verifying essence was far simpler. A person's essence, especially that of a corpulent individual, was easily detectable. Content. She watched as the luminous glow in the water flickered, the surface slowly swirling open, revealing something gradually rising from the depths. Something felt amiss. Huang Beiyue's keen intuition immediately sensed a wave of doubt. When the pure lotus flame cauldron emerged, was it not supposed to be accompanied by a soft, golden glow? She had distinctly seen it earlier. The smile at the corner of her lips slowly faded, as the gentle shimmer in the water cast a shadow of gloom across her face. A small jade pedestal gradually ascended from the water, yet it was entirely empty. The first thought that flashed through her mind was, she had been deceived by that old fox. However, upon further reflection, it seemed improbable. The Duke of was cunning, yet he held immense trust in the mechanisms within this treasure chamber. He would never have thought to relocate the pure lotus flame cauldron. The mechanisms she had encountered upon entry now appeared too simplistic in retrospect. In an instant, her mind surged with a flurry of thoughts. Huang Beiwei struck the white jade platform in frustration. Damn it, someone had gotten there before her. Who could possibly have the audacity and skill to attempt a theft on the same day as her? Just as she pondered, a teasing laughter suddenly echoed through the quiet treasure chamber. Very clever. Huang Beiwei's gaze sharpened, her reflexes outpacing her thoughts. In an instant, she pivoted and lunged toward the dim corner from whence the sound emanated. The hem of her black garment flickered in the shadows, and in a heartbeat, she reached the entrance. Turning around, a devilish smile danced upon her lips, exuding an aura of wickedness. Chapter 123. Framing and blame first come, first served. Do you intend to snatch it away? Under the radiant glow of a myriad of rare treasures, the aura of this extraordinary being exuded an unabashed dominance, starkly contrasting with his usual gentle and refined demeanor. Feng Liani, what I desire, no one can seize. Huang Beiwei, filled with irritation, felt a flicker of cold light in her eyes. This individual was privy to too many of her secrets, and his presence posed a threat. Feng Liani merely smiled faintly, his gaze flickering as he cast a glance her way. Then, come and try to take it. With that, he vanished in a swift motion, darting away rapidly, prompting Huang Beiwei to snort coldly before pursuing without hesitation. Both were remarkably swift. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached outside the secret chamber. In the dark study, relying on their acute senses, the two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. Huang Beiwei felt a sting in her hand. After all, her 12-year-old body was still too frail, lacking the strength for close combat. Her opponent was evidently aware of this weakness, and, after a few exchanges, he gained a slight upper hand. His agility matched hers, yet had she been her true self, he would not have had the advantage. Huang Beiwei silently marked this individual as a future adversary, vowing that a gentleman takes his revenge, even if it takes a decade. When she had grown stronger, he would face the consequences. With a resounding thud, Huang Beiwei's legs struck his side, but the force of his steady strength caused her to stagger back a step, while his hand suddenly gripped her shoulder, spinning around to position himself behind her. At such a tender age, he thought he could best her? Oof. Huang Beiwei scoffed internally. The ninth prince of the Beiyao kingdom truly concealed his prowess well. Mutual understanding, Feng Liani remarked, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. This little girl was a delightful surprise. Her skills were undoubtedly among the finest in the Nani kingdom, though she lacked in strength due to her youth. Had it not been for that, he might very well have fallen to her today. Suddenly, A spark ignited in Huang Beiyue's eyes, the corners of her mouth curving upward as she abruptly raised her head, driving her elbow upward. Feng Lianyi, taken aback, instinctively turned his head to evade. But Huang Beiyue's other hand swiftly followed through, delivering a powerful strike to his chest. He reacted quickly, retreating just in time to avoid her blow. Yet her subsequent series of fierce combat maneuvers came at him with breathtaking speed and precision, unleashing unprecedented techniques that caught him off guard. Feng Lianyi was compelled to retreat repeatedly, defending himself all the while, his mind racing with astonishment. Remarkable! Her speed had more than doubled since the earlier exchange. She no longer relied solely on brute strength, but utilized swift tactics that left him unable to counterattack. Surrender the item. The final powerful punch landed squarely on his shoulder, and Huang Beiyue, with a swift motion, transformed her hand into a claw, gripping him as he had done to her. She maneuvered to his back, and in her other hand, she brandished a dagger pressed against his side. Who could outmatch her in ruthlessness? Who could surpass her in speed? Even when faced with formidable foes, she could ensure her own invincibility. This was the most terrifying aspect of the ultimate weapon. Feng Lianyi raised a hand slightly, letting out a soft sigh, very impressive. Let's talk. Well, since you have emerged victorious, I shall concede. Feng Lianyi smiled helplessly, and with a mere thought, he retrieved a brocade box from his spatial ring and tossed it behind him. Huang Beiyue reached out to catch it, and upon opening the box, she found not the pure lotus flame cauldron she expected, but rather a fist-sized orb radiating a resplendent violet glow. Chapter 124. Framing and Malicious Schemes. How dare you deceive me? Huang Beiyue exclaimed in fury. Feng Lianyi had deftly evaded her dagger, chuckling. Just a little gift for our first meeting. With that, he swiftly leaped out of the study window, causing Huang Beiyue's eyes to narrow. If he dared to toy with her, she would ensure he faced repercussions. Someone, there's a thief. Help! She shouted at the top of her lungs. Feng Lianyi, having just exited the study, paused momentarily before a bitter smile crept across his face. That girl was indeed something else. The moment Huang Beiyue's shout pierced the air, the guards of the Duke's estate were immediately roused. A skilled warrior stationed nearby rushed over, only to cross paths with Feng Lianyi. The warrior's gaze darkened, a flash of murderous intent flickering through his eyes. He lunged at Feng Lianyi, but in a heartbeat, he was swiftly dispatched, vanishing into the night like a wisp of smoke. Reaching the window, Huang Beiyue was slightly startled. If he had exhibited such ruthless prowess during their confrontation, she would have found herself at a distinct disadvantage. Guards quickly converged outside the study, and the Duke's estate suddenly erupted with light as everyone hurried to the scene. Tossing aside the jade pendant belonging to Xiao Zhongqi, Huang Beiyue leapt through the window, disappearing like a specter. What is happening? Over yonder, the Duke, draped in a voluminous black fox fur cloak that accentuated his corpulence, hurriedly approached with the assistance of his guards. Upon noticing the study door ajar, his heart raced, and he hastened inside. The guards had already lit a fire, and the secret chamber door stood wide open. The Duke gasped, rushing into the hidden room. The passage bore evidence of triggered mechanisms, yet there were no signs of injury. A wave of panic washed over the Duke as beads of sweat formed on his brow. Trembling, he stumbled into the treasure chamber, only to find the alabaster stone pedestal empty, devoid of its precious contents. My pure lotus flame cauldron, he howled, darkness enveloping his vision as his corpulent form collapsed backward. Father! Xueche, following closely behind, rushed to support him, but the Duke's immense bulk toppled both of them to the ground in a disheveled tangle. Guards arriving at the scene quickly assisted them to their feet. Hurry! Chase after that thief! Xueche, still dazed from the fall, barked orders loudly. They're already in pursuit. Steward Xian replied. Young master, should we not take account of what else is missing? Yes, hurry and check. Xuike urged, his hands trembling as he realized the pedestal was bare. Their family heirloom, the illustrious pure lotus flame cauldron that had elevated the Duke's estate to prominence across the continent, had been stolen. Cold sweat dripped from his brow with the loss of this treasure. The Duke's estate would struggle to match the prestige that the cauldron had once commanded among the noble families. Steward Qian promptly began to tally their remaining treasures. The Duke groaned as he regained consciousness, his lips quivering as he implored, "Sure, quickly see if the pure lotus flame cauldron is still there." Suike, his face contorted in anguish, rose to his feet and approached the alabaster pedestal for confirmation, scanning it once more. Upon the raised jade platform, there lay nothing. The jade pedestal was equally desolate, devoid of even the once lustrous water that had transformed into mere ordinary clear liquid, having lost the nurturing essence of the precious artifact. The restriction of primordial energy persisted, with a gentle azure aura flowing, yet the sacred lotus flame cauldron had indeed vanished. Chapter 125. Framing in blame, his face contorted in anguish, he bellowed while pounding on the white jade platform. "Curse those wretched thieves! Damn them!" The Duqin, with his aged eyes rolling back, could no longer stand and collapsed onto the ground, resembling a mound of flesh, lamenting his misfortune. "I will catch that scoundrel and rend him limb from limb." "My lord, the water avoidance pearl is also missing," the steward exclaimed in haste. "What?" The Duqin roared, closing his eyes as if to faint once more, his fist striking the ground with fury. "Villain!" Shuai, seething with rage, declared. "I shall pursue him personally." As he strode out, he collided with an individual rushing to deliver news. "Watch where you're going," Shuai shouted. The guard, terrified, immediately knelt and bowed, pleading for mercy. "My lord, spare me. I discovered something outside, which may have been dropped by the thief." "What is it?" The Duqin rolled over, struggling to rise, his short limbs appearing comical. Shuai eagerly pressed, "Bring it forth." The guard, trembling in fear, presented an object with both hands. It was a jade pendant, resplendent in royal green, its clarity unmistakably signifying its extraordinary origin. Shuai's eyes widened in recognition, and he suddenly exclaimed, "I know this piece." The Duqin turned his gaze towards him, as Shuai's expression twisted with fury. "That scoundrel Xiao Zhongqi. I do not provoke you, yet you dare to bring this calamity upon me." "Xiao Zhongqi?" The Duke's expression shifted, fury surging within him. "The people of the Xiao family are indeed insufferable." Shuai insisted, "Father, I would never mistake it. This jade pendant is always worn by that Xiao Zhongqi. He never parts with it, and no one else could possibly acquire it." The Duke squinted, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "Very well, the evidence is here. Let us see how he will deny it. If the Xiao family does not return my pure lotus flame cauldron, I shall annihilate that old scoundrel Xiao Qiyuan as well." The Northern Moon Dynasty, as Huang Beiyue departed from the Duke of An's residence. She smirked at the cacophony within. Yuan remarked gloomily, "If you had summoned the Ice Spirit Phoenix earlier, Feng Liani would have posed no challenge to you. The pure lotus flame cauldron would have certainly been in your grasp." Huang Beiyue scoffed. "Summoning it would have thwarted the plan to frame Xiao Zhongqi. I have no intention of allowing the Xiao family to live in peace." Yuan dismissed her reasoning with disdain, believing that obtaining the pure lotus flame cauldron outweighed all else. The Xiao family, in his eyes, were mere insignificant players. Their elimination was inconsequential. "Moreover, I have my summoned beast. Does Feng Liani not possess one as well?" Huang Beiyue whispered, harboring the sense that he was not as simple as he appeared. Ever since their first encounter at the princess's residence, she had harbored this intuition. Their meeting again at the Duke's residence only solidified her suspicions. Before others, Feng Liani also wore a mask, just like her, and spoke slowly. "Do you intend to give up on the pure lotus flame cauldron?" Huang Beiyue replied with a cold smile. "The item is in his possession. I will reclaim it sooner or later." She took out the orb, shimmering with violet light, from her storage ring, examined it closely, and inquired, "Yin, with your vast knowledge, what is this object?" Chapter 126. Framing in blame. Although Yin was sealed within the dark waters of the forbidden prison, he could still perceive everything in the outside world with clarity. It seemed to be the water avoidance pearl. Yin paused for a moment. Indeed, it was the water avoidance pearl. A loss in one area can lead to a gain in another, although the pure lotus flame cauldron was absent. This water avoidance pearl is still a treasure of the heavens and earth. The water avoidance pearl? With this pearl in hand, descending to the depths of the ocean would not pose a challenge. Huang Beiyue contemplated and suddenly chuckled. The pressure at the ocean's depths is immense. A person would be crushed to pieces upon descent. You misunderstand. Although this water avoidance pearl is not a weapon, it causes water to part automatically upon contact, enabling one to traverse the ocean floor as if walking on solid ground. Indeed, how curious. I must find time to test it. Huang Beiwei glanced at the pearl, tucked it away, and stealthily returned to the flowing cloud pavilion. After changing her clothes, Dongling hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Miss, it's terrible. The Guqin residence has surrounded our estate." Huang Beiwei calmly sipped her tea and nodded, quite swift in their actions. Observing her composed demeanor, Dongling, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Miss, what is happening?" Huang Beiwei beckoned Dongling closer and recounted the scheme to frame Xiao Zhongqi. After listening, Dongling burst into laughter. "Miss, you are truly wicked. This is what I call diverting misfortune. I killed Xuemeng, and Xiao Zhongqi stole the pure lotus flame cauldron and the water avoidance pearl. Tell me, do you think that old scoundrel in Guqin values Xuemeng more, or the pure lotus flame cauldron and water avoidance pearl?" Dongling scratched her head. Blood is thicker than water. After all, they share a father-daughter bond. Huang Beiwei tapped Dongling's head. What father-daughter bond? In a large family, there is no such thing. Only interests reign supreme. Just look at Xiao Yuansheng for proof. Dongling's expression dimmed slightly as she patted Huang Beiwei's hand. "Miss, do not be too saddened by her father's actions." Not too saddened? She harbored no paternal feelings for Xiao Yuansheng. In her heart, she had never acknowledged him as her father. Yet, Huang Beiwei could not deny the blood that linked them. Dongling, with her kind disposition, had not endured the hardships that had rendered Huang Beiwei cold and aloof. Outdoors, the clamor grew louder, shattering the stillness of the night. The princess's residence was brightly lit, awakening the various ladies and gentlemen, all of whom were paralyzed with fear by the palpable murderous intent outside, retreating into their rooms and hesitating to emerge. Huang Beiwei and Dongling ventured into the front courtyard. Witnessing the stalemate between the Xiao family and the Guqin residents at the entrance, the atmosphere charged with tension. One wrong word could lead to countless casualties. Xiao Yuansheng had barely managed to don his attire, standing at the door, glaring at the disheveled Guqin, who was wrapped in a black fox fur cloak. Xueqi bellowed, "Where is Xiao Zhongqi?" "Haven't come out." Xueqi's voice resonated with remarkable vigor, and alongside the enormous crimson spider he had unleashed, it stood majestically before the gates of the Princess Chang's residence, instilling a palpable fear in all who beheld its formidable presence. It seemed that Xiao Zhongqi had received some news, as he remained conspicuously absent. Only Xiao Yun, determined not to be outshone, summoned her celestial snowcat, which now perched in the courtyard, locking eyes with the fiery red spider in a silent standoff. Chapter 127. Open conflicts and underhanded struggles. Tian Shuecat found herself at a considerable disadvantage compared to the red spider, her presence seemingly diminished by the overwhelming aura of her rival. Huang Beiwei observed the scene with amusement, unable to suppress a soft laugh, a sentiment echoed by Dongling. "Third miss, what brings you here?" A cautious voice inquired from behind. Turning around, Dongling recognized Pei Xiang and quickly concealed her mirth. "I came to see what was happening," she replied. Pei Xiang whispered, "What else could it be? It's all the fault of the eldest young master. I have no idea what he spent his days doing. He shows no signs of improvement and only knows how to cause trouble. This time, it has escalated far beyond control." A subtle smirk graced Huang Beiwei's lips as her expression remained composed. Dongling pressed for details. "What trouble has he caused?" "I heard that the eldest young master has audaciously ventured into the Guqin manor and stolen the renowned pure lotus flame cauldron." Pei Xiang's indignation was palpable as she recounted the incident. "Just moments ago, Aunt Qin was furious. She even pinched me several times. It hurt terribly." Feigning surprise, Dongling exclaimed, "The pure lotus flame cauldron. This is serious. What was the eldest young master thinking? The Guqin manor wields immense power. Can he truly afford to provoke them?" Pei Xiang shared her frustration. "Exactly. Who knows what is going through his mind? Aunt Qin is nearly beside herself with rage. I fear the master will mete out severe punishment this time. Perhaps Aunt Qin will lose her favor. Dongling reassured her, do not worry. Aunt Qin has the support of the Prime Minister's residence, and with her beauty, she shall not fall from grace. Pei Xiang cautiously lifted her gaze to Huang Beiwei, suggesting, Third miss, may I accompany you? With you by Aunt Qin's side assisting me, I feel far more at ease, Huang Beiwei responded, turning to her with a gentle smile that illuminated her fair features. Dongling chimed in, indeed, without your help, how could the miss contend with Aunt Qin? When the day comes that the miss oversees the Long Princess's residence, you shall be hailed as her greatest ally. Joy flickered across Pei Xiang's face as she quickly knelt, exclaiming, Thank you, third miss. I shall do my utmost to assist you. Huang Beiwei nodded, exchanging a knowing glance with Dongling. With a smile, Dongling produced a pouch filled with gold coins from her sleeve and handed it to Pei Xiang. Sister Pei, take this money for your expenses. It is a reward from the miss. Pei Xiang's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the substantial pouch, surely filled with an abundance of gold coins. In her entire life, she had never encountered such wealth. In the realm of Carta, gold coins represented the highest denomination of currency. A typical family would spend no more than 20 coins in an entire year. Yet, the miss had generously bestowed upon her a pouch containing well over 100 coins. Thank you, miss. Pei Xiang was overwhelmed with joy, her smile stretching wide. Dongling urged her, quickly, secure it well. Do not let others see. Pei Xiang eagerly nodded, stashing the coins away before lowering her voice. Third miss, the eldest young master's actions have stirred quite the commotion. It may even reach the emperor's ears. No matter how powerful the prime minister is, he cannot sway the emperor. Therefore, Aunt Qin may very well return to seek your assistance. Huang Beiwei raised an eyebrow, contemplating, seek my help. In contemporary times, who is unaware of the emperor's constant affection for the third young lady? Moreover, the crown prince and Princess Sakura have also cultivated a close friendship with her. Your mere word holds more weight than a dozen utterances from the prime minister. Does it not? Pei Xiang remarked, her tone laced with flattery, though it was not entirely insincere. After the heavenly banquet, the emperor's stance had become unequivocally apparent. Chapter 128. Open conflicts and underhanded struggles. Pei Xiang spoke with an air of flattery, though her intentions were not entirely disingenuous. Following the celestial banquet, the emperor's stance had become unequivocally clear, and he had since bestowed numerous gifts upon the North Moon Princess of the Grand Princess's estate. Who would dare to look down upon her? Now, with Xiao Zhongqi having caused such a significant uproar, even the prime minister's pleas to the emperor would likely be in vain. However, should Huang Beiwei intercede, the outcome might be uncertain. Dongling scoffed, recalling how the North Moon Princess had treated their young mistress in the past. If she dares to shamelessly plead, I shall not hesitate to throw her out. Pei Xiang quickly concurred. Indeed, she lacks the face to do so. Huang Beiwei spoke in a calm tone. You should return and subtly encourage her to seek my assistance. Who knows, I may indeed offer her help. Pei Xiang was taken aback, and even Dongling appeared momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend. Huang Beiwei offered no further explanation. As a commotion erupted at the entrance, Xueqie had been calling out for ages, yet Xiao Zhongqi remained absent, which only fueled his frustration. In a fit of anger, he decided to take matters into his own hands. A massive spider's claw swung down, easily dispersing several skilled fighters from the Xiao family, standing in the front. Xiao, Yuan Gang shouted in fury. Xuike, the situation is not yet clear. How dare you strike first? Xuike retorte dangridi. Aka emepiaka. Is Xiao Zhongqi too cowardly to show himself? His reluctance speaks volumes about his guilt. If he is wise, he will emerge and surrender the pure lotus flame, cauldron, and water avoidance pearl, and I may spare his life. Who says I am afraid to emerge? A powerful voice bellowed from the courtyard. Dressed in silver battle armor, Xiao Zhongqi strode forth, planting his long spear firmly into the ground. Why should the Duke of Engua hold me accountable for your losses? Upon seeing him, Xueqie's eyes turned crimson, and the Duke of Engua immediately rose, his face contorted with rage. Xiao Zhongqi, your jade pendant has been found. Can you still deny it? Xueche raised his hand, revealing a jade pendant of deep green hue. Xiao Zhongqi's eyes widened. How could my jade pendant be in your possession? Why? That is a question you ought to reflect upon yourself. Quickly hand over the pure lotus flame cauldron and water avoidance pearl. I have already stated that I know nothing of the pure lotus flame cauldron. Xiao Zhongqi declared defiantly, his head held high. The pendant he always wore should never have left his side. It was evident he had been framed. Yet, amidst the chaotic situation, the Duke and his son were resolute in their belief that he was the thief. There was no way to clarify his innocence. Seeing that Xiao Zhongqi refused to admit his guilt, Xueche's fury intensified. Fine. If you won't confess, then I will kill you and search your body thoroughly. With a swift motion, he summoned the red spider, which let out a fierce roar and charged toward Xiao Zhongqi with all 8 legs moving with alarming speed. However, Xiao Zhongqi was no pushover. His prowess as a silver warrior of the empire could nearly rival that of a 4-star summoner with a spirit beast. Yet, Xueche's spirit beast, the red spider, was overwhelmingly powerful. Even a 6-star summoner would not dare engage it lightly. Sweat poured down Xiao Zhongqi's forehead as he gripped his spear, adopting a defensive stance, his eyes wide with determination. Stop! In the desolate streets enveloped by night, a chilling call suddenly echoed. Soon after, the resonant sound of hooves began to reverberate, stirring the soul. In the dead of night, a disturbance erupted before the gates of the princess's residence, threatening the tranquility of the imperial capital. Such an offense is deserving of beheading. The commanding and resonant voice drew nearer, filling the air with authority. Chapter 129. Open Struggles and Covert Conflicts. The Black Cavalry, Guardians of the Imperial Capital. A formidable troop of black-clad cavalrymen swiftly arrived at the gates of the Princess Chang's residence, halting their steeds with a commanding presence. The leader, brandishing his whip, inquired, "What is your intention? Do you dare to defy the law?" Even the audacious Duke of An, with his grand ambitions, would not confront the imperial family head-on at this moment. Moreover, the Black Cavalry comprised elite warriors, all of whom possessed silver-level prowess. To provoke them would be folly indeed. At that moment, the Duke of An leaped from his sedan chair and addressed the man on horseback. "Commander, it is the Xiao family who has overstepped their bounds, allowing their rogue offspring to pilfer the treasures of my estate. I seek justice." The commander replied sternly, "This matter is of a private nature, and I shall not interfere. However, I must insist that no disturbances occur on the streets at such an hour, or I shall be compelled to take action." Yet, the Duke of An was unwilling to relent. The thought of his prized treasures, the pure lotus flame cauldron and the water-repelling pearl, felt akin to having his heart wrenched from his chest. "There is no however," the commander retorted. "Do you wish to provoke the crown prince?" The commander's gaze flicked to Xueche's crimson spider, a glimmer of intent shimmering beneath his dark mask. The implication was unmistakable. Even the 11th-tier red spider would be extinguished the moment the crown prince's purple flame fire Qilin arrived. The duke's countenance immediately shifted, and Xueche, too, betrayed a hint of trepidation. A star summoner possessing a purple flame fire Qilin could likely stand alone against the crown prince in battle, a singular figure within the entire southern realm. Lord Shitian. If Lord Shitian were to be allied with them at this juncture, he could unreservedly raise the entire Princess Chang's residence to the ground, concealing his resentment. Xueche reluctantly withdrew his red spider, his expression one of frustration. The Duke of An huffed, "To dare steal from my estate's treasures. I shall not let this matter rest." Xueche shot a glare at Xiao Zhongqi, warning, "You shall pay for this." Xiao Zhongqi met his gaze defiantly. He had not pilfered anything of value, yet had been unjustly threatened in his own home. Where could he reclaim his lost dignity? As the Duke and his son departed, the encircling presence around the princess's residence remained steadfast. Enraged, Xiao Yuancheng turned and pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Zhongqi, exclaiming, "What misdeed have you committed?" "Father, I am innocent." Xiao Zhongqi nearly erupted with indignation, bewildered by the wrongful accusations, feeling a torrent of anger with no outlet, especially from his own kin. "Innocent? Then what about your jade pendant?" As some expressed that the progress of a narrative required more votes, I refrained from elaborating. I am aware that my pace is not swift, as I can only write at this rate. Even if granted 1,000 votes a day, my speed would remain unchanged. Each chapter consists of 1,000 words, with daily updates being sincere and substantial. I have not resorted to superfluous words or frivolous writing to deceive for clicks. Being a novice in classical literature, I have poured my heart into this work, carefully contemplating each character's dialogue and actions. Thus my pace is naturally constrained. I am grateful for your willingness to read this. Since its inception, I have refrained from soliciting votes and collections, and I feel somewhat embarrassed to ask for them due to the slow pace of updates. I will strive to provide more frequent updates and will refrain from unnecessary chatter in the chapters moving forward. Thank you all for your unwavering support. Chapter 130. Open conflicts and underhanded struggles. Xiao Zhongqi found himself at a loss for words, his mind drifting to the mischief he had engaged in today with a maid of Aunt Shui in the back garden. Perhaps he had dropped it then. Yet, how could he voice such a thought? If his mother were to discover his association with Aunt Shui's maid, she would undoubtedly be furious, and his father would share the same sentiment. How infuriating! It must be that Shuiche who has deliberately set me up. They have lost something in their residence, and are placing the blame squarely on my shoulders. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuancheng considered the possibility and huffed in annoyance, turning away in a fit of anger. Aunt Qin, witnessing her son's distress, felt a pang of sympathy and exclaimed, "My lord, we must devise a solution to this predicament." Humph! How do we solve it? First, this wretched boy must adequately explain how that jade pendant ended up in the residence of the guqin. Xiao Yuancheng scoffed coldly, feeling increasingly exasperated. His initial plans had been to unite Xiao Yun with the Duke of An's family. Leveraging their influence would have fortified his position. The plan had been proceeding smoothly, with both families expressing satisfaction. However, who could have foreseen such a calamitous turn of events? The prized treasure of the Duke's residence, the pure lotus flame cauldron, along with the legendary water avoidance pearl, had both been stolen simultaneously, with suspicion now cast upon his son. This was no trivial matter. If they were to offend the Duke of An, the Xiao family could find themselves in dire straits, struggling to maintain their standing in the Southern Wing Kingdom. The more he pondered, the more unrest brewed within him as he paced back and forth in the courtyard. What shall we do? Zhongqi, speak. Xiao Zhongqi opened his mouth, yet his mind was blank, leaving him to mutter discontentedly. This matter has nothing to do with me. They can search our residence if they wish. Absurd. A chilling voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Yuancheng turned to see Huang Beiyue entering through the archway, her expression decidedly displeased. To permit a casual search? What the dignity of the princess's residence? Her dark eyes swept across the faces of those in the courtyard, their gaze calm, yet imbued with an indescribable aura of intimidation. In an instant, everyone present was rendered speechless by her imposing presence. The princess's residence, where the late princess had lived and whose spirit was honored, was not a place to be invaded without consequence. Should anyone dare to disturb the princess's soul, and the emperor were to learn of it, his wrath would be severe. Who would bear the blame for such an outrage? Aunt Shui promptly chimed in, "Indeed, the eldest young master has brought this misfortune upon himself. It is only fitting that he resolves it on his own. The princess's residence cannot be searched at will." Aunt Qin shot her a fierce glare, silently cursing the woman for her opportunism in this trying moment. "Just wait. There will come a day when you will regret this. Third miss, this time your elder brother has been wronged. You cannot stand idly by." Aunt Qin suddenly spoke to Huang Beiyue with a smile that bore a hint of insincerity. In her memory, it was rare to see Aunt Qin display such a sycophantic smile toward Huang Beiyue. Though Aunt Qin possessed a pleasant appearance, that smile filled her with distaste. "Do notice, aunt. What can I possibly do? I am but an ordinary person," Huang Beiyue replied. After Huang Beiyue finished speaking, she gently coughed a few times, her pale face exhibiting a hint of frailty. Aunt Shui was fully aware of Aunt Qin's intentions, which were merely to have Huang Beiyue intervene and beseech the emperor to resolve this matter. She would never allow her to have her way. Chapter 131. Open rivalries and concealed struggles. The incident concerning the eldest son is indeed peculiar, and the Duke of Anne's household possesses ample evidence. If the eldest son wishes to absolve himself of blame, he must first clarify how that jade pendant came to be in the Duke's residence. Aunt Shui cast a glance at Aunt Qin, her expression betraying a sense of schadenfreude that made Aunt Qin grit her teeth. This is a blatant act of framing. What is there to explain? Framing? One must have incriminating evidence to frame someone. Do you not agree, Sister Qin? Aunt Shui's sharp tongue is unmatched by someone of Aunt Qin's ilk. Humph. This matter is not as dire as it seems. Once the truth is uncovered, Zhongqi's name will be cleared. Aunt Qin proclaimed loudly, I refuse to believe that there is no law in this world. Aunt Shui let out a cold laugh, disregarding her words, and turned to Miss Huang Beiyue, saying, Third young lady, it is quite late, and given your frail constitution, you should not remain outside in the wind. Allow me to escort you back to Luoyang Pavilion. Having witnessed enough of the spectacle, Miss Huang Beiyue nodded and, without considering Xiao Yuanqing's reaction, turned to leave, with Aunt Shui hastily following her. After walking a short distance, Aunt Shui remarked, Third young lady, this matter concerning the eldest son is akin to a hot potato. You must not involve yourself. The incident with Xuanmeng has just transpired, and should you entangle yourself in this affair, it may ignite a fire that engulfs you. Her words were delivered with a sense of sincerity, seemingly out of genuine concern for her. Miss Huang Beiyue internally scoffed. She had no intention of aiding Aunt Qin, for it was she who orchestrated the framing. In fact, she relished the thought of them clashing with the Duke of Anne's household. The fiercer the conflict, the better. Aunt Shui. Miss Huang Beiyue halted and turned to face her, asserting, This time, my elder brother will surely be safe. Aunt Qin will undoubtedly seek assistance from the Prime Minister. Aunt Shui sneered, thinking to herself that this girl is indeed too naive. Rest assured, third young lady, you mentioned before that the Empress Dowager disapproves of that wretched woman. Although her past has not been mentioned in recent years, it does not erase its existence. I have already devised a plan. As long as you refrain from intervening, I shall ensure she cannot rise again. I have no intention of intervening. Miss Huang Beiyue replied with a faint smile. After waiting a long time, this opportune moment had finally arrived. With her assurance, Aunt Shui left in high spirits. Dong Ling supported her back to Luoyang Pavilion. Somewhat puzzled, Miss, are you truly helping Aunt Qin and the eldest son? That depends on their fortune. Miss Huang Beiyue replied with a light laugh. Dong Ling, when the clam and the crane vie, it is the fisherman who benefits. In this matter, we shall merely watch the play unfold. You are indeed clever, Miss, methodically calculating each of their moves. The Duke of Anne's household, the Xiao family, Aunt Qin, Aunt Shui, the eldest son, and the second young lady have all unwittingly reaped the bitter fruits of their actions. The moves made by Miss Huang Beiyue are nothing short of exquisite. Who could blame them for seeking their own suffering? Miss Huang Beiyue's eyes curved with a smile. These actions serve as minor reprimands, a way to slightly avenge the wronged Princess Chong and the county Princess Beiyue. The following day, the news of the theft at the Duke of Anne's household indeed sent shockwaves through Linhuai City. The sacred lotus flame cauldron and the water-repellent pearl were simultaneously stolen. It is said that the emperor was taken aback upon hearing this news early in the morning. During the morning court session, Duke Anghua, overwhelmed with tears and sorrow, knelt before the emperor, imploring him to thoroughly investigate the matter. They possessed crucial evidence that pointed directly towards the members of the Xiao family. Chapter 132. Open conflicts and underhanded schemes. Xiao Yuanqing hurriedly emerged to clarify, asserting that Xiao Zhongqi had not left home the previous night and could not possibly have infiltrated the Duke of Anne's residence to steal the pure lotus flame cauldron. The Duke of Anne sharply accused him of shielding her, provoking the already irritable Xiao Yuanqing to fury, leading to a heated quarrel that almost escalated into violence within the court. The emperor, having heard of the Duke's attempt to besiege the princess's residence the night before, was already incensed at the prospect of a brawl between their families and, upon witnessing the two men bickering openly in the court, was further enraged. He ordered both the Duke of An and Xiao Yuansheng to be expelled from the assembly. This incident quickly spread throughout Linhuai City, with everyone treating it as a source of amusement. However, the relationship between the Duke of Anne's household and the Xiao family was irreparably severed. resulting in the dissolution of the engagement between Shueqi and Xiao Yun. At Lingyang Academy, the carriage of the princess came to a halt at the academy gates, instantly drawing curious glances. Xiao Yun and Xiao Rou alighted from the carriage, followed by Huang Beiwei emerging from another vehicle, eliciting astonishment from the onlookers. After Huang Beiwei had slain Xuan Ming in the arena the day prior, many had anticipated she would remain hidden for months before daring to show her face again. Yet here she was, appearing completely unperturbed the very next day. Was she not fearful of encountering Shueqi? Although the Imperial Academy and the Eastern Courtyard were somewhat distanced, if Shueqi sought vengeance, it would be an effortless endeavor. Rumors had long depicted Princess Beiwei as frail and timid, a mere wastrel. Yet, what they beheld now was a fearless and audacious young woman, unafraid of the powerful. Today, Huang Beiwei donned a smoke-hued, peach blossom embroidered gown, elegant yet exuding an air of nobility. The understated color accentuated her exquisite, unadorned visage, enhancing her beauty and grace. Her expression was calm and indifferent, devoid of any pronounced emotional fluctuations, her dark eyes tranquil and serene, radiating a mysterious elegance that captivated many noble young men. Xiao Yun, too, was dressed in her most splendid attire, a vibrant peach-red dress crafted by the most renowned tailor in Linhuai City, showcasing the latest fashion. The striking hue rendered her cheeks as radiant as blossoming peaches, her youthful charm compelling admiration. Despite the cancellation of her engagement with the Duke of Un, she was determined to present herself beautifully, dismissing Shueqi as inconsequential. However, upon disembarking the carriage, she quickly realized that the majority of gazes were fixated on Huang Beiwei, filled with admiration, astonishment, and even infatuation. This revelation struck Xiao Yun with considerable dismay. Huang Beiwei's attire appeared almost outdated, and her bare face lacked the embellishments that characterized Xiao Yun's own alluring appearance. Were these people blind? Second sister, have you noticed that third sister seems to have changed somewhat? Xiao Zhonglei remarked, observing Huang Beiwei and turning to Xiao Yun. What has changed? Xiao Yun inquired, visibly displeased. Xiao Zhonglei scrutinized the figure of Huang Beiwei ahead, a girl of similar age to himself whom he had never truly regarded until now, realizing only then how noble and graceful her demeanor truly was. She seemed to exude an innate nobility, subtly radiating an indescribable aura. Her unadorned visage was remarkably exquisite and enchanting, captivating to the extent that it momentarily rendered him somewhat entranced. It appeared that Xiao Zhonglei's dazed gaze followed her with unwavering focus. Chapter 133. Open Struggles and Underhanded Tactics, it seems. That Xiao Zhonglei's gaze was fixated on her, and he could hardly articulate it. He had only recently discovered how remarkably captivating Huang Beiwei truly was. Xiao Yun turned and saw her own younger brother displaying such a lack of ambition, which ignited her fury, prompting her to deliver a sharp slap across his face. You wretched boy, do you possess no ambition? She is your half-sister. Xiao Yun's voice resounded loudly, causing Huang Beiwei, who was walking ahead, to glance back at them. Xiao Zhonglei's face flushed crimson as he stammered, Second sister, don't speak so recklessly. How could I? After uttering these words, he lowered his head in shame. Xiao Yun rolled her eyes at him, her irritation only deepening. The lesson at the academy today was on literature and history, utterly tedious. However, it was fortunate that Princess Ingye had also chosen this course. Thus, upon entering the classroom and taking her seat, Huang Beiwei noticed Princess Ingye entering shortly after. Aware that Huang Beiwei had opted for the literature and history class, Princess Ingye approached her with a smile and seated herself beside her. I heard there was an incident at the Grand Princess's residence last night. Father was anxious all night. Thankfully, my elder brother dispatched the Black Cavalry. Beiwei, are you unharmed? Huang Beiwei felt a stir within her and lifted her head to ask, last night, it was His Highness the Crown Prince who sent the Black Cavalry? Indeed. The incident regarding the theft at the Duke of An's residence reached my elder brother first. Knowing the Duke would cause a ruckus at the Grand Princess's residence, and fearing it might disturb our imperial aunt's spirit, he promptly dispatched the Black Cavalry. It appears the crown prince is quite considerate, Huang Beiyue murmured softly, realizing that the seemingly cold crown Prince Zhan Yi possessed a meticulous nature, as if he was constantly preoccupied with her well-being. Princess Yingye chuckled, but then furrowed her brow, remarking, speaking of which, that Xiao Zhongqi has caused trouble for himself and left behind evidence. What a fool! There was a hint of ambiguity in Princess Yingye's words. She implied that had Xiao Zhongqi not left evidence implicating him in the Grand Princess's misfortunes, she would have found joy in the theft of the Duke of An's prized possessions. However, in Princess Yingye's heart, she regarded Huang Beiyue as a pure and kind-hearted child, making it awkward to state her thoughts outright. Huang Beiyue increasingly found Princess Yingye's character to her liking, smiling subtly as she replied, "My elder brother is indeed reckless. Aunt Qin hoped I would intercede with the emperor, but if he does not return the treasures, what good would my intercession do?" Intercession? Princess Yingye scoffed. "Beiyue, you must not involve yourself in this matter. Doing so will only offend the guqin. That old glutton is a petty man, and to cross him is to invite perilous schemes. I have not consented to anything, and as for Xuanmeng's situation, we are still uncertain how that will resolve. Rest assured about Xuanmeng, with the stolen pure lotus flame, cauldron, and water avoidance pearl. The guqin will have no time to concern himself with Xuanmeng's affairs." Princess Yingye replied with a cold smirk. Huang Beiyue felt a heaviness in her heart as she observed Princess Yingye's expression, understanding that she had grown up in the royal court, witnessing the intricacies of power struggles, and was acutely aware of how tenuous familial bonds could be within a royal or noble family. "Young Master Luo, this is a literature and history class. You try to bear with it. Why am I not allowed to go to the East Courtyard? I, too, could become a martial arts genius." The disgruntled voice of the young man echoed. Indeed, young master is undoubtedly a genius. When a test occurs next year, he will surely gain entry to the East Courtyard, chimed the sycophantic servant. Chapter 134. Open strife and secret struggles as the sound echoed. A handsome youth of about 15 approached, his lips slightly pouting, evidently feeling wronged. Trailing behind him was a young attendant, carrying his books and lunchbox, flattering him with sweet words. His dark eyes scanned the classroom and suddenly brightened upon spotting Huang Beiyue. He strode over with purpose. This unexpected approach made Huang Beiyue's heart skip a beat, wondering if he had recognized her. It seemed unlikely, for he did not strike her as particularly astute. "Are you the Princess Beiyue of the Long Princess Palace?" Luo inquired, coming to a halt at her desk, his hands propped up on the table, leaning forward with a sparkle in his eyes. Huang Beiyue had a favorable impression of this boy named Luo and nodded in acknowledgement. Luo clapped his hands joyfully, exclaiming, "I missed you yesterday, and I regret not witnessing your prowess on the arena. You are remarkable. I truly admire you for vanquishing that vile woman, Xuanmeng." Xuanmeng had been notorious in the academy for her oppressive behavior towards weaker newcomers, and Luo had suffered at her hands, developing a particular disdain for her. Upon hearing of a hero who had slain Xuanmeng in the arena, he was elated and eager to meet this champion. However, when he learned that this hero was merely a student of the academy and the infamous sickly scion of the Long Princess Palace, he immediately regarded this individual as a kindred spirit. Huang Beiyue replied coolly, "I did not kill her. She met her own demise. She reaped what she sowed, and I did not lay a hand on her." Princess Yingye, observing nearby, shot a glance at Luo and remarked, "Why are you here in the academy instead of chasing after your beloved Xiqian? Mind your own business." Since that day at the auction when Princess Yingye had disrespected Xiqian, Luo had harbored a poor impression of the headstrong princess. Princess Yingye retorted, "That peculiar figure draped in a cloak. Only you lot would deify her." "Xiqian is indeed a deity," Luo asserted. "If she were not a god, she would not have assisted Xueche. I suspect she and the Duke of Anghua and his son are in cahoots, wicked conspirators." Hearing such disparagement of his idol, Luo's anger flared. "Do you even comprehend Xiqian's intentions, you fool? I tell you, her aid to Xueche is because..." "Luo, class is about to commence. You should return to your seat. The teacher has arrived." Huang Beiwei interjected swiftly, rising to pat his shoulder and guide him back to his place. It would be a calamity if he were to blurt out Shi Tian's supposed malice towards Xueche, jeopardizing her future plans. Reluctantly, Luo glared at Princess Ingye and then turned to Huang Beiwei, saying, "Princess Beiwei, your defeat of Xuemeng undoubtedly makes you my friend. Luo, Boogiel. In the future, whatever you require, I will assist you." "Thank you," she replied. "Such a simpleton." Princess Ingye murmured as she watched Luo return to his seat. "Your Highness, do you not believe that actor Tian is a man of ill repute?" Huang Beiwei inquired cautiously. On that day, when she and Xueche were riding through the streets, they were spotted by Prince Zhangyi. It is likely that Princess Ingye has heard of this incident, which would explain her aversion to Shi Tian. Chapter 135. Open and covert struggles. Those who draw near to the Duke of are certainly not of good character. Princess Ingye spoke, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing her features. "In truth, whether she is virtuous or not is of no concern to me. But my elder brother is quite distressed." Huang Beiwei observed her expression and let out a quiet sigh. "My elder brother holds her in high regard. Yet she colludes with the Duke of and his son. If she cannot be friends with my elder brother, then let her be an adversary." A wave of frustration washed over Huang Beiwei. How could she possibly be in cahoots with the Duke of and his progeny? After the morning lessons concluded, most young ladies and gentlemen in the capital chose not to return home for their midday meal. The bumpy ride was one reason, while the camaraderie fostered among the scions of noble families at the academy was another, enhancing their future prospects. Thus, daily classes were accompanied by handmaidens who prepared lunchboxes for the students to share. The dining hall was overly crowded, prompting Princess Ingye to escort Huang Beiwei outside to the Songju Pavilion for their meal. Huang Beiwei brought along only her handmaiden, Dongling, while Princess Ingye had two capable palace maids with her, named Wu Shuang and Wu Huan. Dongling conversed amiably with the two maids, and laughter resonated through the pavilion. Suddenly, a melody floated through the air, ethereal and fluctuating, at times like the wind caressing the clouds, at times resembling water droplets wearing away stone. It was the sound of Prince Yi's guqin. Wu Shuang was entranced, remarking on the prince's refined and gentle nature. "Indeed, this music is unparalleled." Wu Huan giggled, and even Princess Ingye couldn't help but smile, her expression unmistakably filled with admiration. "Watch your tongue, you chatterbox, or I shall reprimand you." Wu Shuang blushed as she shot a discreet glance at Princess Ingye, relieved to find her lost in the melody and oblivious to Wu Huan's teasing. Before casting a disapproving look at Wu Huan, Huang Beiwei furrowed her brows slightly. Refined and gentle, a gentleman? They have yet to see the true face behind his mask. The music swept through everyone's hearts like a gentle breeze, bringing a hush over the midday academy, allowing the melodies to circulate freely. Having been wronged by Feng Lianyi, who had seized the pure lotus flame cauldron from her, Huang Beiwei felt a surge of anger. She resolved to teach him a lesson when the opportunity arose, but now, as his music played, memories of the previous night surged, causing her to set down her chopsticks in displeasure. "Beiwei, you have yet to formally meet Prince Yi, have you? He is currently the substitute teacher for the guqin class. Let me take you to meet him." Princess Ingye suddenly stood, grasping Huang Beiwei's hand and pulling her outside. Dongling interjected, "Your Highness, our young lady has not enrolled in the guqin class." Wu Huan patted her shoulder, saying, "It is merely our princess who wishes to meet Prince Yi, and she has taken the young lady along for courage." Dongling, slightly astonished, pondered, could it be that the princess has feelings for Prince Yi? The princess and Prince Yi have grown up together. She simply admires his character. Wu Shuang quickly replied, casting a furtive glance at the loquacious Wu Huan. "I see." Dongling nodded, gathering the lunchbox. "Let us accompany you." In the serene garden, the delicate path adorned with flowers is graced by cascading wisteria, whose pale lavender blossoms resemble the eyes of a certain someone. As they meander quietly, the sound of the zither draws nearer. Just as they are about to approach, that ethereal and enchanting melody comes to an abrupt halt. Chapter 136. Open struggles and subtle conflicts. Princess Sakura halted her steps, discreetly stuck out her tongue, and murmured, "He does not appreciate being disturbed while playing the piano." It appears I have been discovered. Huang Beiyue could not help but harbor disdain in her heart. Such a peculiar quirk. However, her already unfavorable impression of Feng Lianyi pleased her whenever he was unsettled. Noticing the flicker of disappointment on Princess Sakura's face as she turned to leave, Huang Beiyue grasped her hand and said, "Since we are here, let us pay our respects to the gentleman." Yet, Princess Sakura hesitated. The man excelled in everything, but he would surely be displeased if interrupted during his musical endeavors. Nevertheless, Huang Beiyue had already circumvented her and proceeded ahead, leaving Princess Sakura with no choice but to follow. In the cool, flower-laden pavilion, a zither sat awaiting, adorned with a scattering of purple petals upon its strings. But there was no one else present. Huang Beiyue approached, her eyes gleaming with a sharp intensity as she surveyed her surroundings. Gradually, she reached the zither and plucked at its strings. "Be careful, Beiyue," Princess Sakura cautioned from behind. She too glanced around the pavilion, recognizing that the absence of the musician indicated his displeasure, prompting her to wish to call Huang Beiyue to leave swiftly. Just then, the door to the zither garden swung open, revealing Feng Lianyi in a flowing white robe, a gentle smile gracing his face, his violet eyes shimmering. Princess Sakura was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of curiosity. Huang Beiyue lifted her head, her back turned to Princess Sakura, her gaze imbued with a chilling sharpness. Feng Lianyi regarded her with a penetrating look before smilingly addressing Princess Sakura. "What brings the princess here?" He was not angered. Princess Sakura felt a surge of joy and promptly replied, "I was drawn here by the sound of your music, brother E." As she spoke, she did not forget Huang Beiyue, stepping forward to take her hand and say, "This is Princess Beiyue of the Chang'an Palace. She just arrived at the academy yesterday, and I brought her to meet you." During enrollment, new students customarily pay their respects to the various instructors, and Huang Beiyue had already met Feng Lianyi. However, it was not prudent to disregard the princess's esteem, so she slightly lifted the corners of her lips and remarked, "I have long admired the grace of Prince Yi. Today, I finally have the honor of witnessing it in person. Your praise is unwarranted, princess. News of your esteemed name has spread widely in Linhuai City. I did not expect one so young to possess such remarkable skills." Feng Lianyi replied with a smile. "Not at all. It was merely fortune favoring me. Encountering a shrewd expert, or I would have faced a significant loss." Huang Beiyue's eyes sparkled momentarily, recalling how she had indeed suffered a considerable setback at his hands just the day prior. With his characteristic elegance, Feng Lianyi maintained a demeanor that commanded respect. Such a clever princess as yourself would never find herself at a disadvantage. Perhaps one day, by mere chance, I may encounter a rogue, and then I might indeed suffer." Huang Beiyue retorted with a youthful, innocent smile, relishing the moment of playful banter. Feng Lianyi's eyes twinkled with deepening amusement. This girl's sharp tongue was as formidable as her skills. Their exchange of pleasantries masked an underlying contest of wits, where only they understood the true meaning behind their words. Princess Sakura laughed and said, "Brother E, you are unaware that Beiyue has been unable to practice martial arts since childhood. Had it not been for that foolish Xuanmeng on the arena yesterday, Beiyue would have truly faced misfortune. To wield strength against the weak, to rely on force to oppress the feeble, and to resort to weapons, Xuanmeng is nothing short of a scoundrel." Huang Beiyue nodded in agreement and remarked to Feng Lianyi, "Indeed, a scoundrel." Chapter 137. Open strife and secret maneuvering. His gaze lingered on her for a moment before he averted it, maintaining an expression of indifference. Feng Lianyi observed her with a smile, his lavender eyes shimmering like the vast sea, unfathomable in depth. Suffer losses? That Xuanmeng could be effortlessly dispatched with a mere finger. It would be absurd to claim she would suffer losses. What is this about bullying the weak? It was clear that she was the one imposing upon others. Unfortunately for Xuanmeng, her ill fate led her to challenge her without fear of death, and such an outcome was only to be expected. The most unfortunate aspect was that everyone believed Xuanmeng had fallen to a mere incompetent. As this thought crossed her mind, Feng Lianyi increasingly perceived Huang Beiyue as exceedingly cunning and treacherous. However, this cunningness and treachery bore a striking resemblance to his own nature. Princess, do you recall where you placed the exquisite tea leaves you sent last time? Feng Lianyi inquired. A gentle smile, gracing his lips as his warm lavender eyes turned toward Princess Ingya. Princess Ingya, understanding his intention to brew tea for them, joyfully exclaimed, I know. Brother E, you all sit down. I will prepare the tea. With that, she cheerfully trotted off. Huang Beiyue sighed inwardly, reflecting on how truly naive the girl was, blissfully unaware that she had been deliberately misled. The moment Princess Ingya left, Huang Beiyue's demeanor shifted to one of frostiness, arms crossed. Her face tilted upward as she coldly scrutinized him, her presence not yielding in the slightest to the elder man with the violet gaze. Thanks to Princess Beiyue's assistance, I was able to divert blame onto your elder brother for yesterday's incident, Feng Lianyi remarked, still wearing a faint smile, a hint of mischief shimmering within it. Huang Beiyue scoffed. My assistance comes at a price. A price? Is a water avoidance divine pearl insufficient? Feng Lianyi replied nonchalantly. What I want with that? Though the scheme was indeed premeditated and not intended to aid you, it inadvertently benefited you, allowing you to rest easy while all blame fell upon that unfortunate Xiao Zhongqi. I am not so altruistic as to assist others without expectation. Thus, it is only reasonable for me to seek some recompense. Feng Lianyi regarded her with a smile that suggested a degree of concession. Then what do you desire? The purifying lotus fire cauldron is off limits, he added. I do not require you to give it to me. It is mine by right, and I shall reclaim it in due time. For now, it merely resides with you temporarily, Huang Beiyue asserted. Feng Lianyi's smile deepened, intrigued by this proud and audacious young girl, whom he observed for the first time. How did such powerful presence emanate from someone merely 12 years of age? If it is not the purifying lotus fire cauldron, I may consider your request, he mused. Huang Beiyue narrowed her eyes and stated, I demand 2 essence cleansing pills. Feng Lianyi paused, his violet gaze flickering momentarily. I'm not an alchemist. Regardless of your status, you must possess the purifying lotus fire cauldron. It cannot merely be for display, Huang Beiyue retorted. If you have an alchemist at your disposal, the likelihood of refining essence cleansing pills is significantly higher. Provide me with 2, and I shall keep your theft of the purifying lotus fire cauldron a secret. My lady, I was not the only one involved in the theft at the Duke of An's residence that day. Huang Beiyue curled her lips, a sly smile gracing her face. Tell me, how many would truly believe your words? A frail and sickly individual from childhood, capable of infiltrating the secret chambers of the Duke of An's residence to pilfer treasures? To threaten her, one must possess undeniable evidence. Otherwise, who would ever be convinced of her abilities? Chapter 138. Open strife and covert struggle. Feng Lianyi shook his head helplessly, admitting, cunning and treachery have indeed led to my defeat. Huang Beiyue raised an eyebrow, questioning, could you really afford to lose? Yet, the concoction of the cleansing essence pill is not a task that can be rushed. It requires a considerable period of waiting. I am well aware, he replied. I possess the patience to wait. I shall also assist in sourcing the rare herbs necessary for its creation. Huang Beiyue had no intention of merely reaping the rewards without effort, for several of the required herbs are exceedingly rare and cannot be purchased even with wealth. Feng Lianyi pondered seriously for a moment before stating, in 2 months, the conditions will be most favorable for refining the pill. We must gather all necessary materials before that time. The more, the better. Unfamiliar with the specific recipe for the cleansing essence pill, she suggested, please provide me with a list of the required herbs, and I shall endeavor to procure them. Very well, he replied, offering a graceful and gentle smile. As he raised his head, he caught sight of Princess Ingya emerging with the tea set, her smile gradually fading. Huang Beiyue, sensing her approach, turned and seated herself at the qin table, idly plucking a few strings. For a moment, both seemed at ease, their expressions tranquil, as though their previous conversation had never transpired. Princess Ingya, unaware of the nature of the tea she had brewed, filled the atmosphere of the qin courtyard with an enchanting fragrance as she skillfully prepared 3 cups. Before they could indulge in the tea, several maidservants rushed in, exclaiming, Miss, trouble is brewing. The young master is outside fighting with Xue Che. Huang Beiwei contemplated the situation, wondering why their quarrel should concern her. If they were to injure one another, she would find delight in it. However, with Princess Ingya present, she felt it inappropriate to appear so callous, and thus stood to inquire, "What has transpired?" It was Xueche who issued the challenge. "I fear the young master may not be a match for him," came the reply. "Let's go and see," Huang Beiwei declared, setting down her teacup and hastily departing with Dongling. Having concluded her dealings with Feng Lianyi, she found little interest in remaining and was eager to leave. The contest between Xiao Zhongqi and Xueche took place on the arena stage, which was significantly larger than that of the martial arts academy. Given Xiao Zhongqi's impulsive nature, it was evident that Xueche had provoked him, leading him to accept the challenge without consideration of his own abilities. The match between a martial artist and a summoner is inherently disadvantageous, and with Xueche's red spider at his disposal, it was clear that Xiao Zhongqi faced dire straits. The front courtyard of the Eastern Yard housed an expansive arena, filled with eager spectators. The commotion had drawn out the entire Lingyang Academy to witness the spectacle. Both Xueche and Xiao Zhongqi were notorious for their bullying tendencies, earning the ire of many. Thus, when these two unpopular figures clashed, the excitement among the crowd was palpable, akin to witnessing a dogfight, with cheers and shouts echoing in waves. "Miss, it is evident that the young master is no match for Xueche," Dongling whispered. "Indeed," Huang Beiwei replied, a subtle smile flickering at the corners of her mouth. On the arena, Xiao Zhongqi donned resplendent silver armor and wielded a pristine white spear. Typically, he exuded an aura of grandeur and elegance. However, now, he was sent tumbling backward by the sweeping leg of a colossal red spider, struggling to regain his footing in a rather undignified manner. Though he bore several wounds, the prowess of the silver warrior was not to be underestimated. Had the red spider not been shielded by its electric aura, it would likely have faced defeat at the hands of Xiao Zhongqi. Chapter 139, Open Strife and Secret Struggle. Xueche stood atop the back of the crimson spider, clad in resplendent red garments, laughing maniacally. "Little thief, have you come to realize my might? Daring to pilfer from our household, I had thought you possessed considerable prowess." Xiao Zhongqi spat blood from his mouth, feeling an overwhelming sense of indignation. "Damn it, who covets your belongings? How defiant! If you do not return what you've taken today, do not expect to leave the arena alive." Xueche's eyes glinted with malice. "Brother, please stop." A soft, plaintive voice echoed from the front of the stage. Huang Beiwei looked up to see several young ladies and gentlemen from a Xiao family, with Xiao Rou, a sister born of the same concubine as Xiao Zhongqi, crying out in distress. Having grown up in close proximity, witnessing her brother's plight evoked her terror, fearing he might be slain. Beside her, Xiaoyan bit her lip, unable to bear the sight of her kin facing near death. "Sister, I implore you to save my brother." Xiao Rou pleaded tearfully to Xiaoyan. "What can I do?" Xiaoyan coldly shrugged off her sister's grasp. "Xueche is a 4-star summoner, and with an 11th tier crimson spider, you should let your brother fend for himself." Xiao Rou, taken aback by such a callous demeanor, realized that despite her previous understanding of the discord between their mothers, she had assumed that sisterly bonds held some weight. However, in the face of such calamity, she comprehended that blood relations meant little at all. With eyes swollen from crying, Xiao Rou leaned weakly against her maidservant for support. Huang Beiwei stood a few paces away, observing coldly as Dongling snorted. If she were to plead with the young lady, there might be some merit. But to beseech Xiao Yun, how laughable! In truth, seeking Xiao Yun's assistance was not entirely misguided, although her heavenly snow cat could not contend with the crimson spider. Rescuing Xiao Zhongqi would not pose a significant challenge. Yet, such an endeavor might endanger the heavenly snow cat, thereby explaining Xiao Yun's reluctance. Huang Beiwei remarked with indifference. In these noble families, self-interest reigned supreme. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in a shriek. Xiao Zhongqi's energy surged, enveloping him in a protective aura, as he clashed boldly against the long legs of the crimson spider. With a swift sweep of his spear, he concentrated all his energy upon it, severing one of the spider's limbs. The crimson spider, thoroughly incensed, and with Xueche's eyes now aflame, bellowed, "I will slay you." The spider's mouth opened wide, unleashing a burst of lightning that crackled ominously within, before it was expelled towards Xiao Zhongqi. Realizing the peril, Xiao Zhongqi's heart sank. That lightning would surely obliterate him upon contact. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. The spectators gasped, and upon seeing this, Xiao Rou fainted in fright. The agility of the silver warrior was remarkable. Though Xiao Zhongqi fled swiftly, no amount of speed could outpace the lightning's onslaught. As the crackling surge approached, it seemed inevitable that he would be caught. He leapt down from the arena and fled the competition grounds with a sense of desperation, scaling a wall to enter the renowned 7 Towers of Lingyang Academy. The 7 Towers, steeped in history, encompass a vast grove enclosed by walls. Within, the trees are significantly denser than those outside, and beneath the expansive canopies, one often finds students engrossed in their studies. Chapter 140. Open conflict and concealed struggle within the forest. 7 towers stood in distribution. The deeper one ventured, the grander the towers became, housing the entirety of the tomes from the continent of Karda. Of these 7 towers, only the first 5 were accessible to students, while the latter 2 were strictly off-limits. The 7 towers represented one of the most sacred locales within the Lingyang Academy, serene and ethereal, where boisterous noise was not permitted. Several instructors observing the arena were taken aback when they saw Xiao Zhongqi dash inside, their brows furrowing as they admonished loudly, "Do not enter recklessly." However, the din surrounding the arena was overwhelming, causing their voices to be swiftly drowned out. "Little thief, you shall not escape," Shueqi sneered, commanding the red spider to pursue. The colossal arachnid, with its 8 legs in unison, surged forth, crackling with lightning as it swiftly reached the outer walls of the 7 towers. A previous bolt had already decimated several trees within the tower's grove, and as the red spider approached, the very earth around it began to blacken and scorch. The spider unleashed torrents of lightning, relentlessly chasing after Xiao Zhongqi, who was utterly terrified and sprinting for his life. The expressions of the instructors turned grave as several high-ranking summoners summoned their beasts, ready to intervene. Yet at that moment a violent tremor shook the hallowed 7 towers, as if the very ground had been struck by some immense force. Weaker students, particularly those with divine beasts, were knocked to the ground, and the previously fervent cries fell silent in an instant. The red spider continued to spew forth lightning, but after this quake it seemed to pause, as if suddenly recollecting something. A far more powerful bolt erupted, rumbling ominously in pursuit of Xiao Zhongqi. Just as he felt the chase closing in, an enraged roar resonated from the depths of the 7 towers, a sound so profound it instilled an involuntary urge to kneel in submission within every listener's heart. It was a growl only a supreme overlord could emit. Huang Beiwei steadied the almost toppled Dongling, lifting her gaze to the dense grove deep within the 7 towers. In her line of sight, the thicket trembled, and from its depths, the 7th tower erupted forth as a colossal black dragon coiled upwards. The massive serpent enveloped the entire towering structure. With its formidable horns glistening menacingly, it unleashed a thunderous roar, expelling a surge of flames that surged toward the red spider. The 12th tier red spider, now possessing a semblance of sentience and having forged a pact with a human, quivered in fear at the sight of such a mighty dragon. Realizing it was not a foe it could withstand, just as it attempted to flee, it was too late. The raging flames enveloped it in an instant, dragging Shueqi along with it. The anguished screams of the red spider and Shueqi pierced the air, sending chills to the very core of one's being, their souls trembling. The flames of punishment, the flames of retribution. Uncertain of who had shouted, a sudden silence enveloped the crowd as they all fell silent, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the crimson spider and Shueqi engulfed in flames. The fear they felt surpassed even the horror of witnessing Shueqi being vanquished in a single blow. Chapter 141. The Supreme Spirit Master of the Punishment Fire. A mysterious legend within the Spirit Central Academy is said to engulf students who have committed grave transgressions. This ferocious flame does not inflict physical harm, yet those ensnared within its searing grasp endure an agony far more harrowing than the infernos of the deepest abyss. However, the punishment fire remains merely a tale among the Academy. No one has ever witnessed its manifestation. Please, Spirit Master, quell your wrath. From afar, an elderly man with flowing white hair approached, riding a spirit beast crane, his gray robe billowing gracefully in the wind. He exuded an ethereal presence, akin to that of an immortal. It was the Academy's headmaster. Upon the sight of this venerable figure, those who had been thrown to the ground by the oppressive aura of the colossal dragon looked upon him as if he were savior. The pressure emanating from the dragon was already terrifying, and the emergence of the punishment fire sent shivers through the souls of all present. Although the punishment befell others, the chilling cries reverberated through the air, leaving everyone feeling a prickling dread and trembling in fear. The white-haired headmaster descended gracefully above the duo of Hong Zhu and Shueche, bowing deeply towards the black dragon coiling high above the seventh tower, proclaiming loudly, "Please, Spirit Master, temper your anger. This foolish child has acted without understanding, offending your esteemed presence. I shall ensure he is punished accordingly. Can it be that your disciple has fallen to such depths? Songhe?" The voice of the enraged dragon resonated from above, sending a wave of shock through the crowd. The dragon had spoken. Spirit beasts can only communicate with their summoners when a pact is established between them, allowing for mutual understanding. Such communication is exclusive to those bound by contract, rendering outside parties incapable of hearing their exchanges. Yet this dragon had spoken. What caliber of spirit beast is this? Upon hearing the dragon's voice, Headmaster Song, he displayed no surprise but rather bowed even deeper, stating, "Is my failure as a teacher. Please, Spirit Master, forgive my transgressions." Song He, the headmaster of Spirit Central Academy, was a 9-star summoner of the Wind attribute, held in the highest esteem in the Southern Wing Kingdom, and possessed an extraordinary status. Even on the continent of Karda, his standing was remarkable, and none knew the true extent of his years. Each year, he appeared with his white hair and flowing gray robe, seemingly untouched by the passage of time. The royal family of the Southern Wing revered him greatly, appointing him as the national master, and he was also the mentor to Prince Zhangyi. The patriarchs of prominent families would defer to him with utmost respect. It was truly astonishing for such a revered elder to bow before a spirit beast. Leaving the students of Spirit Central Academy, who regarded Headmaster Song He with almost divine reverence, in utter disbelief. What was the origin of this dragon? It had never been seen before, yet it could unleash the legendary punishment fire, compelling even Song He to address it as Spirit Master. The students were left in a state of bewilderment, too awestruck to utter a word, not daring to draw breath. Humph! The Spirit Master let out a languid snort, and, for the sake of the old man Song He, retracted the punishment fire. The cries of anguish ceased as the colossal crimson spider collapsed to the ground, its once resplendent red exoskeleton now utterly devoid of luster. Its 8 legs feebly writhed a couple of times before falling still. A fleeting flash of red light signaled the spider's inability to sustain its immense form, shrinking it down to a diminutive size, returning it to the realm summoned by Shueche. Meanwhile, Shueche lay prostrate upon the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Chapter 142. Supreme Spirit Shueche lay sprawled on the ground, convulsing uncontrollably, foam spilling from his mouth, his eyes rolling back in his head, appearing on the brink of death. "Thank you, Spirit Master." Dean Kang respectfully expressed his gratitude, hastily leaping down from the celestial crane to assess Shueche's injuries. The enormous form of the Spirit Master from the 7th tower slowly descended in a spiraling motion along the towering structure, seemingly preparing to depart. At that moment, the black jade pendant hanging around Huang Bu's neck suddenly pulsed as if responding to an unseen force, beating like a heart. She furrowed her brow, perplexed. What was happening? Was it possible that the myriad beasts were particularly exhilarated? Those who had witnessed the Spirit Master's impending departure suddenly gasped in shock. Huang Beiwei lifted her gaze and saw that the Spirit Master atop the tower had ceased his descent, the massive dragon head turning to survey the crowd below. The dragon's eyes were so immense that it was impossible to discern where they were focused, All present felt the oppressive weight of those terrifying orbs. Those of timid disposition were rendered utterly paralyzed with fear. Huang Beiwei narrowed her eyes slightly. The spirit master was looking at her. There was no mistaking it. Those eyes followed the rhythmic pulse of the myriad beasts. She coolly raised her gaze, meeting the spirit master's enormous stare. Did the size of his eyes intimidate her? Preposterous. The spirit master exhaled slowly, as if a tempest had swept through, causing the dense forest to rustle violently. He averted his gaze and resumed his spiraling ascent along the tower, swiftly vanishing from sight. To think he would depart so easily. That brief moment of eye contact felt almost like a figment of her imagination. What rank of spirit beast was he? Even the 11th tier red spider, upon seeing him, wished to flee. It was utterly unfathomable. Even the Prince Zhang Ye's purple flame, fire Qilin, and her ice spirit phantom bird were present. Yet the red spider would not dare to confront him, likely opting to retreat in an instant. Was the spirit master truly beyond the realm of the 5 spirits? How splendid it would be if she could tame the spirit master for her own purposes. Just as this thought flickered through her mind, the voice of Yin echoed. I never expected that old fellow to still be alive. Yin, do you know him? Huang Beiwei inquired. Upon mentioning the spirit master, Yin's tone shifted from disdainful to solemn. I never imagined he had refined the punishment fire beneath the 7th tower. Humph, his power has increased significantly. So, the punishment fire earlier was not something the spirit master emitted himself, but rather something he had refined. Huang Beiwei, your ice spirit phantom bird and Prince Zhang Ye's purple flame fire Qilin are mere infants taking their first steps before him. In this world, I alone possess the capability to contend with him, Yin proclaimed with an air of arrogance, dismissing all others. Huang Beiwei scoffed inwardly. Is all this chatter intended to persuade me to release you? Not a chance. Huang Beiwei, if you provoke him, I am your only salvation. Yin retorted angrily. If we join forces, we shall be invincible in this world. Even should we encounter the Radiant Palace or the city of Azura, we shall fear them not. Who told you I intended to provoke him? I shall subdue him for my own purposes. Huang Beiwei remarked with a cold smile, her demeanor replete with arrogance. Yin fell silent for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter, exclaiming, Oh, you audacious girl! How utterly unaware you are of your own limitations. Do you grasp the rank of a spirit sovereign beast? How dare you entertain the notion of taming him? Chapter 143. The Supreme Spirit Master Huang Beiwei, with her keen perception, noted that Yin referred to beast rather than spirit beast, raising an inquisitive brow. Could it be that he is not a spirit beast? A touch of cleverness. Yin emitted a low hum, surprisingly refraining from flaunting his wit, and instead remained silent. Yin? Huang Beiwei waited for a while, growing somewhat impatient. When did he become so indecisive? Yin offered no response, lost in his own thoughts. Miss, the young master has been brought out. It seems he is gravely injured. Dong Ling tugged at her sleeve. Huang Beiwei looked up to see Xiao Zhongqi being carried out by several students, his silver armor scorched and charred, his hair disheveled from burns. Numerous injuries marred his body, and the handsomeness he once possessed was nowhere to be found. He was laid on the ground beside Shueqi, who had already lost consciousness, though Xiao Zhongqi remained aware. Scoundrel! Upon seeing Shueqi, Xiao Zhongqi felt an overwhelming urge to pounce and tear him apart. Dean Kang lifted his gaze, his aged eyes filled with the gravitas and authority of a venerable elder. A mere glance at Xiao Zhongqi quelled his rage. Today's events must be reported to the Spirit Master. You too, once healed, shall kneel in the Repentance Hall for 2 hours daily. Should you engage in further brawls within the academy, expulsion will follow. As the dean's voice resonated, Xiao Zhongqi immediately bowed in acceptance, refraining from rebuttal. Xuiki, now free from convulsions, lay peacefully unconscious. Dean Kang instructed the attendants from the Guqin residence to carry him back before rising to his feet. Suppressing his injuries, Xiao Zhongqi respectfully inquired, Esteemed Dean, who might that spirit master be? Gratitude filled his heart for the spirit master. Had the master not intervened to punish Shueqi, he might have been reduced to ashes by the lightning of the red spider. Such a formidable spirit master commanded his deepest respect. The spirit master is the guardian beast of our academy. He despises disturbances. Thus, no one is permitted to enter the Seven Towers and cause a ruckus. Do you understand? Dean Kang sternly admonished. This time, he had been unable to intervene in time, and the Spirit Master had opted for a mere warning, employing the punishment fire. Had the Spirit Master truly been enraged, these insolent youths would have found no escape, and perhaps the entire Lingyang Academy would have suffered the consequences. Yes, the students acknowledged their mistakes. Xiao Zhongqi humbly confessed, secretly relieved that it was not he who had been overly arrogant. Otherwise, facing the Spirit Master as punishment fire would surely have left him scarred. The other students nodded in agreement, joking among themselves, for who would dare provoke the Spirit Master after witnessing the fury of the punishment fire? Huang Beiwei, standing at the back, felt a chill run through her as Dean Kang's words echoed in her mind, her previously indifferent expression slightly shifting. Guardian beast, she murmured, astonished. The 5 spirits were already supreme among spirit beasts, regarded as divine beasts on the Carta continent, yet they ultimately fell short of becoming true divine beasts. The mythical beasts are merely legends of the Carta continent. It is said that they only emerge in the vast and perilous luminescent forest, never venturing into areas inhabited by humans. If the spirit sovereign is indeed a mythical beast, how could it possibly appear at the Lingyang Academy? Chapter 144. The Supreme Spirit Masterhoof. Now you understand, arrogant girl. Do you still dare to dream of taming him? The voice of Yin echoed in her mind once more, laced with a biting mockery. Divine beast, a being akin to a deity. How powerful must humanity become to compel their submission? Huang Beiwei pressed her lips together, and after a moment, a smile crept onto her face, proud, confident, and imperious. Just moments ago, she had hesitated, but now her desire intensified. A restless itch filled her heart, and her hands itched to grasp the opportunity. To be the mightiest summoner, one must possess the most formidable divine beast. Ha ha ha! Yin laughed heartily. Huang Beiwei, I admire your spirit, yet heed my warning. Arrogance comes at price. What price I do not fear. As long as I am strong enough, I shall have no fear. The girl's resolute voice echoed within her heart, causing the waters in the black prison to ripple. Yin gazed longingly at the undulating waters, the glimmer in his enormous eyes reflecting the turmoil of the waves. Unable to settle, once all the students returned to their classes, Dean Kang, accompanied by several seasoned instructors, made his way to the academy. Dean, why has the Spirit Master chosen to personally intervene this time? The instructors were perplexed. In the past, even in the face of grave matters, the Spirit Master would remain absent. This incident involved merely 2 reckless students in a competition. Although trespassing into the Seven Towers forest was indeed improper, it hardly warranted the Spirit Master's direct involvement. Dean Kang stroked his long white beard and shook his head. I too did not anticipate the Spirit Master's appearance. He has not emerged from the 7th Tower in over a decade. This time, something seems amiss. Regardless, with the Spirit Master's presence, let us all remain vigilant and ensure our students do not cause any significant disturbances. Yes, we shall be cautious. North Moon Dynasty Che lay in a coma for several days and nights, punished by the Spirit Master's wrathful fire. The Duke of An suffered the loss of his beloved daughter and the treasured artifact of the town. Now, with his most promising son receiving a thorough reprimand from the Spirit Master of Lingyang Academy, he had become utterly despondent, languishing for days without daring to take any action. The Xiao family benefited from this respite. Otherwise, they would be relentlessly pressured by the Duke of An to surrender the pure lotus flame, cauldron, and the water-repelling pearl, which would truly drive them to desperation. During this period, Aunt Qin frequently visited the Prime Minister's residence, her sister having married the Marquis of Pingbei years ago, bearing a son and a daughter. The daughter was recently conferred the title of Princess Hongling, rumored to be the betrothed of the 3rd prince. Princess Hongling was a few years older than Xiao Rou, and they did not play together, yet she had befriended Xiao Yun at Lingyang Academy. Recently, the wife of the Marquis of Pingbei returned to the capital with Princess Hongling and stayed at the Prime Minister's residence. To curry favor with her sister, Aunt Qin encouraged Xiao Rou to befriend the princess. Although Aunt Qin currently held a secondary position, she wielded considerable influence within the princess's residence, living a life of splendor that rivaled that of any legitimate wife. In the past 2 years, her mother's standing within the prime minister's residence has risen somewhat. The lady of the Marquis of Pingbei treats concubine Qin with a more amiable demeanor, in stark contrast to the disdain she once harbored towards her beautiful half-sister during the earlier years in the household. On the day of Princess Hongling's birthday, the prime minister, particularly fond of his granddaughter who is destined to become the consort of the third prince, hosted a grand banquet, inviting families with whom the prime minister's residence maintains cordial relations. Chapter 145. The Supreme Spirit in Recent Years. The princess's residence has grown closer to the prime minister's household due to the influence of concubine Qin, making it only natural for them to attend the birthday banquet. Initially, Huang Beiyue had no intentions of going, yet owing to concubine Qin's recent efforts to win her over regarding Xiao Zhongqi, and with her own idle time, she decided to accompany her for a glimpse of the festivities. The Pingbei Marquisate holds some sway in the court, and with the favored mother of the third prince. The prime minister's household stands as a prominent family in the southern Wing Kingdom. Thus, at the celebration of Princess Hongling's birth, the dignitaries of the imperial city spared no effort in honoring the occasion. In the rear courtyard, the young gentlemen and ladies from various families were engaged in admiring flowers and boating, composing poetry and exchanging verses, while the matrons gathered to appreciate the blossoms and moonlight, indulging in casual conversation. As Huang Beiyue was unfamiliar with anyone, she sat in a pavilion with Dong Ling, sipping tea. Not far away, a group of young gentlemen and ladies surrounded the third prince and Meng Hongling, conversing animatedly. The third prince was indeed handsome and charming, exuding grace, while Meng Hongling, with her bright eyes and red lips, carried herself with poise. Despite her youth, she already exuded an enchanting allure. Together, they formed a perfect pair, a match made in heaven. Xiao Yun did not join the lively group, but stood apart with several overlooked concubines, expressing her indifference. As a legitimate daughter, one is indeed born lucky. Missing is not so bad either, though she is not a legitimate daughter. She is better off than the legitimate daughters of your princess's residence. Unlike us, who lack everything and are rather pitiful, one of the young ladies from another household interjected. Xiao Yun, a concubine's daughter of the princess's residence, was treated differently than other concubines' daughters. She was a prodigy among the young women of the capital and was cherished at home, having recently become engaged to the heir of the guqin. Such prospects were beyond the wildest dreams of other concubines' daughters. If Sister Yun's mother were to be legitimized, she would rightfully become a legitimate daughter. However, if Princess Hongling were to become the third prince's consort, concubine Qin from the princess's residence might well be favored as a result. Xiao Yun's eyes glimmered with a cold smile. It won't be that simple. An idea suddenly sparked within her, a splendid scheme that could serve two purposes. She slowly approached Princess Hongling, observing her cousin Xiao Rou standing beside her, smiling sweetly and furrowing her brow. She pulled Xiao Rou closer, saying, "Fourth sister, how many times has our aunt instructed you? When in public, especially in the presence of gentlemen, a young lady should smile with modesty and not allow others to perceive that the young ladies of our household lack decorum." Xiao Yun's words were spoken softly, yet the nearby young ladies caught wind of it, exchanging ambiguous glances. Xiao Rou, being her cousin, felt the sting of Xiao Yun's words and frowned. "Miss Xiao Yun, what do you mean by that?" Xiao Yun felt a tinge of embarrassment, being an unmarried young woman herself, especially with several young gentlemen from noble families present, including the third prince. She lowered her voice. "Well, our Aunt Qin, in her youth, made mistakes due to her naivety, fearing that fourth sister might follow in her footsteps. She often teaches us to be modest and polite, never overstepping our bounds." Xiao Yun's words were so clear that the crowd could hardly be oblivious to their meaning. In the past, the prime minister's residence had produced a concubine's daughter, whose name had resonated throughout the imperial capital. She was usually inconspicuous, yet at a grand banquet, she brazenly tempted the prince consort and was caught red-handed, inciting the fury of both the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. Chapter 146. The Supreme Spiritualist. Due to a lapse in virtue, the Chancellor regarded her as a source of great shame, thus expelling her from his household. Fortunately, The Long Princess was both virtuous and benevolent, granting her a place within the princess's residence, elevating her status to that of concubine. This incident stirred considerable gossip in the imperial capital at the time. The chancellor even severed ties with his daughter, forbidding her from approaching the chancellor's estate. Although many years have since passed, the noble women of the capital, often idle and seeking amusement, delighted in discussing such tales, especially as concubine Qin displayed a rather ostentatious demeanor. Following the death of the Long Princess, she assumed the role of the lady of the house with a commanding presence. This naturally incited public ire, particularly as concubine Qin's life surpassed that of the legitimate wife in glamour. Her lavish spending and adornment with gold and jewels did not sit well with the other matriarchs, while the other concubines harbored a deep-seated resentment toward her, gossiping about her in hushed tones. Though no one openly discussed her past misdeeds, there was a shared understanding among them. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, the expressions of several young masters and ladies were notably vivid, and glancing at Xiao Rou, they chose to withdraw in silence. The third prince's countenance also soured. Just moments ago, Princess Hongling had been chatting and laughing with Xiao Rou, suggesting a certain camaraderie. Birds of a feather flock together, as the saying goes. The third prince cleared his throat gently and turned away. In the blink of an eye, the once adored Princess Hongling found herself accompanied only by the two sisters from the Xiao family. She felt both anxious and furious, yet could not express her ire. Xiao Yun lowered her voice, saying, "Fourth sister, you should not have smiled so at the third prince just now." Her tone carried a hint of reproach, causing Xiao Rou's face to flush with embarrassment. "Elder sister, I did not. Whether you did or not is irrelevant. Let's not dwell on this matter. Remember, when you venture out, you are an unmarried young lady and must always comport yourself with decorum." Xiao Yun displayed a remarkable degree of tolerance, embodying the demeanor of a true elder sister. Xiao Rou, on the verge of tears, gazed at Princess Hongling pleadingly. "Cousin I, what is there to cry about? You are ruining what should be a joyous occasion." Princess Hongling replied coldly. She had also heard whispers about concubine Qin during her time in the boudoir, recalling the scandalous behavior of her youth, which had drawn censure from both the empress and the emperor, bringing disgrace upon the chancellor's household. Although she had behaved herself in recent years, one's nature is difficult to alter, and the daughters raised under such circumstances seldom turned out well. Reflecting on the third prince's gaze, which had lingered on Xiao Rou several times, she concluded that Xiao Rou was indeed not of admirable character. "You would do well to heed your elder sister's advice. Your mother has already brought shame upon the chancellor's estate. Do you wish to bring disgrace upon the Long Princess's residence as well?" Princess Hongling admonished, glaring at the tearful Xiao Rou before turning away in frustration. Xiao Yun smiled triumphantly, realizing that concubine Qin would find it increasingly difficult to maintain her position within the chancellor's estate, as her past was being resurrected to her humiliation. This also diminished Princess Hongling's standing in the eyes of the third prince. "Elder sister, how could you say such things, especially in front of so many people?" Once the crowd had dispersed, Xiao Rou retracted her previously delicate demeanor and spoke sharply. If today's events were to spread, her mother would once again become the subject of gossip among the various households, and her own reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Xiao Yun cast a disdainful glance at her, a smirk playing on her lips, her tone laced with unmistakable scorn. Chapter 147. The Supreme Spirit. Am I mistaken in my words? What her mother did back in the day is well known, even if I do not speak of it. Why hide the truth? Moreover, did you not deliberately smile at the third prince just now? I did not. Xiao Rou, stung by a painful truth, could not contain her childish rage and shouted, "You have always envied my beauty. My character surpasses yours, and everyone prefers me. You only seek to tarnish my reputation." At this outburst, nearby noble ladies and gentlemen turned their heads to gaze at her. Xiao Rou's face flushed crimson, while Xiao Yun merely shook her head with a smile, choosing not to engage further and walked away. Foolish girl, bravery without wisdom, just like Aunt Qin, merely knows how to shout and make a scene. How embarrassing for you now. Huang Beiyue, hidden in the pavilion, laughed until her sides ached. Like mother, like daughter. Both Shui Yi and Xiao Yun were adept in cunning and schemes, while Aunt Qin and Xiao Rou were impulsive, easily angered, and ostentatious. The clash of such contrasting traits promised a spectacle. Having endured an inexplicable humiliation, Xiao Rou entered the pavilion and, upon seeing Huang Beiyue seated there with a smile, felt a surge of anger. If she were not a concubine-esque daughter, who would dare to mock her so? Dong Ling, a clever maid, glanced at Huang Beiyue and quickly approached with a smile, saying, "Fourth miss, what vexation troubles you? That second miss, no matter how arrogant, is merely the daughter of a rustic woman. Do not lower yourself to her level." This compliment soothed Xiao Rou's heart, and her impression of Huang Beiyue improved slightly. She sat down, accepted the tea offered by Dong Ling, and said softly, "Third sister, you witnessed her actions. They tarnished my mother's name. What good does that bring to the Long Princess's residence? The Long Princess's residence may not care, but it is you, dear sister, who suffers." Huang Beiyue replied with a smile. Dong Ling immediately interjected, "The fourth miss is more beautiful than the second miss and possesses remarkable talent in martial arts. Our Southern Wing Kingdom holds martial prowess in high esteem. The fourth Miss's future achievements will surely rival those of the second Mississippi. As long as her reputation remains intact, we can seek an imperial decree for the second Miss's marriage, which may not be inferior to that of Princess Hongling." Xiao Rou's heart skipped a beat. Not inferior to Princess Hongling. Could she truly aspire to become a prince's consort? "Third sister, I am but a concubine's daughter. How could I dare to dream so grandly?" Xiao Rou, impulsive by nature, exhibited a countenance of sheer delight, though her words retained a hint of modesty. What being a concubine's daughter? In the Southern Wing Kingdom, the strong are revered. Do you not believe in your own strength? Huang Beiyue replied with a calm smile. Xiao Rou gently pressed her lips together, secretly contemplating, if only her mother had not engaged in morally dubious acts in the past, with the influence of the Prime Minister's residence and her own abilities. Even as a concubine's daughter, she could have achieved greatness. Noticing the flicker of determination in Xiao Rou's eyes, Dong Ling exchanged a knowing glance with Huang Beiyue and said, "Fourth miss, your face appears somewhat disheveled from your earlier tears. Allow me to accompany you to wash your face." The noble young ladies are exceedingly conscious of their appearance. Upon hearing the mention of flaws upon their visage, they instantly become anxious and promptly nod in agreement. "Sister, pardon my absence for a moment." "Go on," Huang Beiyue replied with a glance at Dong Ling, who, understanding the unspoken cue, knew precisely how to proceed. Chapter 148. The Supreme Spirit Huang Beiyue was not well acquainted with the young ladies and gentlemen from various estates. As Dong Ling departed, she found herself feeling somewhat bored. Sitting in the pavilion, she eventually rose to wander about. The Prime Minister's residence was vast, rivaling even the Grand Princess's palace, with its multi-tiered buildings, misty pavilions, clouded windows, rockeries, and flowing streams, all contributing to a unique landscape. Huang Beiyue preferred to avoid crowded areas, as she had a natural affinity for tranquility. When surrounded by too many people, she gravitated towards secluded spots. Her steps were as silent as a cat's, and after wandering for a while, she found herself in an unfamiliar place. Just as she contemplated retracing her steps, she suddenly overheard a hushed conversation. "Prime Minister, the third prince is of little consequence. He poses a potential threat to our grand plans." The third prince, known for his weak disposition, lacked the mettle to achieve greatness. Huang Beiyue stealthily concealed herself behind a rockery, eavesdropping on the whispered discourse. "Is there any recourse left? The third prince is of noble birth. Who among us can rival the young empress?" A commanding voice emerged, unmistakably that of the current Prime Minister Qi, whom she recognized from his previous exchange with Princess Hongling. "Do not forget the first prince of concubine Yi," another voice interjected. "Prince Jing?" A man scoffed. "Old who? You grow more foolish with age. Concubine Yi is the sister of the Duke of Ngua, and Prince Jing is aligned with his faction. Collaborating with that old fox is akin to courting danger." Prime Minister Qi sighed. "Among the many princes, only the third prince remains our glimmer of hope." Old who remarked, "The crown prince is beloved by the people. To bring him down, the first step is to instill disappointment in the populace. Yet, such a task is not easily accomplished." When one seeks to cast blame, excuses abound. Is there anything unattainable? Enough. This matter requires careful consideration. We have unwelcome guests approaching. Let's move on, Prime Minister Qi declared. As footsteps approached, Huang Beiwei swiftly darted to the side of the rockery, akin to a feline, ensuring she remained undetected. Once Qi and his companions had departed, she cautiously emerged. It appeared that beneath the seemingly tranquil facade of the Southern Wing Kingdom, there lurked a multitude of covert rivalries. Despite the Crown Prince Zhang Yi being adored by the populace, there were still those who sought to unseat him. Prince Jing, entangled with the Duke of Engua, and the third prince, who was clearly ineffectual, paled in comparison to Zhang Yi, who was worth more than both combined. Having incurred her wrath, the Duke of Engua would not see his aspirations fulfilled. As for Prime Minister Qi, who had raised a mistress like Aunt Qin and had driven Huang Beiwei to despair, she would ensure he did not achieve his desires either. With a subtle smirk, Huang Beiwei retraced her steps. The evening of the birthday banquet promised opera, floral displays, and fireworks. However, she felt no inclination for such festivities. Citing ill health, she excused herself and departed with Dongling. Along the way, Dongling struggled to contain her laughter as she recounted the events that had unfolded at the Prime Minister's residence. The young lady remains oblivious. The fourth miss, due to the influence of Aunt Qin, is quite unpopular among the other young ladies. This time, with Xiao Yun's uproar, their disdain for her has been laid bare for all to see. Huang Beiwei scoffed, remarking that the bitter fruits sown by Aunt Qin have now returned to haunt Xiao. Indeed, previously, that mother and daughter duo had tormented the young lady incessantly. Dongling exclaimed furiously. Chapter 149. The Supreme Spirit Master Huang Beiwei was acutely aware that the last time she was forced to kneel in the ancestral hall was due to Xiao's incessant provocations, which had led to her humiliation. In a moment of indignation, she had asserted her identity as the legitimate daughter of the Long Princess's estate, which caught the attention of concubine Qin, who subsequently punished her by making her kneel before the spirit tablet of the Long Princess, ultimately leading to her demise. With such a profound grudge, she certainly would not allow concubine Qin and Xiao to escape unscathed. My lady, this time, we must ensure that concubine Qin and her ilk suffer greatly. Rest assured, Huang Beiwei replied with a faint smile, as she lifted her gaze to the towering 7 towers of Lingyang Academy. A flicker of resolve stirred within her. There remained much about the spirit master that she had yet to comprehend. Dongling, you should return first. I have matters to attend to. Understood, my lady. Please take care. Dongling nodded, having grown increasingly confident in Huang Beiwei's abilities, no longer perceiving her as the fragile young lady she once was. After parting ways with Dongling, Huang Beiwei donned a black cloak, her figure swiftly melding into the shadows. Be cautious if you provoke the spirit master. Your life may be at stake. Yin warned her languidly. Are you afraid? My true self could never fear him. However, as I am bound to you, should you perish, I too shall follow. Fret not. I possess a robust fate. With that, Huang Beiwei chose not to engage further with Yin, hastening through the night until she arrived outside Lingyang Academy. The grandest academy of the empire was adorned with lanterns along its path, aglow with brilliance. The imposing black archway loomed in the night, emanating a formidable aura of vitality. A forceful intrusion would inevitably alert the esteemed elders within the academy, an unwise endeavor. In her recent days within the academy, she had pieced together some insights. The 7 towers, under the protection of the Spirit Master and a legendary punishment fire of unfathomable power, deterred even the mightiest individuals from attempting a direct breach. Thus, the most vulnerable point in Lingyang Academy lay at the 7 towers. Huang Beiwei stealthily circled to the rear of the 7 towers, where the vast woods were unencumbered by walls, allowing direct access from the back mountain. However, the peril here rivaled that of the misty forest, as it was rumored to be inhabited by formidable spirit beasts and various poisonous and aggressive plants, rendering it rarely approached. With the overwhelming pressure of the ice spirit illusion bird, no spirit beast dared to challenge her, and under the cover of night, her agility enabled her to reach the base of the 7th tower within half an hour. From a distance, the seventh tower pierced the heavens, yet up close. It did not exude the same grandiosity. Its base was as vast as a football field, rising so high that the top remained unseen. One could only imagine the enormity of the spirit master who once circled this colossal tower. She circumnavigated the seventh tower, finding no entrance. It seemed entirely sealed. Was it necessary to ascend directly? She recalled that there were windows at the top of the tower, though she was uncertain if there were any energy prohibitions in place. Let us ascend and see. In a hushed whisper, the temperature of the surrounding air plummeted suddenly, and a glimmering, crystalline radiance enveloped the ethereal ice spirit bird as it materialized in its magnificent form. Huang Beiwei gracefully leapt upon its back and softly instructed, "Let us fly slowly around the tower." Chapter 150. The Supreme Spirit, upon hearing the words, the ice spirit illusory bird gently flapped its wings, creating a slight breeze that caused the nearby branches to sway momentarily before it ascended gracefully into the air. It circled the towering structure, and after completing a full orbit, discovered a window ajar. The faintly flowing energy indicated that a barrier had once been present, now disrupted by some unknown force. With a nimble leap, it grasped the window frame, peering inside. Just as it began to delve deeper, a fierce gust of wind surged towards it, sharp and menacing. How astute was Huang Beiwei! She leaned back and swiftly vaulted onto the back of the ice spirit illusory bird, while simultaneously, the bird opened its massive beak and shot an ice arrow into the opening with a swift whoosh. However, the instant the ice arrow penetrated, a torrent of scorching purple flames erupted forth, both fierce and formidable. The ice spirit illusory bird flapped its colossal icy wings and soared upward, the violet flames spewing forth from below, quickly vanishing into the night sky. The purple flame fired Qilin. Huang Beiwei murmured. A cold, youthful figure materialized at the window, clad in a billowing black robe, brandishing a sword ablaze with purple flames. His indifferent gaze lifted to meet hers, revealing a moment of surprise. "Your Highness, the Celestial Pavilion." He spoke coldly, his voice devoid of emotion. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince," she replied. The ice spirit illusory bird descended gradually, allowing her to stand upon its back, leveling her gaze with that of the Crown Prince Zhang Yi at the window. As their eyes met in the darkness, an unspoken understanding of each other's purpose in this place dawned upon them. The appearance of the Spirit Master undoubtedly sparked curiosity among many. Everyone must have yearned to witness the fabled divine beast. Huang Beiwei glanced at the energy barrier floating at the window and recalled her earlier wonder at why it stood ajar. Evidently, someone had arrived before her. The energy bore a faint trace of fire attribute, suggesting that such energies were more adept at breaching barriers. Since they were both present, it was unlikely the Crown Prince would permit her to retreat without further ado. Crossing her arms, she spoke in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. Crown Prince Zhang Yi, harboring some misconceptions about her, did not intend to clarify. She had always preferred to express herself through actions rather than words. He regarded her momentarily, recognizing the futility in attempting to obstruct her entry into the Seven Towers. The commotion resulting from two supreme spiritual beasts clashing would surely be monumental. Without uttering another word, he turned and leapt into the tower, tacitly granting permission. Huang Beiwei adjusted the hood of her cloak and followed suit, allowing the ice spirit illusory bird to shrink in size and accompany her inside. The interior of the tower was engulfed in darkness. Huang Beiwei retrieved a luminous stone from her spatial ring. A brief glance revealed Zhang Yi had conjured a small torch from the purple flames of the fire Qilin. She couldn't help but compare her modest, glowing stone to the brilliance of the purple flames. If only the ice spirit illusory bird could emit light as well. With illumination now present, the expansive space within the tower gradually came into view, revealing itself before them. The four walls are adorned with countless small compartments, each secured by prohibitive locks, within which lie presumably invaluable tomes and documents. Uncertain whether the seventh tower contains any pertinent records regarding the boundless realm of beasts, she silently resolved to return discreetly on another occasion to peruse those texts, hoping to uncover even the slightest hint of information. Chapter 151. The fire of punishment. Aside from the small compartments, the entirety of the tower lay bare and desolate, devoid of any furnishings. The lofty dome above imparted an intangible pressure upon all who entered. As they illuminated the surroundings with a glowing stone, they discovered a multitude of bizarre patterns intricately carved into the walls and ceiling, each of which eluded their comprehension. A heavy atmosphere pervaded every corner of the tower, subtly instilling a solemnity within their hearts. Before them flickered a spectral violet flame, casting an ethereal glow upon a shadowy figure cloaked in darkness, whose cold, youthful visage emanated an air of aloofness and indifference. He surveyed the scene within the tower, pursed his lips, and, raising his torch, began his descent down the staircase, with Huang Beiwei following closely behind. The space within the tower was vast, the staircase spiraling downward. Peering over the banister, they were met with an abyss of inky blackness, so profound that no brilliance could penetrate its depths. The mere thought of the spirit sovereign potentially residing beneath them heightened their vigilance. 2 9-star summoners, accompanied by the formidable purple flame, fire Qilin, and the ice spirit phantom bird, treaded cautiously, acutely aware that the spirit's sovereign-esque power was an unknown variable. A moment's carelessness could prove fatal. Suddenly, Zhang Yi halted, turning his head to gaze at the enigmatic figure shrouded in the violet flames. "What is it?" he inquired, momentarily pausing as if he had discovered something significant. However, upon observing his placid demeanor, Huang Beiwei felt a twinge of disappointment. "How much do you know about the spirit sovereign?" His tone was unremarkable, akin to a routine inquiry among mere companions. Not wishing to conceal any information, Huang Beiwei responded, "I only know that he is a divine beast who has refined the fire of punishment within the 7th tower, and his strength is formidable beyond measure. Even with our super spirit beasts, we may not stand a chance against him." Zhang Yi nodded slightly, a glimmer of light igniting in his eyes at the mention of the fire of punishment. This fire was a transcendent entity within the Lingyang Academy, sealed at the very bottom of the 7th tower. Only those who had committed grave transgressions were brought forth to endure its trial. What Xueche had experienced that day bore no comparison to even 1% of its might. Otherwise, given his cultivation level, he would have perished without a doubt. The sheer potency of the fire of punishment is beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Rumors suggest that Linhuai City, the capital of the Nanyue Kingdom, is the most impregnable city on the Carta continent, not for any other reason, but due to the presence of the fire of punishment. In times of national upheaval, unless the heavens themselves were to shift, the fire of punishment would serve as the most formidable weapon. The spirit sovereign, capable of refining the fire of punishment. What level of divine beast could he possibly be? "Your Highness, why has the spirit sovereign become the guardian divine beast of the Lingyang Academy?" The reasons remain largely unknown. All I am aware of is that he made his appearance in the 7th tower 12 years ago, a powerful being whom none dared to defy. Thus, Headmaster King tacitly permitted the spirit sovereign to reside within the 7th tower. Huang Beiwei furrowed her brow slightly. Shrouded in her black cloak, the battlefield concealed this subtle gesture. However, a delicate thought lingered in her mind. 12 years ago, she too had just turned 12, her body still harboring the sealed presence of the enigmatic and formidable spirit beast, Yin. Chapter 152. The fire of punishment, that fleeting glance from the spirit lord as he departed. Imbued with a contemplative aura directed towards her. Was there a connection to her in all of this? As she pondered, the warrior ahead suddenly uttered a warning. "Be cautious." In an instant, a crimson serpent was pinned to the wall by a dagger. The vibrant red body writhed and struggled, hissing as it flicked its forked tongue, exuding a ferocity that suggested it could attack at any moment. The serpent of the swallowing heavens? The warrior's expression shifted slightly as he regarded the small snake. Huang Beiwei approached, observing the serpent, which was no thicker than a finger, and couldn't suppress a chuckle. Such a diminutive creature to be called swallowing heavens. This was merely a juvenile of the swallowing heavens serpent, likely just hatched from its egg. These serpents typically produced only 2 eggs every few centuries, one strong, one weak. This one appeared to be the weaker of the 2. caution was warranted, for the stronger sibling might be lurking nearby. The swallowing heavens serpent indeed possessed a strikingly red and peculiar appearance, unmistakably laden with potent venom. It was likely that some alchemist would find such a creature quite appealing. After a moment's contemplation, Huang Beiwei swiftly struck, severing the juvenile serpent's head. The small swallowing heavens serpent squirmed a few times before succumbing to death. "Do not touch it with your bare hands," the warrior cautioned in a low tone. He had no interest in such things. Only alchemists would covet the remains of a spirit beast. Did this Jitian have some connection to alchemists? He was indeed an unfathomable individual. Huang Beiwei, naturally, refrained from handling such a toxic creature. She instructed her ice spirit phoenix to encase the juvenile serpent in ice before storing it in her spatial ring, where time stood still, rendering her untroubled by the fear of melting ice. What rank of spirit beast was the swallowing heavens serpent? Her understanding of the spirit beast hierarchy in this realm was still quite limited. Previously, Huang Beiwei had been secluded in her chamber, oblivious to the world outside. The warrior cast another glance her way, increasingly intrigued. How could a powerful 9-star summoner be unaware of the swallowing heavens serpent status? She seemed to lack knowledge about many aspects of the Carta continent. Was she not from there? If she were an outsider, it would indeed be understandable. As they continued down the staircase, the warrior spoke in a deep, measured tone. The swallowing heavens serpent is an ultra-level spirit beast, yet upon maturation, it evolves into a divine beast. However, there should not be an adult swallowing heavens serpent in proximity. Why was that? Given the presence of a juvenile, an adult should be nearby to guard it. Two divine beasts could not coexist in the same locale. One mountain cannot harbor two tigers. The warrior paused momentarily and added, "Moreover, the eggs of the swallowing heavens serpent take 10 years to hatch. These 2 eggs must have been brought here by the spirit lord from elsewhere." Now made sense. Huang Beiwei nodded, pondering the spirit lord's intentions. Why had he brought the eggs of the swallowing heavens serpent to this place? Was he not already a divine beast, seeking to cultivate another? The realm of divine beasts was indeed so fiercely territorial. As the two descended the staircase, engulfed in darkness, the view below remained an unending abyss of inky blackness, as though it would stretch on forever without end. Huang Beiwei estimated in her heart that they had likely descended to the base of the 7th tower and had ventured down at least half the height of the tower. Yet, it seemed they were still far from reaching the location of the spirit lord, as she felt not even a trace of the divine beast's oppressive aura. Chapter 153. The Flames of Punishment. How far could this distance possibly stretch? Zhang Ye's silhouette moved ahead, his dark robe seemingly dissolving into the boundless abyss, save for a flicker of violet flame casting an ethereal glow, recalling the words overheard in the Prime Minister's residence. Both Prime Minister Qi and Duke Onggua intended to unseat him from the throne of the Crown Prince. A 16-year-old youth, in her era's parlance, should be living a carefree life in school. Yet, he was ensnared in a web of deceit and conspiracies. Huang Beiwei sighed softly, an urge to confide in him that her encounter with Shueqi was merely a serendipitous accident rising within her. However, before she could utter a word, Zhang Yi abruptly halted. Assuming something had gone awry, she immediately entered a state of alertness. Upon closer inspection, she observed Zhang Yi take a step back, gazing upward into the infinite darkness. With the aid of the violet flames, she discerned a pitch-black wall looming ahead. No way out? That was utterly impossible. It had to be a stone door. With her extensive experience as an assassin and treasure hunter, Huang Beiwei was well acquainted with various mechanisms and traps, and recognized it at once. After stating her realization, she approached, extending her hand from beneath her dark cloak to explore the stone wall. Soon, she felt a depression and her fingers brushed against a heavy iron ring. Taking a deep breath, she exerted force to pull on the iron ring, producing a heavy, creaking sound as the stone door began to rotate slowly. Zhang Yi cast her a surprised glance, marveling at her proficiency. While he possessed some knowledge of mechanisms, he could not match her expertise in identifying and locating them so swiftly. If only this remarkable talent could be aligned with their cause, but alas. As the wall parted, A fiery glow began to seep forth, and a wave of intense heat lashed against their faces. Huang Beiwei stood in astonishment, gazing at the flames that danced and cast shadows upon the towering walls. It was as if they had stumbled into a hellish inferno. Raising her cloak to shield herself from the scorching heat, she glanced at Zhang Yi, only to find that he fared little better. If standing at the threshold was this excruciating, what awaited them inside? Ice, Huang Beiwei murmured, recognizing that despite the fearsome nature of this inferno, they must venture forth. They had come this far. To retreat now would render their efforts futile. She thrived on challenges. The more perilous the situation, the more it ignited her spirit. Suddenly, the immense form of the ice spirit illusion bird descended, its size comparable to the grand stone door. An aura of extreme cold radiated from it, somewhat mitigating the oppressive heat. Huang Beiwei leaped onto the back of the ice spirit illusion bird and turned to Zhang Yi, beckoning him to join her. Given their collaboration, it was only natural to assist one another, especially since he had aided her on numerous occasions. Zhang Yi hesitated briefly, but, without further ado, gracefully leapt onto the bird's back, feeling the biting chill of its icy aura prick his hands. "Be careful," Huang Beiwei whispered softly. Zhang Yi nodded, and the ice spirit illusion bird unfurled its wings, soaring through the immense stone gate. An infinite sea of flames lay before them, with blazing fires stretching as far as the eye could see, and the space beyond the stone door was astonishingly vast. Chapter 154. The flames of punishment. An endless sea of fire lay before them, its fierce flames illuminating the expansive space within the stone gate. Upon a mere glance, Huang Beiwei felt her blood boiling in response to the overwhelming scene. This was the flames of punishment. She was profoundly shaken by the sight, as if she had been transported to another realm where the ceaseless fire was the sole existence. Yet, Zhang Yi shook his head slightly. The true flames of punishment were deeper within, and what they witnessed was merely the outer barrier. Huang Beiwei's heart fluttered. The power of these flames was undeniably immense, and she sensed that even the ice spirit phantom bird soaring above the fiery expanse was struggling. In comparison to the roaring inferno, the colossal ice spirit phantom bird seemed no larger than an ant, merely a tiny speck within the vast ocean of flames. With a sudden whoosh, a massive flame surged upward from the sea of fire directly beneath them. The ice spirit phantom bird flapped its wings vigorously, narrowly evading the towering wave of flames. However, a few stray sparks still scattered, leaving dark marks upon the bird's pristine white body. "Ascend higher," came the command. The upper space was vast, though the boundless darkness was somewhat chilling. Nevertheless, it was preferable to being roasted like a bird. The ice spirit phantom bird obeyed instantly, soaring upwards. Zhang Yi scanned the fiery sea and the area above with his dark eyes, noting the absence of formidable pressure that might offer a semblance of reassurance. Every now and then, the flames below would surge and roll, yet with previous experience, the ice spirit phantom bird understood how to evade them. Huang Beiwei did not advance any further. A voice from within her heart suddenly warned, laden with urgency. "What do you sense?" Huang Beiwei frowned, her resolve unyielding. She had no notion of retreat, as fear was not a term in her vocabulary. "The spirit master is just ahead," the voice replied, somewhat muffled. "He is currently in a state of slumber, oblivious to your presence. However, the slumber of a divine beast is not to be disturbed. Otherwise, his wrath would be beyond your capacity to endure." Slumber? What does that mean? It means he is undergoing a critical breakthrough at this moment. Do you think he would spare you if you interrupted his progress? Heaven and earth would conspire to annihilate you two mere 9-star summoners. Mere 9-star summoners. Huang Beiwei scoffed slightly. In the realm of Karda, 9-star summoners were considered the epitome of power, with few ever rumored to surpass such strength. Yet, in the eyes of this being, 9-star summoners were reduced to mere, how audacious! Nevertheless, she recognized that disturbing a spirit beast during its breakthrough would indeed provoke immense fury. Were she in a similar position, and her breakthrough thwarted, she would undoubtedly pursue the intruder to the ends of the earth, vowing vengeance. Thus, heeding the warning, Huang Beiwei turned to Zhang Yi and said, "The spirit master may be resting nearby. The consequences of disturbing him could be dire. She informed him of the imminent dangers ahead, and the decision to proceed rested solely upon him. She could not gamble with a person's life. Yin furrowed his brow slightly, ready to speak, when suddenly a tremendous tremor resonated from the inferno below, followed by a distant, furious roar. Chapter 155. The flames of punishment in an instant. The sea of fire surged forth. The roaring, searing waves of heat rose to the highest reaches of darkness, illuminating all that had been concealed within. There hung a multitude of blue bats, inverted from the ceiling, their eyes tightly shut in the shadows. However, as the flames roared upward, the intense heat and blinding light compelled them to open their eyes. Those pairs of eyes, glowing with an eerie blue light, were particularly terrifying. Each blue bat was as large as an ostrich, and their wings expanded even further. These blue bats were 10th-tier spirit beasts, ravenous for blood and ferocious in nature. Any beast or human caught by them met a gruesome fate. Within the misty forest, they were a tyrannical species, typically appearing in swarms. Even the most formidable spirit beasts could easily fall to them if caught off guard. In the eyes of Huang Beiyue and Zhang Yi, these 10th-tier beasts were no more than children, hardly worthy of fear. Yet, the sheer number of blue bats here was overwhelming, densely clustered above, their eerie blue eyes sending shivers down one's spine. A chill ran through Huang Beiyue, her hair standing on end. The distant waves of heat rolled tumultuously, while the swarming blue bats rendered their situation exceedingly perilous. "Retreat," Zhang Yi whispered urgently, summoning the purple flame fire qilin without hesitation. Huang Beiyue nodded. The spirit sovereign had been roused, disturbed during a critical breakthrough. A spirit sovereign in a fit of rage was not to be trifled with, and they were unaware of the potential consequences of provoking such power. Moreover, the blue bats were quite troublesome. In an instant, the two summoned their spirit beasts and swiftly took flight back the way they had come. However, the return journey proved far more arduous than their initial passage. The sea of fire had been tranquil on their way in, devoid of the menacing blue bats, now lurking in throngs. The moment they stirred, the eerie blue light in the bats' eyes flickered ominously, followed by the chaotic flapping of countless wings as they descended upon them. The scent of fresh blood was irresistibly enticing to the blue bats, driving them into a frenzied pursuit of the two living humans. Below, the sea of fire roiled in response to the spirit sovereign's fury, creating towering waves. Zhang Yi pivoted, summoning a sword that shimmered with purple light. The concentrated sword energy slashed backward, incinerating a large swarm of blue bats in an instant. Huang Beiyue silently praised him, but almost immediately she muttered a curse. For every group of blue bats that was burned, even more surged forth, relentless in their pursuit. Their numbers were overwhelming. Engaging them in combat would deplete too much of their energy. If they failed to reach safety before being caught by the spirit sovereign, they would indeed be doomed. "Forget them. Push forward," Huang Beiyue shouted, urging the ice spirit illusion bird to fly with all its might. In the battlefield, understanding and resolve coalesced, and the desire for combat faded. With a swift stroke of the sword, a flurry of azure bats was incinerated, yet the warrior advanced without a glance back. To the ordinary adept, their speed was undoubtedly astonishing, transcending the realm of belief. Yet, in such a critical moment of life and death, it felt excruciatingly slow. Chapter 156. The Fire of Punishment. Huang Beiyue, having faced life and death situations for many years, had long cultivated an unyielding composure akin to a mountain standing firm before a tempest. No matter the peril, she could maintain a calm demeanor. As the stone door she had entered came into view, a flicker of joy ignited within her. Yet, before she could exhale in relief, flames erupted before her, surging with overwhelming ferocity. Her expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly commanded the ice spirit illusory bird to soar in another direction, while Zhang Yi exhibited an extraordinary adaptability, mirroring her move on either side. Should they both fly in the same direction, the spirit master would surely catch them, bringing calamity to them both. However, by separating, one of them stood a chance of survival. As she grasped Zhang Ye's intentions, a warmth spread through her heart. If this was the kind of comrade she had at her side in battle, she would willingly place her back in their care. In that fleeting moment of parting, Zhang Ye had already summoned forth a massive violet flame, charging towards the encroaching wall of fire. The clash of crimson and violet was nothing short of spectacular. After a brief stalemate, the violet flame faltered against the relentless red wall, which surged upward, twisting and contorting until it transformed into a colossal fire dragon that roared, sending tremors throughout the infernal sea of flames. It was a sight to behold. Huang Beiwei gasped, realizing the spirit master's true form was far more immense than she could have imagined, instilling a profound sense of dread within her. Yuan's voice echoed in her mind. What are you dawdling for? Prince Zhang Yi has already diverted the spirit master's attention. You should hasten your escape. Escape? Huang Beiwei hesitated, never having contemplated leaving, especially not abandoning someone willing to sacrifice for her. She pondered Zhang Ye's feelings. Even now, he believed Shi Tian had allied with the Duke of An's household. Yet in that crucial moment, without a second thought, he had chosen to fly in a different direction, launching an attack to draw the spirit master's focus away. Such gallant loyalty. How could she flee alone? Huang Beiwei, do not be foolish. Do you wish for death? Yuan's voice was sharp, laced with evident anger. Is it you who fears death? Huang Beiwei retorted coldly. If you wish to survive, then come out and assist. I cannot always emerge. My last appearance nearly cost me. Huang Beiwei. Yuan shouted, but it was too late. She had already redirected the ice spirit illusory bird toward the spirit master. He was infuriated, wanting to pound his chest in frustration. This girl, usually so cold and cunning, why was she suddenly so chivalrous? It drove him to madness. Ice shield, activate. The girl's resolute voice rang out amidst the roaring flames and the spirit master's furious howls, striking a poignant note. Zhang Ye's brow furrowed slightly upon witnessing her return. His feelings became unexpectedly complex. She could have fled, and the Duke of An's faction surely wished for his demise. Why had she chosen to come back? Seeing her frail yet resolute figure standing upon the back of the ethereal icebird in that fleeting moment, my heart was tinged with a flicker of joy amidst the anxiety. Comrades in arms, relying on one another, will never forsake each other. Chapter 157. The flames of punishment. As her voice resonated, formidable walls of ice rose amidst the flames, standing as an indomitable fortress. 12 ice shields clanged together, effectively separating the inferno from the spirit's sovereign. Go! Huang Beiwei shouted to Zhang Yi, pivoting to soar backward. The stone door was now obstructed by the spirit's sovereign, rendering any attempt to escape through it nearly impossible. They had to seek an alternative route. The 12 ice shields could momentarily delay the spirit sovereign, granting them a fleeting opportunity to flee. The ice spirit illusion bird and the purple flame fire Qilin maneuvered through the roiling sea of fire, relentlessly beset by swarms of blue bats launching fierce assaults. Seeking death, Huang Beiwei gritted her teeth and whispered fiercely, her hands swiftly forming seals. Countless icy arrows erupted from her palms, shooting in all directions. Each arrow found its mark with lethal precision, piercing the blue bats. As the frigid aura emanating from the ice spirit illusion bird was extraordinary, mere 10th tier blue bats stood no chance, falling to a single strike. A potent aura of killing intent enveloped the enigmatic figure in the black cloak, instilling dread and cold-blooded menace that caused the distant blue bats to hesitate, retreating in fear, unwilling to confront this fearsome, cloaked individual. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Huang Beiwei and Zhang Yi had already distanced themselves significantly. Amidst the boundless sea of flames, the snow-white ice spirit illusion bird and the purple flame fire Qilin glimmered like two radiant shooting stars, vanishing in an instant. The sharp, chilling sound of ice shields shattering echoed, sending shivers down spine. A furious roar erupted from the heart of the inferno, compelling the ferocious blue bats to flee for their lives. Under the overwhelming pressure of the powerful, weaker spirit beasts dared not linger nearby. Those lacking resolve were rendered unable to take flight, plummeting into the flames and being reduced to ashes. The colossal form of the spirit's sovereign emerged from the shattered ice shields, its enormous eyes burning with crimson fury. Those two humans had utterly provoked its wrath. Its massive body twisted from the sea of flames, dark scales glinting with an eerie sheen. Its gaze fixated on the fleeing silhouette. It roared and surged forth like a dragon breaking the waves, pursuing with the swiftness of lightning. This endless sea of flames seemed to stretch into infinity. The deeper they ran, the more vast the space appeared, until ultimately, their vision found no grounding. The searing heat was nearly unbearable for Huang Beiwei. Perched upon the ice spirit illusion bird, beads of sweat trickling down her brow. One could only imagine that Zhang Ye's plight was infinitely more dire. The sound of shattering ice shields echoed ominously behind her, akin to the footsteps of death, and she was momentarily taken aback, astonished at the spirit's sovereign's might. In mere moments, it had obliterated all 12 of her ice shields. Damn, were divine beasts truly this monstrous? Feeling the oppressive fury of the spirit's sovereign looming behind her, Huang Beiwei could not help but curse repeatedly. Huang Beiwei to the left. At this critical juncture, Yin suddenly shouted, "There is no time for judgment. She is the vessel for the nightmare seal. If she perishes, the nightmare shall perish alongside her. Therefore, anyone could bring her harm, but the nightmare would never do so. Your Highness, over here." Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately called out to Zhang Yi and swiftly darted to the left. To the left, a sea of flames surged higher, with towering waves of fire threatening to engulf them on several occasions. Chapter 158. The fire of punishment to the left, the sea of flames surged higher, and on several occasions, they nearly succumbed to the powerful waves. Fortunately, both spirit beasts exhibited remarkable agility, deftly averting calamity in critical moments. The vast and boundless inferno offered no refuge, leaving Huang Beiwei in a state of mounting anxiety. "Yin, you are not deceiving me, are you?" she implored. Yin, maintaining his composure, commanded stop. Stop. Huang Beiwei was taken aback. Like a gust of wind, she maneuvered the ice spirit illusion bird to a halt, perplexed. What is the matter? Zhang Yi also regarded her with confusion, questioning why they would halt in such a life-threatening scenario. Anxiety gnawed at her, uncertain of Yan's intentions. In this place where escape seemed impossible, this enigmatic spirit beast had become her sole beacon of hope. What is happening? Huang Beiwei appeared calm, yet internally she was anxious. Addressing Yin held his breath and said, "When I count to 3, you must immediately dive downward into the sea of flames." "What?" Huang Beiwei gasped. "Dive into the sea of flames? Isn't that courting death?" Yet Yin offered no explanation, leisurely commencing his countdown. 1. "Your Highness, whatever I do next, you must follow suit." Huang Beiwei had no choice but to convey this to Zhang Yi. He held unwavering faith in her abilities and thus harbored no doubts about this mysterious entity's plan for escape. Nodding in agreement, he listened. 2. Yan's counting was excruciatingly slow, inciting her impatience. The furious roars of the spirit master drew increasingly near, an overwhelming pressure enveloping them like a towering mountain. In the midst of her anxious anticipation, Yin finally declared, 3 dive. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Beiwei urged the ice spirit illusion bird into a swift descent. Zhang Yi paused momentarily, his typically stoic visage momentarily revealing a flicker of astonishment. What trickery was this? Although bewildered, the enraged spirit master loomed behind them. Making a plunge into the sea of flames seemed trivial in comparison. Thus, he too urged the purple flame, fire chilling downward. Simultaneously, as they plunged, a towering wave of flames surged forth, revealing a darkened opening amidst the inferno. Huang Beiwei's heart leapt with joy as she swiftly formed a seal with her hands, conjuring a massive hailstone that shattered the flames surrounding the entrance. The opening was just large enough for the ice spirit illusion bird to enter sideways, while the wingless purple flame, fire Qilin, followed suit effortlessly. Unlike the scorching sea of flames outside, upon entering the cavern, they were met with the soothing sound of dripping water. Cool droplets cascaded upon her cheeks, a stark contrast to the heat outside. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness. And without the luminous glow emitted by the ice spirit illusion bird and the purple flame fire xiao, they would have been utterly blind to the cavern's interior. The place they are currently soaring over is a narrow precipice, flanked by towering, smooth, obsidian-like cliffs, lushly adorned with thick, verdant moss. Cold water perpetually seeps from the walls, creating an illusion of an endless void, whether viewed from above or below. The chilling ambience stands in stark contrast to the raging sea of flames outside, making it almost unfathomable that such disparate realms exist so closely intertwined. Chapter 159. The Fire of Punishment. Approximately 10 minutes later, the towering cliffs gradually opened up, revealing a vast expanse of dark space ahead. However, this realm was devoid of any substance, save for a pool of murky water below. The origin of this water remained a mystery. Unlike the brilliant flames of the Sea of Fire, this shadowy space was illuminated only by the faint glow of the purple flame xiao, allowing visibility for only a few dozen meters. The sound of rushing water echoed softly, and Huang Beiwei listened attentively for a moment before declaring, "We can escape through the water. Wherever there is a current, there must be an outlet. This cannot be a stagnant pool." They descended onto a massive boulder at the edge of the cliffs. Huang Beiwei leaped down and scrutinized the dark waters. It was uncertain what ferocious spirit beasts lurked within, but regardless of their ferocity, they felt undaunted. With 2 9-star summoners and 2 extraordinary spirit beasts, they constituted a formidable combination. Given that spirit lords had already emerged from the Sea of Fire, it was likely that no divine beasts resided within this area. The absence of divine beasts provided them with a modicum of reassurance. Zhang Yi approached her, glancing at the vast water surface with a furrowed brow. "We have no idea how expansive or deep this water is. If it stretches as boundlessly as the Sea of Fire, we might drown before we manage to escape." "That is not a concern. I have a solution," Huang Beiwei replied cheerfully. While the Sea of Fire could still pose a threat to her, this water presented an opportunity to test the efficacy of her water avoidance pearl. She retrieved the pearl from her spatial ring, its purple glow shimmering beautifully by the water's edge. Zhang Yi turned to look and was taken aback, exclaiming, "The water avoidance pearl. Your Highness has an excellent eye." Huang Beiwei praised him, realizing the pearl was indeed a precious treasure. Zhang Yi regarded her with a somewhat stern expression, remaining silent, yet internally. It felt as if sunlight had unexpectedly broken through an overcast sky, connecting the dots regarding the theft from the Duke of An's estate and this water avoidance pearl. He understood everything. This mischievous Shitian was indeed a reckless character, though his demeanor remained as cold as ever, like an iceberg that could not melt even over millennia. There was a subtle hint of a smile at the corners of his lips. Huang Beiwei had not anticipated that the misunderstanding would unravel so easily, requiring no words for him to fully comprehend her. This sensation was delightful, free from psychological shackles. She felt a sense of liberation. "We should follow the direction of the current. There should be an exit," Huang Beiwei stated casually, as if completely unaware of the unfolding situation. Zhang Yi felt warmth in his heart. This aloof Shitian likely realized his previous distrust, yet chose not to address it, sparing him any embarrassment, for which he was genuinely grateful. Both individuals retracted their spirit beasts. Huang Beiwei tossed the water avoidance pearl into the water, and instantly, a violet light erupted, radiating a brilliant glow. Wherever the light reached, the water surface churned and parted, retreating to the sides. Within the violet luminescence, a small, waterless space was created, resembling a glass chamber, spacious enough for 4 or 5 people to enter. Huang Beiwei raised an eyebrow slightly. It was her first encounter with such a wondrous artifact. Chapter 160. The Fire of Punishment. Let us proceed. She yearned to experience the sensation of traversing through water without the encumbrance of an oxygen tank, adorned only with a diving mask, and thus stepped into the frigid depths. The moment she made contact with the icy water, she instinctively inhaled sharply. Indeed, it was chilling. This bone-deep cold rivaled the extreme frost emanating from the ice spirit illusion bird. She shivered when suddenly a minute ripple surged forth in the water, and something bit into her ankle. Due to the numbing chill, the sensation was faint, akin to a mere pinprick. However, when she attempted to move, she found her strength utterly drained, as if something had siphoned it away. A snake! Zhang Yi swiftly pulled her up, and a slender red serpent coiled around the foot of Huang Beiyue. He reached to pry it off, but was met with a fierce swipe of the snake's tail across the back of his hand. With a swift hiss, the red serpent vanished back into the dark waters, leaving no trace behind. It was another sky-swallowing red python. Zhang Yi's voice trembled imperceptibly. Without hesitation, he grasped Huang Beiyue's ankle, revealing a pair of delicate, youthful feet clad in pink embroidered shoes beneath his cloak. He paused momentarily, then removed her shoes, discovering a small fang mark on her snowy foot. Huang Beiyue inhaled sharply. The wound was not painful, yet the venom spread, causing a tightness in her chest, and all her strength was utterly depleted, leaving her weakly clutching Zhang Yi's arm. "We must leave, find a doctor." She silently regretted not mastering the art of alchemy beforehand and failing to carry antidotes to avert such unforeseen calamities. The venom of the sky-swallowing red python was the most potent of the fire attributes, with no antidote available. Despite this grim reality, Zhang Yi swiftly retrieved a small vial from his spatial ring and poured a vibrant green pill into her hand. "Take this first. It won't cure the poison, but it will protect your heart's meridians from damage." Huang Beiyue nodded, weakly raising her hand to place the pill in her mouth, only to gasp in alarm the next moment. "What are you doing?" He cradled her foot, lowered his head, and began to suck the venomous blood from the wound, drawing it out with each careful gulp. Throughout the entire process, he uttered not a single word, his handsome brow furrowed, resembling a mountain shrouded in mist and gloom. Huang Beiyue gazed at him in a daze, and after a moment, reached out to gently pat his shoulder, whispering, "Thank you." As he expelled the last of the toxic blood, Zhang Yi lifted his head, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and coldly stated, "Father hopes to recruit you. Should you perish, he would be deeply saddened." Huang Beiyue discerned that this seemingly indifferent youth, who could not utter a single word, must also yearn for her to join him. The longer they lingered in this place, the more unsafe Huang Beiyue felt. They had taken refuge here, but the Spirit Lord would not relent. It was merely a matter of time before he pursued them. Thus, they must depart post-haste. A moment's delay could spell an increase in peril. Once Zhang Yi had dressed her wounds, Huang Beiyue promptly urged, "We must leave this place at once." Zhang Yi nodded in agreement, assisting her to her feet. Upon observing her delicate, snow-white feet, he became convinced that she was indeed a genuine maiden. Chapter 161. The Flames of Punishment. Zhang Yi nodded, supporting her as she stood up. Upon noticing her delicate, snow-white feet, he was convinced she was indeed a genuine maiden. Out of a sense of male pride, Zhang Yi initially desired to carry her away. Yet, the thought of her formidable identity as xiao held him back, fearing it might tarnish her dignity. As they stepped into the luminous circle, the violet light gradually enveloped them, forming a barrier against the water. They traversed this ethereal realm as if walking on solid ground, slowly descending. The violet radiance shimmered, illuminating a vast expanse beneath the dark waters. Ruins and remnants littered the seabed. It appeared to be the remains of a sunken town, likely submerged for over a millennium. Scattered among the structures lay human and animal bones, contorted in various postures, suggesting that this small city had met an abrupt demise, much like the enigmatic Atlantis. "This is the city of the unyielding," Zhang Yi spoke softly. Huang Beiyue, puzzled, inquired, "What is the city of the unyielding?" Zhang Yi surmised that she was not from the continent of Carda, which explained her ignorance of the history of the Southern Wing Kingdom. He begrudgingly elaborated. In the early days of the Southern Wing Kingdom, they encountered a fiercely resistant people here. To protect their city, they chose death over submission. A city that had withstood a siege for an entire year vanished without a trace overnight. The founding emperor, admiring the indomitable spirit of these people, established Linhuai City on the ruins of their former settlement, making it the capital. Huang Beiyue realized she had been unaware of such history. A city could not simply disappear without reason. Now, gazing at the dilapidated city beneath the waters. She could almost ascertain that an earthquake was the cause of its sudden disappearance. This implied that Linhuai City was constructed on a seismic fault. The inferno beneath the seventh tower likely indicated a colossal volcano. This location was peculiar, with frequent lava activity. Linhuai City had enjoyed prolonged tranquility. Yet what would happen if one day the volcano erupted? Would Linhuai City also become another city of the unyielding? This city held all of Huang Beiyue's memories. She could not bear to witness its obliteration. Your Highness, just as she attempted to speak, a tremor shook the ground beneath her. The toxins within her body had rendered her weak, and she nearly lost her balance. The two stood momentarily stunned, and after a long pause, the entire seabed began to quake violently. The undulating waves stirred into towering surges, and they found refuge within the water-repelling orb, swaying precariously. The spirit master is pursuing us. We must flee, Huang Beiyue exclaimed in alarm. Now afflicted by snake venom, she realized that relying solely on Zhang Yi would not suffice against the spirit master. Their only option was to escape desperately, seeking an exit from the water to evade capture. She limped along, supported by Zhang Yi, and had barely taken a few steps when the ground beneath her suddenly split apart, revealing a vast chasm. They nearly stumbled into it. From the depths of the crevice, a crimson glow surged upwards, and the once frigid water swiftly transformed into a warm embrace. Lava began to bubble forth. Huang Beiyue was taken aback. If this water boiled, they would surely become dumplings. Chapter 162. The fire of punishment. The water rippled incessantly, and while the water-repelling beads remained unperturbed amidst the chaotic currents, the direction of the flow became elusive. Within her heart, Huang Beiyue felt a surge of anxiety. The poison had impaired her memory, leaving her to navigate forward relying solely on a vague recollection. The currents in this vicinity flowed with increasing urgency, all converging toward a singular point. And a smile crept upon her lips. It must be nearby. No sooner had she uttered these words than the waters behind her erupted into tumult, followed by the sudden rise of a colossal wave, bearing down upon her with an overwhelming pressure. The tail of a black dragon swept through the water, dislodging all submerged structures, its shimmering scales glinting like blades, reducing anything they touched to mere fragments. How dare you disturb my slumber? You shall not escape so easily. The voice of the spirit lord reverberated through the water. The tail thrashed violently, and the luminous aura of the water-repelling beads began to wane under the immense pressure, indicating that even the treasured artifacts were nearing their limits against the might of the divine beast. The currents became tumultuous, forming massive whirlpools as the dragon's tail lunged forward, crashing into the water-repelling beads, causing the violet aura to dissipate instantly, with torrents of water surging in from all directions. Just as Zhang Yi's warning reached her ears, it was utterly drowned out by the roaring waters. With a gasp, Huang Beiyue was promptly engulfed by the deluge. This was dire. Confronted by the formidable spirit lord, afflicted by serpent venom, her strength reduced to a mere fraction of its usual might. Was this to be her misfortune? The swift currents obscured her vision, her damp cloak shielding her from sight, leaving her unaware of where Zhang Yi had been swept away. In the depths, the powers of the purple flame, fire Qilin, and the ice spirit illusory bird could not be fully unleashed. Summoning them would only prove to be a hindrance. Thus, Huang Beiyue clutched the black jade tightly, mentally calling out to Yin, "Yin, do not play dead." Were it not for her poisoned condition, her agility compromised, and her spirit diminished in the presence of the spirit lord, she would not be in such a desperate plight. Yin replied with irritation, "What nonsense! I am bound by 49 seals of the Blackwater prison. Even if I manage to break free, I can only contend with minor figures like Sima Gue Yin. Against this ancient creature, I might as well await my demise. You insufferable wretch." Huang Beiyue nearly spat blood in frustration. "Beware, that ancient creature seems to be targeting you." Yan's tone shifted slightly, filled with alarm. A chill raced through Huang Beiyue's heart. Targeting her? As she pondered this, she hastily pulled her obstructive cloak aside, and upon raising her gaze, she was seized with terror. The enormous tail swept toward her with ferocity, obliterating anything in its path as it coiled toward her. Instantly, she drew forth the ice feather and, channeling her strength, unleashed a barrage of icy blades against the dragon's obsidian tail. Though the might of these icy blades paled in comparison to the ice shield, their sheer numbers were formidable with her current prowess. She could conjure 24 icy blades in total. In the eyes of the spirit sovereign, it was akin to a child's play, a mere game of make-believe. What harm could a single strike from human, weakened by snake venom, inflict upon him? Without flinching, he boldly clashed against the 24 icy blades with unyielding strength. Chapter 163. The flames of punishment. The colossal tail did not flinch, boldly clashing against the 24 icy blades, shards of ice scattering in all directions. The immense force at play in the water was not to be underestimated. The shattered ice fragments retaliated with fierce velocity, and with her ice feather in hand, Huang Beiwei skillfully deflected all incoming attacks. However, after this exchange, her already poisoned body began to falter. Waves of dizziness washed over her, and she struggled to keep her eyes open to discern her surroundings. Moving through the water became increasingly arduous, as the lack of oxygen intensified her discomfort, especially while contending with the formidable black dragon. Her fiery red hair flowed from beneath the hood of her cloak, drifting in the water like seaweed. Observing her dwindling strength, Zhang Yi immediately swam against the current. The mighty spirit's enormous eyes scanned the area, and with a flick of its tail, it created turbulent waves, forming whirlpools that ensnared Zhang Yi, who had taken only a few steps forward. The spirit then coiled its tail around Huang Beiwei and spun around fiercely, dragging her away with great force. Zhang Yi, caught in the whirlpool, watched helplessly and summoned the purple flame fire Qilin, urging it in his heart. Save her. The Qilin lifted its gaze, assessing the true divine beast that moved through the water with ease. Even in this medium, their strength was halved, and on land, they would still be no match for the spirit. Zhang Yi, the exit is near. Linger any longer, and you too shall perish, the Qilin advised calmly. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Yi insisted, save her. The lives of a summoner and their spirit are intertwined. If you perish, so shall I. Save her. The Qilin, unwilling to prolong the discussion, allowed a thunderous roar. Its form surged in the water, expanding exponentially, and with a swift motion, it engulfed Zhang Yi, racing with the current. Huang Beiwei, in a daze, succumbed to the effects of the snake venom and the scarcity of oxygen, her complexion turning a ghastly shade of blue. She lay limp against the spirit's tail, the icy, sharp scales drawing blood from her arms. A bubble escaped her lips, indicating the last vestiges of air were being siphoned from her lungs. Master, the ice spirit phoenix urged anxiously, please summon me. I can protect you. Huang Beiwei shook her head. Fortunately, mental communication did not require speech. No, this ancient beast seems temporarily unwilling to kill me. Your emergence would only provoke it. Despite the perilous situation, her clarity of thought amidst the chaos of the poison impressed even the ice spirit phoenix. Little did it know, Huang Beiwei had faced life and death situations in her modern life, accumulating experience through countless harrowing encounters. Mastery, too, was forged through time and trials. Although she was unaware of the immense effort the spirit's sovereign had exerted to merely capture her without taking her life, she remained resolute. For as long as she retained her existence, Huang Beiwei would eternally find a way to rise again. You maintain your composure, and spoke slowly, reminding her of the spirit sovereign's punitive flames. If he were to cast you into those flames, your life might indeed be spared, but the agony. Huang Beiwei shuddered at the thought. The punitive flames, they would not claim one's life. Chapter 164. The fire of punishment. The fire of punishment does not claim lives, yet its searing flames burn deep within the very essence of the soul. Within the halls of Lingyang Academy, it is said that the fire of punishment possesses the power to purge all malevolent thoughts from one's spirit, hence its ominous name. What is there to fear from the fire of punishment? Huang Beiwei scoffed coldly to herself. As time passed, the poison spread more widely. and the sensation of suffocation within her mind became increasingly pronounced. Slowly, Huang Beiyue closed her eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. In her haze, the world turned upside down. The sun and moon lost their light, and the stars vanished. A massive crimson python emerged from the edge of the universe, opening its cavernous maw and swallowing the entire sky whole. This was the sky-devouring red python. Huang Beiyue recalled the little snake that had bitten her, no thicker than her thumb, which had grown to such colossal proportions. After devouring the heavens, the enormous serpent slithered closer to her, its blood-red eyes fixed upon her. Standing tall and proud, a gust of wind, seemingly from nowhere, caused her black robe to billow around her. She regarded the towering creature with a frigid gaze, her voice smooth and deliberate as it flowed from her lips. Your offspring's grievance against me shall one day be repaid tenfold. The sky-devouring red python's massive eyes narrowed as it replied coldly, You are exceedingly arrogant, little girl. It was you who first harmed my progeny. Had it not provoked me, I would have had no reason to strike, she retorted, recalling how the young serpent had attempted to attack her and Zhang Yi on the staircase of the seventh tower, only to be subdued by Zhang Yi. Ultimately, it was she who delivered the fatal blow, severing its head from its body. The serpent scoffed, Very well. Await the day of your vengeance. With that, the immense crimson python turned and began to depart. Huang Beiyue watched its retreating figure, a dull ache forming in her head. She gasped softly and suddenly opened her eyes. The blinding heat of the flames forced her to quickly shut them again, and after a moment, she cautiously reopened them. She found herself in a vast, cavernous stone chamber, the walls blackened and glowing red-hot from the flames that licked at them. Below the stone walls lay a wide pool, not filled with water, but rather a fierce, roaring fire. She was trapped on a slab of stone amidst the inferno, the slab drifting precariously as if it could sink at any moment. Curiously, despite the intense heat, the surface of the stone remained cool to the touch. The flames, while fierce, did not so much as spark upon it. This was likely the abode of a spirit master. But where was the master himself? Where could such a colossal being possibly hide? Lost in thought, a red-hot wall suddenly parted, revealing a simple little boat gliding towards her. In it sat a tall, slender young man clad in a black brocade robe, his features as exquisite as jade. His features are exquisitely delicate, resembling a figure that has stepped forth from a painting, possessing an unparalleled beauty. Yet, that air of aloofness diminishes his warmth, with his thinly pressed lips appearing somewhat unapproachable. He stands upon the vessel, his narrow eyes casting a glance at Huang Beiyue, exuding an aura of superiority. Chapter 165. The Flames of Punishment. Huang Beiyue was taken aback. Where did this person come from? In such a purgatorial sea of fire, how could anyone possibly survive? Could he be a reclusive master who had formed a pact with a spirit lord? To possess a divine beast as a summoned creature, especially one of such caliber as a spirit lord, was indeed enviable. The stone slab swayed precariously in the fiery abyss. Fearing she might lose her balance if she stood, she chose to remain seated, her bright eyes lifting to regard the man. What is your name? She inquired. The man spoke coldly, his voice reminiscent of a freezing spring trapped beneath the earth for millennia, sharp and frigid. Huang Beiyue, arms crossed and sitting cross-legged, raised an eyebrow at his words. You haven't disclosed your name, so why should I share mine? No sooner had her words faded than, without any visible movement, he simply raised a hand, and a nearly invisible black whip struck her face. The whip's force was considerable, yet it did not mar her skin. It only left a thin red mark, while her entire body was flung backward. The stone slab was small, and she nearly toppled into the sea of flames. Gripping the slab tightly, she glared at him in fury, her teeth clenched. Do you think I am too poisoned to fight back? It had been years since anyone had struck her so. When the whip lashed out, she had found herself utterly incapable of retaliating. The poison indeed dulled her abilities. Yet she had to concede that this man's strength was undeniably superior to hers. Even without the poison, I could still render you powerless, he retorted coldly, his eyes glinting with a chilling light that clashed starkly with the boundless sea of flames. Huang Beiyue's anger flared instantly. Her fierce pride could not be so easily trampled. Wiping the blood from her face, she swiftly stood up, maintaining an imposing posture on the swaying slab. An icy feather materialized in her hand, her clear eyes flashing with murderous intent. The man cast a cold glance at the ice feather in her grasp, the corners of his mouth quirking up in a slight, derisive arc ice prison arise. In the midst of the endless sea of fire, a colossal ice prison converged from all directions, enveloping the man in black along with his small vessel within its confines. Huang Beiwei panted slightly, a fine sheen of sweat beading on her forehead. Her already weakened body, further compromised by the poison, felt even more fragile. The ice feather in her hand gradually expanded, transforming into a massive, snow-white warblade. She raised the blade with both hands, her voice icy as she declared die. As the war blade descended, the ice prison shattered into countless fragments, and the person trapped within would undoubtedly be obliterated along with it. The ice prison, a high-level ice attribute skill, could instantaneously encase the target in a cubic prison, rendering them incapable of battle and eternally confined within the cold, never to be freed. Imprisonment might allow for a flicker of life, but shattering it would mean death without exception. However, a slight frown creased her brow. It was evident that he was not so easily vanquished. Amidst the myriad shards of the ice prison, only fragments of the small vessel remained. His pieces were conspicuously absent. The ice prison can already be employed. However, devoid of vital energy, its power is as feeble as that of a child. The chilling voice resonated from behind. Huang Beiwei's silhouette stiffened slightly before she gradually turned to face the source. Chapter 166. The flames of punishment. Huang Beiwei's silhouette stiffened momentarily before she slowly turned her head. She beheld him, clad in black, striding forth from the inferno. Licking her parched lips, she scoffed coldly. Once I fully regain my strength, you may not speak so lightly. He advanced a few steps, gazing at her with an air of arrogance. Do you wish to fight? Not at all, she retorted, knowing full well that engaging in battle would be a futile endeavor. What did you have Ling Zun bring me here for? His eyes flickered slightly as he replied nonchalantly, to take me as your master. Huang Beiwei shot him a quizzical glance, a mixture of astonishment and amusement flashing across her face, laced with profound derision. Are you dreaming? With a flick of his finger, a black whip lashed out toward her. Having experienced the sting of defeat once, Huang Beiwei was not about to fall for the same trick again. She nimbly dodged, only to feel a second whip crack from another direction, striking her squarely across the face. Fury ignited within her. How dare you? You strike not the face. Do not push your luck. No sooner had she uttered her protest than another lash struck her cheek. This was an unparalleled humiliation in her life. Huang Beiwei would rather engage in a fierce struggle to the bitter end than endure such indignity. Ice! She bellowed, summoning the ice spirit phoenix, its talons gripping her shoulder as if enormous wings sprouted from her back. Clutching a gleaming white battle blade, she unfurled her wings and lunged towards him like the harbinger of death. Her movements were swift, agile, and ruthless, augmented by her newfound wings, transforming her into a fearsome force. The blade sliced through the air, targeting his vulnerabilities with lethal precision. They clashed fiercely, trading blows in a whirlwind of action. Yet Huang Beiwei found herself at a disadvantage, her face marred by his whip. Although she was not one to indulge in vanity, her pride as a woman was deeply wounded. The relentless strikes to her face ignited a fierce rage within her. She thrived under pressure, and the stronger her opponent, the more fervent her fighting spirit became. However, the caliber of this man was evidently several tiers above her own. It was likely that he had achieved the legendary status of a celestial-level summoner, formidable and uncanny, even without summoning a beast. He managed to best her in her combined state, inflicting such significant losses. Seemingly weary of the incessant skirmish, he suddenly coiled the whip around her waist and hurled her violently onto the stone floor. The force was enough to reveal his utter lack of mercy towards women. Huang Beiwei was knocked breathless, her internal organs nearly heaving from the impact. With the venom coursing through her and the blow's severity, a surge of heat enveloped her chest. and she spat out a mouthful of black blood. The man in black narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze lingering momentarily on the pool of dark blood before him, and then inquired, "Would you like to take me as your master?" "Absolutely not." Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Beiwei retorted, "I have no respect for you whatsoever. I only wish to defeat you. I would rather die than become your disciple." "Humph." He let out an irritable snort, and with a graceful flick of his sleeve, a surge of flames erupted violently towards Huang Beiwei. Chapter 167. The Flames of Punishment, the Flames of Punishment. A cry escaped from the depths of the entity within her, and Huang Beiwei momentarily froze. Suddenly, the fire erupted, engulfing her body. The first to scream in agony was the entity, the most malevolent presence sealed within the confines of the Darkwater prison. The flames of punishment could scorch the very soul. How could such a wicked being escape? The more malevolent one was, the more intense the torment they endured. Huang Beiwei felt the searing flames ignite from the deepest recesses of her being, gradually incinerating her internal organs into ashes. Something within her trembled, and she heard her soul emit a heart-wrenching wail. Amidst the flames, she coughed up several mouthfuls of black blood, rolling back and forth on the stone slab, her expression twisted in terror, resembling the last desperate struggles of the deceased. "Will you take me as your master?" The man in black stood beside her, coldly observing her suffering without a hint of compassion, merely uttering his words with indifference. Huang Beiwei trembled all over, her lips torn and bleeding, blood seeping from her 7 orifices. With bloodied eyes, she glared fiercely at him, her throat releasing a heart-rending roar. No, she, Huang Beiwei, had only one master, the one who had nurtured her, taught her, and accompanied her since childhood, the one she respected and loved the most, who could never be replaced by anyone. His eyes clearly expressed his displeasure. "This fire will burn for half an hour. If you change your mind, I will retract it. If not, no." Her resolute voice echoed with unwavering defiance. Even in death, she would never yield. What a stubborn girl. "Then suffer in silence," he declared, turning away without another glance, leaving her to endure her torment alone. Upon exiting the stone wall, the man in black suddenly transformed into a colossal black dragon, soaring through the sea of flames. Not every divine beast could assume a human form. Even the most formidable ones remained bound to their beastly forms. Only the mightiest of super-divine beasts could transcend their animal bodies and take on human shape. The majestic figure of the Spirit Lord twisted and soared through the inferno. Moments later, he entered another stone door, his imposing form scaling the rugged walls to the highest point. This place resembled a cave, devoid of any smooth surfaces, filled with sharp, protruding rocks. The cave's ceiling loomed high above, seemingly concealing some secret. The Spirit Lord's enormous eyes fixated on a dark stone platform ahead, which appeared to hold a spiritual seat. After a long while, he spoke, "Your descendant has finally arrived." Following this statement, he fell into a prolonged silence, his gaze toward the spiritual seat tinged with nostalgia and longing. The days of traversing heaven and earth, plucking the moon and donning the stars, could never return. As that individual lay buried beneath the earth, the elegant and carefree years of glory were interred alongside him. Half an hour later, the Spirit Lord returned to the stone chamber. The flames of punishment had been extinguished, and the girl upon the stone slab lay on the verge of death. Her pallid face marred by numerous lash marks, stained with blood. The color of her skin, once a sickly shade of bluish-purple from poisoning, gradually returned to that of a normal human. As he lifted her foot, dark blood seeped from the wounds inflicted by the celestial serpent. Chapter 168. The flames of punishment. As she lifted her foot, the wound inflicted by the swallowing heaven red python oozed black blood, staining her once pristine jade-like foot a deep crimson. This was the toxin forced out of her body. The poison of the swallowing heaven red python was incurable. If it were not forcibly expelled, it would gradually consume her internal organs, eroding her from within. Now that the toxin had been purged, her life was no longer in immediate peril. Huang Beiwei had succumbed to unconsciousness, devoid of any awareness, while the creature Yan's, also scorched by the flames of punishment, lay hidden deep within the confines of the dark water prison, barely clinging to life. You will eventually come to me as your master. The cold voice of the spirit sovereign echoed softly. Otherwise, you shall never grasp the laws within the black jade. Yan's ears twitched slightly, as if catching a glimpse of crucial information, yearning for him to elaborate further. Yet, the spirit sovereign fell silent, lifting the unconscious Huang Beiwei into his arms as they stepped onto a small boat gliding slowly across the fiery sea. In the midst of the blazing inferno, the little vessel appeared as a mere speck, drifting steadily into the distance. The Northern Moon Dynasty Princess Long's residence, Luyan Pavilion Huang Beiwei, had not returned, and Dongling found herself unable to sleep. She paced the room anxiously for most of the night, the dawn approaching with still no sign of her mistress. Could something have happened? She pondered fretfully, for her lady had never before stayed out so late. Her unease grew as she walked restlessly about the chamber until she suddenly heard a noise and rushed inside to investigate. "Mistress, you are back." A figure lay quietly sleeping on the bed. Dongling sighed in relief, realizing her mistress had returned, perhaps too exhausted, and thus had fallen asleep. She approached, intending to pull the blanket over her mistress, but suddenly caught sight of her face, gasping in horror. "Mistress! Mistress!" Dongling cried out, shaking her gently while keeping her voice low, aware that raising alarm could lead to dire consequences. Tears welled in her eyes as she beheld the deep gashes marring her mistress's face, utterly devastated by the sight. Her cries stirred Huang Beiwei from her slumber, and she slowly opened her eyes, her brow furrowing in agony, the torment from the flames of punishment still lingering. What on earth happened? Seeing her mistress awaken, Dongling finally breathed a sigh of relief, only to begin sobbing softly. Huang Beiwei hesitated for a moment, touching her own face before forcing out, "It's nothing. Don't cry. Help me sit up." Dongling hurriedly assisted her, propping her up with a soft cushion. "Bring me a mirror." After a moment's hesitation, Dongling complied. Huang Beiwei gently reassured her, "It's all right. I can accept any ugliness." She had never relied on her beauty, however, as a woman. She felt the need to confront the reality of her disfigurement. Dongling had no choice but to carefully retrieve the mirror from the dressing table and hand it to her, whispering, "Miss this." Upon taking the mirror, Huang Beiwei glanced at her reflection and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. That wretched fellow dared to mar her face so. She was resolute in seeking vengeance against him. Even though her current strength fell short of his, she refused to believe that she would forever remain inferior. Chapter 169. The flames of punishment. Her face was marred, yet she found herself surprisingly untroubled. However, she would still need to utilize the identity of Princess Beiwei for numerous undertakings in the future. Thus, it was imperative to restore her visage at the earliest opportunity. "Miss, how could this happen? Who did this to you?" Dongling expressed disbelief. The current mistress had grown so formidable, possessing the prowess of a 9-star summoner. Who could possibly inflict such injury upon her? "This is merely a minor wound." "Dongling, who was it that brought me back?" Dongling shook her head. "I did not see anyone. I merely heard a commotion and entered, only to find you already in bed." Huang Beiwei nodded, her eyes narrowing slightly. Why had that man returned her? She could not fathom his motivations. Even now, she remained unaware of his identity and why he wished for her to become his disciple. The contemplation of these matters caused her a headache. Having just endured the flames of punishment, her body felt exceedingly weak. She had called Guqin, who had been scorched for a brief moment and had yet to regain consciousness. Her capacity for endurance was indeed remarkable. Huang Beiwei retrieved the jade elixir gifted to her by Crown Prince Zhang Yi and requested Dongling to apply it to her facial injuries. The efficacy of this medicine was extraordinary. Previously, Dongling had borne numerous gruesome lash marks, yet now, not a trace remained. As she applied the remedy, she circulated her energy to examine the serpent venom within her system, only to be astonished to discover that the toxins had been completely eradicated. How curious! Was it not said that the venom of the sky-devouring red python was exceedingly potent? How could it vanish so effortlessly? It had not simply disappeared. The flames of punishment had refined her, purging the poison from her body. Yin, who had been unconscious, awoke and spoke weakly. Huang Beiyue was well acquainted with the torment of the punishment flames. Even someone with her steadfast spirit had contemplated ending her suffering through suicide amidst the agony. So it was evident that Yin must have endured a similar plight. After a moment of earnest contemplation, Huang Beiyue mused, "So, does this imply he has aided me?" Yin replied gravely, "I believe he intended from the outset to help you expel the toxins. The punishment flames can purify all impurities, even incinerating the malevolence within the soul. The venom of the sky-devouring red python is so tyrannical that no antidote exists in this world. However, when subjected to the punishment flames, the toxins can be expelled. Moreover, your body, having been refined by the punishment flames, will likely render you immune to most poisons in the future." Huang Beiyue's eyes sparkled with realization. This was indeed a fortuitous outcome. Suddenly, she recalled something and inquired hastily, "Does that mean the poison that Aunt Shui has infused into me over the years has also been refined away?" "Indeed. Wonderful. This may very well be the most significant gain from my venture into the seventh tower." She had long been troubled by how to nourish her body, which had been steeped in poison for years. Yet, she had not yet fully grasped the secrets of refining medicine, which had delayed her efforts. Unexpectedly, an unforeseen twist had turned her misfortune into fortune. "Huang Beiyue, why do you hesitate to accept him as your master?" Yin was perplexed. The strength of the man in black was undoubtedly far superior to hers, yet this girl would rather face death than submit to his tutelage. "I despise being coerced," Huang Beiyue stated calmly. Her character had always been one to prefer a noble demise over a life of dishonor. Chapter 170. The art of alchemy. If she were to take him as her master, it was imperative that she wholeheartedly admire him. Otherwise, all discussions would be futile. Yin fell silent for a moment before suddenly stating, "However, I feel he seems to know the secret of that black jade." Huang Beiyue was taken aback and quickly inquired, "How do you know?" Yin recounted the words he had overheard in the inferno, and Huang Beiyue bit her lip, her expression shifting between contemplation and uncertainty. She had long pondered the connection between the spirit sovereign beneath the sea of fire and herself, yet she had not anticipated any ties to the boundless beasts. Yin softly asked, "What are your thoughts?" "I haven't consider much," she replied. "I have only one master and have no desire to take on another. Furthermore, I harbor a strong aversion to him. It is impossible for me to willingly become his disciple." Upon hearing this, Yin chose to remain silent, gradually retreating into the shadows to tend to his wounds. His injuries were deep. The man had wielded his strength with remarkable precision. "Dongling," he instructed when dawn breaks, "inquire about what the crown prince is doing. After parting in the water, he should have escaped. However, knowing his character, he will likely return with others to rescue me. The seventh tower is the domain of the spirit sovereign. If he ventures there, he may face graver consequences. Thus, I wish to learn of his whereabouts and inform him that I have also escaped." Dongling nodded, noticing that the sky was brightening. She urged Huang Beiyue to rest while she went to gather information about the crown Prince Zhangyi. Exhausted, Huang Beiyue succumbed to slumber as soon as her head met the pillow. Time slipped away. She awoke to the sound of rustling fabric, mistaking it for Dongling's return. Just as she was about to ask Dongling for a glass of water, her throat parched from thirst. Her innate alertness compelled her to sit up and look. Before her stood a strikingly handsome figure, a devilishly charming smile gracing his face. "You?" Her voice was hoarse yet remained icy and menacing. The guard at the princess's residence were not particularly vigilant, and the Lu Yin pavilion was situated in a secluded area, making an intrusion not entirely surprising. However, to dare invade her resting place was an act of reckless audacity. Feng Liani offered a slight smile, turning to pour a cup of warm tea and presenting it to her. Huang Beiyue accepted it, drinking it down eagerly. Quenching her intense thirst, she had dreamt of being scorched by the punishing flames. "Are you not afraid I might poison it?" Huang Beiyue replied with a cold smirk. "Do you dare?" Even if it were poisoned, she felt no fear. After being tempered by the punishing flames, her body was now impervious to toxins. Seeing her audacious demeanor, Feng Liani found it rather amusing rather than infuriating. After finishing the tea, Huang Beiyue casually handed the cup back to him, as if she were passing it to one of her own servants. Feng Lianyi accepted it with a smile, inquiring, "Would you like more?" "Yes." Feng Lianyi poured her 3 more cups of tea, and only after that did her throat feel somewhat soothed. Clearing her throat, she asked, "Is there something you need?" The soul-washing pill requires several rare herbs that are quite difficult to procure. Without beating around the bush, Feng Lianyi produced a neatly folded piece of paper and handed it to her. Huang Beiyue glanced at the paper and was slightly taken aback to find only 3 or 4 types of herbs listed. Is it truly just these 3? The ingredients for the Shisui Dan are, in fact, quite intricate, comprising a multitude of medicinal varieties, each one exceedingly precious. By presenting her with a list of merely 3 herbs, does it imply that he possesses the remainder of the ingredients? Chapter 171. The Art of Alchemy. Feng Lianyi nodded slightly, remarking that these particular herbs could only be found in the floating life forest, which would indeed be quite troublesome. "No matter how challenging it may be, I will find them," he assured her. Huang Beiyue tucked away the piece of parchment and added, "I will repay you for the cost of those herbs later." "Thank you." While she had requested him to concoct the cleansing marrow pill, she had never intended to take advantage of him by making him bear the expense of the materials. She was well aware of the exorbitant price of those herbs, and understood that he was merely a hostage in a foreign land, despite the respect he commanded. He could not possess boundless wealth like a true noble of the Southern Wing Kingdom, though she was not entirely devoid of moral integrity. She was not entirely devoid of conscience either. Upon hearing her intention to reimburse him, Feng Lianyi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped her underlying thoughts. She did not wish to exploit him or find herself in a position of indebtedness. The girl was quite astute. He chose not to press the matter and casually inquired, "Are you seeking to cleanse your own marrow?" "I have no need for it myself," she replied. Her physical condition was merely frail. Her innate talent and abilities were beyond question, rendering the cleansing marrow pill unnecessary for her. Rather, she sought the pill for Dongling. Though Dongling had once studied martial arts in her youth, years of neglect had rendered her strength insufficient. Ultimately, she would need to leave the Southern Wing Kingdom, perhaps even the continent of Karta. Before that time arrived, Huang Beiyue hoped to empower Dongling, ensuring she could protect the residents of the Crown Princess. The cleansing marrow pill was of an advanced grade, and Huang Beiyue was not yet capable of crafting it herself. Thus she had to seek assistance from others. With the cleansing marrow pill and her guidance, transforming Dongling into a formidable warrior in a short span of time would be no daunting task. Feng Lianyi observed her. Given her indifferent demeanor and her attitude towards the Xiao family, he found it hard to believe that the cleansing marrow pill was intended for her siblings. It was difficult to fathom that someone like her would consider others with such meticulous care. He did not press her for clarification on matters she wished to keep private, and having delivered the items meant for her, he prepared to take his leave. Just as he stood to bid farewell, Huang Beiyue suddenly asked, "Princey, are you an alchemist?" Feng Lianyi pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, "Not quite." "What do you mean by not quite?" Huang Beiyue frowned. Her impression of him having already been less than favorable, and now it was further diminished. "I have merely begun my foray into alchemy, having learned only a smattering of knowledge. To possess the lineage of an alchemist is already quite remarkable," Huang Beiyue stated fairly. Despite her aversion, she could not dismiss the fact that his combat skills were formidable, likely surpassing her own. However, she remained uncertain about his true vocation. Was he a warrior, a summoner, or indeed an alchemist? Having only witnessed his martial prowess, she had instinctively categorized him as a warrior. Yet his theft of the pure lotus flame cauldron was not without reason. He was a man of profound depth, harboring many secrets. What she had seen thus far was merely the tip of the iceberg. "Do you envy alchemists?" he inquired. The wind whispered gently, and with a smile, she inquired. Observing the expression on her face, a subtle stir of emotions arose within me. It cannot be called envy. Rather, I simply perceive that becoming an alchemist would greatly benefit me. Huang Beiyue candidly expressed that in this era, greater strength is paramount. And to attain such strength, one must be proficient in certain skills of alchemy and crafting. Chapter 172. The art of alchemy. Powerful abilities are inherently linked to the mastery of alchemy and artifact crafting. The elixirs produced by alchemists and the treasures forged by craftsmen are essential for the strong. The bloodline of alchemists is rather stringent. Feng Lianyi rested his chin on his hand and remarked slowly, "However, perhaps the purification pill could assist you." Huang Beiwei smiled faintly, aware that her knowledge of alchemy diverged somewhat from that of this era, which had caused her previous attempt at alchemy to falter. The bloodline that Feng Lianyi mentioned was exceedingly rare in this time. She did not need to rely on the purification pill to gamble on those minuscule odds, for she possessed her own methods. However, she refrained from disclosing this to Feng Lianyi, not out of stinginess, but because even she herself was uncertain about those matters, rendering any discussion moot. By the way, the creation of the purification pill requires the gallbladder of a three-eyed spirit serpent, a creature that is quite rare. We may not find one even upon entering the illumination forest. Is there a possible substitute from other serpents? It seems there aren't many spirit serpents of the same rank. Feng Lianyi pondered slowly, a faint glimmer gracing his handsome visage, causing Huang Beiwei to secretly admire his striking appearance. What about higher-ranked ones? Huang Beiwei casually inquired. Feng Lianyi smiled gently, his expression not mocking her casual remark, but rather in contemplation of serpents that surpass even the three-eyed spirit serpent. The three-eyed spirit serpent is an 11th tier spirit beast. The higher the tier, the rarer the creature becomes. I fear. Would this suffice? A flash of light emanated from her spatial ring, revealing a small, crimson serpent cradled in her palm. The serpent was diminutive, roughly the thickness of a finger and over half a meter long, its head severed. Even in death, its vibrant red hue exuded an eerie luminescence. Feng Lianyi narrowed his eyes in astonishment. The devouring sky, crimson python, merely a juvenile. Huang Beiwei shook the small serpent, recalling the near-fatal bite from one of his companions. A lingering itch in her teeth. Even a juvenile serpent of this caliber is exceedingly rare. Despite Feng Lianyi's vast experience, he was genuinely taken aback. How could this girl casually produce a juvenile of the extraordinary devouring sky, crimson python? It is known that upon maturation, this serpent evolves into a divine beast. Such creatures have not been reported in the Carta continent for centuries, their rarity leading to speculation of their extinction. The juvenile she held appeared to be the weaker of two, explaining its demise at her hands. If she had encountered the stronger one, even a juvenile would have posed a formidable challenge. I have heard that the devouring sky crimson python is an extraordinary spirit beast. Its gallbladder should be of a higher grade than that of the three-eyed spirit serpent. Naturally, the gallbladder of the devouring sky crimson python, when used in alchemy, will yield a purification pill of a significantly superior potency compared to one made with the three-eyed spirit serpent's gallbladder. That is splendid news, Huang Beiwei exclaimed joyfully. If the efficacy is elevated by an entire tier, it would provide greater assistance to Dongling. She handed the juvenile, devouring sky crimson python to Feng Lianyi, requesting him to extract the gallbladder for the alchemical process. The dawn has fully broken, and the princess's residence has begun to bustle with activity. It would likely be inconvenient to linger any longer, so Feng Lianyi prepares to take his leave. Before departing, he turns back and says, "If you wish to become an alchemist, you may observe the process of refining the cleansing elixir." Chapter 173. The Art of Alchemy. Huang Beiwei was momentarily taken aback. Aren't alchemists typically solitary individuals, particularly when immersed in their craft? Surely, no one should disturb them during their work, let alone witness it. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Was he jesting? "Your words are indeed welcome," replied the snow-white youth, his eyes glimmering like black gemstones as he flashed a subtle smile. His refined demeanor effortlessly captivated those around him. Huang Beiwei managed a slight smile in return, yet her heart remained guarded against this enigmatic and inscrutable figure. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside, prompting Feng Lianyi to nod lightly before departing through the window. Dong Ling entered, slightly breathless and with a grave expression. The moment Huang Beiwei saw her demeanor, an ominous premonition seized her. The crown prince has summoned the elite from the capital, claiming that a fierce beast is wreaking havoc within Lingyang Academy and intends to investigate. Dong Ling hastily relayed the news she had gathered, barely pausing to catch her breath. Outside, a tumult of voices stirred, with many claiming that the crown prince had been bewitched and was on the verge of severing ties with Lingyang Academy. The academy boasted a history spanning centuries in the Southern Wing Kingdom, holding a prestigious status. Although Crown Prince Zhang Yi was generally well regarded, his standing paled in comparison to the deeply entrenched influence of Lingyang Academy. Such actions on his part would undoubtedly bring delight to those eagerly awaiting his misstep. Huang Beiyue recalled the words she had overheard in the Prime Minister's residence. Prime Minister Qi's faction was poised to employ various means to undermine Crown Prince Zhang Ye's reputation among the populace. Was this not a prime opportunity? Should the situation escalate and entangle Lingyang Academy, it would provide Prime Minister Qi and his associates with the leverage they sought, making it impossible to clarify matters no matter how many explanations were offered afterward. Huang Beiyue immediately sat up, her brows furrowing as she communicated with the ice spirit phoenix in her mind. Can you still act? Yes, my master, the voice of the ice spirit phoenix responded, sounding noticeably weaker than usual. The might of that punishing fire was certainly no trifling matter. I am counting on you. Huang Beiyue's clear eyes sparkled with a radiant light. She need not do anything extravagant. Merely manifesting once would suffice for the crown prince to comprehend the truth. With the ice spirit phoenix safe, Huang Beiyue would naturally be unharmed as well. In this era, the deeply ingrained belief was that the lives of summoners and their spirit beasts were intertwined, sharing existence and fate. Many assumed that the ice spirit phoenix had forged a life bond with her. Thus, its appearance would alleviate Zhang Ye's concerns. My lady, what troubles you? Dong Ling inquired, noticing her sudden silence and wondering what had transpired. After concluding her instructions to the ice spirit phoenix, Huang Beiyue lifted her head and smiled. It is nothing. Dong Ling felt somewhat reassured as she settled by the bedside, wiping the sweat from her forehead, and suddenly chuckled softly. My lady, while I was just outside, I overheard yet another rather amusing piece of news. Chapter 174. The Art of Alchemy. Oh, what could possibly bring you such joy? With the departure of the ice spirit phoenix, Huang Beiyue's mood lightened considerably. It was quite surprising to see Dong Ling so exhilarated. Covering her mouth playfully, Dong Ling exclaimed, just now, I encountered Pei Xiang, and Aunt Qin had quite the outburst at her. What has Aunt Qin been upset about this time? Dong Ling chuckled. Isn't it because of the incident at Princess Hong Ling's birthday banquet yesterday that incited the wrath of Prime Minister Qi? Yesterday, Xiao Yan made a rather provocative statement in front of a gathering of young ladies and gentlemen, and soon it spread like wildfire among the high society of the capital. People began to murmur that one's mother shapes their daughter. If the mother is of a certain character, the daughter will inevitably follow suit. And how can an elder sister be any better than her younger sister? Madame Pingbei was renowned for her grace and virtue since childhood, and after marrying into the Pingbei Marquisate, she exemplified the ideal noblewoman by raising her children with dignity and propriety. However, this time, due to her illegitimate sister's indiscretions from years past, her reputation suffered a blemish, leaving her far from pleased. Princess Hong Ling, too, found herself the subject of hush gossip among the young ladies due to Xiao Rou's inappropriate behavior. Her budding relationship with the third prince, which had been promising, turned cold after yesterday's events. In distress, Princess Hong Ling went to Madame Pingbei to lament, and coincidentally, Madame Pingbei was also feeling disgruntled and thus became enraged, relaying the matter to the Prime Minister's wife. Madame Pingbei was the biological daughter of the Prime Minister's wife, who had long been in a rivalry with Aunt Qin over favor in the household. This time, she had seized a perfect opportunity. That very evening, the Prime Minister's wife whispered a few words into Prime Minister Qi's ear, igniting his fury. The matter of his daughter's reputation, combined with the future prospects of his beloved granddaughter, placed Aunt Qin and Xiao Rou far beneath the esteem in which these two were held by Prime Minister Qi. Early this morning, Aunt Qin dispatched someone to the Prime Minister's residence with a gift, a selection of fine blood swallow nests that she had purchased at a high price, intending to present one to her mother and, of course, to curry favor with the Prime Minister's wife and Madame Pingbei. Little did she know, as the messenger entered the gates of the Prime Minister's residence, he encountered the returning Prime Minister Qi, who was still fuming. Upon seeing that the messenger was sent by Aunt Sheen, he promptly ordered them to be expelled. The messenger, lacking wisdom, muttered a few words under his breath, which, by some misfortune, caught the ear of Prime Minister Qi, inciting his wrath further. He commanded that the young servant be beaten within an inch of his life and decreed that from that day forth, no one associated with Aunt Sheen was permitted to step foot in the Prime Minister's residence. The battered servant was carried back and reported to Aunt Sheen, who turned pale and fainted for a considerable time. Upon regaining consciousness, she burst into tears, venting her anger at the servants. In this turn of events, any hope she had of Prime Minister Qi assisting Xiao Zhongqi had vanished. Prime Minister Qi was a man who cherished his reputation above all. Years ago, when she had erred, he had driven her from his household. Over the years, as that incident faded into memory and she gradually gained standing within the princess's estate, Prime Minister Qi had, albeit slightly, accepted her and her 2 children once more. Yet, to her astonishment, this matter had resurfaced. Xiao tearfully recounted the events that transpired at the Prime Minister's residence yesterday, causing Aunt Sheen's eyes to bulge with fury. What a remarkable Xiao Yun! What an extraordinary Aunt Shui! Upon hearing this, Huang Beiwei couldn't help but laugh heartily, clutching her belly. Indeed, Aunt Shui and that Xiao Yun possessed quite a talent, as just a few words had led to Aunt Sheen losing the support of the Prime Minister's residence. Chapter 176. The Art of Alchemy. 4th Miss. As long as you remain within the estate, you shall be safe, dongling feigned reassurance. The Duke of endeared only to stir trouble outside the manor, refraining from direct provocation, partly out of respect for the Princess Chang's residence. Had this been the old Xiao family home, the Duke's people would have likely burst in and caused chaos long ago. Xiao Ro hesitated, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said, But I have made plans with the 5th Miss of the minister's residence to go boating today. Upon hearing this, Dongling felt an overwhelming urge to berate the foolish 4th Mississippi. In such tumultuous times, how could she still contemplate a leisurely outing? It became clear that her visit to Zhao Miss was not out of fear of missing classes at Lingyang Academy, but rather a desire to go boating, hoping to deter the Duke's men from harming her. Even with her typically good temperament, Dongling's tone grew increasingly frosty. 4th Miss, in these troubled times, it would be prudent to venture out less. Once 3rd Sister awakens, she may wish to get some fresh air. Our Miss is unwell and will not be going out today. Dongling spoke flatly. 4th Miss, it is best you return and contemplate your future, especially in light of the recent incident involving the eldest young master. Xiao Ro's face flushed with embarrassment, her desire to argue further stifled. Dongling, no longer needing to regard their sentiments, took a step back and closed the door. It was the first time Xiao Ro had encountered a closed door, especially at the hands of someone she had always looked down upon. Anger welled within her, and just as she contemplated a scathing retort, she realized she would need to rely on Huang Beiwei in the future, forcing her to swallow her indignation. As Dongling re-entered, she muttered under her breath, What nonsense! They wish to use our Miss as a shield? Dream on. Huang Beiwei, listening intently to their exchange, furrowed her brow and remarked, at such a time, why would Xiao Ro still wish to go out? Boating with the illegitimate daughters of the minister's residence? Those girls are always up to no good. Who knows what they are plotting? Boating? Huang Beiwei mused, sensing there was more to it than met the eye. Was it merely a leisurely outing that could compel Xiao Ro to act so recklessly? Just then, a knock resounded at the door, and with a shift in thought, Huang Beiwei instructed Dongling to answer it. The visitors were Aunt Shui and Xiao Yun, both visibly elated about the recent happenings at the Chancellor's residence. 3rd Miss, I hear your health has worsened again. Aunt Shui has brought medicine for you. Huang Beiwei emerged from under the covers, coughed lightly, and replied hoarsely, Thank you, Aunt Shui. Seeing her so frail, Aunt Shui frowned, and Xiao Yun's expression darkened considerably. 3rd Miss, with your health so fragile, can you really go out? Aunt Shui inquired tentatively. Clearly, it pertained to the boating excursion. Huang Beiwei donned a weak smile and asked, What is the purpose of going out? Certainly for something splendid. Aunt Shui glanced at Xiao Yun and quickly added, Today, Prince Xiaoyao is hosting an alchemy conference at Bibo Lake. and it is said he has recently concocted a miraculous elixir that the nobility of the capital are eager to behold. It turns out to be the Alchemy Association. In this era, the scarcity of alchemists elevates them to be among the most sought-after figures on the continent of Carta. Each time they concoct a miraculous elixir, they extend invitations to friends for a tasting, and those who catch wind of the news hasten to witness the splendor of the elixir. Chapter 177. The art of alchemy. Thus, what began as a private gathering for alchemical concoctions gradually evolved into a grand assembly. The king of leisure, having long embraced seclusion, harbored no desire for the limelight, and seldom hosted alchemical meetings. This occasion was merely an invitation extended to a few close friends to witness his latest creations. Yet somehow the news spread, drawing a multitude to Bow Lake. This marked the king of leisure's inaugural alchemical gathering, and naturally, everyone wished to attend. It was no wonder that Xiao was willing to risk everything to be present. Huang Beiwei also expressed interest. Aside from her quest to unravel the secrets of the boundless beasts, she was eager to master the art of alchemy. Therefore, she sat up and declared, "I too wish to witness the king of leisure's alchemical gathering." Aunt Shui exchanged a glance of delight with Xiao Yun, seemingly underestimating her understanding. "Your health is fragile. First take your medicine, then accompany your second sister," Aunt Shui insisted as she presented the potion. Huang Beiwei shook her head, stating, "I have just consumed the medicine brought by Dongling and should refrain from further intake. Let this potion be set aside. I shall take it upon my return tonight." Aunt Shui, relying on her, chose not to press the issue, knowing the poison had already taken root in her system over time. A brief hiatus from the medicine would not pose a significant threat. "Very well. Let Dongling ensure you are warmly dressed. We shall await you in the front courtyard. The carriage is prepared," she conceded. Huang Beiwei nodded, watching as Aunt Shui and Xiao Yun departed before she rose from her bed and donned a simple yet comfortable attire. "Miss, do you truly intend to go? You have only just recovered." Dongling voiced her concern, recalling how weak her mistress had been upon her return, hardly having rested. "Will you be all right out there?" "Fear not. I feel quite invigorated," Huang Beiwei replied with a smile. Having been scorched by the punishment flame, the toxins that had long plagued her body were entirely incinerated. She now possessed the vitality of a healthy individual, and with proper nourishment and care, she would encounter no further issues. Seeing her radiant confidence, Dongling's worries subsided, and she draped a cloak over her before they ventured out together. In the front courtyard, Xiao Yun awaited, having meticulously prepared herself, while Xiao, having heard the news from an undisclosed source, had also made an effort to present herself attractively. Arriving fashionably late, Xiao faced no discontent from the crowd, not even from Xiaoling, who dared not voice any dissent. "Third sister, let us share a carriage," Xiao suggested eagerly upon seeing her. Xiao was a quintessential self-serving individual, following the scandal surrounding Etchin. She had sought to sever ties with her at the slightest provocation. Such a character was best utilized for one's own advantage. Although Huang Beiwei held Xiao in disdain, she recognized the necessity of leveraging her confidence at this juncture and decided to indulge her a bit. "Very well, let's travel together," she acquiesced. This response, however, displeased Xiao Yun, who frowned, asserting, "But third sister just promised to ride with me." With the courtyard filled with members of the Nguagong's residence and the emperor's backing, even the Nguagong would not dare to overtly act against Huang Beiwei. Thus, traveling in the same carriage as her was undoubtedly the safest option at this moment. Huang Beiwei mused, "When did I ever acquiesce to such a request?" However, she had no time to deliberate between Xiao Yun and Xiao, merely allowing Dongling to assist her onto the carriage. "I am feeling rather dizzy today. Perhaps I have forgotten. Whichever of my second sister or fourth sister wishes to accompany me in the carriage may ascend." Chapter 178. The Art of Alchemy. After speaking, Dongling lowered the carriage curtain, allowing the princess to await the commotion outside. Before long, Xiao Yun entered, having lifted the curtain, while the soft sound of Xiao weeping echoed from outside. Huang Beiwei raised an eyebrow, feeling a measure of admiration for Xiao Yun. In this world, the principle of survival of the fittest reigns supreme. Those lacking strength will forever remain beneath the feet of others. Tears, alas, never resolve dilemmas. Xiao Yun's tenacity stems from her inheritance of the venomous heart of her mother, Lady Shui, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve her goals. In contrast, Xiao Rou, with her feeble capabilities and selfish nature, is far easier to deal with than Xiao Yun. Bibo Lake, situated to the south of Linghuai City, boasts breathtaking scenery, regarded as a jewel of the city. On the expansive, misty surface of the lake, several exquisite pleasure boats floated, their interiors adorned with delicate silks, where melodious singing and the gentle strains of music wafted through the air. In the distance, a few solitary peaks emerged from the center of the lake, their verdant hues shrouded in mist, resembling a realm of immortals. Along the banks of Bibo Lake, rows of willow trees were planted and numerous pavilions and towers constructed, creating a picturesque setting that made passers-by feel as though they were traversing an ink wash painting. At this moment, due to the alchemical gathering hosted by the Prince of Leisure, a throng of people from the imperial capital had flocked to the lake, creating a sea of humanity eager to rent small boats. Their journey had been relatively uneventful, aside from the discreet following of the Angwa Duke's entourage. After all, this was the imperial capital, and as the esteemed Princess Beiwei sat in her carriage, the Duke's men were compelled to proceed with caution. Upon disembarking from the carriage, a fine drizzle began to fall, the delicate rain mingling with the mortal realm, and the willows swayed gently, enhancing the picturesque landscape of Bibo Lake. Dongling promptly opened a paper umbrella to shield her. Huang Beiwei adjusted her cloak, turning to see Xiao Yun and Xiao Rou, both adorned in vibrant attire, exuding extraordinary beauty, each accompanied by several maidservants, some holding umbrellas, others carrying belongings, far surpassing her own presence as the distinguished Princess Beiwei. Yet, what did such grandeur matter? With so many people by Bibo Lake, all vying to rent small boats, the pleasure boats were already filled to capacity. Typically, such boats were owned by the royal family and select nobility, and the Long Princess's residence lacked a pleasure boat of its own. Xiao Rou craned her neck amidst the crowd, her anxiety palpable. "Where is Sister Wan? You must help me find her." Sister Wan referred to the illegitimate daughter of the Minister Lin, known as Lin Wanjun, who was a close friend of Xiao Rou at Lingyang Academy. "Miss, we cannot find Miss Wan. She has likely already boarded a boat," her maidservant reported after a thorough search. "She promised to wait for me," Xiao Rou muttered resentfully. Xiao Yun smirked, commanding her servants to procure a small boat by any means necessary, while she held her umbrella at the side of the carriage. Huang Beiwei scanned the crowd but recognized no familiar faces. She had initially thought to rent a boat upon arrival, but the sheer number of people made it nearly impossible to even reach the shore. Numerous pleasure boats already graced Bibo Lake, where those aboard looked down upon the crowd with smug satisfaction, while those on the shore could only harbor quiet envy. Miss, I have managed to rent a boat, albeit a rather small one, which I fear may not suffice." After quite some time, the individual sent by Xiao Yun finally returned to report. The young servant's face was bruised and battered, clearly indicating he had engaged in a scuffle while securing the vessel. "How many people were there?" Xiao Yun expressed her disdain. Such ineptitude was intolerable. Chapter 179. The Art of Alchemy. The young servant said, "I fear there may only be enough room for 1 or 2 individuals." What a wretched boat! Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun was immediately filled with rage. A vessel that accommodates merely 1 or 2 people could only be a fisherman's skiff. The young servant, with a sorrowful expression, replied, "Miss, that is the only boat left. All others have been purchased and have already ventured onto the lake." Xiao Yun clenched her teeth. 1 or 2 people, is it? That means I cannot take my maid with me. She turned to Huang Beiwei and feigned goodwill, saying, "Third sister, come aboard with me." A fishing boat that could barely hold 1 or 2 persons would be utterly incapable of catching up with those grand pleasure boats. By the time they reached the center of the lake, the alchemical gathering would likely be concluded. Huang Beiwei, however, would not accompany her, shaking her head. "The boat is too small. I suffer from seasickness and dare not board." What nonsense! How can one be so feeble? Xiao Yun was infuriated. Without Huang Beiwei, how could she hope to ingratiate herself with the carefree prince? Dong Ling quickly interjected, "Second miss, our mistress is feeling unwell today and may not be able to attend." Very well, if that is the case. Xiao Yun coldly huffed, taking along a maid and boarding her small boat. At that moment, Xiao Rou also spotted Lin Wanjun from the minister's residence amidst the crowd. Although Lin Wanjun was a born out of wedlock, her talent as a summoner made her particularly valued by Minister Lin. Thus, her status was not inferior to that of legitimate daughters. Today, the minister's residence had procured a slightly larger boat, and Lin Wanjun had agreed to allow Xiao Rou to join her. However, upon seeing Huang Beiyue, Lin Wanjun coldly remarked, "Sister Rou, our boat is not particularly spacious. It is already cramped enough for you alone and cannot accommodate anyone else." These young ladies born out of wedlock often harbored jealousy and envy towards the legitimate daughters of various houses, and whenever an opportunity arose to belittle them, they would seize it without mercy. Having secured a boat, Xiao Rou no longer relied on Huang Beiyue and said, "Third sister, the winds on Bibo Lake are quite strong. Given your frail constitution, perhaps it is best if you refrain from going." Huang Beiyue regarded her with a cold gaze, not feeling angered, but Dongling, lacking her patience, huffed and said, "Fourth miss, do enjoy yourselves. Do take care, for the winds on the lake are indeed fierce." Just then, a clear, youthful voice echoed from behind. Princess Beiyue, a young lad dressed in a splendid short coat of snow mink, adorned with a belt studded with gemstones of 7 hues, rushed over. Upon seeing Huang Beiyue, his eyes sparkled with delight. "It is truly you. Are you also heading to the lake to witness the alchemical gathering of the carefree prince?" Huang Beiyue turned to find it was young Master Luo Luo from the Bujir family. She had a favorable impression of Luo Luo and thus smiled and nodded in response. "Just so. I am headed there as well. I've already arranged for a boat. Why not accompany me? It would be rather dull to go alone." Luo Luo's enthusiasm was pure, entirely devoid of any ulterior motives regarding Huang Beiyue's treatment by others. Huang Beiyue couldn't help but appreciate his character and readily agreed. "I'm truly troubled by the lack of a boat. I thank you sincerely. Fourth miss, may you have an enjoyable outing." Dongling said with a smile to Xiao Rou before following Huang Beiyue as they walked alongside Luo Luo towards the shore. Xiao Rou rolled her eyes and exclaimed, "Where did this foul-mouthed brat come from?" Lin Wanjun, taken aback by Luo Luo's sudden appearance, only regained her composure after he departed. Hearing Xiao Rou's words, she exclaimed in astonishment, "You don't know who he is? Who is he?" Xiao Rou was utterly bewildered. Chapter 180. The Art of Alchemy. He is the young Master Lolo of the Bugle family. Lin Wanjun exclaimed with frustration, "Do you know the Bugle family?" Young Master Lolo has only recently arrived in the capital and rarely makes appearances. Yet he is the future heir of the Bugle family. The Bugle family? You mean that Bugle family? Xiao Rou's mind was momentarily clouded with shock. Is there any other Bugle family? Lin Wanjun felt an urge to disdain this unworldly woman. "Rower, how could your sister possibly know him?" "How would I know?" Upon understanding Lolo's identity, Xiao Rou felt an even deeper envy and jealousy toward Huang Beiyue. Why does fortune always favor Huang Beiyue? Born as a legitimate daughter, she is the princess of Beiyue, personally conferred by the emperor with a prosperous fief. The Grand Princess, a woman of immense respect among the people, stands in stark contrast to her own indiscreet mother. When the Grand Princess passed away, it was thought that Huang Beiyue's luck would come to an end. Yet recently, for reasons unknown, it seemed that Huang Beiyue was only gaining more power. In contrast, she herself, due to her mother's earlier indiscretions and the troubles caused by her brother, felt suppressed in Linhuai City. The more Xiao Rou thought about it, the angrier she became. The grand vessel of the Bugle family sailed into the harbor, its massive hull displacing a great deal of water, causing nearby smaller boats to capsize. The ship was adorned with the Bugle family crest, a Red Cross star. At the prow, a magnificent eagle was carved, poised as if ready to take flight, exuding an awe-inspiring presence that left onlookers breathless. The Bugle family has arrived. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a drawbridge was slowly lowered from the grand ship. A young gentleman, dressed elegantly, extended his hand with gentlemanly grace, gently assisting a beautiful maiden beside him as they descended the bridge onto the ship. The maiden's lake green cloak fluttered in the wind, with a collar of soft white fox fur accentuating her exquisite, delicate features. Her silhouette was slender yet regal, petite yet proud. Who is that girl? I have never seen her before. That is Princess Beiwe, daughter of the Grand Princess Huiwen. Someone in the know exclaimed loudly. Oh, Princess Beiwe? Rumor has it she is. Nonsense. Just days ago, Princess Beiwe defeated the overbearing Xuan Meng in a duel at Lingyang Academy. How could such a brave girl possibly be a waste? Indeed, like mother, like daughter, our Grand Princess's daughter will undoubtedly possess the same courage and strength. Yes, Princess Beiwe will surely become a figure akin to Her Highness the Grand Princess. Princess Beiwe is very brave, truly remarkable. Listening to the chorus of praises from below, Huang Beiwe's lips curled into a slight smile. It was not that she relished the flattery directed at her. Rather, she cherished the commendations bestowed upon the Grand Princess Huiwen, hoping that the name of her virtuous and gentle mother would not be tarnished by her own actions. Your mother is greatly respected by the people. Lolo turned back to her, speaking earnestly, his clear, sparkling eyes reflecting sincerity. Huang Beiwe nodded gently, a soft yet proud smile gracing her features. Indeed, she was an extraordinary woman. As she stepped onto the vessel and gazed out, the expansive surface of the lake was adorned with numerous painted boats and small crafts, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Luo turned and issued commands, prompting the members of the Buger family to immediately set sail. Chapter 182. The art of alchemy. Huang Beiwe remained relatively calm, merely lifting the corners of her mouth slightly as she pulled up her lake green cloak and sneezed, exclaiming, "It is quite chilly outside. Shall we head inside?" Luo, with genuine concern, replied hastily. Huang Beiwe cast a surprised glance at him, inquiring, "Are you not going to save her? She struck someone. I do not care for her. Whether she lives or dies is of no concern to me." Luo retorted stubbornly. A summoner adept in ice attributes would not easily perish in water. At most, she would endure some hardship. The ship following behind might contain benevolent souls willing to offer assistance. However, given Xiao Yun's previous arrogance, many had found her displeasing. Now, as she struggled beneath the waves, it was likely that onlookers would revel in her misfortune. Besides, she made no effort to reveal that the drowning individual was her sister from such a distance. Coupled with the gentle rain and swirling mist on the lake, it was impossible to discern clearly. Casting a fleeting glance at Xiao Yun, who was floundering in the water, Huang Beiwe returned to the cabin with a sense of justified tranquility. The grand vessel soon caught up to the boat of the carefree king, a magnificent three-story pleasure craft adorned with intricate carvings, elegant railings, and a majestic aura. The carefree king, indeed, shared a deep bond with the Bugle family. Upon receiving word that their ship was approaching, he personally stepped out, awaiting them on the deck. As the two vessels drew closer and secured the connecting wooden bridge, Luo cautiously guided Huang Beiwe across, taking great care to prevent her from stumbling, thus progressing with deliberate slowness. Once they disembarked from the bridge, the carefree king finally caught sight of Huang Beiwe and exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, Moon, you have come as well?" Behind the carefree king stood several unfamiliar figures of considerable stature, alongside Feng Liani, whose ever-present smile, warm and refined to others, appeared to Huang Beiwe as cold and devoid of emotion. "I encountered Princess Beiwe on the shore and accompanied her here," Luo replied with a bright smile, his eagerness evident. "My lord, where are the newly refined elixirs? I can hardly wait to see them." "What elixirs?" "Merely some medicinal pills for strength and vitality." The carefree king responded nonchalantly, while Wensiu's gaze flickered towards Huang Beiwe, laden with unspoken significance. The vitality-enhancing pills crafted by the carefree king were undoubtedly superior to those produced by ordinary alchemists. Luo's praises were always sincere, and the carefree king could not help but smile broadly, leading the group into the cabin. In the center of the cabin, a pill radiating an orange glow was displayed upon a table, encased in a fine box of purple goldstone. The pill shimmered with a captivating brilliance, indicating its extraordinary nature. The cabin was infused with a rich medicinal aroma, its mere scent invigorating the senses, a testament to the quality of this elixir. This was Huang Beiyue's first encounter with a completed alchemical product, and she could not help but gaze in wonder, reminiscing about her initial attempts at alchemy, which had resulted in a disastrous explosion. When would she be capable of crafting such a flawless pill? Moon, what do you think of the aroma of this medicinal box? The carefree king inquired gently, approaching her with a warm smile. It is quite pleasant. I feel entirely at ease, she replied. Huang Beiyue candidly remarked that the efficacy of the elixir should indeed not be underestimated. The Prince of Leisure gazed at her, a hint of affection illuminating his smile. This elixir is intended for you. Me? Why would you bestow such a precious gift upon her? Chapter 183. The art of alchemy, it is merely a jade condensation pill, but it is sufficient to restore your health. He spoke with sincerity, his gaze unwavering as it met hers. Your well-being has always been a concern of mine. I sincerely hope for your swift recovery. This sentiment was heartfelt, and to decline it would seem overly pretentious. Thank you, Your Highness. I shall remember this kindness, she replied. Kindness? Why not regard it as a small token from friend? The Prince of Carefree smiled, a gentle light dancing across his handsome features, exuding an aura of ethereal elegance. Huang Beiyue responded with a bright smile. Very well. I accept this friendship from you, Your Highness. What do you mean by accept? A voice interjected suddenly. Luo approached with a cheerful demeanor, his bright eyes twinkling innocently. Wow, as expected of the carefree prince. Just the scent of the elixir reveals its potent properties. Too kind, the carefree prince replied modestly. Luo continued. This must be the jade condensation pill, isn't it? Just like the one I had before? The jade condensation pill is remarkably effective for those who have been frail since childhood, directly improving their constitution and strengthening their bones. It is typically consumed only by the weak. Thus, upon hearing Luo's remark, Huang Beiyue was puzzled. How do you know about it? I have suffered from ailments since birth, and the doctor said I wouldn't live past 10. However, the carefree prince concocted a jade condensation pill for me, and my health improved day by day thereafter. Huang Beiyue was astonished. Had she not heard Luo mention it, she would never have believed he had once been so frail. Clearly, the miraculous properties of the jade condensation pill were extraordinary. The process of crafting such an effective elixir is complex and challenging, and the fact that the carefree prince had thought to create one for her demonstrated his genuine affection. She silently etched this kindness into her heart. Luo gazed at the jade condensation pill and suddenly inquired, what does it feel like to be an alchemist? Do you wish to learn alchemy? The carefree prince gently flicked his fan, his gaze drifting toward Huang Beiyue. Alchemy isn't something one can master simply by wanting to. Luo muttered. I have no talent for anything and can only attend the academy. It feels like such a failure. There are plenty of things to learn. One need not be a master to excel. The carefree prince playfully tapped Luo's head with his fan. Ouch! Luo exclaimed, laughing as he rubbed his head. He turned to Huang Beiyue and asked, Princess Beiyue, you also chose medicine at the academy. Do you wish to become an alchemist? Is there anyone who does not wish to become an alchemist? Huang Beiyue retorted lightly. Upon hearing her words, the carefree prince's elegant demeanor shifted to contemplation, the pristine white fan resting against his chin, accentuating his complexion, which was even more radiant than white jade. To become an alchemist, one might require a high-grade earth attribute cleansing pill to alter one's innate abilities. Huang Beiyue, surprised by a serious consideration, quickly interjected, Your Highness, there is no need for such contemplation. I was merely speaking casually. What she requires now is not the talent of an alchemist, but rather a gradual process of integration. The efforts of the carefree prince in concocting the cleansing elixir yield little benefit, instead only serving to exhaust him. Luo pouted and remarked enviously, The prince is truly kind to the princess. Chapter 184. The art of alchemy with a light cough. The handsome visage of the Prince of Leisure suddenly appeared somewhat unnatural, a hint of embarrassment flushing across his features. He unfolded his fan and remarked, There seems to be an issue over there. I shall attend to it. Luo and Huang Beiyue exchanged glances, two innocent and naive children, oblivious to the deeper implications of the moment. The Prince of Leisure had scarcely stepped outside when a cacophony erupted on the deck, accompanied by shouts of someone is drowning, followed by a resounding splash as someone leaped into the water. Curiosity piqued, the occupants of the cabin flocked outside to witness the unfolding scene, with Huang Beiwei and Luo trailing behind. On the deck, the drowning individual had been rescued, and a wail of despair rang out, which struck Huang Beiwei as vaguely familiar. Dong Ling suddenly interjected, "Isn't that the voice of Xia He, the maidservant of the second miss?" Indeed, no sooner had Dong Ling spoken than a trembling voice announced, "My name is Xiao Yun, the second miss of the princess's residence." Upon hearing this introduction, Huang Beiwei could not help but furrow her brow. What was the need to invoke the name of the princess's residence at such a time? It was a matter of pride. It turned out to be the second miss of the princess's residence. Quickly, someone fetched the second miss inside to change. "We must ensure she does not catch a chill." The Prince of Leisure's elegant voice resonated. Xiao Yun, though her voice quivered, responded softly, "Thank you, Your Highness." Huang Beiwei made her way through the crowd, only to find Xiao Yun being assisted to her feet, resembling a drowned spirit, her cumbersome garments having been discarded in the water. Had she still been clad in those heavy robes, saturated and dragging her down, she might have been lost to the depths. Instead, she wore but a thin garment, her hair disheveled, her face bearing bruises. Fortunately, there were no gossiping noble women aboard. Otherwise, her appearance amidst so many men would surely have resulted in scandalous discussions that could tarnish her reputation. Most aboard were high-minded recluses, well-versed in propriety. Observing Xiao Yun's disheveled state, they wisely dispersed, feigning various pretexts to excuse themselves. Second sister, the crowd, poised to leave, halted at the sound of that clear voice. Drawn a turn back, Huang Beiwei rushed to Xiao Yun's side, grasping her hand with concern. "Second sister, what has happened to you?" Xiao Yun was taken aback to see Huang Beiwei. She had not anticipated her presence here. After nearly drowning, she had relied on her abilities as an ice element summoner to draw close to the Prince of Leisure's grand vessel, where she was ultimately rescued. Elated at the prospect of owing her life to him, she saw an opportunity to repay the favor in due time. Yet, in her current state of disarray, she felt mortified, especially in contrast to Huang Beiwei, who stood before her impeccably dressed, her bright eyes sparkling, and her delicate chin framed by the wisps of mist rising from the lake, making her all the more enchanting. The stark contrast was painfully evident. Xiao Yun had always prided herself on being superior to Huang Beiwei, unable to tolerate the thought of being overshadowed by her, particularly in such a compromising situation before the Prince of Leisure. How could this be? Xiao Yun herself could not comprehend the depths of her anger at that moment, as a fire of jealousy blazed within her, consuming her rationality. "Do not mock me," she uttered, her tone not excessively harsh, as her reason had not entirely abandoned her, still retaining a semblance of clarity. Chapter 185. The Art of Alchemy. Do not mock me. Her tone was not particularly harsh. Her reason had not completely abandoned her, retaining a semblance of clarity. In her effort to shake off Huang Beiwei, she unexpectedly sent the frail girl tumbling away. They were positioned at the ship's railing, and by a cruel twist of fate, Huang Beiwei collided with it, nearly toppling overboard. A white figure darted past, seizing her hand and pulling her back with a firm grip. "Miss!" Dongling cried out, rushing over to embrace Huang Beiwei. With tear-filled eyes, she implored, "Second miss. While it may be permissible within the estate, with so many eyes upon us outside, could you not afford to spare some dignity for the miss?" This remark was deftly crafted, unveiling all the grievances, forbearance, and suffering Huang Beiwei had endured within the princess's residence. Yet not a single word explicitly blamed Xiao Yun. One could easily infer the extent to which the young lady and her maid had been oppressed by Xiao Yun, and how much they feared her. The crowd, initially poised to depart, halted at her words, their gazes and expressions directed at Xiao Yun, tinged with indignation. Xiao Yun was momentarily speechless. She had never intended to push Huang Beiwei into the water. She was no fool, under the scrutiny of so many. If she were to commit such an act, and it were to spread, what face would she have left to show in society? However, It was deliberate. That wretched girl, Huang Beiwei, must have schemed against her. Huang Beiwei, do you seek to frame me? Xiao Yun shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at her. I did not push you. Cease your pretense. Miss Xiao, had my actions been a moment slower, the second miss would indeed have fallen overboard. Does she merit such a significant price for your downfall? Feng Lianyi remarked, his typically warm and smiling eyes now radiating an icy chill. Under the scrutiny of those frigid eyes, Xiao Yun felt a shiver run down her spine, suddenly at a loss for words. She could not allow Huang Beiwei to ensnare her like this. In desperation, she turned her gaze to the carefree prince, seeking his aid. Your Highness, I truly did not. Please believe me. The carefree prince, known for his gentle demeanor and amiable temperament, now bore a countenance shrouded in frost. Miss Xiao, there are no women's garments aboard my vessel. Fearing you might catch a chill, I shall have someone escort you back in a small boat. His cold voice extinguished the last warmth in Xiao Yun's heart. I had heard of the audacity of those from the princess's residence, who, in the wake of her passing, bullied the second miss to the point she dared not step outside. I once doubted such boldness existed, but now I see who grants you such audacity. Luo stepped forward, his youthful yet strikingly handsome face taut with tension. Though he was young, his presence was remarkably imposing. Xiao Yun's chest heaved with anger. She had just been in a favorable position, with the carefree prince having rescued her. A rare opportunity. Yet that detestable Huang Beiwei had suddenly emerged, shattering her carefully laid plans. No, now is certainly not the time to act impulsively. Everything she and her mother painstakingly planned cannot be allowed to fall apart so easily. She is in dire need of the cleansing elixir, and she harbors a deep desire to marry the carefree prince. Chapter 186. The Art of Alchemy. Xiao Yun, having inherited the intricate and cunning nature of her aunt, took a deep breath, suppressing the furious flames of jealousy within her. Third sister, I was too cold just now and may have accidentally pushed you. Second sister truly did not mean it. Huang Beiwei leaned against Dongling, her lips curling into a slight smile. Indeed, Xiao Yun was not so easily subdued. This made the encounter all the more intriguing and exhilarating. Dongling sniffled, her tear-laden eyes darting up to glance at Xiao Yun before she hastily lowered her head, stammering. Yes, the second young lady merely lost her grip. The tone of her voice, laden with grievance and fear, was unmistakable to all present. Huang Beiwei could not help but chuckle. Dongling was astutely clever and cunning. Seizing the opportunity, she struck hard, granting Xiao Yun no chance for a comeback. Furthermore, she dared not utter a single word of reproach, her voice trembling and pitiful. The onlookers, all esteemed guests invited by the Prince of Carefree, were individuals of great integrity, who loathed treachery and malice. Dongling understood her situation perfectly and adeptly utilized the circumstances around her, skillfully provoking just enough to tilt the greatest advantage in her favor. How astute! The saying blood is thicker than water rang true, yet having such a sister was indeed unfortunate. Someone remarked, and the expression on the Prince of Carefree's face grew increasingly grim as he coldly inquired, Is the boat ready? Your Highness, it is prepared, a young servant hurriedly replied. The prince, disinterested in Xiao Yun, waved his hand dismissively. Take second Miss Xiao back. Your Highness, I truly did not mean it. Xiao Yun attempted to plead further, but under the disdainful and loathing gazes of the skilled individuals surrounding her, she suddenly felt like a target, acutely aware that a single misstep could lead to her demise. Cast into the depths of the Baibo Lake, the prince stepped forward to assist Huang Beiwei, gently asking, Are you all right? I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Your Highness, Huang Beiwei replied softly, then loosened her cloak and entrusted it to Dongling. Drape this over sister. Yes. Dongling took the cloak over. Second miss, it is so cold, you should wear it. How could Xiao Yun accept something bestowed by Huang Beiwei? Yet, she could not afford to openly confront her at this moment. Forcing a smile, she replied, No, third sister is unwell. You should keep it. Second sister is in good health. Even in this situation, she could not resist a jab at Huang Beiwei's frail condition. Huang Beiwei lifted her head, her dark eyes resembling twinkling stars at dawn, radiant and enchanting, as she gazed at Xiao Yun's face. Her voice, soft yet devoid of embellishment, spoke. It is true that second sister's health is not a concern for me. However, given that second sister has fallen into the water and is now in disarray, it may not matter here, but once we reach the shore with so many people around, it could lead to mockery, suggesting that a young lady from the Grand Princess's household lacks proper decorum. Xiao Yun's face, already pale from the cold, suddenly flushed with embarrassment as she recalled that she was clad only in the thin garments typically worn within the confines of her chamber and that they were now clinging to her due to being soaked. The delicate fabric of her sheer garment clung to her skin, accentuating the exquisite contours of her form, with the red undergarment subtly visible beneath. The gathering consisted solely of men, and as an unmarried woman, she remained oblivious to the embarrassment she presented before them, her demeanor frivolous and lacking in decorum, rendering her indistinguishable from a courtesan. Chapter 188. The Art of Alchemy. Huang Beiwei gazed in astonishment, captivated by such an elegant display of agility. Dongling, equally dumbfounded, uttered, "Miss, is that venerable elder a celestial being?" The revered Yaosheng, ever wandering, bore an uncanny resemblance to an immortal. With a smile, the carefree Wang approached. Glancing at the scroll in Huang Beiwei's hands, a flicker of surprise illuminating his eyes. The Balian scripture? Huang Beiwei cradled the scroll, oblivious to its significance. However, the expression of Wang suggested it was indeed a remarkable treasure. "Little girl, fortune smiles upon you," he remarked, gently tapping her head with his folding fan, his gesture imbued with affectionate indulgence. "Little girl." Huang Beiwei felt a pang of nostalgia. It had been ages since anyone had addressed her so. What exactly is this Balian scripture? She lifted the scroll, its golden surface shimmering with the energy of a restrictive seal. Upon placing her fingers upon it, the seal effortlessly unraveled. Clearly, Yaosheng had set the barrier to respond solely to her essence. This Balian scripture embodies the culmination of the alchemical wisdom amassed by the venerable Yaosheng throughout his lifetime. He had never taken a disciple, leaving his knowledge without an heir. Wang, with his fan swaying gently, spoke slowly, a hint of envy gracing his countenance. In times past, upon encountering the esteemed Princess Huijin, Yaosheng was inclined to accept her as a disciple, recognizing her virtuous character and remarkable talent. Yet, due to various tribulations, this intention never materialized, leaving him with a lingering regret until the untimely passing of Princess Huijin. Huang Beiwei listened intently. Such tales were absent from her recollections. She had never known that the illustrious princess, beyond her noble birth and virtuous conduct, possessed the talent for alchemy. Even a legendary pharmaceutical sage had wished to take her as an apprentice. A profound sense of pride surged within her, mingled with a quiet lament. How could someone as exceptional as Princess Huijin would a boorish man like Xiao Yuansheng? She could scarcely believe that someone of Huijin's caliber would genuinely harbor affection for him. Surely, there lay some unspoken complexity beneath it all. Huang Beiwei regarded the Balian scripture, a glimmer of enlightenment flickering across her visage. Why had the venerable Yaosheng entrusted this scroll to her? He had not explicitly stated his desire to take her as a disciple, merely presenting it as a gift. Such a grand gesture left her somewhat overwhelmed. Sensing her inner turmoil, Wang offered a reassuring smile. "Fear not, for the sage has not expressed a wish to take you as his disciple, nor should you feel burdened by the weight of his legacy. Simply regard this as a gift." His words alleviated a considerable weight from her heart. Should someone of Yaosheng's caliber propose mentorship, she would not resist as she had with that peculiar man previously. Yet, the fact that he bestowed the Balian scripture upon her as a mere gift indicated his intent to avoid imposing undue pressure. This deepened her admiration for Yaosheng's character, and she silently vowed to diligently study the Balian scripture, determined not to bring shame upon him. The esteemed guests invited by the carefree king have already departed, leaving only a handful of individuals aboard with little to occupy their time. The carefree king has arranged a meal, and the small group gathers around the table, listening to the gentle patter of rain outside, the scenery shrouded in mist. With the presence of individuals like Luo and the carefree king, The feast becomes a joyous occasion, filled with laughter and merriment. Chapter 189. The art of alchemy. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, the sun began its descent, casting a resplendent golden hue upon the horizon, where the twilight sky met the lake's edge. The gentle rain had ceased, leaving the lake's surface shimmering with glimmers of light, enchanting and ethereal. Huang Beiwei stepped out of the cabin for some fresh air, only to unexpectedly find Feng Lianyi leaning against the ship's railing, gazing contemplatively at the lake. Dappled golden rays filtered into his striking purple eyes, slowly settling into an otherworldly hue. Upon hearing her footsteps, Feng Lianyi turned slightly, his gaze sparkling as he smiled gently at her. His mesmerizing demeanor was undeniably captivating. Huang Beiwei approached with an impassive expression, standing several paces away by the railing, the distance between them clearly marked by a palpable sense of detachment. The unspoken message was clear: we are not familiar with each other. Feng Lianyi feigned ignorance of her deliberate aloofness and stepped away from the railing. Approaching her with a smile, Huang Beiwei coldly lifted her gaze, her eyes sharp and piercing like a keen blade, causing him to halt immediately. It would be pointless to pursue further if he failed to recognize the obvious. With his refined brows slightly furrowed, he leaned back against the railing, supporting himself with one hand, and looked at her with a teasing expression. It seems the princess is overly cautious of me. Quite justified, Huang Beiwei replied, her words effortlessly shattering any remnants of courage he might have had to continue the conversation. Feng Lianyi chuckled helplessly. He was not one to be easily defeated. Thus, he inquired lightly, why is that? You are hardly a virtuous individual, Huang Beiwei stated bluntly, the deck echoing with their words, free from the ears of others. Is it because I claimed the pure lotus inferno cauldron? Her frosty gaze swept across his enchanting visage, growing even more frigid. From the very first moment I laid eyes upon you, I concluded that you were not a good person. At this revelation, Feng Lianyi found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that during their initial encounter, he had already been categorized as a villain in her mind. He had merely happened upon the scene, witnessing her break the neck of a servant and threaten a maid. Was it not intentional? This girl certainly held grudges with remarkable tenacity. Some individuals require time to reveal their true nature, and one cannot hastily judge based on a fleeting glance. He attempted to salvage his image in her eyes. Huang Beiwei coldly asserted, I possess a keen discernment. Good people are good, and bad people are bad. Feng Lianyi smiled in resignation, realizing that establishing a favorable image in her heart would be a formidable challenge. And yet you collaborate with a villain. Are you not concerned about courting danger? A slight smirk crept onto Huang Beiwei's lips, a proud smile unfurling as a glimmer of cold light flashed in her youthful eyes. You are the tiger, I am the wolf. In the struggle between tiger and wolf, who knows who will prevail? Feng Lianyi raised an eyebrow in admiration, eager to applaud her eloquence. Her words were sharp, decisive, and brimming with confidence. He found her utterly commendable. Very well, let us observe this contest of predator and prey, and see how it unfolds. Huang Beiwei cast a glance at him, her eyes betraying not a hint of emotion. With a cold huff, she turned and walked away to a more distant spot to embrace the wind. Feng Lianyi observed her petite yet upright figure, pondering how such a seemingly delicate body could harbor a heart so resolute and indomitable. Chapter 190. The distinction between clouds and mud. Upon returning to the flowing cloud pavilion, Huang Beiwei eagerly retrieved the 100 Refinements scripture for study. The text, ancient and grand, emanated an aura of profound strength and gravitas at first glance. Dongling, mindful of her concentration, adjusted the lamp to its brightest setting and discreetly retreated to the outer room to sew. Huang Beiwei remained engrossed for an entire night, her eyes unyielding to fatigue as she absorbed the contents of the scroll. A warm surge of vitality coursed through her veins, for this was the pinnacle of alchemical mastery. It encompassed both potion-making and artifact forging, concepts that had previously eluded her understanding. Yet, with 100 Refinements scripture in hand, everything now fell into place with clarity and coherence. Her intellect, naturally keen, allowed her to deduce connections effortlessly, and she felt no hint of exhaustion. The more she read, the more her heart swelled with assurance, and an invigorating sensation enveloped her body. She could hardly contain her eagerness to experiment. The purple quenching gold furnace gifted by Duke Ong had yet to be utilized, and the various herbs she had purchased previously lay dormant in her spatial ring, perfect for her forthcoming trials. Just as she contemplated retrieving the purple quenching gold furnace, the courtyard door was suddenly kicked open. A murderous glint flashed in her eyes as she tucked away the 100 refinement scripture, rising to confront the intruders. Dongling had already opened the door, revealing Madame Shui accompanied by several burly attendants and maidservants. Xiaoyan followed closely behind, her face immediately contorting with malice upon seeing Huang Beiyue. What is the meaning of this? Dongling stepped forward, confronting Madame Shui and her entourage. Huang Beiyue was about to call Dongling back when Madame Shui raised her hand and struck Dongling across the face, sending her sprawling to the ground with a swollen cheek. "You insolent wretch! Who permitted you to block my way?" Madame Shui bellowed. Suddenly, a flower pot soared from the entrance, crashing onto Madame Shui's head. She let out a pained scream as blood streamed from her forehead, collapsing to the ground. "Mother!" Xiaoyan cried out, then glared furiously at Huang Beiyue. "Huang Beiyue, you seek death. It is you who court danger. Dongling is my maid. Who gave you the right to lay hands on her?" Huang Beiyue replied coldly, her gaze imbued with authority, causing Xiaoyan to shudder involuntarily. Had Madame Shui not struck Dongling, Huang Beiyue might have tolerated the situation, but she harbored an aversion to those who bullied her own. Xiaoyan, unable to contain her rage, summoned her icy feather weapon, an aura of frigid air enveloping the courtyard. With a sinister glint in her eyes, she maliciously declared, "I see your audacity grows. If you do not receive a lesson, you shall become increasingly unruly." Huang Beiyue regarded her with scornful eyes. "Second young miss." Dongling, clutching her face, rose from the ground, wiping a trace of blood from the corner of her mouth. She slowly approached Huang Beiyue, standing on the stone steps and gazing down upon them with an air of superiority. "Our young lady is the North Moon Princess, bestowed by the Emperor himself. To lay hands upon her is to defy imperial authority." I, Xiaoyan, wished to speak, yet was abruptly halted by Aunt Shui, who grasped my arm firmly. The maidservant hurriedly dabbed at the blood on her forehead, while she offered a chilling smile. After a single day apart, the third young lady seemed transformed, as though I could scarcely recognize her. Chapter 191. A world apart. Huang Beiyue faintly